Li Xiangdong lived a life of wealth and prosperity until 60, with a house full of descendants. In a single day, his wife's 2 pairs of green hats sent him straight to heaven. When he opened his eyes again, he had been reborn at the age of 14. Since he was back, let him make amends for all his past regrets, one by one. His 4th sister, who was forced into an arranged marriage, swapped his 3rd sister, who died young as younger brother, who was spoiled and ruined, and his mother, who was oppressed by her mother-in-law her entire life. Li Xiangdong is determined to make his family live a good life ahead of time. Seeing the villagers' children staring longingly as his family eats meat, Li Xiangdong decides to ensure the entire village enjoys a life of eating their fill of meat years ahead of schedule. Chapter 1. They're gonna kill someone. Li Xiangdong, let me tell you a secret. Neither of these kids are yours. The daughter is Old Wang's, and the son is Old Song's. Oh, and by the way, I wasn't home last night because the 5 of us were celebrating me grandson Old Song's full moon party. The words, delivered in his wife's voice, soft and gentle as it had been for decades, rang in Li Xiangdong's ears. Hearing this explosive revelation, Li Xiangdong's eyes bulged with fury. He reached out to grab the woman before him, her face serene, her expression vicious. This was the woman he had cherished for decades, his lifelong companion. He had treated her and her family with nothing but devotion. How could he have ended up wearing cuckold horns? Not 1 pair, but 2. He had been a fool twice over. How many times had Old Song and Old Wang laughed at him behind his back while he paraded his so-called happy marriage in front of them? Li Xiangdong hadn't even finished reaching out when it felt as if the blood vessels in his head had exploded like fireworks. Beep, beep, beep. Doctor, doctor, come quickly. My husband has fainted. Li Xiangdong died, just like the unfortunate 4th prince and empresses in the palace, who died with his eyes wide open. Yesterday was his grandson's full moon banquet. At 60 years old, he had achieved career success, a thriving family business, and a house full of descendants. He was utterly triumphant. Under the persistent toast from his trusted assistants, his wife's Old Wang and Old Song, Wang Shuli, the company's vice president, and Song Dai, the chief accountant, had drunk a bit too much. That night, he felt his limbs go numb, his head split with pain, and his vision blur. He screamed for his wife and son, but no one was in the house. In the end, he had to fumble with trembling hands to dial 120. Li Xiangdong was rushed straight to the ICU upon arrival at the hospital. The doctor said the chance of surviving a brainstem hemorrhage like his was as slim as winning a $1 million lottery. But perhaps his wife, Zhou Yiyu, thought he was too lucky and feared he might actually win that $1 million prize. With just a few words, she sent him straight to the afterlife. Help! Save me! Xiao Erzi is going to beat someone to death. Slap! 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 When Li Xiangdong came to, he heard a crowd of people shouting for help. He was sitting on a young man's stomach, his left hand gripping the torn collar of the man's shirt, his right hand delivering hard slaps. The young man beneath him was struggling wildly, his plump face swollen into a circle, looking just like a steamed bun. Xiao Erzi, if you hit me again, I'll get my brother to come back and kill you. Li Xiangdong was dazed. He stopped slapping and raised his hands, staring at them in disbelief. Why were his hands so small? Why were his arms so thin? He looked around. Low, earthen houses, a narrow dirt path, 5 or 6 young men in coarse cloth clothes, some missing a shoe, others with torn shirts, most with various cuts and bruises on their faces. Wasn't I just crushed to death by the weight of my green hat? Is this hell? Does hell even have a son? Hey! Taking advantage of Li Xiangdong's momentary confusion, the young man he was pinning down managed to roll over and scramble to his feet, then ran. After about 10 meters, he turned back and shouted, "You just wait." Seeing the other hadn't followed, he yelled, "What are you waiting for? Run." A cloud of yellow dust kicked up on the dirt road. "Xiangdong, you're amazing. Second brother, you turned Xiao Pan's face into a giant pig's head. Haha, that was so satisfying. Now they'll think twice before coming to bully people in our village." A chorus of voices flooded Li Xiangdong's mind. Xiao Pan? Is that Panjiwan, the son of the village chief of Panjia village? Li Xiangdong asked, his voice a bit hoarse. Yeah, a short boy with a long face and big eyes immediately chimed in. Are you Guqing? Yeah. What's wrong with you, second brother? You're acting so strange. Guqing, how did you get so young? This can't be real. Is this a dream? Someone pinch me. Li Xiangdong felt like he was in a near-death hallucination. Didn't the experts say that before dying, a person's life flashes before their eyes? Hey, you'll do it. Another boy, tall and thin with a wasp waist and crescent-shaped eyes, gave Li Xiangdong's thigh a hard pinch. Ouch. Li Xiangjia, you're really going for it. After a long moment of processing, Li Xiangdong finally realized he wasn't dead and in hell, nor was he having a near-death vision. He had been reborn. 1976, late summer. Lijiapu Village, Wudao Commune, Huichuan County, Dongfang City. The large river beside the village flowed quietly. 2 rows of thick, ancient willow trees with lush branches swayed gracefully in the southeast breeze. Fields of wheat, turning from green to yellow, were occasionally skimmed by swallows. Li Xiangdong had been back for 3 days, and it hadn't been peaceful. First, Pan Juan's mother had come to the house, leading her son whose face was still swollen. Li Xiangdong's father, Li Jin, the village chief of Lijiapu, had been forced to apologize profusely and promise to give Li Xiangdong a severe beating as soon as he returned. Pan Juan's mother wasn't satisfied until she reluctantly left, clutching a dozen large, white eggs from the Li family as compensation. "You little bastard, you dare come back." Seeing his son walk in with a dazed expression, Li Jin roared, ripped off his cloth shoe, and hurled it at Li Xiangdong's head. Li Xiangdong dodged. The mud-caked shoe whizzed past his ear and landed with a thud outside the door. Li Xiangdong remembered. In his previous life, this exact same thing had happened when he was 14. Pan Juan's father was the village chief of Panjia Village. He always wore a smile and often went to commune meetings with Li Jin, his neighboring village's chief. They got along fairly well. But Pan Juan's mother was a shrew, a bully who would stir up trouble even when she was in the right, believing she was always the victim if she didn't gain an advantage. She had spoiled Pan Juan rotten. He didn't just steal chickens and dogs and bully women in his own village. He even came to neighboring Lijiapu to harass Li Guoqing's older sister, Li Guoling. Li Guoling was 17, tall and slender, with an oval face, large, sparkling double-lidded eyes, sun-kissed skin, and a long, thick braid as black as polished jet. Somehow, she had caught the eye of that young rascal, Pan Juan. Though only 16 and plump and pale like a child, Pan Juan had an audacious lust. He and a few others had ambushed Li Guoling on her way home from a night shift at the brick kiln, demanding she be his girlfriend. If Li Guoqing and his friends hadn't been returning from watching an outdoor movie at the Red Mill that night, a disaster would have surely occurred. The 2 groups had a fierce fight. But after just a couple of days of peace, Pan Juan was back, wandering around Lijiapu in broad daylight, lingering near Li Guoqing's house. The adults were out working to earn work points all day. Li Guoqing slipped out unnoticed to find Li Xiangdong. Hearing this, Li Xiangdong's anger flared. He immediately rallied his friends, leading to the brawl he had just re-experienced upon his rebirth. In his previous life, at 14, Li Xiangdong was in a confused stage of adolescence. His pride as a young man made him too embarrassed to explain the real reason for the fight to his father. He just stubbornly insisted, "I did hit him. Not only this time, but every time I see him, I'll hit him again." His equally hot-tempered father, Li Jin, was already furious. This was like pouring oil on a fire. He gave Li Xiangdong a severe beating with his size 42 shoe sole, leaving him with a split-open backside. Li Xiangdong gritted his teeth and endured it, unable to get out of bed for 2 months. Li Guoling, a young woman, was too ashamed to tell the adults that someone was harassing her for a relationship. Soon after, an irreversible tragedy occurred, one that Li Xiangdong and the others would regret for the rest of their lives. Dad, listen to me." Li Xiangdong ran over and grabbed his father's raised arm. "Don't hit me yet." Pan Juan and his gang were bullying people from our village. Li Jin looked at his normally stubborn son actually pleading with him, and his heart softened slightly. He slowly lowered his arm. He pulled up a small stool and sat down in the main room, tapping his tobacco pipe against the stool's edge twice. He refilled it with a pinch of tobacco and struck a match with a scratch. As the tobacco ember flickered, Li Jin took a puff and spoke slowly. "I'll hear your story, but if you can't make it convincing, just wait until I skin you alive." Chapter 2. Past Events. The house was quiet. Everyone was at work, school, or out in the fields. Except for Li Jin and Li Xiangdong, there was no one else. The family's large yellow dog, 8 years old, lay by Li Jin's feet, panting and sticking its tongue out at Li Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong felt that to prevent the tragedy of his previous life from happening to Sister Wuling again, he needed to rely on the power of the collective. "Dad, the other day, Guoqing and I were coming back for watching a movie at night. Guess what we saw? At the bridge near our village, we saw Pan Juan leading several hooligans from his village, blocking Sister Wuling. That short, stinking hooligan Pan Juan insisted on dating Sister Wuling." "What? And you didn't tell me earlier? Did Wuling and her parents say anything?" Li Jin's eyes snapped open in anger. Li Jin and Li Guoling and Li Guoqing's father, Li Chong, had grown up together, inseparable childhood friends who had shared everything, from playing in the mud to climbing roofs and fishing in the river. Li Chong was an honest man, Li Jin's loyal follower, and later, Li Guoqing became Li Xiangdong's loyal follower for decades. But later, after he was co-opted by Zhou Yuyu, Wang Shuli, and Song Dai, he had somewhat distanced himself from Guoqing. Don't get angry first, let me explain. Li Xiangdong pulled up a stool and sat opposite Li Jin. Of course, Sister Guoling refused. We told Pan Juan and his gang to scram. But that sycophant, Pan Gotzi, pushed Guoqing to the ground. Everyone got angry and fought them. We thought they'd learned their lesson, but these past few days, they've been loitering around Guoqing's house. Dad, imagine if Sister Guoling gets harassed right here in our village. Where would you, the village chief, put your face? How could you face Uncles Chong and Chang's wife? And now his mother has the nerve to come here and complain about beating Pan Juan? Dad, isn't what we did righteous? Punishing evil and upholding justice. And she even took our eggs. Li Xiangdong was furious at the thought. In his previous life, after years of eating chicken, duck, fish, and expensive seafood like abalone and shark's fin, Li Xiangdong never thought much of eggs. But now, back in this era for only 3 days, he had been eating nothing but sorghum cakes and pickled vegetable chunks, his mouth so bland he felt he could spit out a bird. He had finally managed to convince his mother to cook him a special egg, but the dozen eggs his mother had saved for half a month were all taken by Pan Juan's mother. Dad, tell me, Pan Juan and his gang of hooligans always said the village girls were country bumpkins with mud on their legs and sorghum flowers in their hair. They used to go to the county town to harass city girls. Why are they suddenly eating grass from their own doorstep? Li Jin took a deep drag on his pipe and narrowed his eyes. His second son didn't know this, but he had heard some rumors. Lately, for some reason, the county town had suddenly seen an increase in security patrols and police, arresting Liumong hooligans and thieves everywhere. Before, he could always see rowdy young men whistling at women on the streets during his county meetings. Now it was hard to see any. Could it be that a high-ranking official was coming to inspect the county? Li Jin's thoughts ran far ahead. If one of his villagers were to be harassed and humiliated by hooligans, causing a scandal, his position as village chief would be in jeopardy. Not to mention his chances of being transferred to the irrigation station. Li Jin was a demobilized soldier. He had been assigned to be the factory director at a liquor distillery in Yongxing County. He thought he would spend the rest of his life in Yongxing, where he had brought his family to settle. But 2 years ago, due to certain circumstances, he had returned to his hometown, Huichuan County. There was no liquor distillery in Huichuan for him to run. Every position was already filled. With no suitable job, he had to stay in the village. In the prime of his life, and having seen the wider world, the villagers unanimously elected him as their chief. Li Jin thought his life was destined to be spent farming in the dirt. But then a new opportunity arose. Tang Yunping, his old comrade in arms who had enlisted with him, had been promoted to deputy director of the Huichuan County Water Authority, waiting for the current director to retire in 6 months to become the full director. They say the 4 strongest bonds in life are having carried guns together, having studied together, having visited brothels together, and having shared stolen goods together. Li Xiangdong would say that the last 2 were just forced additions, like a dog's tail grafted onto a phoenix. Having carried guns together meant sharing life and death experiences on the battlefield, a deep friendship forged in trust and sacrifice. The bond formed with a comrade in arms, fighting for your country and your very life in a desperate situation, could never be compared to something as base as visiting a brothel or sharing stolen goods. Li Jin and Tang Yunping shared exactly this kind of life and death brotherhood. They hadn't seen each other for many years after demobilization, but now they had reunited in Huichuan County. When Tang Yunping learned of Li Jin's situation, he took his comrade's future to heart. Just recently, he learned that the old station chief of the Wudao commune's irrigation station was retiring. He immediately told his old comrade to prepare and start making connections to secure the transfer. Of course, this was based on Tang Yunping's full confidence and trust in Li Jin's abilities. This matter wasn't simple. Coming to Lijiapu to harass a girl, was this Pan Jiwan's own idea? Or was he being instigated by his father, Pan Dachuan? Pan Dachuan had become village chief thanks to his brother-in-law, the commune head of Wudao. He might very well have his eye on the irrigation station chief position this time. What did Pan Dachuan have to compare with him? He couldn't even recognize 200 characters. He let his wife run his household, and both his village affairs and his wife were controlled by his brother-in-law. He couldn't make a single decision on his own, only knowing how to smile at people. But he had a brother-in-law who was the commune head. A local official outranks a distant emperor. This was something Li Jin couldn't compete with. Li Jin snorted heavily, stood up, and headed for the door. At the threshold, he turned and said to Li Xiangdong, "Shao Erzi, keep an eye on things with your friends. If anyone comes to our village to cause trouble again, beat them out if you can. If you can't, run back and call the adults immediately." Got it. Li Xiangdong watched his father's figure recede, knowing he was definitely off to discuss forming a neighborhood watch with Wang Zhenbua, the village accountant. In his previous life, his father Li Jin had also formed a watch, but that was only after Sister Guoling's tragedy. No one at home knew about Pan Jiwen ambushing Guoling. He and Guoqing couldn't escort Guoling to and from work every day. One autumn night, Guoling was dragged into a cornfield by a group of masked hooligans and assaulted. The thugs tore her clothes to shreds, leaving her body covered in bruises, her eyes so swollen she couldn't open them. Guoling refused to eat or drink, lying in bed. No matter who asked her, she wouldn't speak. Her parents reported it to the police, but with no surveillance and Guoling unable to identify her attackers, the case went unsolved for days. After 5 days in bed, one night, when everyone was asleep, Guoling went and threw herself into the river. Her body was found over 10 days later by children swimming downstream. Guoling's mother fainted from grief on the spot. Thinking of Guoling's bloated, pale body floating in the water, Li Xiangdong clenched his fists tightly. This time, he would absolutely not allow this tragedy to happen again. He and Li Guoqing both knew it was Pan Jiwen. When they told Li Jin and Li Chong, they were met with 2 hard slaps and 2 kicks to the chest. Li Chong, his eyes red, blamed them for not speaking up sooner. Li Jin and Li Chong led a group to confront the Pan family for an explanation. With no evidence and the Panfuju backed by the commune head brother-in-law, the authorities couldn't intervene. Later, the 2 villages fought several fierce group battles, with neither side gaining a clear victory. Pan Jiwen not only escaped punishment, but also went around saying Li Guoling had seduced him. Li Xiangdong and Li Guoqing, filled with rage, secretly followed Pan Jiwen and beat him with clubs several times, breaking 3 of his legs. Later, Pan Dachun was transferred to become the irrigation station chief, then moved to the agricultural bureau. By saying this now, he wanted his overthinking father, Li Jin, to really think it through. Chapter 3, Establishing the Joint Defense Team. The headquarters of the Li family S Brigade is situated at the eastern edge of the village. It comprises 3 humble earthen houses, and in front lies a spacious courtyard adorned with a century-old locust tree from which hangs a large brass bell. In times past, when there was a need to convene the villagers for a meeting, a toll of the bell would summon everyone. However, with the advent of loudspeakers, the bell has been seldom used. Nevertheless, as mealtime approaches, the young and old alike gather beneath the great locust tree, each holding a bowl, squatting down to eat while casually discussing matters of the fields. The interior of the brigade headquarters is quite rudimentary, with newspaper plastered against the earthen walls, a portrait of Chairman Mao, and a party flag on display. A 2-meter-wide table occupies the room, surrounded by several peeling stools. There is also a wooden plank bed propped up by bricks, designated for the brigade leaders to rest upon during night shifts. Li Jin lightly tapped the table with his right hand, addressing the group. Despite their mischievousness, I know those lads do not dare to speak falsely. Recently, the number of drifters whistling through the county has diminished significantly. Our village is 10 miles from the county seat. It is neither too close nor too far. It is true that one who fails to consider the distant troubles will inevitably face immediate concerns. Just because these drifters are not causing trouble in town, does it mean they will behave themselves? Given our village's proximity to the county seat, a 20-minute bicycle ride suffices to reach it. Caution is warranted. Wang Zhenbua, with a furrowed brow, interjected. He is around 40 years old, wearing a blue liberation hat, with tortoiseshell glasses perched on his nose, and dressed in tidy blue clothes and black trousers. Having attended high school, he was unable to pursue university due to his wealthy peasant background. His family's standing is modest, with only 2 or 3 families sharing the Wang surname in the village. During previous political movements, he endured criticism and physical assault, which instilled in him a nature of prudence and caution. When Li Jin returned to the village, he appointed Wang as the brigade's accountant. Over the years, he has gradually gained some standing in the village, and now he dares to voice his opinions. Damn it, we must apprehend these little rascals, exclaimed Li Kong, the village's militia captain and security director, as he pounded the table with fervor, his eyes wide with anger. Li Kong, a cousin of Li Jin, possesses a stout and sturdy build. His round head is adorned with upright hair, and his large eyes and thick lips give him a formidable presence, with hands as large as fans, leaving red imprints wherever they strike. I believe it is imperative for our village's militia to mobilize and form a joint defense team. Conducting nightly patrols to deter the drifters, Li Jin remarked thoughtfully. I shall gather the militia immediately, Li Kong declared, rising to leave. Not so fast. This matter requires careful consideration, Wang Xinbo interjected, blocking Li Kang's path. What is there to ponder? Old Wang, you always dawdle. Brother Kong, how many times must we emphasize the need for deliberation before action? Listen to what Xinbo has to say. Our village consists of 2 production teams, comprising 120 households and a population of over 690. Presently, we have only 13 militia members, all young men in their 20s. While it is feasible for them to form a joint defense team and patrol each night, have you considered that they are also the able-bodied laborers of their households? During the day, they must earn work points, and at night, they are expected to patrol. This arrangement may be sustainable for a day or 2, but over time, it will prove to be too burdensome for anyone. Wang Xinbo's mind raced as he explained to Li Kong. After listening, Li Kong, no longer anxious, scratched his head. At present, labor points held little value, and every household struggled to make ends meet. If further delays occurred in allowing the young and able-bodied to earn labor points, no one would be able to work. Do you have any ideas? Speak up, Li Kong urged Wang Xinbo. Wang pondered, suggesting the formation of 6 small teams, each led by 2 militia members, supplemented by 2 individuals in their 40s and several adolescents. Individuals like Xiangdong, Guiqing, and Xiangjia would be ideal. Each day, 2 teams would patrol, one during the first half of the night and the other during the latter half, rotating every 3 days. This arrangement would not interfere with farming and would maintain their physical stamina. Holding a pen in hand, he scribbled on the back of his child's utilized workbook. We cannot have everyone working for nothing. There must be a subsidy for labor points, Wang Xinbo continued. And how will we subsidize? Li Kong questioned. Currently, labor points in Li Jiapa are virtually worthless. In prosperous years, 1 labor point could equate to 7 or 8 cents, while in lean years, it might only be worth 1 or 2 cents. An able-bodied man, sweating profusely, can earn 10 labor points in a day, perhaps a mere 70 or 80 cents, or as little as 10 or 20 cents. Even contemplating a box of 2 dimes is a serious consideration. After all, the family's daily needs, food, clothing, education for children, health care for the elderly, all depend on this scant income. The adults can supplement 5 labor points daily, while the adolescents can contribute 3, Wang Xinbo proposed, glancing at Li Jin. He suggested that Li Jin would ultimately make the significant decisions. Li Jin, deep in thought, finally declared, the labor points are set. Our village is small. We do not require many participants. 2 adults and 2 adolescents per team will suffice. The patrol will continue until the autumn harvest is complete, at which point we will reassess the situation. We must establish clear rules regarding who may participate in the joint defense team to avoid disputes among those who cannot. Furthermore, we need to outline the patrol procedures to ensure that nobody receives labor points without fulfilling their duties. Wang Xinbo insisted. Li Kong suggested, let everyone sign up, and those who register will take turns. If someone neglects their responsibilities, they will face a deduction in labor points, and we will announce their shortcomings publicly. This way, we can maintain mutual oversight. The safety of our village is paramount. We must not only guard against drifters, but also deter petty theft. Thus, should anyone discover someone slacking off, the deducted labor points should not remain within the team, but instead be awarded to the person who reported the negligence. Li Jin decisively concluded the discussion. Wang Xinbo and Li Kong then continued deliberating the specifics of forming the joint defense team. While Li Jin strolled out of the village committee, hands behind his back, gazing at the blazing sun overhead, he mulled over the matters at hand until he arrived home. However, before he could step inside, he heard his mother arguing. A wave of frustration washed over him. His mother hailed from a family of merchants in a neighboring county. The only daughter raised in affluence, living a life akin to that of a pampered heiress. When she married his father, Li Laotu, her dowry consisted of 10 large trunks. His father, on the other hand, descended from 8 generations of impoverished farmers, his status shining brightly in the eyes of the community. It was evident that his mother had married for status, yet his father's pride had never been bolstered by his humble origins. Once serving the wealthy landowners, he now continues to cater to them through his wife. His father, who spent his life fearing his mother, often remarked that she had never partaken of the rice and flour from their household. This implied that all her sustenance was managed by her dowry. His mother. Despite her myriad flaws, She bore him, nurtured him, and even funded his education. Among the 13 provinces of the nation, none could rival his inability to manage his life. Just look at the dough he has prepared, thicker than his own skin. It is marred with fingerprints, truly unfit even for a dog. Li Wan, Li Jin's mother, berated Zhao Sufang, who was bent over making the dough, her face twisted in disgust. Zhao Sufang, of gentle disposition and lacking a maternal figure since childhood, married Li Jin at the tender age of 15. She endured considerable abuse at the hands of Li Wan. In those days, the expectation was to mold the wife into a perfect household servant. Zhao Sufang, adhering to Li Wan's demands, would rise early to tidy the bedding for her in-laws, empty the chamber pot, and at night prepare the bed again, all while uttering, "Mother and father, rise early, and do sleep well." Only when Li Wan had no further commands would she scurry back to her own quarters like a mere servant. In the early days of their marriage, Li Jin, under his mother's instigation, would often strike his wife. After such incidents, she would be rewarded with sizzling pork lard pancakes. However, as he matured and received formal education in the army, Li Jin began to comprehend the hardships his wife faced. With no mother in the household, her grievances found no outlet. His sister-in-law, who also married into the Li family, was equally unfeeling. If she did not care for her, who would? Chapter 4. The Marriage of Li Jun's Mother. What brings you here today? Li Jin quickly went to intercept his mother, primarily to avoid her spittle landing in the pot. "What, little six, am I no longer welcome in your home?" Li Wan shot a sidelong glance at her son, her fierce gaze still sharp despite her age. Though she stood at a mere 5 feet tall, her commanding presence felt as towering as 3 meters, effortlessly overshadowing both Li Jin and Zhao Sufang. "What are you saying? Am I not welcome? What delicacies did your father prepare for you today?" Li Jin urged his mother inside, casting a discreet glance at Zhao Sufang. Indeed, throughout their 50 years of marriage, Li Wan had never once cooked a meal, not even a single one. "Mother, please refrain from calling me little six without reason. After all, I am now the leader of a team. It would reflect poorly if others overheard." He assisted her in sitting down. Little six, little six." Their 2-year-old daughter clapped her chubby hands, babbling away. Ignoring Li Jin's complaints, Li Wan declared, "No matter how old you become, even if you become the county magistrate or governor, you will always be my little six." Li Jin, aware of his mother's intentions, chose to remain silent. He knew well what her visit entailed, yet he could not acquiesce. "Indeed," she asked, "have you contemplated what I mentioned last time? The folks from Wulipu are pushing again." "Mother, Li Song is already 28. I understand your urgency concerning his marriage. However, Jinjin is merely 17. I do not wish for her to marry so young." Li Wan's brows furrowed in response. "You are aware that your younger brother has reached the age of 28. Do you not wish for your daughter to marry early?" Such words from you, the elder brother. What is wrong with the siblings from Wulipu? The young girl is merely 20, skilled with her hands, capable of embroidery, and adept at managing the household. Once this opportunity is lost, it shall not return. Dear elder mother, the girl from Wulipu is indeed commendable. Yet her brother is 33. He is a full 16 years older than Jinjin. Do not be deceived by claims of his worth. I have secretly met him, and he is a cripple." Li Jin gazed into his mother's eyes, articulating each word with precision. "Mother, I have inquired. And he is one who cannot leave the gambling table, who crawls into widows' beds and does nothing but indulge in vice. Are you pushing my daughter into a pit of fire?" Upon hearing her eldest son's words, Li Wansher felt a twinge of guilt. Yet, remembering her youngest son's insistence on marrying no one but the girl from Wulipu, her resolve hardened once more. A granddaughter may be cherished, but in her heart, she could not place her above her son in any measure. "Little six, elder brother, do you truly wish for your mother to kneel and plead with you? Our parents are aging. If your brother cannot rely on you, who else can he turn to? How have I raised you since childhood? The elder brother is like a father. You are his true elder brother." The expression on Li Wansher's face reflected disappointment in her son, a determination to prevail. Yet absent was any remorse for her granddaughter. "She is my own flesh and blood." Li Wansher fixed a steely gaze upon Li Jin, resolving not to discuss the matter further with her eldest son. As long as the parents are alive, this home shall not belong to the eldest son. Even if she desires to manage the household, it is fundamentally her eldest son's. Sons and grandsons form the roots of the family. What of the granddaughter? What of my own daughter? The parents have raised them. ensuring they were neither starved nor left to perish in a chamber pot. And that is sufficient. Now that they are grown, and the family can benefit from them, they should be more than willing to accept any arrangement made by their elders, even if it means marrying a man of humble means or becoming a widow. Li Xiangdong turned to leave, and as she reached the doorway, she cast a glance back at the ashen-faced Li Jin, saying, "Elder brother, you must discern what holds weight and what does not." On the 8th of next month, the family from Wulipu will come to fetch Xinjin for marriage. Zhao Sufang, who had been eavesdropping on their conversation, turned pale, her legs weak, and her hands trembling, as if all her strength had been drained. The ladle she held, fashioned from a gourd, clattered to the ground, spilling water everywhere. Li Xiangdong glanced at Zhao Sufang, snorting disdainfully. Truly lacking in substance, it is evident that a sparrow cannot give birth to a phoenix. As a mother, you should have prepared for your daughter's marriage in advance. From the outset, Li Xiangdong had never regarded her eldest daughter-in-law with any favor. With no guidance from her family, she was both timid and foolish, like a gourd with its mouth sawed off, incapable of uttering a coherent word in her presence. The mother of the eldest daughter-in-law is equally unworthy. Just 2 years after her husband's death, she could not contain herself and ran off to marry a man from the mountains of Sichuan, a truly dismal outcome. Ugh, the thought of it is revolting. Li Xiangdong departed from the modest earthen house of the Li family, harboring a profound disdain for both her eldest daughter-in-law and her former mother-in-law, without a backward glance. Father, you cannot agree to this." Zhao Sufang rushed into the house, calling out to her husband. Li Jin remained silent, understanding her husband's nature. Zhao Sufang's heart grew increasingly anxious, her trembling hands betraying her fear. "No, this cannot be. Xinjin is such a wonderful child. I cannot allow her to marry a good-for-nothing cripple in his 30s. Zhao Sufang's voice rang out, echoing like a cuckoo in lament. Her younger daughter, Li Yan, who had never witnessed her mother in such distress, was frightened into tears. At that moment, Li Xiangdong, along with his elder sister Li Zhan, who had just finished work, and his younger brother Li Jiabao and younger sister Li Ping, encountered each other on their way home. They playfully jostled one another, but upon entering the house, they were taken aback to hear their typically uncried little sister sobbing heart-wrenchingly. Rushing into the room, they found their father sitting motionless on a stool, while their mother cradled the wailing Li Yan, attempting to soothe her amidst her own tears. What could have happened? The children exchanged bewildered glances. Has Xinjin returned from work? Zhao Sufang gazed lovingly at her fourth daughter. Like Li Guoling, Li Jin also worked in the brick kiln factory, where she earned a modest wage along with work points. For a farming family that rarely saw cash, such an opportunity was a rare blessing. "I'm back, mother. What is the matter?" Li Jin inquired. "You take care of little Yan, and I'll go prepare dinner," Zhao Sufang replied, handing her youngest daughter to Li Zhan, wiping her swollen red eyes before heading to the kitchen. "Oh, mother, you rest. I'll set the table," Li Zhan insisted as she turned towards the main room. "Look, open your eyes and see clearly. How can you bear to do this to my wonderful child?" Zhao Sufang pointed at Li Jin, speaking through clenched teeth, cautious of her fourth daughter overhearing. Li Jiabao, aged 7, and Li Ping, 9, were still oblivious to the turmoil between their parents. Sensing no immediate danger, they tossed their backpacks onto the Kong and hurried to their sister. Their hunger had long since peaked, drawn by the aroma of freshly made pancakes. Li Xiangdong stood frozen, struck by a realization. He chastised himself for forgetting. Amidst the unrest of recent days, he had overlooked something significant. The major issue that had escaped Li Xiangdong's mind was indeed the marriage of his fourth sister. In his previous life, he had been lost in idle pursuits, oblivious to the undercurrents within the family. He had failed to notice his father's restless nights filled with sighs, his mother's secret tears, and the swollen eyelids that betrayed her sorrow. He had overlooked the sudden vacancy in his sister's eyes. He truly had been unaware. By the time he came to his senses, the date of his sister's wedding had already been set. Their uncle had married their aunt, and joy had been abundant. Soon, the day of Li Zhan's marriage to her limping betrothed would arrive. One fateful night, a loud crash echoed as a stool toppled over. Li Zhan had attempted to take her own life. After she was saved, their grandmother, Li Xiangdong, brought 10 quail eggs as a small offering. Her phoenix eyes gently swept over the pale-faced fourth sister, akin to brushing against an inconspicuous speck of dust. Aunt and uncle had also arrived. Uncle Li Song wore an expression of indifference, while Aunt Shi Fengfeng exhibited genuine concern. Regarding Li Song, she jested, I shall call you my dear niece, and once you wed my brother, I shall address you as my sister-in-law. Our Shi family eagerly awaits your arrival to carry on the family lineage. My brother may have a slight inconvenience with his leg, but his mind is sharp. You shall find comfort in your new home. She chuckled lightly, covering her mouth with her hand. Li Xiangdong, drenched in sweat and clutching a can of oranges obtained through scavenging, rushed home. Before he could step inside, he heard Aunt cackling like an old hen, inciting a deep-seated irritation within him, wishing to silence her with a swift slap. He then caught wind of Aunt Shi Fengfeng's announcement that the joyous day was merely 7 days away. I must return to Woolly Poo to help my brother prepare the wedding chamber. Once my dear niece crosses the threshold, I shall return. Having spoken, Shi Fengfeng cast a dark glance devoid of mirth at Zhao Sufeng, and Li Zhan pursed her lips and turned to leave. Her words were intended for Zhao Sufeng and Li Zhan, and served as a stark warning to Li Song and Li Wanshi. If Li Zhan refused to marry her brother, she would not return. Li Song, anxious, called out, Hey, wait. I'll accompany you to tidy up for my brother, dear wife. Don't leave me behind. Li Wanshi, expressionless, regarded Li Zhan with a flat tone. The wedding date has been set, and your aunt has wed your uncle. Our Li family takes pride in its commitments. We must uphold our promises. There is no room for negotiation. You are bound to the Shi family in life and in death. Do not overthink it. Take care of yourself and await your welcome into the Shi household. For days, Zhao Sufeng had been on the verge of tears, furiously rebuking her mother-in-law. Have you no shame? Leave at once. How can an honorable family allow a niece to exchange marriages with her own uncle? What about the lineage? Shi Fengfeng calls her sister-in-law, and what will she call her daughter? Hearing her son's pitiful wife insult her, Li Wanshi raised her hand to strike. In a fit of indignation, Li Xiangdong grabbed a nearby broom and swung it sharply against Li Wanshi's calf. She yelped in pain, stumbling back out the door. Li Xiangdong presented the opened can of oranges to fourth sister, the fragrant aroma wafting through the air, yet she remained unmoved. Heartbroken, he attempted to feed her the sweet orange juice with a small spoon, but she still refused to open her mouth. It seemed she wished to starve herself, clinging to the notion of dying cleanly rather than being a ghost of either the Shi or Li families. Yet, one must concede that it is better to endure life than to embrace death. Who would voluntarily choose to perish? Li Zhan contemplated escape. Yet in a world where one requires a letter of introduction to venture outside, where could a 17-year-old girl possibly flee? Let it end. Death resolves all matters. Tears streamed down Li Xiangdong's face as he pleaded, Mother, please, beseech father. His mother could hardly articulate her sorrow. I will plead with him. I will kneel before him. I have ceased my education and resorted to scavenging for scraps to earn money for my aunt's elder brother's marriage. Countless nights thereafter, Li Xiangdong pondered, on what grounds? Li Song possesses both parents, hands, and feet. Why must my sister be sacrificed to fulfill his desires? Why do all perceive this bizarre situation as so utterly natural? Damn it! Li Xiangdong turned and ran outside, colliding head-on with his father, Li Jin, who was entering the house. Father, Li Xiangdong cried out, feeling aggrieved, and was about to kneel. Yet, before he could lower himself, his father knelt instead, not to him, but to his sister on the bed. Daughter, Zhengzheng, I am powerless. I am sorry. There was truly no other way. Your grandmother has taken her own life. Her wrist stained with blood. In this life, I have wronged you, but in the next, I shall repay you like a faithful servant. Then let her die. Zhao Sufeng shouted softly. Be quiet. Father, I will marry. Two voices echoed simultaneously. The fourth sister resigned herself to fate, having accepted her destiny. She soon rose from her bed. She stitched clothes for her two younger brothers and two younger sisters, repurposing the new garments sent from Shijia for the wedding. Her face bore no expression, neither joy nor sorrow, as, on the day of her marriage, she stepped outside in her old attire. Aunt Shi Fengfeng's brother, Shi Longlong, was a man of idleness, never toiling in the fields. Each day, he squandered his time, engaging in trivial pursuits, having relied on his parents in youth. He depended on the fourth sister after their marriage. The fourth sister aged rapidly. Once, Li Xiangdong visited her with gifts for the Mid-Autumn Festival. Before even crossing the threshold, he overheard his sister's mother-in-law berating her. You bring misfortune, bearing a perpetual frown. You've caused Longlong to stay away on the 15th day. Li Xiangdong's face darkened as he glared at the wretched old woman. Shi Longlong's escapades were unjustly blamed upon his sister. Noticing Li Xiangdong standing at the doorway, his face a thunderous shade, the mother-in-law fell silent, turning on her heel to retreat into the house, ignoring the sibling duo. "Sister, come home with me. We shall not linger in this wretched place any longer." Li Xiangdong grasped Li Zhan, attempting to pull her outside. Li Zhan remained unmoved. "Xiangdong, where can I go?" Countless times, Li Xiangdong would reflect on how their minds were shackled, compelled to adhere to customs. Where could they possibly go? The world was vast. There were countless possibilities. As long as one divorced, a beautiful future awaited. Shi Longlong and his mother resented that the fourth sister had reserved the new clothes for her own family, entering the home in shabby garments, thus shaming the Shi family. They loathed even more that the fourth sister had hanged herself before marriage. They treated her as less than human, assigning her all the arduous and menial tasks. Time and again, their father, Li Jin, came to support his daughter. The Shi mother and son feigned compliance, while secretly tormenting the fourth sister even more. Ever since she uttered, "Father, I will marry," she never again called him father. She married to repay her parents for their nurturing, and by not addressing him as father anymore, she clung to her final thread of self-assertion. Not long after, Li Jin fell gravely ill and could no longer venture outside. A year later, both his fourth sister and Li Jin passed away on the same day. Li Xiangdong returned from his reverie. Throughout his life, he vowed never to allow his fourth sister to step into the fire pit of the Shi family again. He wished for her to choose her own marriage and to witness her live a life of happiness and fulfillment. "Father, my sister cannot marry Shi Longlong." Chapter 6. Shi Longlong's plans. Li Jin suddenly raised his head. "Do you know who Shi Longlong is?" Li Xiangdong, unflinching, met his father's gaze directly. "Aren't you the one who wants to have my sister exchange marriages with uncle, marrying Shi Longlong from Wulapu?" Li Jin was momentarily rendered speechless by shame. Li Xiangdong approached his father, squatting down and taking hold of his hands. His father's hands, weathered and veined, bore the marks of hard labor. "Father, I have seen uncle shopping with Shi Fengfeng in the county, and I overheard grandma speaking to you. She said if you do not allow my sister to exchange marriages with uncle, she would go to the village entrance and declare you unfilial, then commit suicide by drinking pesticide, leaving you to bear the burden of having driven your own mother to death. She intends for you to live forever under the shadow of those rumors. Her intentions were not only to ruin your career, but also to strip you of your very dignity." Li Xiangdong's words caused Li Jin's hands to tremble. He had always held his filial mother in high regard, and yet she was forcing him into such a dilemma. "Father, listen to me. Do not agree with grandma just yet. Please buy some time. I will resolve this matter." Li Xiangdong spoke with a calmness he had never exhibited before. "What plan do you have?" His second son had always been stubborn, quick-tempered, and prone to fighting. When truly angered, he could inflict severe harm. Meanwhile, there were gossipy women in the background, murmuring that Li Xiangdong would eventually end up in prison. "Rest assured, I will not confront Shi Longlong with violence. Fists are futile. As long as Shi Longlong remains unscathed, my sister will end up marrying him. Father, you must promise me to grant me some time. I will handle this. This matter not only concerns my sister's lifelong happiness, but also your reputation. Consider this. If your younger brother's brother-in-law were to marry into a family as chaotic as this, how would others perceive you? Would they regard you as a fool?" Li Xiangdong understood that his father would immediately grasp the gravity of the situation. If anyone were to accuse him as a party member of arranging his children's marriages and coercing his daughter to exchange spouses, it could cost him his position as the chief of the Yangshui station. "I will never stand by and watch my sister marry Shi Longlong." As Li Xiangdong turned to leave, he encountered his tearful sister standing at the door. In the afternoon, Li Jin confronted Li Wanshi, causing quite a commotion. After that day, Li Wanshi ceased her relentless attempts to force a marriage 3 times a day. With the pressure lifted, Shi Longlong seemed to have lost his senses, spending his days at the county brick kiln in pursuit of Li Zhan. When Li Zhan ignored him, he boasted to the workers at the kiln that she was soon to be his bride and invited everyone to the wedding banquet, lingering around the kiln, inevitably attracting gossip. Could it truly be that Li Zhan is involved with this individual? I have not heard any news of her impending nuptials. She is merely 17 years of age. It seems improbable. Even if marriage were on the horizon, would she truly choose someone who is both aged and unattractive, not to mention disabled? It is difficult to ascertain. I have heard whispers that Li Zhan has an older brother who is 3 years her senior. Perhaps the families are considering an exchange of partners. Although such practices have diminished in contemporary society, With the notion of marital freedom prevailing, one cannot overlook the number of families wherein brothers are unable to find brides, resorting instead to such exchanges. Indeed, in the interest of ensuring that their brothers find suitable wives, many overlook the qualities of the men they themselves may wed. The sentiment evokes a sense of melancholy. One must wonder, if this man is so unseemly, how might his sister appear? It remains uncertain how his sister may look. But it seems Li Xiangdong's prospects might be irrevocably diminished. Observe this man. He is nothing short of a ne'er-do-well. Precisely. Those small, shifty eyes of his. They leer at the women from our factory with a predatory gaze. Bah, did he actually ogle you? I would not hesitate to suggest that your husband remove his eyes. Sister Wang, what are you saying? He is not yet married. Ha ha ha. You two make quite the pair. Xiao Sun, do not be shy. After all, he is a distinguished commune official who consistently comes to escort you home from work, displaying such thoughtfulness. Surely your parents would approve. Sister Wang, noticing Xiao Sun's flushed cheeks, teased her with a hint of envy. Oh, Sister Wang, must you divert the conversation to me while discussing Li Xiang? Long has been lurking around the brick factory for several days now, yet Li Xiang has confided in no one, quietly stowing a kitchen knife in her cloth pouch. When Li Xiangdong came to collect Li Xiang from her evening shift, he caught sight of Long leering from a short distance behind her. Noticing the path was clear, he even whistled at her. The moment Li Xiangdong laid eyes on Long, years of pent-up frustration surged within him. Initially, he had not intended to confront him. But who could have anticipated that Long would brazenly approach? Li Xiangdong's gaze sharpened as he considered the necessity of administering a sound thrashing to Long. A moment later, he resolved to teach Long a lesson. As he flexed his wrist, his keen eyes assessed the man trailing behind him. Long sensed a piercing gaze upon him and instinctively rubbed his arms, despite the heat of the day and the absence of a breeze. He felt an inexplicable chill creeping up the back of his neck, causing goosebumps to rise. Sister, how many more evening shifts do you have this month? Working until 9 every night. It is dark by then. Li Xiangdong retrieved 2 freshly washed, striped melons from his pocket, handing the larger one to Li Xiang while keeping the smaller one for himself, taking a generous bite. The melon was delightful. A local variety with vibrant orange flesh and a thin skin. Each mouthful was both grainy and sweet. Today marked the final occasion for such treats. As tomorrow he would finish at 5. With fewer brick orders, there was no need for a 3-shift rotation. Li Xiang took out a handkerchief to wipe her hands before accepting the melon. Sister, you should walk home with Guoling and Yushi after your shift. It is not safe for you to go alone. All right, I understand. Xiangdong has grown up, Li Xiang remarked, affectionately ruffling her brother's hair. As they continued to eat and converse, they soon approached the edge of the village, where they encountered the patrolling joint defense team. As they journeyed along, Li Xiangdong frequently cast glances back at Long, who, oblivious to danger, persistently trailed them to the village's edge. Upon witnessing Li Xiang and her brother exchange pleasantries with the local defense team before heading into the village, Long felt a wave of disappointment wash over him. Today, he had meticulously prepared to follow Li Xiang. His sister had wisely advised him that without taking risks, one could not reap rewards, and that one must tackle challenges head-on to achieve their desires. Although there was much gossip about his pursuit of Li Xiang at the brick kiln factory, she appeared unfazed, neither embarrassed nor angry. His sister mentioned that Li Xiang's father might reconsider his consent, thus, to safeguard his ambitions. He aimed to turn the raw rice into cooked grain before any potential complications arose. After all, who else would Li Xiang be able to marry? What if she accused him of assault? His premarital ardor with his fiancée could hardly be construed as such. Furthermore, who among the Li family would dare to escalate the matter? Should it become a scandal, he would emerge unscathed. But what of Li Xiang's reputation? Her father, the captain of the Li Jiapa brigade, would certainly find it difficult to maintain his status. His sister had thoroughly analyzed the situation for him. After receiving encouragement from both his sister and mother, Long resolved to follow Li Xiang home after her evening shift, hoping to seize the opportunity to fulfill his intentions. Regrettably, yet again, the chance slipped through his fingers, and he lingered at the village entrance for a considerable time, contemplating his misfortune, before finally turning to return home. Chapter 7. A violent confrontation with Long. Without dwelling on Long's disappointment at having missed his opportunity, he turned to leave. Meanwhile, Li Xiangdong engaged in friendly banter with Guodaming from the local defense team, while keeping a vigilant eye on Long. Guodaming was a tall, robust man, standing at nearly 6 feet, with a bronzed complexion and strikingly clear eyes that conveyed both simplicity and shrewdness. Like the Wang family, the Guo family was regarded as a modest household in Li Jiape, lacking the protection of a prominent clan. From a young age, Guodaming recognized the importance of nurturing good relations with his neighbors. Xiangdong, are you here to fetch your sister from work? Guodaming inquired warmly. Yet his gaze inexplicably drifted toward Li Xiang, a hint of color rising to his bronzed cheeks under the moonlight. Li Xiangdong, ever perceptive, sensed something amiss in Guodaming's demeanor. Why is Guodaming blushing while looking at me? No, it's not me. It's my sister he gazes at. Could it be that Guodaming harbored feelings for his fourth sister? Such news had never reached him in his previous life. Glancing at his sister, he noted that she appeared composed and did not share Guodaming's bashfulness. Should his sister have taken a liking to Guodaming? It would not be entirely out of the question. Although Guodaming was not particularly wealthy in his former life, he was one of the early entrepreneurs during the Reform era and had subsequently led a prosperous life. Li Xiangdong was not motivated by Guodaming's wealth, but rather by his commendable character. In a time when most lived in modest brick houses, Guodaming had already invested in a property. He had married during difficult times and remained childless throughout his life, despite numerous suggestions to divorce and remarry, including introductions to young women. Guodaming had steadfastly refused, asserting that one should not abandon their loyal spouse. Guodaming's wife was deeply moved. She implored him, "Daming, why not go outside and have a child? Once you have one, I shall raise it as my own. I feel I owe you for not being able to bear children in this lifetime." Guodaming gently wiped away her tears and reassured her, "If it is destined for us to have children, we will eventually have them. If not, why should we endure such turmoil? I will cherish the life we have together." As Li Xiangdong remarked, Guodaming was indeed a well-regarded man. However, now was not the time for such reflections. The pressing matter at hand was to dissolve the engagement between Sister Si and Shi Longlong. "Daming, could you escort my sister home? I must hurry to join Guoqing and the others," Li Xiangdong requested, wary that he might lose sight of Shi Longlong if he lingered too long. He urged Guodaming to take Sister Si home while he concocted an excuse to leave. "Xiangdong, be cautious at this late hour and avoid any water bodies. Return home early," Li Xiang cautioned, then turned to Guodaming, saying, "Daming, it's unnecessary for you to accompany us further. We are already in the village. I intend to wander towards the west side of the village, so let us go." In the darkness, Guodaming's face flushed even deeper, though Li Xiang remained oblivious. Li Xiangdong darted out quietly, stealthily following Shi Longlong. Youth was truly a blessing. At this moment, Li Xiangdong, tall and slender, moved with agility, capable of climbing trees and leaping into rivers with ease. Ahead, Shi Longlong limped along at a surprisingly brisk pace, casting shadows that danced and flickered in the moonlight. As they traversed the path between the brick kiln and Li's homestead, dense thickets of thorns flanked either side, towering above them. The road was deserted, enveloped in silence, while the moonlight mingled Shi Longlong's shadow with that of the thorny bushes. Suddenly, an odd sound, akin to a coarse voice being strangled, pierced the night. Shi Longlong shivered. What was that noise? It resembled a cat in heat, and it was quite unnerving. Once more, a sound, even clearer than the last, echoed through the air, prompting Shi Longlong to quicken his pace. Could it be that the place was haunted? At this hour, no one would be working. Moreover, there were no nearby wheat fields. Even if someone intended to pilfer the green grains, such a cacophony would not ensue. The thorns lined the roadside, and beyond them lay a deep pit. Could it be that someone was engaging in illicit activities among the thickets? The mere thought ignited a fervor within Shi Longlong. He had been a bachelor for over 30 years, frequently sneaking glances at young women bathing by the pit. Today, having trailed Li Xiang with unmentionable desires only to return empty-handed, he felt compelled to discover which couple was indulging in their own wild rendezvous by the roadside. Li Xiangdong observed as Shi Longlong initially quickened his pace. Then, seizing the opportunity, he called out in a hushed tone twice more. Shi Longlong halted, stealthily approaching him. It is worth noting that Li Xiangdong could have easily ambushed Shi Longlong right there on the road, covering his head with a bag and striking him down without recognition. However, having witnessed the omnipresent eyes of fate and the swift justice of law enforcement in his past life, he opted for a more prudent course of action. Furthermore, as the saying goes, there are no coincidences in storytelling. For many, an improbable event might occur, but when it befalls a specific individual, it becomes a certainty. Li Xiangdong could not bear the slightest risk of being discovered for attacking Shi Longlong. If Shi Longlong's family were to learn that he was the perpetrator, it was likely that even the fourth sister would have to marry him. Thus, he opted for a method that was repulsive to him, yet effective against Shi Longlong. Shi Longlong, in a state of excitement, felt his palms grow clammy. He bent his body, twisting and turning amidst the dense thicket of thorns, his eyes wide open, surveying the surroundings by moonlight. However, he did not witness the scene of amorous union he had envisioned. So engrossed was Shi Longlong that he failed to notice a shadow creeping up behind him. A sinister chuckle erupted from behind, causing Shi Longlong's eyelids to twitch violently. His body reacted before his mind could comprehend. "Who is it?" Shi Longlong stammered, turning his body around. Yet before he could discern the identity of his assailant, a sharp pain struck his forehead, darkness enveloped his vision, and he collapsed. The agonizing pain jolted Shi Longlong awake. He could hear a muffled, thumping noise echoing in his ears, and after a moment of realization, he understood it was the sound of fists striking flesh. As he opened his eyes to see his assailant, he was taken aback to find the figure's face obscured, revealing only a pair of eyes. "You, who the hell are you to dare strike me?" Shi Longlong sputtered in disbelief. Li Xiangdong, upon hearing this, thought, he evidently has not yet felt enough pain. How dare he insult his own father and call himself worthless? Li Xiangdong tore off a rag from his hand and stuffed it into Shi Longlong's mouth. He then proceeded to rip off Shi Longlong's shirt, quickly binding his hands with the remnants, thus preventing injury to his own fists while delivering blows. "How can you still speak?" Li Xiangdong remarked, turning around to remove Shi Longlong's foul shoes, bending them before forcing them into his mouth. Now, he truly could not utter a word. Shi Longlong's face turned ashen, partly from choking, but mostly from the stench of his own shoes. A maniacal laughter erupted from Li Xiangdong as he mockingly said, "This is what you get for disturbing others. Watch me teach you a lesson." The first half of his statement imitated a woman's voice, while the latter half was deliberately deepened, reminiscent of a character from a Chinese ghost story, embodying both masculine and feminine qualities. Shi Longlong, having been knocked unconscious and then jolted awake by pain, rolled his eyes back and fainted again. Li Xiangdong gazed at Shi Longlong, whose face was swollen and bruised. Feeling a sense of relief wash over him, he pulled a small pencil-sharpening knife from his pocket and swiftly shaved off Shi Longlong's eyebrows. Under the moonlight, he observed his handiwork for a while before spitting a thick phlegm onto Shi Longlong's face. Chapter 8. The widow at the east end of the village. When Shi Longlong awoke, he felt a chill enveloping his body, experiencing both pain and swelling. Every bone ached. Where was he? How had dawn arrived? The surface beneath him was rigid and unyielding, not resembling his own bed. His bed was adorned with the only new cotton quilt in the house, which was rather soft. Suddenly, a piercing female voice jolted Shi Longlong back to reality. This was certainly not his own bed. Where was he? This was the middle of the street. What an outrageous act! Lying naked in broad daylight on the street. A middle-aged woman, on her way to the brick kiln for work, spotted the naked Shi Longlong and immediately began to scold him. "Oh dear, he must be insane. Let us quickly steer clear," urged another young woman as she pulled the middle-aged lady away. What a misfortune, lying on the street without even a stitch of clothing. "Who is this fool?" another lady remarked, intrigued as she scrutinized Shi Longlong's face, trying to determine if she recognized him. The woman who had just scolded him murmured to herself as she walked away, "Why does he seem familiar? His face is all bruised and devoid of eyebrows. How could you possibly recognize him?" Wang Jia, another person questioned. "Who is he? Do you know him?" "My eyes are sharp. Once I see someone, I never mistake them." "That's Li Zhen's partner," Wang Jia asserted with conviction. "Is that true?" "Absolutely true. I thought Li Zhen's partner was a good-for-nothing. But it turns out he is a lunatic." Shi Longlong's face contorted in pain as he, enduring the agony throughout his body, crawled into a thicket to hide. Damn it! Who had assaulted him and stripped him bare, discarding his clothes in the middle of the road? If too many people showed up, they would surely think he was a pervert and send him to a mental institution. Li Xiangdong, having thoroughly vented his frustrations on Shi Longlong, sat leisurely by the canal, chewing on a blade of grass, tossing pebbles into the water one by one. He chuckled to himself, imagining Shi Longlong without a single piece of clothing, wondering how he would return to Wulipu. Li Xiangdong laughed mischievously, estimating that Shi Longlong would be bedridden for several days. His face had been battered into a swollen, pig-like visage. He wondered if Shi Longlong would dare to pester Sister C again. Meanwhile, Li Xiangdong, swimming in the water, was struck by several pebbles and complained. Can you stop throwing those little stones? It hurts. Li Xiangdong didn't reply. It had been 2 days. And he still hadn't devised a plan to persuade Shilonglong and Li Zhen to break off their engagement. Should he, as in his past life, hire some thugs to intimidate Shilonglong? No, there were no thugs around now. What about offering Shilonglong some money to marry someone else? His pockets were emptier than his face. It was likely that even if his family pooled their resources, they wouldn't have 100 yuan. The images of Sister C's tear-streaked face, filled with sorrow and numbness, flickered through Li Xiangdong's mind like scenes from a film. A sense of helplessness welled up within him. He was still too young, utterly powerless. Yet, perhaps it was fortunate that he had been reborn at 14, before the tragedy of Sister C's arranged marriage had occurred. He still had time to prevent it all from unfolding. Hey, second brother, do you see Aunt Chunhua over there? Who is that man beside her? Li Xiangdong swam ashore and whispered to Li Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong squinted into the distance. Indeed, I observed Aunt Chunhua approaching the riverbank, accompanied by a man of approximately 1.7 meters in height, adorned with a straw hat. Second brother, my mother mentioned that Aunt Chunhua is set to remarry. This man is a local from the eastern countryside of Huichuan County. The term local is a colloquialism for the rural inhabitants in the eastern part of the county. While these locals are often associated with hardship due to the vast expanse of farmland, in these times, abundant land signifies plentiful harvests. Thus, being a local not only connotes toil, but also the assurance of a full stomach. Can it be that Aunt Chunhua is to wed a local? I recall that Aunt Chunhua had remained single for quite some time. Even after my own marriage, she was still alone. There was even a humorous incident where my Aunt Shifanfeng had a quarrel with Aunt Chunhua, leading to a fierce tussle that left them both with torn hair and bloodied faces. The next day marked my wedding, and in our customs, aunts and elder women represent the groom's family in the wedding procession. Although I held no fondness for Shifanfeng, I was unable to oppose the wishes of my elders and the traditions of the village. Coincidentally, Shifanfeng was so embarrassed by her altercation with Aunt Chunhua that it aligned perfectly with my own desires, prompting me to seek assistance from my elder sister-in-law for the wedding procession. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration illuminated my mind, but before I could comprehend its significance, I was pulled into the water by Li Xiangdong. I noticed Aunt Chunhua and the man were nearing the riverbank. This river flows directly to the sea, with the embankment towering high above, a staggering 24 to 25 meters from the water's surface to the road. The path from the embankment to the water forms a gentle slope, where the lush wild grass thrives more abundantly than in other areas. Occasionally, small red morning glories bloom, interspersed with the star-like blue flowers of the herb Robert. As noon approached and everyone finished their work, they seized the moment to rest, leaving the riverbank deserted. Save for the likes of Li Xiangdong and Li Xiangdong, who had nothing better to do. The two boys hid behind the reeds, straining to overhear the conversation between Aunt Chunhua and the man. Flower, have you made up your mind? Give me a definite answer, and I will immediately seek a matchmaker. The man exclaimed eagerly, grasping Aunt Chunhua's hand. She appeared somewhat disinterested, withdrawing her hand and languidly replying, Does your mother know you've come to see me today? With an awkward tone, the man admitted, I didn't tell my mother. I said I was coming to the county to buy some things. Humph. Aunt Chunhua mocked. If you can't even get past your mother, how can you think of hiring a matchmaker? Good Chunhua, just give me a definite answer. And I assure you my mother will agree, he insisted. You men never speak a single truth, she retorted. I am not that kind of man. I would gladly lay my heart bare for you. Why do you not believe me? He implored, attempting to embrace her. Aunt Chunhua deftly evaded his arm, scoffing. Go home and sort things out with your mother first. With that, she hurriedly departed. Once Aunt Chunhua had walked far enough away, the man spat a thick gob of phlegm onto the ground, cursing, Damn woman, just wait until you're in my grasp. I'll show you. He then walked away along a different path. After a considerable time, seeing that no one else was approaching, Li Xiangdong and his companion climbed ashore and reclined in the grass to bask in the sun. The old Dongxiang is not a good person, I must remind Aunt Chunhua, Li Xiangdong remarked while watching the man's retreating figure. Li Xiangdong pondered. No wonder Aunt Chunhua never remarried in her past life. He had never heard of any proposals between her and the old Dongxiang. Aunt Chunhua's discretion is commendable. Second brother, what are you thinking? Li Xiangdong nudged the silent Li Xiangdong. Does Aunt Chunhua already know that this old Dongxiang is not a good man? Listen to what she said. Li Xiangdong imitated Aunt Chunhua's tone. You men are all no good. What did you just say? Li Xiangdong's heart raced, as if the truth were just beyond his grasp. Veiled in a haze, I said, does Aunt Chunhua know that this old Dongxiang is not a good person? Not that sentence. Ah, you men are all no good? Yes. Yes, that's the one. Why would Aunt Chunhua say that about you men? She clearly has no interest in that straw hat man. Why would she let him go home to prepare for finding a matchmaker? And in the previous life, why did the showy Shi Feng, who loved to be in the limelight, end up fighting with Aunt Chunhua the night before he was to pick her up for marriage? As layers of mist lifted, Li Xiangdong seemed to grasp the crux of the matter. A genuine smile blossomed on his face for the first time since his rebirth. Now, he needed to verify something. Guqing, I need you to help me with something. Chapter 9. Third sister, what is it, brother? Li Guqing removed his coarse cotton undershirt, laid it on the grass, and sprawled out in the sun in his shorts. Come here. What are you being so secretive about? There's no one around. Hurry. This is something no one else can know. Upon hearing this, Li Guqing became intrigued and quickly leaned in closer to Li Xiangdong. And the two whispered for a long while. Is everything you said true? Li Guqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Would I deceive you about this? Li Xiangdong glanced at him before turning his gaze back to the calm water. Besides relying on Li Guqing, he also had to undertake something of utmost importance himself. In Tianjia, the month of May was a busy time, with the southern winds rising at night and the wheat turning golden. The wheat harvest was the most significant event for farmers, both exhausting and joyous, as it determined the village's food supply for the year. During the harvest, the entire village participated. Even students took agricultural leave, known as wheat leave, to aid in the harvest. Li Xiangdong casually plucked a wheat ear, rolled it in his hand, and blew away the chaff, revealing a handful of plump, jade-green grains glistening with juice. The harvest was imminent, and the matter concerning fourth sister needed to be resolved before then. In the eastern part of Huichuan County, the fields stretched out in a vast expanse of green wheat. Upon closer inspection, some wheat ears were beginning to turn yellow. Under the scorching midday sun, countless figures bent and straightened in the fields. They are uprooting the mugwort from the ground. This is a crucial moment for the wheat's grain filling, and they cannot allow the mugwort to compete for nutrients with the wheat, as it would be akin to robbing them of their sustenance. Additionally, the seeds of mugwort are fine and tiny. Once the pods burst and the seeds fall to the ground, a multitude of mugwort will sprout the following year. A sturdy man in his 30s removes his straw hat from his head, rolling up the brim with his right hand to fan himself. Not a whisper of wind from the heavens. Xia, stop working and go prepare dinner. The pigs still need feeding. A slender woman with delicate features straightens up, discarding a handful of mugwort onto the ground and wiping the sweat that threatens to drip into her eyes. Isn't it better without wind or rain? When the strong winds and heavy rains come, I wonder where you will find a place to cry. The man chuckles foolishly, hoping for rain only after the wheat is harvested and stored, so he can then plant corn. You've even scheduled tasks for the heavens. Fine, you carry on. I'll return to prepare the meal. The woman briskly brushes the dirt off her clothes and makes her way home. Farmers depend on the weather, relying on the heavens for sustenance. A sunny day during the wheat harvest and timely rains for corn planting are what farmers yearn for in harmonious weather conditions. As the woman walks home with a basket on her back, she gathers wild grasses and vegetables that flourish along the way, setting them aside to feed the pigs later. Upon pushing open the two wooden doors, she is greeted by the melodious laughter of her daughter, Xia. Before entering, she chops the wild grasses and vegetables she gathered and mixes them with the leftover slop from the morning to feed the pigs before stepping inside. Sister, you're back. This is the first time Li Xiangdong, having been reborn, sees his elder sister. His voice quivers slightly, and his eyes glisten with tears. What is wrong, Erzi? Did you lose a fight? Did father scold you? Sister Liang rushes over upon seeing her brother's state, gently patting his head with concern. Reminded of the sacrifices she made for her siblings in her previous life before her untimely demise, tears stream uncontrollably down Li Xiangdong's face. Second uncle, hug. 4-year-old Xia clings to Li Xiangdong's leg, her voice sweet and innocent. Xia, you go to your grandmother's room first. Liang rarely sees her brother cry. He wouldn't shed a tear even if he were hurt significantly. It's nothing, sister. I just missed you too much. Li Xiangdong wipes his tears and lifts Xia into his arms. Liang, feeling a twinge of suspicion, acknowledges that her stubborn brother will reveal nothing unless he chooses to. Play with Xia for a bit. I will go prepare dinner. Xia. A frail, aged voice calls from the east room. What is it, mother? Upon hearing her mother-in-law's call, Li Ying hastens her steps, lifting the door curtain to enter the east room. Let's prepare something delicious for lunch. Your second uncle has come over with great difficulty. There's a piece of meat in the basket in my room. Take it out and cut a piece for cooking. An elderly woman with snow-white hair and gentle eyes sits on the com. This is Sister Li Ying's mother-in-law, the mother of her brother-in-law, Hong Shui. The elderly lady, now 60 years old, has borne 8 daughters before finally having a son, Hong Shui. In her later years, the matriarch bore a child, yet she did not indulge him. The third brother-in-law was known for his amiable and virtuous nature. It is said that this elderly lady hailed from a wealthy family in Binhai. When the family fled south to escape calamity, her parents, fearing that their exquisite daughter would fall victim to bandits along the way, arranged for her betrothal to the father of her third brother-in-law while passing through Quanshui village. If one were to ask Li Xiangdong, who also came from a wealthy lineage, he would assert that the upbringing and refinement of this lady likely surpassed that of his own grandmother, Li Wanshi, by no small measure. Li Wanshi was purely self-serving. Had her son-in-law visited their home, she would not have even permitted a morsel of food for him, let alone ask her daughter-in-law to prepare a meat dish. Mother, that meat is for your nourishment. I do not place much importance on such matters, Li Ying protested. Use it for the meal. Xiangdong is a child of great loyalty and righteousness. It would be ungracious to serve him merely flatbread and pickles, the matriarch insisted. Unable to refuse, Li Ying climbed onto a stool to retrieve a wicker basket hanging from the beam, slicing off a generous piece of meat, and then proceeded to the courtyard to gather vegetables. Xiangdong, please pull me a green onion. Daxiao, that sweet melon is ripe. Wash it thoroughly and take it to your grandmother. Li Ying picked 2 plump, purple eggplants and went to the bean trellis to gather some beans. As she watched Daxiao skip into the house, cradling the sweet melon, Li Ying quickly beckoned her brother. She sensed he was troubled. Erzi, speak honestly to your third sister. What brings you here today? Third sister, I would like to borrow some money, Li Xiangdong said, hesitating. He knew that time was of the essence regarding the matter concerning the fourth sister, and he could no longer afford to delay finding a solution. How much do you need? 100 yuan. What could you possibly need such a large sum for? Li Ying gasped in astonishment. It's urgent, third sister, truly. Li Xiangdong recognized that this 100 yuan might represent 2 or 3 years' worth of savings for his sister's family, who would lend such an amount lightly. He gambled on the notion that his third sister's affection for them would outweigh the significance of the money. Very well, wait here, Li Ying said, biting her lip, and ultimately acquiesced. I will repay you promptly, third sister. Please tell your husband that I will provide interest. Oh, you foolish child, Li Ying stroked her brother's head. Where could a 14-year-old possibly earn such a sum? The lunch that day was particularly lavish. A large bowl of stewed eggplant and beans with meat, a plate of pickled vegetables drizzled with sesame oil, and a large steamed bun made from a blend of cornmeal, bean flour, and coarse white flour. With each person served a bowl of mung bean soup. I am benefiting from your generosity, Xiangdong. Usually, your third sister would not treat me to such a delightful meal. The third brother-in-law, Hong Shui, jested. Li Xiangdong smiled, first offering a piece of meat to his sister's mother-in-law, expressing his gratitude in a manner befitting a son-in-law. The matriarch smiled warmly at Li Xiangdong, urging him to eat, while internally, she pondered how this young man had become so polite and articulate, having previously only known how to be foolish and playful. Everyone devoured the sumptuous meal with great enthusiasm, and afterward, Hong Shui took Daxia to the east room for an afternoon nap, freeing the west room for the siblings to converse. Li Ying held a small red and white handkerchief wrapped into a bundle, addressing Li Xiangdong with a solemn demeanor. This is all we have, 120 yuan. Your third brother-in-law has agreed to lend you 100. However, you must tell your sister what you intend to do with this money. Rest assured, sister, I would never squander the money on indulgences. I have important matters to attend to, Li Xiangdong vowed earnestly. You little rascal, barely grown, and yet you speak of indulgences. Li Ying teased. Li Xiangdong opened his mouth, ready to divulge his plans regarding the fourth sister, but reconsidered. If his sister learned about the plan to swap brides, it would undoubtedly infuriate her. Given her temperament, she would certainly create a scene at home. After all, when Li Ying found out about the fourth sister's suicide in their past life, she had brandished a kitchen knife at their grandmother's doorstep, cursing all day long. Yet, such outbursts would serve no purpose and might even drive their enraged father closer to their grandmother, Li Wanshi. I will certainly follow the right path, sister. You can trust me. Chapter 10. The cream of the youth. Li Xiangdong decided against sleeping, rejecting his sister's pleas to stay, and took the money to leave. His family did not own a bicycle, and the journey from Quanshui village to Li Jiapa, spanning 30 to 40 li, depended solely on his feet. Once he had the means, purchasing a bicycle was a must. It was too exhausting to walk. His sister accompanied him to the gate. By the way, sister, I recall there was a large landlord in your village, correct? Yes, what of it? Are you familiar with their family? Lower your voice. Li Ying pulled her brother aside, whispering, their descendants have all left or married away. Now only a blind old lady in her 60s remains. Occasionally, I help her with chores and bring her some of the vegetables we can't consume, like eggplants and cucumbers. Oh, that's good. Please take care of her, sister, Li Xiangdong instructed before hastily departing. Li Ying was puzzled by her brother's concern for the old landlord's family and his request for her to take care of the old woman. She couldn't fathom how he planned to spend that 100 yuan and was left wondering what schemes he was concocting, ultimately giving a vague consent. Li Xiangdong, however, was contemplating his own little scheme. This old lady was remarkable. She had lived to over 90 in her past life. Once she passed, her grandchildren from both abroad and out of province would surely return. It was said that their ancestors had buried a box of small yellow fish deep in their ancestral home before the land reform. The box was hidden well, and when excavators were brought in, they dug 3 feet down and indeed uncovered it. The old lady's dutiful descendants took the small yellow fish and left without a thought for the old woman's belongings left behind. Li Xiangdong had no desire for the box of small yellow fish. Rather, he had heard that a southern antiques dealer had taken one of the old lady's pillows, which later sold for 2 million in Yanjing. That was 2 million at the turn of the millennium. At that time, how much was a house in Huichuan County? Just 1,000 yuan per square meter. Later on, having embraced a life of comfort, Li Xiangdong found pleasure in delving into the study of Ming and Qing dynasty furniture and antiques during his leisure time. He had heard from friends that the elderly seller had indeed undervalued a certain porcelain pillow, which was a genuine piece of yuan blue and white porcelain. It is noteworthy that in 2005, a large yuan blue and white jar sold at auction for over 200 million, an astronomical price. While porcelain jars may be relatively common, a blue and white pillow from the Yuan dynasty is exceedingly rare. The thought ignited a fervor within Li Xiangdong's heart. This represented the first substantial fortune he had earned in his entrepreneurial journey. As for whether this could be seen as appropriating someone else's property, Li Xiangdong did not share such concerns. Had the elderly lady been aware of the true value of the Yuan blue and white porcelain pillow, she would surely have informed her dutiful descendants. Perhaps decades of solitude and hardship had left her heart cold. Therefore, he resolved to gradually warm her heart. Especially since his sister had laid a solid foundation for him, he mused quietly. After departing from Quanshui village, Li Xiangdong did not return home, but instead continued along the main road towards the southwest, with his destination set for Lianshui village, situated 10 miles away. Like Quanshui, Lianshui village lies in the eastern part of Huichuan County, abundant and fertile land. Today, he aimed to locate Feng Yucai, a young intellectual from Shanghai who had been sent to work in Lianshui village. At the age of 21, Feng stood at a height of 1.75 meters, sporting a fashionable haircut and a fair complexion, always donning a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of sophistication uncommon among rural folk. If Li Xiangdong were to describe this demeanor, he might liken it to a certain slickness, reminiscent of creamy butter. Despite Feng not fitting Li Xiangdong's ideals of a ruggedly handsome and robust man, he held considerable appeal among the local young women. In a previous life, Feng had been embroiled in a love triangle with the village head's sister-in-law and the daughter of the supply and marketing cooperative chief. Although the chief's daughter intruded upon the normal courtship between Feng and the village head's sister-in-law, the power dynamics ultimately favored her, resulting in her triumph. Subsequently, upon returning to the city, a series of comical and absurd events unfolded. It was quite remarkable that Li Xiangdong, being so far removed, came to know Feng and selected him as a crucial piece in his current plan. Recognizing Feng's exceptional charm that allowed him to navigate a sea of women without becoming entangled. This seems unethical, Feng protested, his eyes glimmering behind his gold-rimmed glasses. As he expounded at length about his dedication to Chairman Mao's teachings, emphasizing the importance of making significant contributions on the vast land, Li Xiangdong interrupted him, offering a flat rate of 50, plus an additional 10 for a meal and a movie. Feng hesitated, contemplating the implications of becoming too attached. Li Xiangdong smiled slightly, assuring him, "Brother Feng, just this once, you're not losing out. This is 60 yuan, after all. Besides, treating one's savior to a meal and a movie is hardly a compromise. When will you give me the money?" Feng's curiosity was piqued. After finalizing the arrangement at the entrance of the Huichuan Supply and Marketing Cooperative, the deal was struck. After all, without that 50, he would still benefit from a movie and a lavish dinner. After giving 10 yuan to Feng Jiqing, Li Xiangdong hurriedly made his way to Wulapu. By the time he arrived, the sun was nearly setting. Drawing upon the memories of his previous life, he located the home of Shi Fengfeng. Before him stood a wall made of corn stalks, a pair of wide bamboo gates bound with iron wire, and two ramshackle earthen houses teetering on the brink of collapse. Even in this era, devoid of exorbitant bride prices and the expectation of purchasing cars or houses outright, it was still a formidable challenge for such a family to find a suitable daughter-in-law. The widow, along with her idle, limping son and daughter, struggled to make ends meet, highlighting the dire poverty that engulfed them. Thus, it was inevitable that Shi Longlong's matrimonial prospects would fall upon Shi Fengfeng. Li Xiangdong's objective was to thwart the engagement between Shi Fengfeng and his uncle, Li Song. "Is anyone home?" Li Xiangdong pushed open the bamboo gate and called out into the house. "Who is it?" Shi Fengfeng's mother emerged, irritation evident in her demeanor as she leaned against the doorframe, her small, triangular eyes scrutinizing the visitor. Her son had not returned the previous night, and she had hoped he was enjoying some romantic escapades with his future bride. However, to her dismay, he returned early that morning, bare and encircled by willow branches, his face swollen and bruised, and one eyebrow shorn by some malevolent soul. With the wedding day fast approaching, her son's condition was worrisome, nearly provoking her to rage. "Is this Shi Fengfeng's home?" Li Xiangdong, aware that she did not recognize him, feigned the demeanor of a stranger. "What do you want?" "I am Fengfeng's mother. Someone sent me as a messenger to inform Shi Fengfeng that the film Shimmering Red Star will be shown tomorrow at the Hongmafeng in the county. Please remind her not to forget to attend." With that, Li Xiangdong turned to leave, adding as he stepped out, "The film starts at 5 in the afternoon, so tell her not to be late." Shi Fengfeng's mother scoffed, certain that it was Li Song, her thrifty son-in-law, who had sent this message. He was too timid to visit his mother-in-law's home, likely out of fear of incurring expenses. She couldn't help but think of how most sons-in-law would regularly bring food and drink to curry favor with their mothers-in-law. What a miser! Were it not for his stable job and the potential to secure a beautiful wife for long, I would never consent to Fengfeng marrying him. Upon returning home after a day of labor, Shi Fengfeng found the kitchen cold and empty. She hurried outside to gather firewood to cook. Inside, her mother was stitching shoe soles in the light, while her brother lay in bed, hoarse from cursing. In a secluded corner, Shi Fengfeng couldn't help but pout, lamenting her brother's ineptitude. Not only had he failed to win over Li Zhan, but he had also ended up injured. "Fengfeng, this afternoon a young man came. Possibly a son-in-law delivering a message that you should go to the county's Hongmafeng at 5 tomorrow to watch Shimmering Red Star," her mother informed her. "Oh!" Shi Fengfeng's heart leapt with joy. Chapter 11. An encounter before the cinema. Wulapu was situated in a remote area, characterized by scant arable land and an abundance of saline alkali soil, rendering the village impoverished and its inhabitants struggling to make ends meet. The workload of the production team was considerably lighter than that of Quanshui Village or Lanshui Village, and even less than that of Li Jiapa. Shi Fengfeng had taken the afternoon off, and the production team leader readily agreed with a wave of his hand. Shi Fengfeng carried a hoe on her shoulder, humming a cheerful tune as she made her way home. She felt the need to tidy herself up a bit, for Li Song cherished her charming appearance. If it weren't for her good looks, how could she have attracted a husband with a formal job and a non-agricultural status? Wishing to avoid her mother's sullen expression and the incessant swearing of her brother, she departed early. Upon arriving in Huichuan County at 3 in the afternoon, she waited outside the Red Mill Cinema, but Li Song was nowhere to be seen. Bored, she approached a girl selling popsicles and purchased one for a penny. Taking a bite, the coolness refreshed her, leaving her feeling quite content. She already possessed 20 yuan of her own savings, all given to her by Li Song, money her mother and brother were unaware of, reserved for enhancing her life. She envisioned their future together, with Li Song earning 38 yuan a month and his mother, Li Wanshi, contributing an additional 10. Their married life would surely be comfortable. As she savored her popsicle, she failed to notice a small, slender boy barreling towards her. "Ouch! You nearly knocked me over." Can't you watch where you're going? She exclaimed, nearly dropping her treat. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. The boy quickly apologized, a glint of mischief flashing in his eyes as he turned and dashed into the crowd, disappearing in an instant. What bad luck, Shi Fengfeng complained, gently rubbing her sore waist. Suddenly, she felt a pang of unease. My money. It dawned on her that the boy had likely stolen her cash. Thanks to an older brother who loved to squander money, she had developed the habit of keeping her money on her person. No matter where she hid it at home, her brother would inevitably find it. Thief! Someone has stolen my money. Shi Fengfeng cried out in exasperation. The crowd turned to look, and she sprinted after the direction the boy had gone. Searching high and low but finding no trace of him. Tears brimmed in her eyes. That was 20 yuan. She and her mother had toiled for a year, calculating their work points, and after accounting for the food they consumed, they were perpetually in debt to the team. They received no cash from the team and could only save from the sale of their chickens' eggs, which her mother had painstakingly accumulated over decades, never exceeding 10 yuan in her possession. Li Xiangdong pointed out the sobbing Shi Fengfeng to Feng Jiqing, observing a girl of about 1.50 meters, clad in a rose-colored cotton top and black pants, with 2 large braids, lost in her tears. Not bad looking. She has a nice figure, Feng Jiqing mused, silently assessing her. It's your turn, go? Li Xiangdong nudged him. Miss, is this your handkerchief? A pleasant male voice called out beside her. Miss. The voice grew louder. Shi Fengfeng snapped back to reality, only to find a tall, handsome young man in a crisp white shirt and blue trousers, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses. Speaking to her. What's the matter, big brother? A hint of a blush unexpectedly crept onto Shi Fengfeng's cheeks. Is this handkerchief yours? A man held a white handkerchief with red edges, neatly wrapped, evidently still containing the 20 yuan he had lost. Ah, it's mine. It's mine. Shi Fengfeng's eyes sparkled with excitement, her breath quickening. I returned it to you. I saw a little thief snatch your wallet, so I hurried to retrieve it for you. The man smiled faintly, with his hands in his pockets, his handsome face glowing with a sacred light in the golden sunset. Thank you, kind sir, thank you. What is your name? Shi Fengfeng expressed her gratitude repeatedly. The man modestly smiled. I am Feng Yucai, from Shanghai, currently working in Huichuan County. Indeed, this gallant figure, descending from the heavens to perform a noble deed, was none other than the charming youth Feng Yucai. The little boy who had deftly stolen Shi Fengfeng's handkerchief and money was Guoqing. Li Xiangdong and Guoqing hid among the crowd, quietly observing Feng Yucai and Shi Fengfeng. Watching the eloquent Feng Yucai converse animatedly, while Shi Fengfeng shyly glanced at him, Li Xiangdong thought to himself that Feng Yucai was truly remarkable. With a stylish toss of his hair, Feng Yucai raised his wrist, revealing a brilliantly polished Shanghai watch. Miss Fengfeng, it is now 3:40. Since there is still time before the movie starts, allow me to treat you to a meal to ease your nerves. Shi Fengfeng was momentarily distracted by the watch. She remembered that Li Song also owned a watch, reputedly bought by his elder brother, which he cherished dearly, though it could not compare to Feng Yucai's exquisite timepiece. After processing Feng Yucai's eloquent invitation, she finally responded, No, I should treat you, as you have helped me retrieve my money. A gentleman cannot allow a lovely lady to pay. Come, Miss Fengfeng. Feng Yucai replied with a cheerful smile. The flush on Shi Fengfeng's cheeks deepened. Clearly, neither of them was aware of how unusual it was to dine at such an hour in the afternoon. They walked to a state-run restaurant not far from the Red Mill Cinema, where not a single customer was present, only a waiter dozing with his head bowed. Hello, waiter. We would like to eat, Feng Yucai said politely. Shi Fengfeng followed behind him, her heart racing like a startled deer, feeling dizzy and flustered. She had never encountered such a courteous, warm-hearted, and handsome man before. The waiter, disturbed from his slumber, was quite impatient and glanced at the wall clock. It's just past 3. What meal are you expecting? Lunch is over, and dinner hasn't begun. Undeterred by the waiter's rudeness, Feng Yucai replied, Do you have any meat buns? We'll just have something light. No need for cooked dishes. Meat buns are 2 jiao each. Help yourselves. How many would you like? I'll have 6, please. After the waiter issued a ticket and collected 1 yuan and 2 jiao along with 3 ration tickets, he resumed his nap. 6 plump white meat buns were placed before Shi Fengfeng, making her swallow hard. These were pure white buns filled with meat. It had been a long time since she had indulged in such delicacies, yet her lingering modesty restrained her hand from reaching for the meat buns. Go ahead and eat. Let us see how they taste. Feng Jiqing pretended to be someone who often indulged in food, Yet in reality, he had long forsaken white flour and meat. As he spoke, he reached for a meat bun and took a hearty bite, exclaiming, "Wow, this is so fragrant." The natural aroma of wheat mingled with the savory essence of pork fat, wafting upward with an intoxicating scent. Feng, observing Feng Jiqing's enjoyment, could no longer resist and picked one up for herself. Taking a delicate bite, she found the bun so delicious that it seemed to threaten to swallow her tongue. "Uncle, uncle!" Li Xiangdong burst into the office of Li Song at the Agricultural Bureau. Chapter 12. Caught in the act after graduating from the Workers' Peasant Soldiers University, Li Song was assigned to the Agricultural Bureau of Huichuan County as a clerk. This was a coveted position, one that came with state support, transforming his rural household registration into an urban one. The gleaming words non-agricultural on his household registration book eclipsed even his elder brother's lifelong position as a village leader. Li Song took great pride in his work, and having secured his position, he also began a romantic relationship with the beautiful Feng, experiencing a dual triumph in both career and love. Recently, he felt a sense of elation, akin to a gallant steed riding through a field of flowers. "What on earth? How disgraceful!" Li Song scolded his disheveled nephew, who had barged in, sweat-drenched. Furrowing his brow, he demanded, "How did you know my office was here?" Li Xiangdong paid no heed to his uncle's query, grabbing Li Song's hand and pulling him outside. "Uncle, I saw Auntie. She's waiting for you at the Hongmafang cinema to watch a movie. How do you know who Feng is? Have you seen her?" "I didn't arrange to see a movie with her." Li Song bombarded his nephew with questions, trying to shake off his grip, but failing to do so. "Hey, why is your hand so strong, like a steel claw? Let go, let go. I can walk by myself," Li Song protested. Yet he found himself being dragged out of the Agricultural Bureau by Li Xiangdong. The Agricultural Bureau was not far from the Hongmafang cinema, with a state-run restaurant nestled in between, all situated along the central street of the county. As they passed the state-run restaurant, Li Xiangdong suddenly halted, pointing to a woman seated by the window. "Auntie is waiting for you at the restaurant." Li Song stumbled slightly at the sudden stop, and, upon hearing Li Xiangdong's words, turned to look at the restaurant. There was someone who resembled Feng, but who was the man seated across from her? Why were they laughing and chatting so amiably? Doubt gnawed at Li Song as he quickened his pace toward the restaurant. At that moment, Li Xiangdong released Li Song's hand and subtly nodded at Feng Jiqing, who happened to glance over. Having devoured 3 meat buns in quick succession, Feng suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment. Was her eating mannerism acceptable? Did she make any slurping sounds? Would Feng Jiqing think of her as greedy? "You see, your braids have come undone," Feng Jiqing affectionately remarked, extending his delicate hand to tidy Feng's braids. A spark ignited within her, leaving her momentarily dazed. Feng Jiqing seemed to radiate a halo. This was a sensation she had never experienced in her 20 years of life. Could this be the feeling of love? Lost in this enchanting sweetness, she remained oblivious to Li Song, who was approaching her in a furious manner. "You wretched woman! How dare you betray me?" A thunderous shout jolted Feng awake, and as she lifted her head, she was met with the furious, flushed visage of Li Song. With a resounding slap, Li Song left 5 distinct fingerprints on her face. Feng Jiqing, startled, instinctively recoiled. Goodness, why hadn't Li Xiangdong mentioned that this person had a propensity for violence? What if he turned his wrath upon me? In an instant, his mind raced, and Feng Jiqing pushed back his chair, preparing to flee. At that moment, Li Xiangdong entered, silently gesturing to the fleeing Feng Jiqing. Understanding his message, Feng Jiqing realized he was saying, "Don't run, or you'll lose $50. Damn it, for the sake of $50, I might as well take the plunge. If this violent man dares to strike me, I shall feign injury and extort 88,000 from him, conveniently spending 2 months in the hospital, just in time to miss the harvest labor." No one knew that in an instant, Feng Jiqing had contemplated all this. Suddenly, he bellowed, "Do not strike Feng. Hitting a woman is wrong. Feng, who the hell are you scoundrel? I can strike my own woman if I choose." The tender echo of Feng reached Li Song's ears, igniting his fury further. Flexing his wrists, he advanced towards Feng Jiqing. Trembling in fear, Feng Jiqing stood his ground, insisting, "Let me explain, I am innocent with Feng." As Li Song's fist swung towards Feng Jiqing's face, Feng let out a piercing scream. With a resigned closure of his eyes, Feng Jiqing braced for the impending pain, only to find that it had not come. Peeking through one eye, he saw Li Song sneering, "I want to hit you. I am a man of the state." Striking you would breach discipline. Li Xiangdong marveled at his uncle's self-control. Both his father and uncle were unwaveringly focused on their own interests, a trait undoubtedly inherited. Feng Feng, tell me, what transpired today? You arranged for me to meet at the cinema at 5, and I arrived early. A thief stole my money, and Brother Feng helped me retrieve it. He even treated me to dumplings. Sure, Feng Feng explained urgently, fully awakened from her infatuation. As a village girl from a less fortunate background, she had struggled to associate with Li Song, who dined on the state's provisions. Her mother wished for all the villagers to know, exclaiming that the Sher family's ancestral grave must be smoking with pride. Feng Jiqing, though more handsome than Li Song, was merely a youth of the educated class, unemployed and not yet returned to the city. What could he possibly offer her? Even if they were to be together, what would become of her elder brother? Feng Jiqing had no younger sister or niece to wed her brother. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, cold sweat trickled down Sher Feng Feng's back, and her pleas for forgiveness grew increasingly sincere. Alas, Li Song did not believe a word. Firstly, he had not arranged to meet Sher Feng Feng at the cinema. Had it not been for Xiao Erzi seeing her and telling him, he would have remained oblivious to her infidelity right under his nose. Moreover, a thief had stolen her money, and this pretty boy had retrieved it? With a physique as unimpressive as his, could he possibly catch a thief? Even if Sher Feng Feng's earlier claims were true, why would this pretty boy treat her to a meal at the state-run restaurant? Why would he dare to touch her face? Bah, these two shameless individuals. To assert that there is no connection between them is to insult one's own intelligence. It is evident that they are clandestinely meeting behind closed doors. That wretched stone Feng Feng is undoubtedly torn between her attachment to her job and familial status and her infatuation with a pretty face. Li Song kept these thoughts to himself. For if Li Xiangdong were to hear them, he would undoubtedly applaud his uncle, as his self-awareness is remarkably acute. Before securing employment, Li Song relentlessly pursued Stone Feng Feng, who remained indifferent to his advances. However, upon his entry into the Water Affairs Bureau, she promptly acquiesced to his pursuit. A shift in dynamics that left Li Song elated by her gentle affections for 2 splendid days. Despite Stone Feng Feng frequently flattering Li Song's tall and handsome stature, he was acutely aware that he could not compare to his imposing brother, who stood at 6 feet tall. At 5'7", combined with his inherited almond-shaped eyes from his mother and the delicate complexion acquired from years of study, he could only be regarded as a moderately attractive scholarly gentleman, slightly overshadowed by the allure of the pretty boy. This realization only fueled Li Song's ire, prompting him to confront Feng Jiqing, demanding to know what was truly happening. With a pained expression, Feng Jiqing reiterated Stone Feng Feng's words, insisting that today was indeed the first time he had met her. Li Song let out a chilling laugh. You think I am a fool? Thankfully, I did not marry you. Otherwise, I would be unable to remove this green hat. He declared, it's over between us. Stone Feng Feng. With that, he turned on his heel and disregarded both Feng Jiqing and his companion. Chapter 13. An apology at the door upon hearing Li Song's words. Stone Feng Feng's complexion drained of color, and she stumbled in pursuit of him. In an instant, the room was left with only Feng Jiqing, Li Xiangdong, and a wide-eyed attendant who was thoroughly engrossed in the unfolding drama. Let us meet tomorrow at 3 o'clock at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, Li Xiangdong said in a voice audible only to Feng Jiqing. Why tomorrow? Can't you do it now? Feng Jiqing was eager to distance himself from this affair, having been thoroughly frightened moments ago, nearly receiving a blow to the face. Hey, I can give you 20 now. Do you want it? Feng Jiqing stammered. Then let us make sure to meet tomorrow. I know you hail from Li Jiapa, and your father is the village chief. With a hint of a threat, Li Xiangdong felt quite pleased and waved his hand dismissively. I won't skimp on your money. I am a man of my word, and once spoken, my promise is as unyielding as a galloping steed. After parting ways, Li Xiangdong reunited with Li Guiqing. Brother, what does a meat bun taste like? Li Guiqing asked, his eyes blinking eagerly, swallowing hard like Zhu Beiji from Journey to the West yearning for a ginseng fruit. Let us go buy a few buns to try. Li Xiangdong, equally tempted, felt that even the most ordinary foods from his past life now seemed like exquisite delicacies. I want 6 meat buns. They cost 1 dime and 2 cents. Plus 3 ration tickets. The service attitude of the attendant improved significantly after the earlier commotion. Li Xiangdong was taken aback. He had no ration tickets. He glanced at Li Guiqing, who shook his head, revealing that their mother was clutching all the tickets. leaving them with not a single cent to spare. Two individuals emerged from the state-run restaurant with a sense of dissatisfaction. Li Xiangdong placed an arm around Guoqing's shoulder and said, "Wait a few more days for me, brother. Once I strike it rich, you'll feast on meat buns to your heart's content. I'll also treat you to malted milk, canned oranges, Shanhaiguan soda, honey sponge cake, braised pork, and salty pork belly. Brother, please, I can barely contain my saliva." Guoqing exclaimed. "What exactly is salty pork belly?" "Oh, it is thinly sliced pork belly steamed with salted vegetables." "I don't want salty pork belly. Just the sight of salted vegetables repulses me. I want braised pork." "All right. I'll ensure you indulge so much that even the mention of braised pork will make you feel nauseous." "That sounds wonderful." As the two friends relished in their gastronomic dreams and returned to Li Jiapa village, the production team had already finished work. Groups of people gathered beneath the large locust tree at the brigade's headquarters, enjoying the cool shade. Upon entering his home, Li Xiangdong overheard his mother, Zhao Sufang, and his fourth sister, Li Zhen, conversing. "Jinjin, take this bowl of salted vegetable steamed egg over to your grandmother." Salted vegetable steamed egg is prepared by chopping the salted vegetables into small pieces, soaking them to remove excess saltiness, then mixing them with beaten eggs and steaming the concoction. The result is a dish that is fragrant yet not overly salty, infused with the aroma of eggs, one of the better dishes in their household. "Mother, why are you sending dishes to my grandmother again?" Li Xiangdong furrowed his brow. He knew that even if she sent over a perfectly roasted piece of meat, his grandmother would still find it lacking in tenderness. If nothing would ever be deemed adequate, why rush to offer? Interactions among people often follow the principle of mutual respect. One footstep forward begets 10 in return. Unilateral generosity seldom garners genuine appreciation or respect. In his previous life, his mother never grasped this truth. In this life, he vowed to impart it to her. "Your uncle has returned, and your grandmother has called for your father to join them for a meal and drinks," Zhao Sufang gently explained to her son. "My father has brought liquor?" Li Xiangdong knew Li Song well. He never left home without a drink in hand. Yes, he brought a bottle of erguo too, since he was not arriving empty-handed. There was no need to send additional dishes. "How much can my father eat? Why should we hasten to deliver food?" "Sister, you eat first, and after your meal, take a rest. I will visit my grandmother later." Li Xiangdong took the salted vegetable steamed egg from his mother's hands and placed it on the family table. "Oh, it's time to eat." Zhao Sufang suddenly sensed a shift in her son's demeanor and, without thinking, began to speak with a tone of respect usually reserved for her husband and in-laws. After finishing the meal and spending some time playing with his younger sister, Li Xiangdong checked the time and made his way to his grandmother's house. Peering through the window, he saw Li Song and Li Jin still engaged in their drinking. With Li Song's face flushed and a strong smell of alcohol wafting from his mouth as he boisterously declared, "I refuse to marry that village girl, Shi Fengfeng. I want to wed the director's daughter." Li Jin remained impassive, evidently already aware of the unfolding events. Li Wan's lips curled in disdain as she berated Shi Fengfeng, questioning her son if he was indeed courting the director's daughter. Grandfather, hunched over, sat at the left side of the table, puffing on a pipe. He had just remarked that Fengfeng's daughter is quite good, when Li Wan shot him a glare, causing him to hesitate and fall silent, too intimidated to speak further. Li Xiangdong felt a surge of joy, regardless of whether Uncle Li Song and the director's daughter were truly involved, as long as he did not marry Shi Fengfeng. His fourth sister would be liberated, no longer bound to the fire pit of her previous life. His meticulous plotting would not have been in vain. Once this matter settled, he would devote himself to contemplating profitable ventures, for the road ahead was long and arduous. After eavesdropping for a while, Li Xiangdong dismissed thoughts of his father and returned home to sleep, for he was to patrol later that night, a task that required utmost diligence. Suddenly relaxing, he slipped into a deep slumber, unaware of the passage of time until a mosquito buzzed incessantly by his ear. With a snap, Li Xiangdong was jolted awake, exclaiming, "Who is it? Second brother, wake up. It's bad news. Aunt Chunhua is causing a ruckus." Li Guoqing said anxiously. As he hurriedly dressed, Li Guoqing relayed the situation. It turned out that earlier that night, he had been patrolling with the Joint Defense Team when, around 10 o'clock, a man and a woman entered the village. The Joint Defense Team stopped them for questioning. With sharp eyes, Li Guoqing immediately recognized the woman as Shi Fengfeng, and, fearing she might identify him, he discreetly hid behind the militia member Guodaming to observe the unfolding situation. "I am Shi Longlong, the brother-in-law of your village's Li Xiangdong, and this is his wife. Shi Fengfeng, a man with no eyebrows and a limping gait, said, bowing obsequiously. Li Xiangdong isn't married. Where do you get a brother-in-law and a wife? Guodaming, who lived far from the Li family and had heard no news of Li Xiangdong's engagement, remained on high alert towards the duo arriving in the dead of night. I am Li Xiangdong's fiancé. My family is from Wulapu. I know your village's team leader is Li Jin, Li Xiangdong's elder brother, Shi Fengfeng explained, disregarding her shyness. Anyone can know the name of our team leader. That proves nothing. What are you here for? Shi Fengfeng hesitated, feeling embarrassed to admit to strangers that she had come to plead for Li Xiangdong's affection. The atmosphere grew tense. Shi Longlong, scanning the surroundings, suddenly pointed into the distance, exclaiming, "Isn't that my brother-in-law?" Chapter 14. The brother-in-law catches the future brother-in-law following Shi Longlong's direction. The others squinted into the darkness, and indeed, it appeared to be Li Xiangdong's silhouette. Stalemates were unproductive, so Guodaming instructed the others to continue patrolling while he accompanied Shi Longlong and his sister to seek confirmation from Li Xiangdong. A robust young man standing at 6 feet tall, he felt confident in subduing the brother and sister should trouble arise. Li Xiangdong's figure moved swiftly, vanishing after a few turns. Shi Fengfeng felt a pang of regret. Upon returning home, her demeanor was off, and her face bore the marks of a slap. Her mother, pressing her for answers, was met with tears as she recounted the events, resulting in her mother's scolding for being foolish and blinded. Lying in bed, insisting that his mother prepare chicken to heal his injuries, Shi Longlong grew agitated upon hearing his sister's account. He did not care whether his sister and Li Xiangdong would be together, but if this situation jeopardized his own engagement to Li Jun, it would be a serious matter. Having remained single for many years while peers were already raising children, he could not allow the Shi family line to end with him. In a state of deep anxiety over the potential loss of her golden son-in-law and daughter-in-law, Shi Fengfeng was so agitated that 2 large blisters formed at the corners of her mouth. She urged her daughter to quickly seek forgiveness from Li Xiangdong at Li Jiapao, emphasizing the necessity of preserving this marriage, for her family awaited Li Xiangdong's niece to carry on the family line, concerned that his sister might ruin the situation. Shi Longlong insisted on accompanying Shi Fengfeng to Li Jiapao. His mother worried about his health, fearing he could not traverse the considerable distance. But Shi Longlong impatiently retorted that with a wife potentially lost, he could not afford to rest. After searching for some time, they still could not locate Li Xiangdong. Guodaming suggested they postpone their matters until the next day, as Li Xiangdong was working in the county and they could find him at his workplace. Shi Fengfeng saw no other option but to comply. However, before the trio could take more than a few steps outside, they heard Li Xiangdong's voice. "Chunhua, I've cast aside that wretched Shi Fengfeng. Darling, you are the one for me. I shall tell my mother tomorrow that I want to marry you." The voice, laced with the scent of alcohol, was somewhat slurred, yet Shi Fengfeng was certain it belonged to Li Xiangdong. "Darling, let me steal a kiss." Fury surged through Shi Fengfeng, causing her to tremble all over. Guodaming lamented internally, lamenting that while he was merely on patrol, he had stumbled upon a scandalous affair. Being from the same village made the situation all the more awkward. If he had encountered a romantic escapade outside the village, he would have certainly indulged in the spectacle. But given the current circumstances, witnessing it could lead to unwelcome trouble, perhaps even violence. Guodaming accurately predicted the unfolding drama, as he heard Shi Longlong bellow, "Adulterers!" and he kicked the door with his uninjured leg. Meanwhile, Li Guoqing, who was secretly observing the scene, dashed off to find Li Xiangdong. By the time they returned to Aunt Xuanhua's home, Guodaming had already confined everyone inside. The village was eerily quiet at midnight, with no onlookers around. Li Xiangdong silently commended Guodaming for effectively controlling the situation, as catching a couple in the act typically incited a commotion, yet it had been subdued so effortlessly. Indeed, Daming was a remarkable talent. Li Xiangdong and Li Guoqing scaled the wall and entered the courtyard, greeting Guodaming before stealthily observing from the window. In the dim glow of the candlelight, Li Xiangdong sat with his head bowed, his expression obscured, his white shirt torn asunder, buttons scattered across the floor. Shi Fengfeng's hair was disheveled, a long bloodstain marred her face, and she gazed at Li Xiangdong with a heart full of sorrow and despair, tears streaming down like rain-soaked pear blossoms. Aunt Chunhua wore a furious expression, her right cheek swollen from an unknown slap. Shi Longlong, with his back turned to Li Xiangdong and the others, vociferously berated Li Xiangdong. "You little brat, have you even looked in the mirror? standing no taller than 3 blocks of tofu. With your beady eyes and large nose, you are the very reincarnation of a rustic. How dare you strike my sister while frolicking with a widow behind her back? Bah, you speak nonsense. My sister is no saint either. Li Xiangdong himself declared that he and your sister had long since parted ways. Did you not know your sister was unfaithful? My mother and Li Xiangdong are genuinely courting. If you dare to kick down my door today, I shall have you sent to the police station tomorrow. Aunt Chunhua's fighting spirit was undeniably formidable. Brother Song, I assure you, I have not wronged you in any way. I only met that person today. Shi Fengfeng, disregarding the verbal sparring between Shi Longlong and Aunt Chunhua, adopted a sorrowful demeanor, persistently pleading with Li Xiangdong. At this juncture, Li Xiangdong felt a sense of foreboding. Men typically appreciate a woman's gentleness before them. Yet they do not favor shrewish behavior. Aunt Chunhua, why do you not weep as well? Li Xiangdong, with a slightly hoarse voice, reiterated, Shi Fengfeng. I was quite clear this afternoon. We have parted ways and will no longer have any relations. As for my matters with Chunhua, they are of no concern to you. The way Brother Song called out his name echoed as if on a theatrical stage, causing Li Xiangdong, Li Guiqing, and the onlooking Guidaming to shudder. Aunt Chunhua, unable to conceal her delight, piped up, did you hear that? Now get out of here. Shi Longlong rolled up his sleeves, ready to strike Li Xiangdong again. This time, Shi Fengfeng did not intervene, perhaps too absorbed in her tears to notice, or perhaps she too wished to vent her frustration on this heartless man. Aunt Chunhua stepped in front of Li Xiangdong, but was forcefully pushed to the ground by the enraged Shi Longlong. Hearing the continuous wails and the sounds of fists striking flesh from within the room, Guidaming could no longer contain himself. Xiangdong, go fetch your father quickly. With that, he pushed the door open and rushed in to confront Shi Longlong. In the main hall of the Li family, a 25-watt bulb cast a bright yellow light. Li Jin, his face etched with anger, remained silent for a while after listening to Guidaming recount the events. Captain, this is precisely what transpired. If there's nothing more, I shall be on my patrol. Guidaming stole a glance at Li Jin's expression and hastily excused himself. Daming, don't call me captain. We have shared a bond like brothers in the past. I truly appreciate your help today. In a couple of days, let us find some time to celebrate over drinks. Li Jin affectionately patted Guidaming on the shoulder as he escorted him out the door. Uncle, what are you saying? I'll treat you next time. My brother-in-law gifted me a bottle of aged liquor that I've been saving. Guidaming sincerely climbed aboard this rapport. Very well, Daming. It's late, and I haven't prepared anything, but here is a pack of Hometown Mountain cigarettes for you. Tonight, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my stomach and spent quite some time in the restroom. I must hurry back to my patrol. Guidaming flashed a knowing smile while still refusing the cigarettes. Since you call me uncle, a pack of cigarettes is nothing. We shall continue to visit each other often. Li Jin's expression visibly softened. After seeing off Guidaming, Li Jin returned to the main hall, silently relieved that it was the perceptive Guidaming who had intervened to stabilize the situation. Otherwise, this wretched third brother, intoxicated, might have committed such a disgraceful act. Oh, it hurts. Mother, be gentler. I'm being gentle. How could you be beaten so badly? It breaks my heart. Li Wansher's eyes were red, evidently from tears, as she applied ointment to her son's injuries. Does it still hurt, Brother Song? Shi Fengfeng looked at Li Xiangdong with deep concern, but upon meeting her gaze, Li Xiangdong merely closed his eyes and remained silent. Li Wan's gaze bore into Shi Fengfeng with palpable disdain. Her discontent towards this prospective daughter-in-law was unmistakable. However, upon catching sight of Aunt Chunhua, who sat composedly on the stool, her heart wavered. Could she truly allow her son to wed this widow? Not only was she a year older than her son, but her reputation for bringing misfortune to her husbands also rendered any agreement impossible. Chapter 15. The marriage proposal. Li Jin lit a dry pipe and tapped the bowl against the 8 immortals table, establishing the gravity of the situation. He declared that Li Xiangdong and Shi Fengfeng had parted ways that afternoon due to irreconcilable differences. Later that evening, while Li Xiangdong was discussing marriage plans with Chunhua, Shi Longlong had intrusively entered a private residence and unjustly assaulted Li Xiangdong. Such an unprovoked attack would surely lead to a sentence of no less than 3 to 5 years in the commune's police station. First, he intended to intimidate Shi Longlong. But then Li Jin softened his tone. After all, there were misunderstandings at play, and their families had nearly become in-laws. They were not devoid of compassion. Thus, he would initially demand a modest compensation for emotional distress before considering sending him off to serve time behind bars. In their local dialect, sitting in the bamboo fence referred to imprisonment. After delivering both a reprimand and a beating, Li Jin observed Shi Longlong's demeanor falter, allowing him a moment of relief. He took another drag from his pipe, exhaling a delicate ring of smoke while piercing Shi Longlong with a keen gaze. Although the matter was rather unpleasant, they were indeed the aggrieved parties. Today, out of respect for their past interactions, he would refrain from pursuing further action, hoping that Shi Longlong would keep this incident to himself, treating it as if it had never transpired. Should any whisper of this reach his ears, he would not hesitate to involve the authorities. Shi Longlong, staring at Li Jin, who was on the verge of becoming his father-in-law, opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Regardless of the circumstances, he had committed an assault against a public servant, instilling both fear of imprisonment and financial repercussions within him. During this era, ordinary citizens harbored an inexplicable fear and respect for those in authority. Shi Fengfeng, you are a clever girl. You know well the reason behind today's events. It is certainly no injustice to implicate you. In the future, should you and Li Song wed, let your paths diverge. If others inquire, you should know how to respond. Li Jin admonished sternly, his tone tinged with disdain for a woman who thrived on social hierarchies. No, brother. Shi Fengfeng collapsed onto the ground, bewildered by how events had spiraled out of control. The tumultuous events of the day replayed in her mind. As she realized she had only entertained a fleeting thought, she hadn't acted on it at all. Li Song, Songgu, my heart belongs solely to you. I have done nothing to wrong you. Shi Fengfeng was aware that as long as Li Song remained soft-hearted, there might still be hope for their relationship. Without rising, she crawled to the edge of the Kong, clutching Li Song as she wept and pleaded for understanding. Li Song, you and Chunhua. Li Jin, observing Shi Fengfeng's tear-streaked beauty, feared that his younger brother might succumb to temptation and relent to her pleas. He hastily interjected, brother, I intend to marry Chunhua. Let mother choose a propitious date. The sooner, the better. Li Song's voice was faint, lacking conviction. At least you have not completely lost your senses, Li Jin replied, offering a nod of relief. My son, how could you marry a widow? Upon hearing that her two sons had casually arranged a marriage for Li Song and his wife, with an urgency to hasten the nuptials, Li Wan's eyes widened in disbelief, and she gasped, hastily attempting to intervene. Overwhelmed by shock, she failed to notice Aunt Chunhua's gaze filled with resentment. Mother, do not speak further. It is settled, declared Li Song, closing his eyes, unwilling to see or hear more. The elderly, who had remained silent throughout, finally interjected. Dear mother, let us heed the wishes of the eldest and the third. Observing his mother's hesitation to voice any objections, Li Jin coughed emphatically, casting a stern glance at her. Unaccustomed to such severity from her son, Li Wan felt a tightness in her throat, rendered speechless by a torrent of unuttered words. Recognizing her fear, Li Jin quickly reassured Aunt Chunhua. Chunhua, you have endured much today. Return home and prepare. Tomorrow, we shall discuss the marriage. Before his mother could utter another word or create a scene, he promptly ushered everyone out the door. Li Xiangdong gave his father a thumbs up, astonished at how swiftly he had resolved the matter. His father had left no room for negotiation with Shi Fengfeng, directly facilitating the union of Li Song and Chunhua, likely harboring the intention of preventing his daughter from marrying Shi Longlong. This father, it seemed, was not entirely devoid of virtue. Indeed, both in his past life and up until this moment, Li Xiangdong had regarded his father as a foolishly filial man, prioritizing interests above all, neglecting his children's well-being. Shi Longlong and his sister Shi Fengfeng departed from Li Jiapa in a daze. On their way home, Shi Longlong lamented that his bride had slipped through his fingers like a cooked duck, igniting a surge of anger within him, prompting him to strike his sister across the face. Shi Fengfeng, caught off guard, felt the stinging slap accompanied by the rush of wind, igniting her fury as she retaliated against her brother. As they continued to bicker, they returned home bearing the marks of their scuffle. Shi Longlong sported several cuts on his face, while Shi Fengfeng's cheeks were swollen, her hair disheveled, both appearing as though they had been accosted by bandits. Shi Mu spent a sleepless night, anxiously pacing her home like a donkey in a production team. Upon seeing her children, looking as if they had been through a robbery, she was momentarily taken aback before regaining her composure. What has happened to you? She exclaimed. It is all that little hussy's fault for disregarding her virtue. Just when a wedding was on the horizon, She had the audacity to consort with a stranger. Shi Longlong gingerly touched his face, wincing in pain. His visage was now marred by bruises and scratches from both the altercation and his sister's claws. My son, what transpired? Did we not agree to explain things properly at Li Jiapa and offer an apology? How did you end up in such a state? Shi Mu, upon seeing her son's injuries, rushed to him, longing to touch his wounds but hesitating out of fear of causing him further pain. What explanation is there? Li Song is no better. We caught him in an affair with that widow. Bah! Shi Longlong spat vehemently. What? How can you say such a thing? In just a few days, a wedding is to take place. Yet how could the son-in-law engage with a young widow? The worldview of Shi's mother has been utterly shattered by her own daughter and her son-in-law. It is astonishing that these two about-to-be-wed children would conspire against each other in a single day. Nevertheless, true to her lineage, Shi's mother quickly adapted her thoughts. Since they had discovered the son-in-law in an affair with the widow, could not the misbehavior of her daughter and that man simply cancel out? Thus, the union between their families could persist. Indeed, it could have been that way. Had it not been for her brother's impulsive aggression, he had assaulted Li Song, leaving him battered and bruised, prompting Li's elder brother to insist that Li Song marry the widow instead. After Shi's mother's counsel, Shi Fengfeng, who had been lost in confusion, suddenly grasped the situation. Regardless, her engagement with Li Song was doomed, and her brother's betrothal to Li Jun had also fallen apart. It was now essential to shift the blame onto her brother. Otherwise, if she bore the brunt of this misfortune alone, facing the ire and reproach of her mother and brother would render her future unbearable. Stop your nonsense. You dare to blame me. Were it not for seeking vengeance for you, would I have gone to Li's place? I risked myself to confront them and nearly landed in the police station. And you have the audacity to wait here for me? Shi Longlong seethed in fury. What do you mean, nearly in the police station? Shi's mother paled at her son's words. Their family had a lineage of honorable ancestors. How could her son possibly end up imprisoned? Mother, brother, please cease this bickering. The priority now is how to salvage brother's engagement to Li Jun. Shi Fengfeng realized that if the conversation continued, her mother would likely strike her. She hastily redirected the dialogue. Indeed, upon hearing this, the Shi family fell silent. Ceasing their lamentations, their gazes fixed upon Shi Fengfeng. Wasn't a marriage exchange possible? If one pair faltered, could the other family still be willing to proceed? Matters are subject to our efforts. Mother, tomorrow you and brother should procure some delicacies and visit the Li family to plead for forgiveness. Perhaps it could still work out. Chapter 16. The Golden Cicada Garment. That very evening, Li Jin returned home and informed his wife that the engagement between Li Song and Shi Fengfeng had collapsed. Zhao Sufang gleefully exclaimed that the heavens had favored them. Once Li Jin learned of this, she quietly shed tears of joy. Ironically, the next day, Shi's mother arrived at the Li household, accompanied by her son, who was limping and appeared disheveled. She placed a few withered fried dough sticks, wrapped in grass paper, on the table and warmly addressed Zhao Sufang as in-law, insisting that she should encourage her son to acknowledge her as mother. Zhao Sufang grimaced in distaste. Auntie, what in-law are you speaking of? I do not know you. I do not simply accept any random person calling me mother. My dear sister, do not act oblivious. We had agreed to wed on the 8th of next month. Shi's mother forced a smile, believing it to be endearing. Who made that agreement with you? Go find them. Zhao Sufang thrust 2 dough sticks into Shi's mother's arms and ushered her out, saying, Goodbye, no need for further pleasantries. Seeing Zhao Sufang's dismissive attitude, Shi Longlong felt a surge of anger. Just as he contemplated resorting to violence, he noticed Li Xiangdong behind Zhao Sufang wielding a sharp kitchen knife, brandishing it threateningly. Let us go, mother. Let us see what sort of match their daughter can find. Shi Longlong pulled his mother away, muttering under his breath. Marrying anyone would be preferable to tying the knot with a creature as despicable as you. Li Xiangdong brandished a kitchen knife and charged forward, instilling terror that compelled the Shijia mother and son to flee in haste. Aunt Chunhua and the man ahead hailed from distant lands. It was only later that they settled in Li Jiapa. According to Aunt Chunhua herself, both of their hometowns were in Spring City, over 1,500 miles from Li Jiapa village, and throughout the years, they had not maintained any connections with their roots. After the passing of her husband, Aunt Chunhua led a solitary existence. When well-meaning individuals inquired why she did not return to her hometown, suggesting that living with her parents and siblings would be preferable to her current state of loneliness, she would respond that both her parents had passed away and she had only an elder brother, who had vanished many years ago after enlisting in the army, leaving her uncertain of his fate. Li Song and Aunt Chunhua swiftly obtained their marriage certificate, seemingly indifferent to the need for a grand celebration. Despite any dissatisfaction from Li Wanshi, there was little recourse. The 3-day span had sufficed for her eldest and third sons to rationalize the situation. If Li Song were to reject Chunhua, it would merely portray him as morally corrupt. Coercing a woman, a scandal that could cost him his hard-won employment and potentially lead to imprisonment. The rapid union of Li Song and Chunhua left the villagers astounded. Those who bore ill will towards Li Wanshi mocked her in private, questioning how her precious son, who was once deemed too good for any woman, had ended up marrying a widow. It served them right for their previous arrogance. Others speculated on the underlying reasons. Wasn't Li Song engaged to someone else? A charming girl set to marry next month? How had he switched to Chunhua? Rumor had it that the young lady had even arranged for the youngest son of the brigade leader to marry his elder brother. Wasn't that akin to a marriage exchange? Indeed, the hierarchy had become quite muddled. Now that Chunhua and Li Song were wed, it was certain that Li Jun would not be marrying into their family. Some suggested that Chunhua might be pregnant with Li Song's child, thereby complicating the marriage. That very night, family members of the patrolling defense team came forth to share their accounts, with Aunt Nyo being the most authoritative. Her youngest son had coincidentally spotted the Shifeng siblings. I assure you, it was undoubtedly Li Song's former fiancée who discovered his affair with Chunhua, leading her brother to our village to catch them in the act. Guodaming, who accompanied them, surely witnessed the encounter. Fearing the scandal would jeopardize his job, Li Song reluctantly wed Chunhua. Indeed, you should ask Guodaming. He knows even more. Now, rumors circulated throughout Li Jiapa, infuriating Li Wanshi to the point where she had not dared to leave her home for several days. Amidst this chaos, Aunt Nyo seized the opportunity while her husband was at work to sneak into the courtyard, demanding to know the truth behind the situation. Such a gossipy woman. She seemed unafraid of the consequences that awaited her in the afterlife. However, Aunt Nyo had little to fear. Her husband's cousin held a significant position in the provincial government, rendering a mere brigade leader inconsequential in her eyes, much less the brigade leader's mother. Li Wanshi allocated 2 western rooms to Li Song, while she and her husband occupied the 2 eastern rooms. Living together were Li Wanshi and Aunt Chunhua. Oh, now Li Xiangdong must refer to her as aunt. As for the subtle undercurrents of the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law conflict between Li Wanshi and aunt, they fell outside the realm of Li Xiangdong's concerns. Through the dialogue between Li Guoqing and his mother, Li Xiangdong confirmed aunt's feelings for Uncle Li Song. He had once considered inciting her to intervene, thereby sabotaging the betrothal between Li Song and Shifeng. However, upon reflection, he realized that his grandmother would certainly disapprove of her beloved youngest son marrying a widow from the same village. Although his intentions might alleviate his sister's plight, they would simultaneously thrust aunt into a perilous situation. How could a widow, disregarding the virtues expected of a woman, establish herself in the village? One word from the community could drown her in disparagement. This is not a future society. The present is still conservative, with societal expectations for women far surpassing those for men. Later, when he contemplated leveraging Feng Jiqing to execute a scheme of allure, his thoughts were firmly rooted in his understanding of Shifeng. She was astute and pragmatic, valuing material gain over emotional connections, yet she possessed the flaw of short-sightedness. By having Feng Jiqing portray a wealthy and handsome intellectual who harbored a strong affection for her, Shifeng would undoubtedly succumb to the habitual allure of social climbing. Li Song, proud and self-assured, despite having won the heart of a beauty, would likely harbor dissatisfaction in marrying a village girl. Otherwise, he would not have drunkenly boasted of marrying the daughter of a director. Reflecting on his own failed marriage, Li Xiangdong shook his head. Basing a union on profit and beauty is ultimately as unstable as a tower built on sand. Having resolved his sister's matrimonial affairs, the heavy burden that had weighed on Li Xiangdong's heart was finally lifted, and he felt as though the sky had turned a brighter blue, the water a deeper green, and the coarse millet pancakes were no longer irritating his throat. Ahem. They still had a slight sting, prompting him to sip some thin porridge to wash down the remnants lodged in his throat. It seemed that plans for earning money needed to be prioritized. He still bore a debt of 100 yuan. After giving Feng Jiqing 60, he was left with 40. Today, he intended to visit the county to explore potential business opportunities. Finishing the last spoonful of porridge, he wiped his mouth and prepared to rush outside, when Zhao Sufang called him back. "How many days have you skipped school? Go grab your backpack and head to class." Li Xiangdong paused. He had completely forgotten about school. Joining a group of children to learn 7th grade material felt like a waste of time. "All right, I will," he replied to his mother while hastily returning to his room to grab his backpack before sprinting out. On that summer morning, waves of heat enveloped him, accompanied by the incessant chirping of cicadas. The sharp calls heightened Li Xiangdong's anxiety, prompting him to bend down and pick up a clod of earth, which he hurled at a nearby tree, startling a swarm of cicadas into flight. Watching them ascend, a sudden thought struck him. He briskly approached an old elm tree and began a meticulous inspection from the roots upward. 1, 2. Li Xiangdong cradled several cicada shells in his hands, deep in contemplation. Although these shells appeared insignificant now, in 30 years, when society revered wild delicacies, cicada larvae, when fried in oil and seasoned with salt and cumin, would become a delightful and crunchy delicacy, rich and utterly delicious. There exists a renowned dish known as deep-fried 3 delicacies, which consists of fried cicadas, grasshoppers, and dragonfly larvae. The price of cicadas once surged to over 100 yuan per pound, leading to a significant decline in the consumption of wild cicadas due to their scarcity. In response to the demand exceeding supply, numerous cicada farmers emerged. In this contemporary era, people possess insufficient oil to deep-fry cicadas. Children occasionally capture them to satisfy their cravings, merely roasting them over fire, resulting in little meat beneath their charred exteriors. It is unlikely that anyone would be foolish enough to spend their hard-earned money on cicadas that are abundantly found in the wild. Thus, Li Xiangdong's focus shifted from cicadas to their exoskeletons. The cicada exoskeleton, also referred to as golden cicada shell, golden cicada skin, or cicada molting, is a traditional Chinese medicine that can treat pediatric convulsions, abscesses, and tetanus. To understand how Li Xiangdong recognized the cicada exoskeleton as a medicinal material, one must consider the tale of his wife from a past life, who had bestowed upon him the burden of infidelity. Zhou Yuyu's father, Li Xiangdong's former father-in-law, was a habitual gambler and drinker. One fateful day, after a bout of gambling, he suffered a stroke and facial paralysis. Li Xiangdong scoured the area for competent doctors, eventually consulting a traditional Chinese physician who prescribed a remedy called 5 tigers pursue the wind powder, reputed to be as fierce as a tiger in dispelling wind and stopping convulsions. The formula included scorpions, silkworms, cicada exoskeletons, tian nanqing, and tianma. If only he could sell cicada exoskeletons as a medicinal commodity. However, where could one sell them? For the present and the coming decades, he had never heard of anyone in his village dealing in medicinal herbs. The entirety of Huichuan County was not centered around the cultivation, sale, or even production of medicinal materials. Resolute, he decided to venture into the county to search for potential buyers. Chapter 17, Bright Pharmaceutical Factory. Without hesitation, Li Xiangdong slung his backpack over his shoulder and hastened towards the county town. After circling the town twice without discovering the Bright Pharmaceutical Factory, he even approached the supply and marketing cooperative to inquire if they purchased cicada exoskeletons, only to be treated like a fool and dismissed. Covered in dirt and drenched in sweat, Li Xiangdong felt despondent. Was his first plan for wealth destined to fail before it even began? Unwilling to concede defeat, he realized there were no alternative quick money-making methods at hand. Relying on labor points to save money would take ages to repay his sister's 100 yuan. With the sun high in the sky, casting its fiery rays upon the earth, Li Xiangdong's stomach rumbled insistently from hunger, making him feel as though he were starving. In a moment of desperation, he scolded himself for his folly. Of course, to sell medicinal materials, one must go to places associated with medicine. Ignoring the protests of his grumbling belly, he hurried towards the Huichuan County People's Hospital. Upon entering, he intercepted a middle-aged male doctor, asking, "Doctor, do you accept cicada exoskeletons here?" The doctor was taken aback, bewildered by the inquiry. "What ailment do you have?" He replied, "I have no illness. I am simply asking if your hospital requires cicada exoskeletons." The doctor, utterly perplexed, wondered why this young man was blocking his path and incessantly questioning him about cicada exoskeletons. This was indeed a curious encounter. Li Xiangdong observed that the male doctor spoke with an accent that did not seem local. It resembled the dialect from the western region of Sichuan. He surmised that the doctor might not comprehend his words, so he hastily extracted several intact cicada shells from his backpack. "Oh, is this a mogwai shell? What cicada shell are you referring to? The doctor suddenly understood. Li Xiangdong, both amused and exasperated, quickly adjusted his tone and inquired in Mandarin, I would like to ask if your hospital accepts cicada shells. They are a form of traditional Chinese medicine, are they not? Indeed, they are considered traditional medicine, but our hospital does not accept them, the doctor replied. This statement struck Li Xiangdong like a bucket of ice water poured over his head on a winter's day, leaving him chilled to the bone. He mustered his composure to thank the doctor before turning to leave. Hey, young man, we do not accept them here. It is the pharmaceutical factories that do. As fate would have it, Li Xiangdong's heart raced like a roller coaster at the doctor's unexpected exclamation. Armed with the specific address of the pharmaceutical factory he had obtained from the doctor, he navigated a convoluted path and eventually spotted a few buildings amidst a vegetable plot on the outskirts of the county. The red brick walls enclosed a spacious courtyard, and on the large iron gate, 5 iron-cast characters spelled out Guangming Pharmaceutical Factory. Is anyone there? Li Xiangdong gently pushed open the gate and peered inside. What do you want? A doorman poked his shiny head out. Sir, I have come to discuss business with the factory. Li Xiangdong quickly produced a pack of cigarettes from his backpack and offered them to the old man, having previously pilfered them from his father. The old man, with a cigarette dangling from his mouth and one tucked behind each ear, puffed out a circle of smoke and remarked, Our Guangming Pharmaceutical Factory is a state-owned enterprise. You are quite young. Which organization do you represent? Sir, I represent myself. I do not belong to any organization. My family is too poor to eat. And I heard that your factory buys traditional Chinese medicine, so I came here to earn a meager sum, Li Xiangdong replied pitifully. If it's not a state organization, we cannot accept it. Seeing the old man still being obstinate, Li Xiangdong inwardly cursed but maintained a smile on his face, quickly shoving an entire pack of cigarettes into the man's hands. Please, have some leniency. My younger siblings are on the brink of starvation. You can go inside and ask Factory Director Yan. It's the first room on the left, the old man said, weighing the cigarettes in his hand, clearly pleased. Thank you, sir. You are truly a lifesaver for my family. Li Xiangdong continued to flatter, fully aware that if he managed to sell the cicada shells to Guangming Pharmaceutical Factory, he would undoubtedly have future dealings with this gatekeeper. The first room on the left was ajar, and a man was bent over a desk, writing something. Li Xiangdong knocked lightly on the door, standing outside without entering. Excuse me, do you accept cicada shells here? The man looked up, appearing to be around 50 years old, quite thin. Li Xiangdong cautiously extracted a cicada shell and placed it on the desk in front of the man. The man picked up a golden cicada shell, inspecting it closely. This cicada skin is golden and intact. We will accept it. Li Xiangdong's heart soared with joy. He hadn't anticipated such smooth sailing. How much do you pay per pound? The purchase price is 10 yuan per pound. How much can you accept? We will buy as much as you have. Great, great. May I ask your surname, sir? Li Xiangdong once again retrieved a box of golden leaves from his backpack, extracting a cigarette and lighting it for himself. This box of cigarettes was also pilfered from his father, who possessed only these 2 boxes and was unwilling to smoke them, saving them for work or entertaining guests. Today, however, Li Xiangdong had taken them all. If Li Jin were to discover this, he would undoubtedly reward him with a sumptuous meal of stir-fried bamboo shoots and pork. Never mind. Once I sell the cicada skins and earn some money, I shall swiftly purchase 2 boxes. No, 4 boxes, to replenish his supply. You may call me Uncle Yin. Director Yin took a puff from the cigarette, admonishing, such a young child like you should not smoke. I won't smoke. These are for my dad, Li Xiangdong replied. Then I shall keep the cicada skins safe and come find you. Li Xiangdong followed Director Yin in calling out for cicada skins. Such professional terminology sounds delightful. Far more precious than mere cicada skins. On the way back, Li Xiangdong meticulously calculated that a pound of cicada skins fetched 10 yuan, which sounded like a considerable sum. However, cicada skins are exceptionally light, weighing around 0.5 grams each, meaning a pound consists of approximately 1,000 pieces. Even if he searched all night, he might not gather a significant quantity on his own. The harvesting period for cicada skins is limited to the summer and autumn seasons. So he must seize every opportunity to expand his reach and collect as many cicada skins as possible in the shortest time. Throughout the day, Li Xiangdong explored the distribution of cicada skins both within and beyond the village, as well as in neighboring towns. He discovered cicada skins drying or freshly molted on various trees: willows, elms, locusts, poplars, ash trees, oil pines, jujubes, and peach trees. By the time the sun began to set, Li Xiangdong had amassed 400 or 500 cicada skins in his backpack. Quite impressive. He had earned 4 or 5 yuan that day, equivalent to several days' wages for a laborer. Li Xiangdong gathered his friends, Li Guiqing, Li Xiangjia, Zhao Xiaojun, and a few others, by the riverbank. Xiaojun, would you like a toy pistol from the supply and marketing cooperative? Eru, how about some firecrackers? The friends exchanged glances, then nodded in unison, expressing their desire for the items. Are you going to buy them, brother? Li Xiangdong hesitated. I don't have any money right now, but I can take you all to earn some. Once we make money, we can buy them. How do we earn money? By begging? I know where my mom hides the money. Brother, shall we steal? Where does your mom hide the money? Chapter 18. Earning money. Stop. Stop. Quiet down, everyone. Li Xiangdong was astounded by the imaginative prowess of his friends, who had jumped from earning money to begging and stealing. If he didn't interrupt soon. Who knew what they might say next? Look, what is this? Li Xiangdong displayed a cicada skin to the group. Isn't that just the shell of a cicada? I know, but we can't eat that. Brother, only the cicadas are edible. Sure, listen to me. There's someone who wants to buy this. 20 for 1 dime. Li Xiangdong lowered his voice. 1 dime. If I find 200, that's 1 yuan. I want to buy 10 boxes of firecrackers. 1 box in the morning. 1 in the evening. Brother, I'm going now. Seeing his friends suddenly filled with excitement, Li Xiangdong quickly urged them to be quiet. Keep it down. If others hear, how will you earn money? Shoo, shoo, shoo. Li Guiqing and the others hurriedly covered each other's mouths. Now, I shall impart a few rules. First, this matter must remain confidential. No one is permitted to speak of it, not even Eru. As a few companions chuckled and exchanged knowing glances with Eru, they all remarked that Gaifeng was the unwed bride of Eru. Second, the cicada shells must be dry and intact. Do not handle them carelessly. For any that are broken or incomplete cannot be exchanged for money. Third, the cicada nymphs shed their skins at night, so everyone must seize the moment to collect all the cicada shells. Lastly, you may begin your search for cicada shells now, along with the time you have tomorrow morning. Return here at noon to submit your findings to me. When will we receive our payment? Li Xiangjia, the most astute among them, inquired. Tomorrow night. We shall distribute the money. Splendid. Let us rush. Do not snatch from me. I saw them first. With that, everyone dispersed, each clutching a tree and meticulously searching. This night was destined to be sleepless. Beneath the bright moonlight, children's laughter echoed from the dense branches as they traversed the grass. After days filled with worry, tension, and fatigue, Li Xiangdong slept soundly until 11 the next morning. The sun outside shone brightly, while the room was eerily quiet, save for his little sister, who sat at his feet, quietly playing with his toes. Li Xiangdong awoke, stretched lazily, and scooped up his sister, planting a kiss on her cheek, prompting her to giggle. Little sister, I promise you shall not endure hardships as in the past life. This time, you shall relish delicious food and delightful experiences. His little sister mimicked him adorably, repeating, delicious food, delightful experiences. Come, big brother will take you to earn money. Li Xiangdong picked up a large basket made of thorny branches, filled it with the more than 500 cicada shells he had collected, and secured his sister to his chest with a strap. They made their way to the riverbank, where they found Eru already waiting, accompanied by a young girl of about 14 or 15. Li Xiangdong frowned slightly and approached them to greet the pair. Eru, Gaifeng. Big brother, Gaifeng came to play with me last night and insisted on joining me to find cicada shells. I thought that two would find more than one. Noticing Li Xiangdong's less than pleased expression, Eru recalled his particular instructions from the previous day and felt a bit defensive. Yes, this shall not happen again. Please remind Gaifeng to keep it confidential. Li Xiangdong, recalling Gaifeng's spirited nature from the previous life, acknowledged that she was not one to stir trouble, thus accepting Eru's explanation, though he mentally noted Eru's lack of discipline. Understood, understood. Big brother, look at us. We've found quite a lot. 983. Eru carefully opened his blue coarse cloth jacket, revealing a bounty of complete golden cicada shells. Not bad. 983 amounts to 4 yuan and 9 jiao. Li Xiangdong took out a pencil and neatly recorded in his notebook. Wang Eru, 983 pieces, 9 yuan. Eru grinned widely at the figures in the notebook and cautiously began to pour the cicada shells into the thorny basket. Wait a moment. Li Xiangdong pondered for a moment, then laid his golden cicada skin upon the ground, layering a handful of wild grass beneath his backpack. He tore off 2 pages from his homework notebook to cushion the grass, urging everyone to proceed with caution. Gradually, Li Guiqing, Li Xiangdong, Zhao Xiaojun, and Gui Yuxi arrived, all perspiring profusely. Each of them cradled their bamboo baskets or bundles as if they were precious treasures. After a flurry of counting, Li Xiangdong recorded the following in his notebook. Li Guiqing, 820 pieces, 4, 1 yuan. Li Xiangdong, 700 pieces, 3, 5 yuan. Zhao Xiaojun, 680 pieces, 3, 4 yuan. Gui Yuxi, 600 pieces, 3 yuan. The companions gazed at the figures inscribed on the page, their eyes sparkling as if envisioning toy pistols, steaming meat buns, hawthorn preserves, and colorful firecrackers. However, their jubilation was short-lived as Gui Yuxi expressed his discontent. Second brother, weren't we supposed to keep this a secret? Why did Eru bring Gaifeng along? They collected more than we did. The moment Li Xiangdong spotted Gaifeng, he anticipated the discontent among his friends. Upon hearing Gui Yuxi's complaint, he quickly relayed his premeditated explanation to the group. You may enlist others to assist you in gathering. But there is one stipulation. You must not disclose that the golden cicada skins are for me, nor reveal that they can be exchanged for money. Should I hear anyone mention the exchange of golden cicada skins, especially glancing pointedly at Gaifeng and Eru, I will no longer accept any of your skins, nor will you be able to redeem a single penny. Please, second brother, we will certainly keep it a secret. They chorused, we haven't told anyone. We toiled all night for this. Eru, you were told not to inform Gaifeng, someone chimed in. Gaifeng, didn't your mother assign you chores at home? Why are you always trailing after Eru, you little imp? Gaifeng's temper flared at the barbs of her companions. Her cheeks flushed, her eyebrows arched in defiance. With her left hand on her hip and her right finger pointed at Gui Yuxi, she chastised, Little Erden, if you dare gossip with my mother, I will certainly retaliate. Gui Yuxi, affectionately nicknamed Erden and aged 12, stuck out his tongue at Gaifeng, chanting, I can't hear you. Turtle reciting scriptures. All right. Those who stayed up late last night should hurry home for some rest. Those who are not tired may continue gathering. I'll take my leave. Li Xiangdong pulled off another handful of grass to cover the golden cicada skins. To the unobservant eye, it would appear as though he was merely carrying a bundle of grass. The group dispersed, none daring to inquire about his destination. Some returned home to sleep, while others resumed their quest for golden cicada skins. With his willow-woven backpack slung over his shoulder, Li Xiangdong casually plucked a few sprigs of the sweet-tasting flower known as chicken drinking wine from the riverbank and tucked them into his little sister's clothing. He also pulled out the trumpet-shaped purple flowers and placed them into her mouth, encouraging her to savor their sweetness. The roots of these flowers were saccharine, reminiscent of honey, and they all relished the delightful snack. His little sister, indeed, enjoyed them immensely, and a pang of bittersweet nostalgia washed over Li Xiangdong as he reflected on the modern children's snacks, imported milk powder, cheese sticks, high-calcium biscuits, deep-sea fish sausages, and salmon or beef seaweed flakes that often went uneaten as grandmothers chased after their grandchildren to feed them. His little sister could only indulge in rice porridge, occasionally treated to a stir-fried egg made with a small iron spoon, which was a supreme delicacy in her eyes. Li Xiangdong silently resolved to earn more money to provide a comfortable and prosperous life for his younger siblings. Chapter 19. Discovery in the Wild. Xiangdong realized it was time to cut grass for the pigs. Aunt Nio, who had just finished her work, was taken aback when she saw Li Xiangdong, with a child in his arms and a large basket on his back. He chuckled awkwardly and hurried along, taking 2 steps at a time. Aunt Nio was quite a formidable figure. She served as the head of the Intelligence Committee for Lijia Slope, a hub for various rumors and insider information within a 10-mile radius. If she caught sight of what was in his basket, within half an hour, the entire Lijia Slope would be in the know. After walking for more than an hour, around 1:30 in the afternoon, he arrived at the Guangming pharmaceutical factory. To his surprise, the gate was locked, and the gatekeeper was nowhere to be found. Li Xiangdong unloaded the basket of bramble and wiped the sweat off his little sister's flushed face. The midday sun blazed fiercely, causing her hair to stick to her forehead. With a handkerchief, he gently wiped her face, and she smiled sweetly, her large eyes crescent-shaped and adorably rosy. After waiting a bit longer, the gatekeeper finally returned, swaying slightly. Li Xiangdong graciously offered him 2 cigarettes, allowing him to enter the factory with his sister and the basket of bramble. Uncle Yin, I have brought the golden cicada skins for you to examine. Director Yin looked at him in surprise, not expecting such efficiency. You've brought them today? Where are they? Let me see the quality. Li Xiangdong carefully removed the wild grass from the top, revealing a glimmering array of golden cicada skins. Director Yin picked one up, took a sniff, and held it up to the sunlight. Not bad. Are they all like this? Yes, indeed. Please feel free to check if there are any discrepancies. You may discard them. All right, Xiao Wang, weigh them and check for any inferior products. Certainly. After Xiao Wang weighed the goods, the total came to 4 pounds and 3 ounces, priced at 10 yuan per pound, amounting to a total of 43 yuan. As 4 black bills and 3 red ones were handed to him, Li Xiangdong felt a surge of exhilaration, his hands trembling. He had never felt such excitement before, not even upon seeing 400,000 in a past life. Thank you, Uncle Yin. Thank you, Brother Wang. Li Xiangdong bowed deeply in gratitude. Oh, no need for such formality. Director Yin waved his hand. His gaze suddenly fell upon Li Xiangdong's little sister, who was busy enjoying her drink from a flower. His expression softened as he approached her, squatting down to speak gently. Little sister, may I see that flower? Here. She generously offered the entire flower to Director Yin. Such a good girl. Director Yin affectionately patted her cheek, eliciting a giggle from her. Li Xiangdong was puzzled by Director Yin's intentions, yet his heart raced, sensing that the flower must hold some significance. Director Yin, holding a flower with a plump yellow rhizome, stepped into the counter with a few strides, rummaging through to find an old book with frayed edges. He murmured to himself, describing the flower. It resembles a suspended bell, with a purple-red exterior and a golden-yellow interior. The edges of the leaves are serrated, the undersides adorned with pale purple fuzz, the stem covered in grayish-white hairs, and the rhizome thick and succulent, yellow and fresh. Inside, silence enveloped the room as everyone watched Director Yin busily at work alone. Xiao Wang, bring me a knife and a basin of clean water, quickly. Xiao Wang deftly complied, handing over the knife and water basin, while Li Xiangdong hurried to take the basin from Xiao Wang's hands. Xiao Wang smiled at Li Xiangdong, appreciating his perceptiveness. With a serious demeanor, Director Yin sliced off a piece of the yellow rhizome, revealing its pale white side. He tossed the cut rhizome into the basin, where it gradually sank beneath the surface. Ha ha ha, it truly is Rehmannia, exclaimed Li Xiangdong. Is it the Emperor's herb? Rehmannia? The 6-flavor Rehmannia pill? Indeed. Director Yin responded, his excitement palpable. Rehmannia is first recorded in the Shenong Benchao Jing and is one of the 4 great medicinal herbs, historically regarded as a tribute to the Yellow Emperor. The Bincao Gongmu states, the floating ones are Tian Huang, those that are half floated and half sunk are Ren Huang, while the submerged ones are Di Huang, with the submerged being the best for medicinal use. Look, this seemingly light rhizome is sinking to the bottom of the water, confirming it is unmistakably Rehmannia. Li Xiangdong's heart raced, and he cautiously asked, Uncle Yin, will you purchase this Rehmannia? Ha ha, of course. Why wouldn't I? Our Huichuan County has never seen Rehmannia of such quality. Where did you find it? Right by the river in our village. We usually pluck its flowers for snacks. They are sweet when sucked, Li Xiangdong admitted without hesitation. Are you not afraid I might go dig it up myself and leave you without profit? Director Yin asked, intrigued. Uncle, you treat me so well. How could I lie to you? Besides, if you truly wanted to dig it up yourself, you wouldn't be sharing this with me. Even if I now realize Rehmannia can be sold, I would still tell you if you asked. Ha, good lad. This is an exceptionally fine wild Rehmannia. Judging by the thickness of the rhizome, it must be at least 10 years old. Go ahead and dig it up. Fresh Rehmannia is worth 50 cents per pound. Oh, wonderful. Li Xiangdong beamed with joy. Although the unit price of Rehmannia is low, its weight is substantial when fresh. I must advise you not to excavate them all at once. Leave the smaller ones be. Once the Rehmannia flowers and seeds, new ones will grow. Only then can we ensure a continuous supply of wild Rehmannia. Uncle Yin, I understand. This is called sustainable harvesting, protecting while excavating, not depleting the resources. Indeed. Well said. Director Yin was taken aback by the philosophical insight of a mere teenager from the countryside. Yet, to someone like Li Xiangdong, who had lived over 70 years, this principle was utterly simple. Li Xiangdong, armed with money and a new mission, placed his sister in a woven basket and gratefully departed from the Guangming pharmaceutical factory. Shortly thereafter, he returned, presenting a box of golden leaf cigarettes to Director Yin and a packet of walnut pastry to Xiao Wang. Director Yin, may I humbly request to take your book home for a look? I wish to explore if there are other medicinal herbs in the wild, Li Xiangdong said, a touch of embarrassment in his voice. That book is nearly worn out from my frequent readings. Xiaowang, please fetch a new compendium of Chinese medicinal herbs for Xiangdong. Director Yin replied. Observing the golden leaf and walnut pastry, Director Yin thought to himself that this truly was a remarkably grateful young man. After Xiao Wang brought out the compendium of Chinese medicinal herbs, Li Xiangdong calculated his assets. Golden leaf at 30 cents per box, walnut pastry at 80 cents per pound, and honey 3 knives at 1 yuan per pound, with the previous packet weighing 8 taels, totaling 80 cents. With an income of 43 yuan, subtracting the 9 yuan spent on gifts, and the total wages of 9 yuan for Li Guoqing and the others, he found that his net profit from the golden cicada skin was an astonishing 2 yuan. What a lucrative venture. Initially, Li Xiangdong believed the quantity of golden cicada skin was fixed, estimating it would only last a few days. Little did he know that fortune had smiled upon him, as the seemingly inconspicuous little chick had turned out to be the precious wild Rehmannia. His sister was truly a little lucky star. Without the need to please her, he would not have encountered this serendipitous opportunity. Chapter 20. Herbs abound. Li Xiangdong perused the compendium of Chinese medicinal herbs, becoming increasingly exhilarated. To his surprise, the common weeds and wild vegetables he encountered daily were, in fact, medicinal herbs. He pondered that he might soon amass his first fortune. Come, little sister. Big brother has treats for you, he called back to the adorable little girl. Yummy, yummy, Li Xiaomei exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with joy as she clapped her hands and mimicked Li Xiangdong's speech. Li Xiangdong headed straight to the supply and marketing cooperative to begin his grand shopping spree. Miss Salesperson, I would like a bottle of malt milk. 4 bottles of orange soda, half a pound of white sugar, half a pound of brown sugar, half a pound of hard fruit candy, 3 taels of white rabbit milk candy, and 2 bottles of Nolinshan liquor. The young salesgirl, with her hair styled in 2 braids, replied, Young man, purchasing candy and malt milk requires sugar tickets. Do you have any? I do, Li Xiangdong replied, pulling out a handful of tickets from his pocket. He had pilfered them from his mother the previous night when she had distributed sugar tickets, and he had saved them up, now totaling 7 or 8 pounds. With no spare cash on hand, the tickets were on the verge of expiration. Malt milk cost 5 yuan per bottle, orange soda 10 cents each, totaling 40 cents for 4 bottles, half a pound of white sugar 40 cents, half a pound of brown sugar 35 cents, half a pound of hard fruit candy 45 cents, 3 taels of white rabbit milk candy 2 yuan, and 2 bottles of Nolinshan liquor 4 yuan, requiring 3 market pounds in sugar tickets. The salesgirl efficiently gathered the items at the counter, announcing the prices as she went. The sound of the abacus clicking filled the air, and the salesgirl announced the total, 2 yuan. Li Xiangdong handed over the money, reflecting on the steep price of malt milk at this time, having never purchased it before and unaware that a single bottle could cost as much as 10 boxes of Hongtao Mountain cigarettes. Nevertheless, he knew he had to make the purchase. His sister needed more nourishment. Though they had used all the rice they had saved to prepare rice porridge for her, he now had the means to ensure she received the most nutritious food available, without ration tickets for grain or meat. Li Xiangdong had no choice but to purchase 2 jin of overpriced pork belly and 2 jin of expensive refined flour, spending an additional 5 yuan. He carefully placed the sugary pork, noodles, and malted milk powder into the woven basket, covering them with a generous bundle of wild grass to ensure that no one could discern the contents. Only then did he feel satisfied as he shouldered the basket and lifted his younger sister, making his way home, with a green apple-flavored hard candy in his mouth. He offered a piece of white rabbit milk candy to his sister. Together, they strode back to Li Jiapa village, basking in the warm glow of the setting sun. At the entrance of his home, Li Guoqing, Li Xiangjie, and Zhao Xiaojun were crouched down, engrossed in a game of marbles. The family's large yellow dog, which had been lounging lazily, sprang to attention at the sound of its young master's footsteps, eagerly circling around Li Xiangdong's feet. Guoqing, Ziaduzi, Xiaojun, go fetch Eru and Yushi, and wait for me at the usual spot, Li Xiangdong whispered as he approached. Right away, the 3 boys exclaimed, leaping into action. Upon entering the house, he noticed his mother, Zhao Sufang, busy preparing dinner. Leaning over to peek, he saw that she was making stewed eggplant and potatoes with sorghum pancakes, causing a wave of acidity to rise in his stomach. He placed his sister on the Kong to play by herself and quickly retrieved the meat from the basket to present it to his mother. Mother, let us cook some meat. After days of eating potatoes, my head is almost turning into one. Where did you get this meat? Zhao Sufang's expression shifted, her eyes widening in disbelief as she did not take the meat from him. Don't worry, mother, I earned the money myself. I didn't steal it, nor did I rob it. Li Xiangdong knew his mother's principles. She would rather starve than accept food from dubious sources. Where did you get the money to buy meat? She pressed further. I earned it by selling Chinese herbs. Where did you get the herbs? Zhao Sufang remained skeptical. Little sister, although our family is poor, you must not engage in dishonest activities. One must live with integrity. Are you really going to become one of those gossiping fools who end up in prison? Zhao Sufang's tone was stern, yet tears threatened to spill from her eyes. I know. The golden cicada skins we collected are just the shells of cicadas, and I sold them to a pharmaceutical factory for money. Mother, you know me. Even if I'm mischievous, I wouldn't dare to steal or rob. Li Xiangdong replied, somewhat helplessly. Really? Cicada shells can be sold for money? Zhao Sufang questioned, still half convinced. Indeed. I'll explain everything in detail when I return tonight. But first, I need to distribute the money to Xiaoduzi and the others. Hurry and start cooking the meat. I'm absolutely starving. Zhao Sufang watched as Li Xiangdong dashed off, sighing as she placed the meat into a bowl in the cupboard. Until the situation was clarified, they could not eat the meat. Guqing, here's your share. Xiaoduzi, hold on tight. Xiaojun, Yushi, this is for both of you. And this is yours. Eru, yours is the largest. Li Xiangdong distributed the money to each child, who had never seen such a sum before, their smiles stretching from ear to ear. Brother, will they accept it? Of course. With cicadas shedding their skins in abundance these days, we must seize the opportunity. Once this village is passed, there will be no more chances. All right, I'm heading out now. I need to venture farther today. The nearby ones have almost been caught. Exercise caution and refrain from straying too far. Prioritize safety. Fortunately, in this era, the abduction of children is a rarity, with families abundant in offspring. It is common for children to visit one another's homes for sleepovers. Thus, parents are not overly anxious when a particular child is momentarily absent. A group of 4 or 5 children hastily return home for dinner, planning to summon a few trusted friends to join them in their playful pursuits. Li Xiangdong, however, takes his time, meticulously observing every blade of wild grass and flower along the riverbank's slope. Among the flora, he identifies the pigweed, a wild vegetable meant for swine. Cherished by the villagers as fodder, fortunately, the limited number of pigs in the village prevents its overharvesting. The book reveals that pigweed's scientific name is rubia, belonging to the Rubiaceae family, with the entire plant possessing medicinal properties. Its square stem and whorled leaves, adorned with small, backward-facing spines along the leaf edges and midribs, along with its irregular red tuberous roots, are known for their ability to cool the blood, stop bleeding, invigorate blood circulation, and dispel stasis. Next, he encounters the pig's eargrass, tender in spring, often chopped and mixed with cornmeal to make savory pancakes. The book refers to it as plantigo, which can promote urination, alleviate heat, detoxify, and enhance vision. Then there is the earth locust, a small shrub measuring half a meter to a meter in length, whose branches are sometimes cut for sheep fodder. The text identifies it as Sephora, with a yellow-green or brownish-yellow exterior covered in fine hairs, and leaflets resembling those of the locust tree. Its cylindrical roots, harvested in spring and autumn, are used medicinally to clear heat, eliminate dampness, dispel wind, and promote diuresis. He also finds the single root, akin to the earth locust in appearance and destined for the same purpose of feeding sheep. Its scientific name is astragalus, featuring pale green stems with multiple branches, and like Sephora, it possesses pinnate leaves and axillary racemes of bell-shaped flowers. The roots are utilized in medicine to replenish qi, elevate yang, and nourish blood. As Li Xiangdong discovers various wild herbs and vegetables, he cross-references them with the Compendium of Materia Medica to ascertain their medicinal value. Remarkably, every common wild herb he encounters, honeysuckle, wild chrysanthemum, sour jujube, goji berry, horsetail, nightshade, sky grass, and cricket grass, has a scientific name, each serving as a valuable medicinal herb. This realization stirs within him a profound sense of exhilaration that he has never experienced before. What sensations did Xiangdong experience while sampling countless herbs? How did he discern which plants could heal human ailments? When Li Xiangdong authored the Compendium of Materia Medica, did he meticulously compare each herb, every flower, and every animal with ancient medical texts, rectifying them through clinical cases? Such is the marvel of our traditional Chinese medicine, a treasure bestowed upon humanity by nature. Reflecting on the decline and demonization of traditional medicine in contemporary times, Li Xiangdong feels a twinge of melancholy. Currently, the fields are teeming with a plethora of medicinal herbs. Yet the widespread use of pesticides and fertilizers, along with the ruthless harvesting of rare medicinal materials, has led to the extinction of many herbs, leaving their cultivation reliant on human intervention. Moreover, driven by greed, some individuals have sought to tarnish the reputation of traditional medicine, fostering public distrust. While neighboring nations relentlessly acquire and appropriate our herbal formulas, transforming them into their national treasures, the more nefarious among them seek to purchase entire stocks of wild medicinal plants, aiming to drive them to extinction. In that moment, Li Xiangdong's thoughts wander far and wide, but he quickly regains his focus. At present, there is little he can do. He must first utilize these delightful herbs to address his debts and procure sustenance. If he were to engage in extensive excavation, the secret would undoubtedly be compromised. At that point, everyone would rush in indiscriminately, leading to a catastrophic depletion of resources. This matter warrants his careful contemplation. Chapter 21. Digging for earthworms and catching scorpions. Li Jin was away attending a meeting in the county, leaving Zhao Sufang to prepare the dining table. She had laid out a shallow dish of crimson sorghum pancakes and a large bowl of stewed eggplant with potatoes. Li Xiangdong glanced around, but found no trace of meat. "Mother, where's the meat? Didn't I bring home a substantial piece?" he exclaimed. "Second brother, why do I detect the scent of milk candy on little sister's breath? Did you secretly buy her some?" inquired Li Jiabao, who had approached Li Xiangdong. Li Jiabao possessed an extraordinary talent for discerning flavors. He could effortlessly identify various food aromas and was especially sensitive to their scents, no matter where Zhao Sufang and Li Jin hid their delectable treats. Li Jiabao could locate them with ease. "Fourth sister, could you fry the meat? It feels like ages since we last had any," Li Xiangdong implored, ignoring Li Jiabao and retrieving the meat from the pantry to hand it to Li Jun. Instantly, Li Jiabao dismissed the thought of milk candy. Nothing compared to the alluring aroma of pork. "Xiangdong, where did you procure this meat?" Li Jun asked, her eyes darting to Zhao Sufang even as she spoke. "Jinjin, put the meat down for now. Xiangdong, unless you clarify the situation, no one will cook for you," Zhao Sufang insisted firmly. It seemed that without providing an explanation to his mother, he would be deprived of pork. "Fifth sister, please shut the front door," commanded Li Xiangdong. Li Ping promptly leapt off the kong, barefoot, and dashed to the door, securing it tightly. Li Xiangdong retrieved a woven basket and emptied its contents onto the kong. Wow. Wow. It's candy, mother. So much candy. I want to eat the white rabbit milk candy," Li Jiabao exclaimed, throwing himself onto the kong and gathering all the candy into his embrace. "Candy, white rabbit milk candy. Third brother can have some, but I want some too," little sister chimed in, having tasted a milk candy earlier in the afternoon and declaring it the most delicious treat in the world, dismissing any desire for porridge. "Second brother, where did you get all this candy? And orange soda. Oh, and malted milk powder," Li Ping exclaimed, her face alight with wonder. Zhao Sufang and Li Jun were equally astonished. Li Xiangdong placed the malted milk powder, red and white sugar, and orange soda into the large cupboard in the southern corner, a place reserved by his mother for cherished foodstuffs. He then distributed a piece of white rabbit milk candy and 4 colorful fruit hard candies to Li Jun, Li Ping, and Li Jiabao. "Fifth sister Jiabao, take the candy outside and keep an eye on the people. Don't let anyone in." "All right, let us go," replied Li Ping and Li Jiabao, their mouths filled with candy, strutting like victorious generals. Inside the room remained Zhao Sufang, Li Jun, Li Xiangdong, and little sister, who was crawling and playing on the kong. "Mother, have a piece of candy. It's truly delightful," Li Xiangdong encouraged, unwrapping a strawberry-flavored candy and placing it in his mother's mouth, quickly sharing the news of how he had earned money from selling cicada shells. "Cicada shells? Cicada skins can be profitable. I've never heard of such a thing in our family or the surrounding villages," Zhao Sufang responded, half skeptical and half intrigued. "Oh, if the generations before us and the neighboring villages have heard of this, would the opportunity to earn such money fall upon me?" Zhao Sufang couldn't help but nod in agreement. Her son's words held truth. "By the way, mother, fourth sister, I have another matter to discuss with you. Uncle Yin from Guangming Pharmaceutical Factory claims this is exceptional remania." Li Xiangdong presented a piece of the herb for their inspection. "Isn't this just a little chick drinking wine?" When Li Jun was young, she had sipped nectar and the villagers affectionately referred to it as the little chick drinking wine. No one called it Rehmannia. What is Rehmannia? Zhao Sufang voiced the question lingering in Li Zhen's mind. Rehmannia is a precious medicinal herb. Uncle Yin mentioned that our region has never before discovered such high-quality Rehmannia. Uncle Yin stated that a pound of Rehmannia costs merely a dime. What? This wild vegetable, just a dime a pound? Li Zhen gasped softly in astonishment. It's not the whole plant that is needed, just the lower roots. Moreover, Uncle Yin cautioned that we must not dig out the small ones, or they will become extinct. As for this task, after much contemplation, I believe only you, fourth sister, and mother can undertake it. This matter must remain confidential. Mother will be earning work points and can only work early in the morning and late at night. I think fourth sister should take a few days off so we can dig together. If anyone inquires, we can say that fourth sister strained herself pushing a cart at the brick kiln and is resting at home, helping to cut pig fodder. What do you think? Li Xiangdong articulated his well-thought-out plan in one breath. Zhao Sufang pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Very well, starting tomorrow. I shall rise at 4 to dig for Rehmannia. It is unfortunate that we cannot see at night. Otherwise, we could also work then. You should rest in the evening. Working all day, cooking, and tidying the house is too exhausting. My son truly cares for his mother. Zhao Sufang felt a wave of emotion. A deep maternal love welling up from her heart. I will go and stir-fry the meat. Mother, you are the best. Li Xiangdong, who had never been one to utter sweet words in his previous life, found himself flattering his mother, surprised by the immediate effect it had. This is the art of conversation. People often speak carelessly to their loved ones and friends, but who enjoys hearing harsh words? Li Xiangdong thought quietly to himself. He must be careful with his words in the future. A kind word warms in winter, while a harsh word chills in summer. Soon, a plate of glistening spicy stir-fried meat emerged from the stove. The thinly sliced pork belly curled up after being stir-fried at high heat, and the diamond-shaped red peppers, plump and shiny, were coated in a layer of oil. The long-awaited aroma of grease mingled with the spiciness of the peppers made Li Xiangdong feel so blissful that tears threatened to flow. All right, it's time to eat. Zhao Sufang placed the spicy stir-fried meat on the table, then returned to the stove to retrieve a bowl brimming with more of the dish. Visibly more than what was on their table. Jinjin, take this bowl of food over to your grandmother. Ah, my meat. Li Jiabao looked at his mother with a pitiful expression. Normally obedient, Li Jin surprisingly did not immediately comply with her mother's request. Mother, we cannot send this bowl of meat. Li Xiangdong took the bowl of spicy stir-fried meat and said sternly to his mother, Alas, your grandmother was wrong last time. But honoring our elders is only right. It is inappropriate for us to indulge in delicious food while neglecting to share with our elders. Zhao Sufang sighed, urging her son and daughter, Mother, it's not just the matter of fourth sister being exchanged for marriage. It's that we have meat to eat, sugar to savor. And we've bought milk powder and orange soda. All of this must remain a secret. Mother, think about it. What money did we use to buy these things? If my grandmother were to ask you where the money for the meat came from, how would you explain? Zhao Sufang was rendered speechless by this. Indeed, this matter could not be broadcasted openly. Considering how difficult it is for her son, who must devise ways to acquire meat, one could lament the inadequacies of parenthood. Mother, you must keep this a secret. I trust fourth sister and little sister, but if fifth sister and Jiabao dare to disclose what happened today, I shall spank you both severely, and you will never eat sugar or meat again. Li Xiangdong threatened Li Ping. We definitely won't say a word. We promise. The two turned pale. The thought of a painful punishment was daunting, but the idea of never tasting sugar and meat again was even more distressing. Zhao Sufang was soon persuaded, and the 5 of them gathered around the table to eat. Zhao Sufang and Li Zhen refrained from taking meat, opting instead for sorghum pancakes with potatoes and eggplants. Li Xiangdong observed Li Jiabao, whose mouth was dripping with grease, and sighed inwardly. In this era, farming, fetching water, and building houses all require male labor, compounded by thousands of years of tradition, where women instinctively allow men to eat the better portions, believing themselves unworthy of fine food. Changing such mindsets is no easy task. He could only strive to earn more, so that his mother and sisters could enjoy meat without burden. Mother, fourth sister, please eat. Li Xiangdong placed a piece of meat into their bowls. You should eat. Zhao Sufang immediately attempted to return the meat to Li Xiangdong. He stopped her, saying, Mother, you work harder than anyone. What harm is there in you eating a piece of meat? I will earn more in the future, ensuring you can have meat every day. How could I dare to eat meat every day? That would be sinful. Zhao Sufang smiled as she savored the meat, finding it both fragrant and sweet. Oh, when did my son become so thoughtful? Fourth sister, hurry and eat, or Jiabao and fifth sister will finish it all. I want to eat meat too. The adorable little sister called out anxiously from behind. Haha, it's too spicy for you. Soon, I'll have mother mix some milk powder for you. The meal was quickly finished. Not only was the spicy meat consumed, but the eggplants with potatoes were also gone. Li Jiabao and Li Ping sighed contentedly, their bellies round. And they ran out to play. Li Xiangdong lay on the bamboo mat, watching his mother mend old clothes under the kerosene lamp, when he suddenly felt a sharp, stinging pain in his calf. Ouch, I've been stung. Zhao Sufang quickly pulled the lamp cord, and under the bright, incandescent light, a large scorpion, measuring over a foot in length, was crawling towards the Kong. Zhao Sufang grabbed a pair of scissors and pinched the scorpion's back, its long tail curled up, the venomous stinger glimmering ominously under the light. The stinger remained intact, indicating it had been caught. As Zhao Sufang prepared to cut the scorpion in half with the scissors, Li Xiangdong hurriedly intervened, enduring the pain to fetch an empty glass bottle, allowing his mother to place the scorpion inside. This too is medicinal. Dried scorpions are valuable. Li Xiangdong's eyes sparkled with excitement. The first ingredient of the 5 tigers chased the wind decoction is the scorpion. The relentless pursuit of wealth has driven them to madness. Zhao Sufang, upon speaking, hurriedly crushed a piece of ginger and some garlic, tenderly applying the mixture to Li Xiangdong. As Li Xiangdong gazed at the large scorpion in the glass jar, he contemplated asking Uncle Yin at the Guangming pharmaceutical factory about the price of scorpions when he visited the next afternoon. In these times, every household resided in mud brick homes. And during summer, both adults and children frequently fell victim to scorpion stings. If scorpions could fetch a good price, he would start collecting them, justifying it by saying he intended to infuse them in liquor, by thoroughly washing and drying the scorpions, and then placing them in grain alcohol, sealing the container, and storing it in a cool, dry, ventilated, and dark place. He could have a drink ready in half a month. This scorpion-infused liquor is known to dispel wind and cold, invigorate blood circulation, and alleviate pain. Households with elderly residents would brew a bottle or two, taking a small cup when rheumatism struck. This is an age-old folk remedy that has waned in belief among the people. Li Xiangdong's mind wandered chaotically. One moment, he pondered the profitability of Romania, and the next, the potential earnings from scorpions. He resolved to have Guoqing and the others gather scorpions the following day. Once they sold the scorpions in Romania, he would swiftly settle the debts owed to Sanjia's family and buy some delicacies for Sanjia's mother-in-law and Daxia. Lost in thought, he eventually drifted into slumber. Chapter 22. The Great Ganoderma. At 3:30 in the morning, the sky outside remained shrouded in darkness. The inky expanse adorned with twinkling stars and a crescent moon on the horizon. Li Xiangdong, hearing faint rustling sounds from the kitchen, groggily opened his eyes. He sat up and pulled aside a corner of the curtain to observe the sky, which, in this era, was devoid of pollution, appearing remarkably pristine. Inside the kitchen, his fourth sister, Li Zhen, and Zhao Sufang had already prepared everything, with steam rising from the iron pot. Surprisingly, his fifth sister, Li Ping, was also awake. "Why are you up so early, fifth sister?" Li Xiangdong asked as he ladled water from a gourd into a basin, splashing his face haphazardly. "I heard what you said yesterday. I want to join you in digging Romania. I can help you. Today is Sunday, and I have a day off. You are too young. Stay home and sleep well. If you don't sleep, you won't grow tall." Li Xiangdong affectionately ruffled his sister's hair. She had always been obedient and sensible, growing up to be the purest-hearted. "No, I'm going. I want to sell the Romania to buy meat." Li Ping insisted resolutely. "All right, but when you go, observe how we dig, and remember to keep it a secret." The four of them wrapped 4 flatbreads in blue cloth, adding some pickled vegetables for breakfast. Some carried thorny baskets, while others bore woven backpacks. Li Ping had a small bamboo basket and brought along 4 little spades. The group set off in high spirits. By the time they reached the riverside, the sky had begun to lighten slightly. Li Xiangdong demonstrated first, digging up a robust Romania root. "Mother, fourth sister, fifth sister, look. Romania is a perennial plant. Try to choose the larger ones to dig. Be careful not to break the roots." All were skilled at farm work, and upon hearing his words, they quickly dispersed to begin their digging. As the jade rabbit sank in the west and the golden crow rose in the east, Li Xiangdong glanced at his basket, which was already more than half full. Estimating it was around 7 o'clock, he quickly stood up to call out to his mother. "Mother, you should head home now. It's almost time for work." Zhao Sufang approached, carrying a basket made of brambles, filled with plump and intact Cotinopsis. The others poured their own harvest of Cotinopsis into Sufang's basket, covering it with weeds. As she trudged home with the heavy load, she encountered Aunt Nyo, who was pouring dirty water outside her door. "Sufang, you're up so early to cut pig feed." "Indeed, Aunt Nyo, I wanted to get some done before work begins." "You are truly diligent." Watching Sufang walk away, Aunt Nyo smirked, thinking, what good is being diligent? The esteemed wife of the brigade leader spends her days in idleness, and all her earnings are snatched away by her mother-in-law. Li Zhan and her 2 younger siblings found a flat patch of land to catch their breath and have breakfast. As they bit into the sorghum cakes filled with pickled vegetables, Li Ping furrowed his brows. "Second brother, how I wish there were meat to eat." "You little glutton. Still dreaming of meat every day?" Li Zhan teased. "Yes, I also wish for candy, canned goods, eggs, orange soda, and malted milk." "Haha, just wait, little sister. Your second brother will soon help make your wishes come true." The siblings chatted and laughed, finishing their breakfast in no time. "All right, we've nearly harvested all the Cotinopsis around here. Let us venture further," Li Jin suggested, standing up. "Fourth sister, you and the others head east. I'll take a look at the river center." Li Xiangdong felt a sudden urge to explore, an instinct as strong as if something were summoning him. "What do you want to do at the river center? The water is so deep. It's just a high mound. There's nothing to see. I just want to check if there are any fish in the river." Li Xiangdong shed his shirt, clutching the bramble basket, and jumped into the water. Children in the countryside often swim in secret from their parents. Li Xiangdong was quite adept at swimming, able to dive, float on his back, and paddle like a dog. So Li Zhan paid him no further mind, and continued walking east with Li Ping to keep harvesting Cotinopsis. After swimming ashore, Li Xiangdong shook the water from his hair, wrung out his shorts, and put them back on. The high mound in the river's center was a narrow island, over 100 meters wide, 300 meters high, and approximately 500 meters long. The island was sparsely populated with wild grasses and a few trees. Due to its uneven terrain and small area, it was not conducive for planting crops, so apart from the occasional children playing in the water, no one else ventured here to cut pig feed. Li Xiangdong remembered visiting this island in his past life after swimming, where a group of children had run around for hours without finding anything of note. Since he was here now, he decided to see if there were any Cotinopsis to be found. Armed with a small shovel, he began to dig. Perhaps due to the lack of human activity, the Cotinopsis here were thriving better than on the opposite bank, each root plump and robust. As he continued, he climbed to the highest point of the island and sat beneath a sweet gum tree to rest. This was the only sweet gum tree Li Xiangdong had seen in Huichuan County. Who had planted it here? Perhaps a bird had eaten the seeds and dropped them along with its droppings. Or maybe it had been washed ashore by the floods over the years. Regardless of its origins, this sweet gum tree stands steadfastly, taking root and flourishing. When autumn arrives, it transforms into a magnificent display of fiery red. The phrase "parking to admire the late maple forest, frost leaves redder than February flowers" aptly captures its essence. Li Xiangdong picked up a dry branch, brushing aside the lush green grass, and suddenly, a flash of red caught his eye. What could it be, so vibrant and mushroom-like? Li Xiangdong leaned in for a closer inspection. Huichuan County lacks mountains, and thus does not boast the rich mushroom resources found in northeast Sichuan. However, during rainy summers, black fungus can thrive on decaying wood, and in areas with thatch, a small white mushroom grows, characterized by its slender stem and delicate cap, known locally as Mao Mao. Mao Mao is only edible when fresh, as it loses its essence when dried. As Li Xiangdong grew weary of the usual fare of chicken, duck, and fish, he reminisced about his childhood flavors, recalling a time after a heavy rain when he foraged for Mao Mao in the thatch fields, washed them thoroughly, chopped them up, and cooked them with shrimp and minced meat, tossing them with noodles to create a dish he could devour in large bowls. Li Xiangdong parted the grass to reveal a fiery red umbrella-like cap atop the sweet gum tree. Upon closer inspection, he noticed 4 smaller caps branching out beneath it, all adorned with circular striations, gleaming as if coated in varnish. Could this be a lingji? Without consulting any medical texts, Li Xiangdong was certain he had often soaked ginseng and lingji in liquor in a past life. The large cap of this red lingji measured approximately 10 centimeters in diameter. with an elegant shape resembling a grand wish-granting utensil encircling 4 smaller ones. A careful sniff revealed a faint, fragrant aroma. Wasn't he such a sizable red lingji typically found in the mountains? Li Xiangdong felt a wave of confusion wash over him, yet irrespective of the circumstances, he was assuredly destined for fortune. Cautiously, Li Xiangdong rose, wary of accidentally stepping on any hidden treasures. With the small stick he had earlier, he delicately probed the thicket and, on the opposite side of the sweet gum tree, discovered an even larger purple lingji. This purple specimen boasted a main body with 6 subsidiary branches, differing from the red lingji in its dark purple-black skin. Lingji is renowned for its millennia-long growth and reputed immortality, believed to possess miraculous properties of resurrection and eternal life. With utmost care, Li Xiangdong excavated both magnificent lingji from their roots, wrapping the stems in the sweet gum tree's leaves. Carrying the 2 specimens felt akin to shouldering 2 hefty gold ingots. Filling him with newfound vigor, he resolved to thoroughly scour the small island, hopeful for additional discoveries. After walking for 2 to 3 hours, Li Xiangdong found no further signs of lingji. He chuckled at himself, realizing that encountering 2 large lingji was a rare stroke of luck. Was it too much to expect the island to be teeming with them? He casually dug up a few dandelions, preparing to swim back to the opposite shore. Suddenly, what appeared to be a humanoid figure caught his attention. Chapter 23. The human-shaped Hisho Wu. Li Xiangdong hastened towards it, and as a gust of wind swept through, intertwining vines swayed, revealing layers of lush heart-shaped leaves. It turned out that the base of the vines exposed a humanoid root. Before him lay a root, dark brown in hue, protruding from the earth with what appeared to be a head, neck, and shoulders, its arms crossed in front as if in a gesture of repose. If his memory served him correctly, this was the famed Hisho Wu. In contemporary times, it has become a common practice to place the root of Hisho Wu into human-shaped plastic molds, utilizing fertilizers to accelerate growth, resulting in humanoid forms weighing dozens of pounds within a few years. The initial appearance of such specimens made headlines, eliciting astonishment, but as their numbers increased, the novelty faded. This particular specimen seemed to be a wild Hisho Wu that had thrived for decades. In ancient times, it was revered as one of the 4 immortal herbs, alongside ginseng, reishi mushroom, and cordyceps, each renowned for their potent abilities to invigorate and nourish the blood. Hisho Wu, also known as earth essence, is celebrated for its blood-nourishing and liver-enhancing properties, promoting dark hair, strengthening bones, and replenishing the liver and kidneys, making it a prized medicinal herb. Li Xiangdong felt an extraordinary streak of fortune as of late, perhaps a stroke of luck bestowed upon him by his rebirth. Pondering these thoughts did not hinder his efforts as he wielded a small spade to excavate Hisho Wu. After an exhaustive half-hour, he unearthed a humanoid form of the root, complete with arms and legs. Placing the Hisho Wu atop a cushion of earth, he secured 2 reishi mushrooms with wild grasses to prevent any damage, then resolved to swim back. Having amassed such treasures, it would be imprudent to deplete the resources in a single visit. With a chuckle, Li Xiangdong considered the notion of sustainable harvesting, vowing to return in a fortnight. He dared not let the bamboo basket touch the water, hoisting the heavy load with both hands as he trudged back across the stream. Carefully setting the basket down on level ground, he allowed himself a moment of respite, collapsing onto the earth. Second brother, you're back. What did you find over there? Li Ping called, laboriously dragging a willow basket toward him. Shoo, I'll tell you later. Hurry and fetch fourth sister. We must return home. What's the matter, Xiangdong? Why do you look so exhausted? Li Zhan inquired, her basket already brimming with earth. We'll discuss it at home. Fourth sister, gather some more weeds to fill our baskets. Li Xiangdong gasped, regaining his breath. The trio had just begun their preparations to return when they suddenly spotted a gray wild duck flapping its wings, bursting forth from the reeds along the bank. A wild duck. Quick, let us catch it. I want to feast on wild duck meat. It's already flown away. How can we catch it? Let us check its nest. Perhaps there are wild duck eggs. The 3 crept stealthily to the spot where the duck had taken flight, parting the lush green reeds. And indeed, they discovered 5 or 6 speckled wild duck eggs. Truly wild duck eggs. I'll fetch them. Fifth sister, if you go down there, you'll fall in. Allow me to retrieve them. With her long arms and legs, Li Zhen deftly collected the eggs in 3 trips, still warm to the touch, suggesting they had just been laid. I want to eat scrambled duck eggs with a metal spoon when we get home. Li Ping declared eagerly. No problem. We'll fry them up. Li Xiangdong replied cheerfully. The aroma of pure, home-pressed potato oil wafted through the air, rich and inviting. After a few moments of stirring, the golden scrambled eggs were ready. Li Jiabao and Li Ping encircled Li Zhen as she cooked, unwilling to budge an inch. The youngest sister, enticed by the delightful scent of the eggs, crawled eagerly to the edge of the Kong, stretching out her tiny hands in a plea for a taste. Li Zhen divided 2 wild duck eggs into 4 equal portions, giving 2 to Li Ping and Li Jiabao, while gesturing for Li Xiangdong to partake of the remaining portion, which she held in her hands, cooling it to feed her younger sister. Li Xiangdong's thoughts were consumed by 2 large reishi mushrooms and a human-shaped He Wu, as he handed the duck egg to his 4th sister. "Fourth sister, you should eat this duck egg while it's warm. Once it cools, it will have a fishy taste." Jiabao, 5th sister, do not ask 4th sister for her duck egg. "4th sister, I am going to collect the golden cicada skins now. I will deliver the Rehmannia and cicada skins to the Guangming pharmaceutical factory this afternoon." "All right, can you manage on your own, or do you need my assistance?" "No need. The cicada skins are light. I can carry them back in a single basket." By the time Li Xiangdong reached the riverbank, Eru and Guoqing were already waiting for him. "Second brother, you've arrived. Look at the cicada shells we caught today. They are even larger than yesterday's." Guoqing proudly displayed one of the golden cicada skins to Li Xiangdong. "Indeed. Did you catch them in the orchard at Panjiakan?" Li Xiangdong furrowed his brow. "Yes. There are plenty in the peach orchard," Li Xiangjie and Guayushi chimed in. "Next time, do not go back there. We just had a fight with Pan Jiwang. If the overseer catches you, you might end up in serious trouble." The overseers, active during the summer and autumn, were appointed by the production team to monitor crops, fruits, and vegetables. These individuals patrolled day and night to deter those attempting to steal food and produce. Some overseers were kind-hearted, merely scaring off intruders, while others were more severe, apprehending anyone seen cutting grass near the fields or orchards, confiscating their tools such as sickles, baskets, and crates. In that era, such farming tools were essential and represented significant household assets. The current overseer at Panjiakan was the village chief Pan Dachuan's cousin and Pan Jiwang's elder brother. Pan Jiwang had been left with a swollen face resembling that of a pig after their last altercation, and he had not dared to leave his home for over half a month. The enmity was palpable, and should Li Guoqing and his companions fall into Pan Jiwang's hands, the consequences would be dire. "Understood, second brother, let us count our catch." The group each took turns counting their golden cicada skins, while Li Xiangdong recorded the numbers in a notebook. This time, they had caught even more than before, and everyone was elated. "If we could catch them for a fortnight, I could save enough to buy a bicycle. My sister rides to work on one now," Li Guoqing exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. "Come now. A flying pigeon costs 160. You would also need a bicycle ticket," Guayushi interjected, dousing their enthusiasm with cold water. "Then I will catch them for 20 or 30 days. In a few days, there will be no cicadas left. Dreaming is futile," Li Xiangdong interrupted their bickering. Upon hearing there was still money to be made, the group ceased their quarrels and crowded around Li Xiangdong, bombarding him with questions. "Is it true, second brother? You truly have a knack for this. Second brother, what do you mean by other things? What will we catch? Fish or shrimp? Second brother, where will you exchange the money?" "It is not yet the time to reveal everything. When the opportunity arises, I will take you to meet the buyers." Li Xiangdong's heart stirred. In his previous life, he had often fished for shrimp, yet since his rebirth, he had not even immersed himself in the water to catch fish. It is now the season when the water scorpions reach maturity. Just thinking about the delectable flavor of fried water scorpions evokes memories of their crispy, aromatic delight. "I must procure some tomorrow. I also need to purchase a bit of oil when I head to the county town. You all carry on with your tasks. I'll take my leave now. We shall settle our accounts at the usual place this evening." With a wave of his hand, Li Xiangdong departed, carrying a large basket of golden cicada skins home. Chapter 24. A fortune awaits in the afternoon. Li Xiangdong did not rush to deliver the wild earth rhubarb he had unearthed to the Guangming pharmaceutical factory. He took the opportunity to distribute the money among the group, then hurriedly joined his sister Li Zhen to dig for earth rhubarb by the riverbank. The following morning, Zhao Sufeng, Li Zhen, and Li Ping rose early once again to continue their foraging. Meanwhile, Li Xiangdong seized a moment when no one was watching and waded into the river to search the small island in the middle, meticulously scouring the area for half the day, yet he came away empty-handed. 3 days passed, and Li Xiangdong prepared his two-wheeled cart at home. Securing the 3 baskets of earth rhubarb and 1 basket of golden cicada skins with ropes, and carefully wrapped the human-shaped He Shou Wu, purple Ganoderma, and red Ganoderma in his blue cotton jacket, placing them securely. In the village, only the production team had horses, donkeys, and oxen. Individual farmers did not possess such large draft animals. Typically, if a farmer required livestock for hauling, they would borrow from the production team. Li Xiangdong needed to keep his herbal medicine dealings confidential, and given the modest weight, he decided to pull the cart to the county town himself. His little sister, peering through the window, watched her brother busily preparing and waved her small hands anxiously, exclaiming, "Brother, I want to go too." Initially, he had entrusted Li Jiabao with watching over her, but suspecting the boy might sneak off to play, Li Xiangdong had no choice but to place Li Jiabao's floral mattress onto the cart and help his sister dress in her clothes and shoes, setting her on the mattress. "Let us go." Li Xiangdong pushed the small cart, setting off with his sister and a trove of precious herbs towards the Guangming pharmaceutical factory. "Brother Xiaowang, I have arrived," Li Xiangdong called out from a distance to the busy Xiaowang. "Xiangdong, you're here. Just a moment. We need to load this cargo onto the truck first." Li Xiangdong parked his small cart near the shop entrance and instructed his sister not to disembark before hurrying over to assist Xiaowang with the loading. "Where are these herbs destined?" "To the city hospital." "Why did you bring a cart today?" "I gathered a few baskets of earth rhubarb. I couldn't carry them, so I brought the cart." "Such diligence at your age." Xiaowang gave Li Xiangdong a thumbs up. "Hee, I'm learning from you, brother Xiaowang." Li Xiangdong chuckled innocently. As they bantered and worked, they swiftly loaded all the herbs onto the tractor. "Xiangdong, you brought quite a haul." After confirming the quantity with the hospital's business manager, factory director Yin approached the small cart, brushing aside the grass covering the baskets to inspect their contents. "Good gracious, they resemble little sweet potatoes." "Xiaowang, lend a hand and lift them in quickly." After a flurry of activity involving weighing, issuing invoices, and settling accounts with the finance department, the golden cicada skins totaled 15 pounds, amounting to 150 yuan. The wild earth rhubarb weighed in at 630 pounds, which equated to 315 yuan. The total came to 465 yuan, a staggering sum considering that the county chief's monthly salary is merely 48 yuan. The earnings from today alone surpassed the county chief's annual income. A hint of envy flickered across Xiaowang's face, while Director Yin remained composed, having witnessed far more in his time. Once, an unassuming old man had sold him a century-old ginseng for a staggering 8,000 yuan. Li Xiangdong, fully aware of the norm of receiving kickbacks in later years, discreetly extracted 50 yuan from a stack of crisp bills and attempted to slip it to Director Yin. The director quickly waved his hand, his expression serious, insisting that Li should buy some cigarettes and snacks for his elder as a token of filial piety. Firmly refusing to accept the money, after several attempts to decline, Director Yin remained resolute, leading Li Xiangdong to concede. Seizing the moment while Director Yin stepped away to the restroom, Li Xiangdong slipped 3 bills into Xiaowang's hands. "Brother Xiaowang, I appreciate your assistance every time I visit. Please use this to buy something to eat." After a few moments of modest protest, Xiaowang, seeing Li's genuine intent, accepted the money with a smile. "What trouble is there? I'm delighted to see you twice a day." Their conversation flowed easily until Director Yan's return from the restroom piqued his curiosity at seeing Li Xiangdong still present. "Why haven't you left yet?" Li Xiangdong placed 2 pieces of Ganoderma and a human-shaped He Shou Wu on the table. "Director Yin, might I trouble you to appraise these 3 items?" "Good heavens!" Director Yin was genuinely astonished this time, exclaiming, "These are treasures. Where did you procure such items?" He donned his reading glasses and carefully examined the Ganoderma. "Pray tell, how much do you think this Ganoderma and He Shou Wu might be worth?" Director Yin cast a glance at Li Xiangdong, then scrutinized the He Shou Wu more closely. The 2 Ganoderma pieces, one red and one purple, indeed possessed the remarkable properties of nourishing energy, calming the mind, and alleviating coughs and asthma. The spores had yet to be released, marking them as exceptional specimens. "By your estimation, how old are these 2 pieces of Ganoderma?" "Judging by the cloud patterns, at least 10 years, he replied. "Only 10 years. Li Xiangdong felt a tinge of disappointment. "Foolish boy, do you often hear tales of the 1,000-year ginseng that grants immortality?" Director Yin chuckled. "That is but a beautiful legend. The pharmacopoeia records that wild purple and red Ganoderma have a growth cycle of merely 1 year. Beyond that, They are devoured by insects and ruined by the elements. Your 2 Ganoderma pieces, having endured a decade, still remain intact. A miracle. Oh, that is splendid. And what of the He Wu? How many years does it hold? Li Xiangdong's spirits lifted at the mention of a miracle. The value of your He Wu does not lie in its age alone. Observe its embracing arms, crossed legs, ample belly, and distinct features. Does it not resemble a venerable elder? I once saw a statue of a He Wu longevity figure in Yanjing, regarded as a great treasure. Li Xiangdong and Xiao Wang scrutinized the items closely, and the resemblance became increasingly apparent. These 2 items are quite valuable. Consider whether you wish to part with them. If you decide to sell, I can introduce you to a buyer, Director Yin suggested, carefully wrapping the Ganoderma and He Wu in a blue cotton jacket. Li Xiangdong's heart raced like a roller coaster at Director Yan's words. He took a moment to compose himself. Thank you, Director Yan. I will discuss this with my parents and get back to you. As Li Xiangdong and his sister's figures faded from view at the door, Xiao Wang turned to Director Yin and quietly inquired, Director, why did you not accept the Ganoderma and He Wu just now? Director Yin understood Xiao Wang's insinuation. He had someone ready to purchase goods. By negotiating a lower price with Li Xiangdong, he could resell the Ganoderma and He Wu for a considerable profit. Observing Xiao Wang's eager yet envious gaze, he sighed. What do you think of this boy, Li Xiangdong? He is quite diligent and sharp-minded. Indeed. At merely 14 years of age, he already understood the value of trading medicinal herbs for money. Our Guangming pharmaceutical factory is a state-owned enterprise, and over the years, aside from him, have you encountered anyone else who knows to come here to sell herbs? Moreover, this boy never comes empty-handed. With that, he glanced at Xiao Wang's new $3 jacket pocket. One must learn to be content. Xiao Wang felt his face flush under Director Yan's scrutiny and quickly excused himself to the back to organize the herbs. Chapter 25. The meat purchase incident. With a substantial amount of money and 2 valuable treasures in his possession, Li Xiangdong felt as if he could soar into the heavens. He reminisced about his own past, recalling that he had only earned his first pot of gold at the age of 24. Now, he had achieved this milestone a full decade earlier. He needed to carefully plan how to make the most of this money. While lost in thought, his stomach grumbled, prompting him to turn and smile at his little sister, who sat obediently in the car. Do you want to eat some meat? Yes, I want to eat meat, she responded, clapping her tiny hands joyfully. They arrived at the state-run restaurant, producing the grain tickets and cash they had exchanged at a premium earlier. Soon, they procured a plate of stir-fried pork, 10 meat buns, and a bowl of minced meat and egg custard. After feeding his sister a bowl of the custard, Li Xiangdong devoured the plate of stir-fried pork and 3 meat buns in a whirlwind of happiness. A long-forgotten sense of joy surged from his mouth to his heart, and he vowed to ensure that his family could enjoy delicious meat buns every day. The pork of the time differed from the later imported white pigs, which were fattened in just 3 months with feed. These were local pigs that had grown over 1 to 2 years without feed. Only sustenance derived from pig grass and leftover food. Due to the limited nutrition in their diet, pigs grew slowly, taking 1 to 2 years to reach market weight. His sister's little belly round and full, she reached for another meat bun. Fearing she might overeat, he tore off a small piece of the soft, juicy skin for her to savor. After wrapping the remaining 7 plump meat buns in paper, Li Xiangdong planned to buy some items for his third sister's family, intending to repay his brother-in-law's mother. This was not only to uphold his sister's dignity, but also to repay a 100 yuan favor, and he felt a pang of compassion for his sister and little niece. Remembering how Daxia affectionately called him second uncle, Li Xiangdong's heart softened, only to be abruptly reminded of the painful truth from his past. The 2 beloved children he had cherished for over 30 years were not his biological offspring. This thought struck him like a blow, causing his blood to surge with anger. He clenched his fists and punched the air, muttering, "Damn it! May I never encounter you again in this life." Brother, who are you talking about?" His little sister, holding the bun skin, stared at him with wide, innocent eyes. Realizing his sudden outburst had frightened her, he glanced around to ensure no one was watching and quickly picked up the paper bag, carrying his sister out of the restaurant. It is often said that no matter the calamities that befall us, a skilled cook shall never go hungry. In this modern era, however, there exists an even more coveted profession, that of the slaughterhouse worker. The slaughterhouse holds the dual authority of acquiring live pigs and supplying pork, first procuring them from farmers, then processing and selling the meat. This establishment controls the pork supply for tens of thousands within the commune, making it an immensely profitable entity. Purchasing meat requires ration coupons. Each month, one is allotted a single coupon, sufficient to buy a mere pound of meat. Given that the grain store provides only 3 ounces of oil per person each month, when it comes to buying meat, people generally prefer to acquire more fatty cuts, which they render into lard for cooking. Lean meat and the subsequently expensive offal are largely undesirable in this day and age. The timing of the slaughterhouse's meat supply is unpredictable, and the quality varies. Often, those who arrive early to queue may find that by the time their turn comes, all the meat has been sold out. In such unfortunate circumstances, one can only resign themselves to bad luck, or, if in dire need, resort to the black market for overpriced pork. As noon approached, Li Xiangdong had little expectation of finding pork at the slaughterhouse. He contemplated taking a stroll. If unsuccessful, he would venture to the black market, where prices were steep but the quality could be chosen at will. However, upon nearing the entrance, he was taken aback to see a throng of people gathered, forming a long queue at the pork counter. Some carried baskets, others net bags, quietly exchanging information while eagerly glancing at the meat. When a piece was snatched away, a collective gasp echoed through the crowd, as if the meat taken belonged to them. Whispers circulated that today's supply was freshly delivered, slaughtered, and sold on the spot. Indeed, the pale meat still emanated warmth, thick and appealing. "Look at how much they are buying. Is there no limit today?" one exclaimed. The blackboard out front states that special pork is in unlimited supply until sold out. Yet, the quantity one could purchase depended solely on the amount of money and coupons they possessed. Observing the joy of those ahead who secured generous portions of fatty cuts, a hint of envy surfaced among some in the line. When it was Li Xiangdong's turn, only 5 pounds of belly pork, 2 pounds of tenderloin, and a half piece of pig's head remained. All the fatty cuts had vanished. "I would like 4 pounds of belly pork and 1 pound of tenderloin, please," he requested, foregoing the pig's head. Although he missed the flavor of pig's head meat, he recognized that without sufficient seasoning, it would be a challenge to prepare it appetizingly. The vendor, old Huang, donned a grease-stained shirt, his corpulent figure starkly contrasting with the surrounding lean crowd. With a practiced hand, he sliced the meat and tossed it onto the scale with an air of authority that commanded respect. With a sharp clang, a jet-black knife with a gleaming white blade was thrust into the meat counter. "How much do you need?" as Li Xiangdong uttered. For pounds of belly pork and 1 pound of tenderloin, the previously boisterous crowd fell into silence, as though they had heard something extraordinary. This was soon followed by a renewed clamor, only to be quelled once more by old Huang's voice. "Oh, isn't 4 pounds supposed to be unlimited?" "It is indeed unlimited, but do you possess enough meat coupons? Are you jesting with me?" Old Huang could hardly believe that this tall, lanky youth possessed such an abundance of meat tickets and money. It suddenly dawned on Li Xiangdong that in an era when one could purchase at most a pound of meat in a month, his audacious decision to buy 5 pounds was indeed extraordinary. This momentary hesitation only reinforced old Huang's conviction that the young man before him was jesting. "If you're not buying, move along to the side. Next." I'll buy, Li Xiangdong exclaimed, retrieving half a pound of meat tickets, 10 in total, and 4 yuan from his pocket. Old Huang cast a sidelong glance at the money and tickets, deftly weighing out 4 pounds of pork belly and 1 pound of pork tenderloin. This incited discontent among the waiting crowd, with someone shouting, "He.S. already bought some. We won't have any left. He can't be allowed to purchase so much." "Exactly, we can't sell it all to him. We've stood in line for ages. Who does this brat think he is? Did he steal the money?" Upon hearing the clamor from the crowd, old Huang's expression darkened. "Did you not see the sign outside? It states no limit. So if you can't buy, that's your misfortune. Who told you to arrive late? There's still a pound of pork belly and 5 pounds of pig's head. Who wants them?" The crowd, momentarily distracted from denouncing Li Xiangdong for his purchase, hurriedly approached the meat counter. "I'll have half a pound. I want 3 tails of pork belly." Chapter 26. A rescue. Li Xiangdong, clutching the pork and carrying his little sister, hurriedly made his way out, anxious that the agitated crowd might snatch his meat away. He failed to notice a pair of eyes intently fixated on him. Once he emerged from the throng, he exhaled a sigh of relief, placing the meat into the bamboo basket before pulling the cart towards the supply and marketing cooperative. He still had several pounds of sugar tickets, intending to buy some white sugar for his sister-in-law's mother and some fruit and milk candies for Daxia. Sugar, a precious commodity in the planned economy, was considered an impressive gift when presented in a 1-pound package at any celebratory feast. There was no queue at the sugar counter. Only two middle-aged women engaged in idle chatter. Sales clerk, I would like to purchase 1 pound of granulated sugar, 1 pound of yellow rock sugar, 1 pound of honeycomb candy, and 1 pound of fruit candy. The clerk glanced at him. You want so much? Yes, I'm visiting. Li Xiangdong placed the money and sugar tickets on the counter. Although the clerk's demeanor was not particularly warm, she moved swiftly and soon had everything weighed out. Placing the sweets beside the pork, he felt an unprecedented sense of fulfillment as he touched the thick stack of large Unity notes in his pocket. What could be more gratifying than bringing happiness to one's family? Little sister, Xiaoyan, it's time to head home. Li Xiangdong lifted his little sister high before placing her onto the cart, eliciting peals of laughter from her. As he laughed, a familiar voice from earlier echoed in his mind, the very voice that had first challenged him while he was buying meat. He could not immediately recall whose voice it was, but it was unsettlingly familiar. Had old Huang not intervened on his behalf, he would surely have been unable to secure those several pounds of meat. Who could it have been? If it were someone he knew, they should not have been hiding in the shadows opposing him. If it were a stranger, the voice would not have sounded so recognizable. The critical concern was that if someone he knew witnessed him purchasing so much meat, the repercussions could be significant if it were to spread. As he pondered, a sudden exclamation pierced the air. Someone had fainted. Li Xiangdong, momentarily abandoning his thoughts regarding the source of the voice, looked up to see an individual lying in the middle of the road, surrounded by 4 or 5 onlookers. Adopting a philosophy of avoiding unnecessary involvement, he initially intended to leave. However, after just a few steps, he found himself turning back, compelled to rush toward the fallen figure. Having lived 2 lifetimes, he could not detach himself from the plight of others. The woman sprawled on the ground appeared to be in her 40s or 50s, donned in a dark blue, buttoned jacket and black trousers. She was slender, her complexion pale, and her limbs occasionally convulsed. The crowd murmured and gestured around her. Yet none stepped forward to provide assistance. Li Xiangdong squeezed through the throng, first checking the woman's breath. It was relatively steady. He then assessed her pulse, which raced erratically. Unable to diagnose her condition, he beckoned a nearby young man who had been spectating to lend a hand, and together they gently placed the woman onto a small cart. Brother, we must get this Annie to the hospital quickly. Will you help me push the cart? Having witnessed numerous cases of indecision regarding whether to assist or not, Li Xiangdong instinctively sought a witness to avoid being falsely accused for his goodwill. Fortunately, the people of this era remained quite earnest, and the young man who had just helped agreed to accompany him to the hospital. As they pushed the cart, they observed the increasing sweat on the woman's brow and her convulsions growing more frequent. Doctor, someone has fainted. Please come quickly, Li Xiangdong shouted as they entered the county hospital. 2 doctors emerged, and together they lifted the unconscious woman into the ward. After a thorough examination, they administered glucose and chastised the perspiring Li Xiangdong and the eager young man. The patient is suffering from hypoglycemia. How could her family neglect to provide her with something sweet to drink? Such ignorance is perilous. Had she not been brought here in time, her life could have been at stake. I am not a family member. I merely acted out of benevolence. The enthusiastic young man quickly interjected, clarifying their relationship to the patient. Benevolence? The doctor regarded the two with skepticism. Yes, this Annie fainted on the road, and we happened upon her. So we brought her to the hospital, Li Xiangdong explained. Who will handle the payment? Asked the doctor, extending a payment slip toward them. I have no money. I must take my leave, the eager young man exclaimed before swiftly departing. Li Xiangdong, cradling a younger sister in one arm, accepted the payment slip with the other. I will take care of it. Please prescribe any necessary medications. As the glucose solution in the glass bottle dripped steadily, the woman's complexion began to regain a healthy hue, and her condition stabilized. After more than an hour, she finally opened her eyes. Where am I? Auntie, you fainted on the road, and I brought you to the hospital. You are currently receiving glucose. Li Xiangdong succinctly informed her of the events following her fainting spell. Thank you, young man. This is an old ailment of mine. I will be fine shortly. Please rest well. The doctor mentioned that your hypoglycemia is quite serious and you are malnourished. You must remain until this bottle of glucose is finished before you can be discharged. Once the intravenous drip was completed, the doctor prescribed medication, and the woman, seated on the hospital bed, once again expressed her gratitude to Li Xiangdong. Thank you so much, young man. Without you, I might have lost my life today. How much have I spent on my treatment? I will repay you. As she spoke, she began to rummage through her pockets. Where has my money gone? And my sugar tickets? Her face, which had just regained some color, turned pale once more. She meticulously searched all her pockets again, only to find not a single cent. Ah, ma'am, I did not take your money. The young man who accompanied me can attest to that. We carried you to my car and came straight to the hospital. No one touched your pockets. Li Xiangdong thought to himself, feeling a pang of anxiety. Had he unwittingly fallen prey to a scam? How much would she try to extort from him? Should he call the police? There were no surveillance cameras. What could he use to prove his innocence? The woman soon composed herself and patted her coat pocket. When I fainted earlier, I felt someone touch my pocket. Perhaps it was stolen then. Young man, how could I ever suspect you? The amount you paid for my treatment exceeds what I had on me. It's just that I may not be able to repay you right now, she said with a wry smile. Li Xiangdong felt relieved. As long as she wasn't accusing him of theft. The 3 yuan he spent on her medical expenses could simply be considered a good deed. Ma'am, there's no rush to return the money. Can you walk? Or shall I use a wheelchair to take you home? My legs are still weak. Young man, please take me home. I can repay you then, she replied. Without hesitation, Li Xiangdong helped the woman into the wheelchair, and she held onto the little girl as they made their way to her home. Chapter 27. A good price in the evening. Director Yin, clutching a synthetic leather briefcase, returned home from work. Before he even entered the door, he heard his wife's cheerful voice. My little treasure, Mommy has some candy for you. Oh, what a good girl you are, my darling. Confused, Director Yin paused and checked the house number. Indeed, this was his home. That voice belonged to his wife. Pushing open the wooden doors, he was taken aback to see a tall, slender young man, fair-skinned, chopping wood with an axe while his wife stood beside him, cradling a sweet, wide-eyed little girl. Xiangdong? Uncle, you're back, Li Xiangdong exclaimed, setting aside the axe and wiping the sweat from his brow. How did you know where I lived? Director Yin felt a twinge of discomfort. Old man, why don't you come inside? His wife interjected, sensing her husband's irritation. Xiangdong, dear child, take a break. The wood you've chopped will last me for over half a month. Turning back into the house, she placed the little girl on the bed, then prepared bowls of sugar water for both Li Xiangdong and her husband. I owe so much to Xiangdong today. Otherwise, I might have perished outside, she continued, placing the bowls in front of her husband, giving him a pointed look. I went out this afternoon to buy some sugar, but my old ailment struck again, and I fainted by the roadside. Thankfully, Xiangdong brought me to the county hospital, where I received glucose, and then he brought me back. I invited the 2 children to dine, yet they were adamant in their refusal. It was only upon seeing our photograph together that they acknowledged familiarity and decided to stay. Gui Mei, are you feeling all right? Director Yin swiftly grasped his wife's hand, surveying her with concern. Despite their childless status, the couple shared a deep bond. His wife suffered from hypoglycemia, fainting whenever an episode struck. One can only imagine what might have happened had they not encountered Li Xiangdong today. What is the meaning of this? Directed at the children. Yan's wife, Huang Guimei, hastily withdrew her hand, playfully scolding her husband. Xiangdong, I truly owe you a debt of gratitude today. Your act of saving my aunt will forever be etched in my uncle's heart. Uncle, you are far too kind. Even had I met someone else today, my actions would remain unchanged. However, Uncle, the doctor mentioned that my aunt is malnourished. Please, have a seat. Today, we shall dine at home. Director Yin invited Li Xiangdong to sit, preferring not to elaborate further on his wife's condition. Understanding the unspoken cue, Li Xiangdong refrained from asking more questions. He retrieved a 2-pound piece of 3-layered pork belly, a package of yellow rock sugar wrapped in grass paper, a parcel of white granulated sugar wrapped in white paper, and a box of honey pastries from the cart, placing them on the table in the living room. What is the purpose of this? Director Yin inquired sternly. Uncle, the serendipity of meeting you binds us, and my ability to save my aunt is our shared fate. Reflect on it. What are the odds of such a profound connection in this world? You are an honorable man. I understand your reluctance to accept my money. Yet please do not hinder my desire to buy something for my aunt. If you prevent her from accepting these gifts, I shall leave with my sister immediately. And I shan't partake in your hospitality. You young rascal. Director Yin recognized Li Xiangdong's good intentions, playfully pointing at him with a smile. Guimei, let me prepare a meal today to properly host your savior. Oh, splendid. Xiangdong, your uncle seldom cooks, so today you shall experience his culinary skills. Huang Guimei teased with raised eyebrows. Director Yin busied himself in the kitchen for some time, while Li Xiangdong tended to the fire. Before long, a bowl of glossy, tender, and fragrant braised pork was presented on the table, accompanied by vibrant smashed cucumbers and a serving of yellow-brown rice, prompting Li Xiangdong to salivate uncontrollably. Oh, the aroma of the meat is irresistible. I must indulge. The little sister reached for the braised pork with eager hands. You cannot have this, dear one. Your aunt has prepared an egg just for you. Huang Guimei swiftly intervened, scooping a small spoonful of cooled egg custard to feed her. Allow me to feed her. You go ahead and eat. Li Xiangdong reached for the little sister in Huang Guimei's embrace. You should dine with your uncle first. Do not compete with me for the little darling. Huang Guimei held her tightly, coaxing Li Xiangdong to eat. Come, Xiangdong, let us eat. Allow your aunt to dote on the little one for now, Director Yin encouraged. Reluctantly, Li Xiangdong took a seat at the table, pouring a measure of liquor for Director Yin and a small amount for himself. Xiangdong, I must express my gratitude. Your uncle has lived a life devoid of children, dedicating his days to your aunt. If anything were to happen to her, I would be utterly lost. Director Yin's voice quivered as he downed the liquor in one gulp. Please, take your time drinking. Li Xiangdong filled his cup once more. You must taste the meat prepared by my uncle. It is the authentic legacy of the imperial chefs. Director Yin delicately placed a glistening, succulent piece of meat into Li Xiangdong's bowl. Upon noticing the phrase imperial chef legacy, Li Xiangdong felt a stir in his heart, yet he maintained a composed demeanor, smiling as he picked up the braised pork to eat. With the first bite, he was met with tender, resilient lean meat, and the skin was smooth and gelatinous. With a gentle press of his tongue, the fatty portion melted like soft tofu. Li Xiangdong savored the meat with rice, relishing every mouthful. When he regained his senses, he realized he had already consumed half a bowl of rice, while Director Yin, holding a small wine cup, watched him with a warm smile. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Li Xiangdong set down his bowl and chopsticks, his fair complexion tinged with a blush, eliciting a chuckle from his uncle and aunt. It had been a long time since he had enjoyed such delectable meat. Hurry and eat. There's more in the pot, Huang Guimei said as she finished feeding her younger sister and joined them at the table, adding several more pieces of braised pork to Li Xiangdong's bowl. You must eat. The doctor advised you to replenish your nutrition. Li Xiangdong transferred the meat into Huang Guimei's bowl, opting instead for the smashed cucumber, quickly finishing the rice in his bowl. Director Yin nodded discreetly, intending to offer a word of advice. Xiangdong, regarding the Ganoderma and Hisho Wu in your possession, it would be prudent to avoid discussing it with too many people. If you wish to inquire about prices in Yinjing or the provincial capital, ensure you go with an adult and be cautious of your safety. Treasures from nature are coveted by all, even in these times of simplicity. One can never be too sure of others' intentions. Uncle, you mentioned you know someone who buys goods. I've thought it over, and I'll sell it to your acquaintance. No matter the price, I'll give you a 20% finder's fee. Do you trust me? Director Yin was taken aback. He had not anticipated that Li Xiangdong would forego inquiries elsewhere and instead seek to sell directly to his acquaintance, offering him a commission. Uncle, I trust you. You are an honest man. If you were greedy, you wouldn't offer such a high purchasing price for wild yarrow. I originally thought it was just wild grass. Even if you offered me 10 cents per pound, I would still be pleased. The compensation for wild yarrow is modest, yet you didn't demand any. Therefore, I trust you. But this is not merely wild yarrow. Do you know how much Ganoderma and human-shaped Hisho Wu can fetch? Wealth stirs the heart. Director Yin remarked with a hint of intrigue. The Ganoderma and Hisho Wu were acquired by mere chance. Any profit made is a gain. Excellent. The day after tomorrow, a friend of mine will be passing through Huichuan County on business. You should bring the items then. Director Yin raised his cup of white liquor and with a cheerful demeanor, took a bite of cucumber. Chapter 28. Encountering a robbery, Aunt Guimei insisted that Li Xiangdong and his younger sister, Li Yin, stay overnight at her home. It's already 9 o'clock, and it's pitch dark outside. You still have to walk more than 10 miles to get home. If it were just you, I wouldn't worry. But look at Yin Yin. She's already fast asleep. Why disturb her? Little sister Li Yin was soundly asleep on the Kong, her small face flushed, covered with a thin blue and white striped blanket. Aunt, if it were just me, I could easily be away from home for 10 days or half a month without concern. My mother wouldn't mind. However, if my sister doesn't come home, my mother would surely be frantic. Li Xiangdong was determined to leave, and Huang Guimei had no choice but to wrap her little sister snugly in a thin blanket, carefully placing her on the mattress of the cart. With earnest concern, she cautioned, "Be careful on your way back. The dirt road is uneven, and don't jostle Yin Yin awake. If she happens to wake up, remember to cover her eyes with the blanket. It's late, and children's eyes are sensitive at night. There are so many things to say. Li Xiangdong nodded in agreement, bidding farewell to Director Yin. Yin waved his hand, reminding him to be cautious on the way home and to come early the day after tomorrow, not forgetting to bring his little sister along. Even in the county town, there were hardly any streetlights. Li Xiangdong took advantage of the starlit sky to make his way home. His thoughts wandered. First, he contemplated repaying his sister. Then he pondered what kind of person Uncle Yin might introduce him to. He wondered how much his precious Lingji and He Shouwu could fetch and mused that digging for wild medicinal herbs would eventually reach its limit. In a few years, they would be allocated land for cultivation. Perhaps he could develop the herbal medicine industry. As he walked, lost in thought, he unknowingly exited the county town. There was a dirt road leading directly to Lijiapa village from Huichuan County. 6 miles out of the town stood the county brick kiln factory, where Li Guoling and his fourth sister, Li Zhen, worked. The factory required vast amounts of clay, so next to it were 2 deep pits filled with water. Continuing north from the brick kiln for 4 miles led to Lijiapa, and west from there was Panjiazwang village. Just as Li Xiangdong passed the brick kiln, he noticed some flickering lights and heard the voices of workers. It was the night shift at the brick factory. Once past the factory, darkness enveloped him. The starlight shimmered on the water's surface, making it appear even more profound. Lost in his thoughts, Li Xiangdong failed to notice 2 shadows stealthily encroaching from behind. Suddenly, a rush of air sliced through the night, sending a chill down his spine and causing the hair on his neck to stand on end. Without time to think, he quickly ducked to evade an ambush from behind. "Damn it," one of the assailants muttered, swinging a stick towards Li Xiangdong's face. In that split second, Li Xiangdong recognized the voice of Pan Jiwen, the very same person who had incited others against him earlier that afternoon while he was buying meat. So, Pan Jiwen had come to ambush him, perhaps out of revenge for the earlier altercation, or perhaps motivated by his apparent wealth, or possibly both. Li Xiangdong swiftly reached for an axe hidden in his waistband. The gleaming blade shimmered under the starlight as he did not shy away, but instead swung the axe forcefully to meet Pan Jiwen's stick. With a sharp crack, the stick was cleaved in 2, the blade narrowly grazing Pan Jiwen's face, causing him to stumble back in fright. Before Li Xiangdong could retract the axe, he felt a sharp pain in his back. Damn, there was another one. He turned and delivered a powerful kick to his assailant's chest, sending him crashing to the ground. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged towards Pan Jiwen, who was paralyzed with fear. What kind of madman carries an axe with him? He thought. By mere chance, I stumbled upon Li Xiangdong purchasing an abundance of meat and sweets. Intrigued, my companion, Pan Gotzi, and I decided to clandestinely follow him, hoping to seize an opportunity. Li Xiangdong engaged in dining and conversing at Director Yan's residence until 9 o'clock, while we endured the torment of mosquitoes outside. After much effort, we tracked him to this desolate location. A plan was devised. Armed with stout sticks, each resembling a child's arm, we would ambush Li Xiangdong from behind, rendering him unconscious. This would allow us to vent our frustrations by beating him, while also liberating his plunder of rich meats and candies without anyone suspecting our involvement. The plan appeared flawless. Yet who could have foreseen that Li Xiangdong would possess a sharp axe concealed at his waist? Fate was decidedly not on our side. To his surprise, Li Xiangdong found the axe, which Uncle Yin had insisted he take, to be quite useful. As he departed, Aunt Gueme busily attended to her younger sister, while Uncle Yin quietly handed him the axe he had used for chopping wood earlier in the day, advising him to be prepared given the substantial amount of money he carried. Li Xiangdong mused that aside from Uncle Yin and Brother Wang, no one else was privy to his wealth. Moreover, with the county currently enforcing strict law and order, even the most audacious ruffians had vanished. How could anyone dare to rob him? Despite these thoughts, he felt compelled to accept Uncle Yan's advice to be cautious, ultimately securing the axe at his waist. Little did he anticipate that he would encounter robbers attempting to accost him. Li Xiangdong refrained from exposing Pan Jiwen, hastily closing the distance to confront the fleeing Pan Jiwen. With a swift kick, he sent him sprawling to the ground in a most undignified manner. I shall teach you a lesson and then deliver you to the police. With the axe tucked away in his waistband, Li Xiangdong unleashed a flurry of punches upon Pan Jiwen. I was wrong. It was me. Pan Jiwen wailed in desperation. Meanwhile, Pan Gotzi, having just recovered from the earlier kick to his stomach, observed Li Xiangdong's relentless assault on Pan Jiwen in silence, opting to feign unconsciousness once more. Brother, It's not that I won't assist you. I too was rendered unconscious by Li Xiangdong. After a considerable time of beating, Pan Zhuang's pleas for mercy diminished, and Li Xiangdong, feeling the sting in his own fists, finally ceased his assault. Who are you? Are you Pan Zhuang? Yes, that's me. Pan Zhuang replied. His nose bloodied from the blows. Why did you ambush me? What were your intentions? Li Xiangdong inquired with a derisive smirk. I didn't mean it. I merely wanted to accompany you. Pan Zhuang's eyes darted, realizing he could not confess to robbery. Still denying it? You just struck me on the back of my head with a stick. Had I not reacted swiftly, I would have been killed. Li Xiangdong raised his fist once more. Please, don't hit me again. I just wanted to hit you a few times to relieve my frustration. So, you admit to having the intention to assault me. And now I am justified in my self-defense? Yes. Pan Zhuang gritted his teeth. That is good to hear. You saw me buying meat this afternoon, didn't you? You've been tailing me. Otherwise, how would you know I only just returned home after visiting so many places? Upon purchasing meat and sugar, you began to trail me, leading to this secluded spot to presumably assault me and rob me, correct? Pan Zhuang's act of feigning death could not conceal the accuracy of Li Xiangdong's deduction. However, he could not concede to such a claim. This is a conspiracy, a malicious robbery. Were it not for my justifiable self-defense, I might have met my demise at your hands. Come, let us visit the police station. Li Xiangdong's chilling words were more terrifying than the act's moments prior. Chapter 29. The Confession. I cannot go. I cannot go. Pan Zhuang finally succumbed to tears, his face a mess of snot and sobs, fearing that this visit would be his last. His father, Pan Dachuan, had repeatedly cautioned him against causing trouble, warning that during this period of strict enforcement, even minor offenses could lead to years of imprisonment. Based on the charges Li Xiangdong had just laid upon him, he could very well face execution. The mere thought of it made Pan Zhuang feel a warmth in his trousers. He had wet himself in terror. Detecting the stench of urine, Li Xiangdong disdainfully rose from Pan Zhuang and seized him by the collar. I was wrong, brother. I truly was. You are my elder brother, and I shall never dare to provoke you again. Pan Zhuang lay on the ground like a wretched dog, unwilling to rise. Do you truly grasp your mistake? Li Xiangdong's tone softened. I truly do. Pan Zhuang hastily assured him. I will absolutely follow your lead, and I shall steer clear of you, brother. Very well. I shall grant you this one chance. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Pan Zhuang exclaimed in unbridled joy, attempting to rise and flee. Wait, what is it? Are you having second thoughts? Pan Zhuang stammered, his voice quivering. Not at all, but your credibility leaves much to be desired. If I release you now, and you were to recant your statement tomorrow, I would be left at a loss. No, I would never do that. Pan Zhuang stickily denied, internally resenting the fact that this rascal had anticipated his thoughts. Once home, he would surely seek out his uncle and have the police apprehend Li Xiangdong. If you wish for me to let you off the hook, you must provide me with a guarantee. What kind of guarantee? Come, pen a confession. Li Xiangdong, with a smile, handed Pan Zhuang his ledger. How do I write it? Pan Zhuang grasped the notebook as if it were a hot potato. I shall dictate. You shall write. Li Xiangdong illuminated Pan Zhuang with a flashlight, guiding him. I am Pan Zhuang, a resident of Panjia village. My father is Pan Dachuan, the village chief. Today, I witnessed Li Xiangdong purchasing sugar at the supply and marketing cooperative and pig heads at the slaughterhouse. With malicious intent, I followed Li Xiangdong and his sister. When we reached the county brick kiln's large pit, I, along with Pan Gotzi, ambushed Li Xiangdong with a stick, intending to incapacitate him and steal the pork and sugar. In self-defense, Li Xiangdong apprehended both me and Pan Gotzi to take us to the police station. Due to my good attitude in confessing, Li Xiangdong has decided to grant me an opportunity for redemption. Should I offend again, Li Xiangdong reserves the right to report my robbery and attempted murder to the authorities. Pan Zhuang, Pan Gotzi, a certain day in the month of a certain year, 1976. Pan Zhuang trembled as he completed the writing and handed it to Li Xiangdong. Press your thumbprint. But there's no ink pad. How can I do that? Use your blood. Please, don't make me bleed. Second brother. Pan Zhuang was taken aback, tears streaming down his face. Li Xiangdong, with a look of disdain, seized Pan Zhuang's right thumb and pressed it against the still wet blood from his nose. Then, onto the confession document. Pan Zhuang winced in pain. Is that enough? Then, I shall take my leave. Wait a moment. What more do you want, ancestor? Pan Zhuang felt as though he was on the brink of collapse. Li Xiangdong approached the feigning unconscious Pan Gotzi and kicked him. Stop pretending to be dead. Get up quickly, you need to leave a thumbprint too. Pan Gotzi remained motionless, and Li Xiangdong pulled out an axe from his waist and weighed it in his hands. Is he truly dead? Perhaps I should slice off a piece to taste. Surely the dead wouldn't feel pain. Damn, you're a freak. Pan Gotzi sprang up at once, rushed to Pan Jiwen, dipped his thumb in the blood, and hurriedly pressed it down onto the document. Pan Jiwen winced again in pain. Now scram. Li Xiangdong glanced at the completed confession, satisfied, and stored it away. The two fled as if granted a reprieve. Li Xiangdong, who had previously fought fiercely but never wielded an axe, had just demonstrated a willingness to use it on himself. He had transformed. Speaking of justifiable defense and the crimes of robbery and murder, concepts beyond the grasp of a mere middle school student. Watching the two run far away, he collected the sticks they had used and placed them in the vehicle, knowing they would serve as leverage in the future. He understood that today's incident had no witnesses, and since he hadn't even sustained a scratch while inflicting such damage upon Pan Jiwen and his companion. Should the matter reach the police station, it was entirely possible that Pan Jiwen could turn the tables, especially with his uncle being the head of the Woodrio commune. Would the police not give him face? Seizing the moment while Pan Jiwen and his companion were bewildered, Li Xiangdong had employed an array of legal jargon to intimidate them, successfully compelling them to sign the confession. The legal weight of that document was uncertain, yet it would undoubtedly intimidate Pan Jiwen for some time. After tidying up, Li Xiangdong went to check on his younger sister, Li Yin. He found her completely undisturbed by the earlier commotion, still soundly asleep. How deeply she could sleep. Upon returning home, the house was enveloped in darkness. Everyone else had already retired for the night. Li Xiangdong carefully parked the vehicle, cradled his sister in one arm, and carried a basket filled with the remaining 2 jean of pork belly, 1 jean of tenderloin, and a pound of fruit candy in the other. Before he could step inside, Zhao Sufang emerged to greet him. Observing her second son with his sister in one arm and the basket in the other, she hurriedly approached, murmuring mild reproaches as she reached to take Li Yan. What have you brought your sister out for? Why are you back at such an hour? What's in that basket? Why are you still awake? How could I sleep with both of you gone? Listening to his mother's gentle complaints, Li Xiangdong felt warmth in his heart. Indeed, a mother worries for her child over 1,000 miles. Having a mother who waits for you, no matter how late, is a treasure. Mother, take a look at what's in the basket. What is it? As darkness enveloped the surroundings, Zhao Sufang extended her hand to feel around once more. Why have you bought meat again? The texture was sticky and greasy. This is for Sanjia, and there's sugar for Daxia. When do you plan to visit your third sister? Daxia has been away with her mother for nearly 3 months. Reflecting on her considerate third daughter and her granddaughter, Zhao Sufang felt a pang of longing. I will go tomorrow. Mother, please wash the blanket for Xiaomei. I still need to return it. Also, take care of the meat. Don't let the wild cats or rats carry it off. I'm off to bed now. I'm utterly exhausted. Li Xiangdong yawned, entrusted the remaining tasks to his mother, and retreated to the west room for sleep. However, come the next day, the visit to Sanjia never materialized. Li Xiangdong was jolted awake by Li Guiqing and Guiyushi, with a lingering soreness in his right arm. A consequence of overexerting himself with the axe the previous day, likely resulting in a muscle strain. Why are you two here? Aren't you off to catch cicada skins? Since they became lucrative, Li Xiangdong and his companions ceased to refer to them as Liao monkey shells. That term seemed rustic compared to the more refined cicada skins. Second brother. We're still catching them. Xiangjia, Eru, and Gaifeng were caught by the watchman at Panjiazwang. In his haste, Li Guiqing spoke rapidly, his words tumbling forth like popping beans. Caught by Pan Jiqing? Li Xiangdong thought to himself, alarmed. Pan Jiqing was the cousin of Pan Jiwen, the son of his paternal uncle. A figure markedly different from Pan Jiwen. He was a man of few words but fierce actions, known for his ruthless treatment of others. Yes, you mentioned we shouldn't venture into Panjiazwang to catch cicada skins, yet Gaifeng insisted on going, claiming there were plenty. Guiyushi grumbled. Xiangzi, don't blame the women when things go awry. Gaifeng said she was going, and Eru and Xiangjia chose to accompany her. They all wanted to gather more cicada skins for money. Li Xiangdong harbored a disdain for the notion of women as the source of misfortune, as if any achievements were solely a man's doing, while failures were attributed to women. Second brother, Pan Jiqing has tied Eru, Xiangjia, and Gaifeng to a tree, accusing them of disrupting production and deliberately stealing peaches from Panjiazwang village. Your father, along with Eru's father, has already gone to Panjiazwang. Isn't anyone from Gaifeng's family going? Guo Yushi replied with a sneer. Gaifeng's mother said that this disobedient girl runs off every day, neglecting her chores at home. This time, let the folks at Panjiazwang teach her a lesson and see if she still dares to wander. Second brother, do you think Uncle Jean can bring Eru and the others back? I'm a bit worried. We should go and see, Li Guiqing urged, pulling the still dressing Li Xiangdong toward the outside. Wait a moment, Li Xiangdong contemplated, tucking the axe from Uncle Yan's household into his waistband and covering it with his outer garment. He tore a confession written by Pan Zhuang and Pan Gotzi from the ledger, folded it, and placed it into his pocket. In the peach orchard of Panjiazwang, the atmosphere was tense and charged. Li Jin had not anticipated that the typically amiable and soft-spoken team leader of Panjiazwang, Pan Dachuan, would show him no courtesy whatsoever. Li Xiangdong, Eru, and Gaifeng were bound to a peach tree with coarse ropes, while on the ground lay 3 woven baskets, the bottoms containing several peaches. This was the evidence of their crime as claimed by Pan Dachuan. Li Jin, my dear brother, it is not that I am unwilling to grant you this favor, but do take a look. With a pointed finger at the half-green, half-ripe fuzzy peaches, he exclaimed, these few children are not merely taking a couple of peaches. They are threatening the livelihoods of everyone in the Panja village brigade. Had it not been for Jiqing's early discovery, these large baskets could have been filled to the brim. My brother, how many baskets can I harvest from my peach orchard in total? This is merely what I see today. How many times have I not seen such occurrences? I wondered why the yield of the peach orchard this year is over 1,000 jin less than last year. My brother, do the math, at 4 jiao per jin. That amounts to over 400 yuan. Today, if I silently allow you to take away the peach thieves, how can I face the good people of Panja village? I would be unworthy of the title of brigade leader. Pan Dachuan's outburst left Li Jin seething with anger. Li Jin retorted with a cold smile, Brother Pan, you are exaggerating. The children have stated they came to the orchard merely to catch a few cicadas. They did not even touch a single peach. As for these peaches, who knows who placed them there? As he spoke, he cast a glance at Pan Jiqing, implying that it must have been his doing. Brother Pan claims this year's yield is down over 1,000 jin, suggesting that 3 children have stolen more than 1,000 jin of peaches from your brigade? It is not necessarily the case that these 3 children are the culprits. Without adult guidance, what can children possibly understand? Pan Dachuan replied calmly. Li Jin was infuriated by his insidious words. Are you implying that I orchestrated this? That I, Li Jiapa, instructed my people to steal your peaches from Panja village? You are slandering me. Whether it is slander or not, the evidence is glaring, with both witnesses and physical proof at hand, Pan Dachuan countered, shedding his previous facade of innocence, each word piercing Li Jin like a dagger. Even if we were to escort these 3 children to the police station, what would these few peaches prove? Even if we concede to being falsely accused, we could simply compensate you for a few peaches. If you tie these children to a tree and something were to happen to them, how do you intend to handle that? Li Jin's patience had worn thin, and he replied coldly, I had initially thought to give you some face. But since you wish to act with such righteousness and personally turn yourself in at the police station, I shall not stand in your way. Jiqing, quickly untie the ropes. Take the baskets, and let us accompany Captain Li. Brother Jin, we cannot go to the police station. The fathers of Li Xiangdong and heir who grew anxious. Li Tang, Li Xiangdong's father, implored, Captain Pan, we live in neighboring villages. We see each other often. Are you truly going to be so heartless? It is not that I am heartless. These children have undermined socialism and harmed our brigade's peach orchard. This year, we stand to earn over 200 yuan less than in previous years. Regardless of his reasoning, Pan Dachuan repeated the same refrain. They stole my peaches. And because of their theft, our brigade lost over 400 yuan. I must take them to the police station. If I do not, I am unfit to be brigade leader. Just tell me, what must be done to release these 3 children? Li Jin had no desire to argue further. Oh, losing over 400 yuan cannot be reconciled in the accounts. Pan Dachuan wore a smile on his face, yet his eyes were fixed on Li Jin with a distinct lack of warmth. You are quite audacious. 400 yuan is a bold sum to request. Li Jin's countenance darkened, resembling a stormy sky. It became evident to him that Pan Dachuan's intentions were to sever their amicable ties. The origins of this discord traced back to Li Jin's recent trip to the county for a meeting. Besides attending the conference, he had also paid a visit. Accompanied by his comrade, Tang Yinping, the deputy director of the Huichuan County Water Resources Bureau, to the bureau chief and brought gifts to the retiring station master of the Yangshui station at the Wood of Commune. Upon seeing Li Jin, who was personally escorted by Deputy Director Tang, the old station master, keenly discerning the underlying intent, promptly offered to recommend Li Jin for the position to the higher-ups. Indeed, during a recent expanded meeting of the Water Resources Bureau, the old station master had put forth Li Jin's name, which Tang Yunping endorsed. However, the usually indifferent bureau chief, Wu En, casually remarked, logically, the Yangshui station falls directly under our jurisdiction, yet since it is situated within the Wood of Commune, should we not consider the commune's perspective? Tang Yunping set down his pen and leaned back in his chair. Director Wu, our bureau is directly subordinate to the Municipal Water Resources Bureau, and the Yangshui station at Wood of Commune is also under the auspices of our Huichuan County Water Resources Bureau. As for the commune's opinion, it seems unnecessary, does it not? Deputy Director Tang, while it is true that we manage it directly, how can we effectively carry out our work without fostering unity with the local authorities? Wu En responded. Maintaining his composed demeanor, Tang Yunping found himself at a loss for a rebuttal, recognizing that he could not entirely dismiss the relevance of local government input. Narrowing his eyes, Tang Yunping sensed that someone was using Wu En as a pawn against him. What is your perspective, then? In my view, there is no rush to finalize the candidate. We should observe for a while. We seek talent and should appoint based on merit, Wu En replied, remaining unfazed. That crafty old fox. Tang Yunping and Li Jin found themselves at an impasse, realizing that Pan Dachuan and his brother-in-law, Hu Shusong, were likely orchestrating interference. After deliberation, they concluded there were no viable alternatives. Although Wu En was nearing retirement and had been largely uninvolved in recent affairs, projecting an image of stepping aside for Tang Yunping. If he insisted on meddling, they could not simply disregard his words. Thus, the matter of succession at the Yangshui station was put on hold. Li Jin had just returned home the previous evening, only to be confronted with this fiery predicament the following morning. Chapter 31. Retaliation. Li Jin understood that Pan Dachuan aimed to use this incident to publicly humiliate him. Indeed, he felt the sting of embarrassment keenly. Observing the 6 or 7 young men standing behind Pan Dachuan, it was clear that this matter could not be easily resolved. Pan Dachuan's intent was to amplify the situation, even to the point of inflating it further. After all, how else could he tarnish Li Jin's reputation concerning the station master position? It was easy to predict how Hu Shusong would respond. He would likely appear troubled and say, I am well acquainted with Comrade Li Jin. A few years ago, he returned from the Yongxing County distillery and, in a display of humility, served as the village leader of Li Jiapo. His work capabilities are commendable. As for recommending him as the station master of the Wuda Yangshui station, I certainly do not oppose it. It has come to my attention that a few days ago, several individuals from their village ventured into the neighboring Panjiasheng village's orchard to pilfer peaches, resulting in a loss exceeding 400 yuan for the Panjiasheng brigade. Fortunately, the brigade leader, Comrade Pan Dachuan, valiantly intervened to mitigate the losses, preventing the depletion of national assets and successfully curtailing this unlawful act. Without a doubt, Comrade Pan Dachuan is a commendable individual. I shall not shy away from recommending him. In my opinion, he is far more suited for the position of director at the Wudao River Pumping Station. Although Tang Yunping currently holds the position of deputy director with substantial power. On the other hand, Pan Dachuan serves as the chairman of the Wudao River Commune and the nominal head of the Water Conservancy Bureau. The support for Li Jin is not more formidable than that for Pan Dachuan, and may even be somewhat weaker. At this moment, if there exists even a slight blemish on Li Jin, no, we must leave no trace of vulnerability. Whether it involves visiting the police station or compensating Panjiasheng, it would provide Hu Shusong and Pan Dachuan ample material to exploit. However, what can be done? This predicament seems utterly insurmountable, and as this thought crossed his mind, a shadow darkened Li Jin's countenance. As Li Xiangdong rushed over, breathless alongside Li Guoqing and Guo Yushi, a throng of aunts and uncles from both Li Jiape and Panjiasheng trailed behind, all drawn by the spectacle. Li Xiangdong observed the two factions, each entrenched on opposite sides, the atmosphere thick with tension. Behind Pan Dachuan stood Pan Jiqing and several robust young men, while Li Jin was flanked by Li Tang and Era's father, clearly at a disadvantage. In the center, 3 stout peach trees bore the bindings of Li Xiangjie, Eru, and Gaifeng. The audacity of Pan Dachuan and Pan Jiqing was utterly astonishing, Binding individuals to trees suggested a readiness to resort to vigilante justice. Such lawlessness was incomprehensible. Upon seeing Li Xiangdong, Li Xiangjie burst into tears. Just moments ago, he had managed to maintain his composure in front of his father, yet now, witnessing Li Xiangdong felt akin to encountering a savior. He cried out while recounting his grievance. "Second brother, that scoundrel Pan Jiqing hit me. Look, he has bruised my face." Li Xiangdong, along with his father and Uncle Tang, greeted each other before advancing to examine Li Xiangjie's face closely. The swelling was not particularly pronounced, and upon inspecting the other two, there were no visible injuries on their heads or faces. It was evident that, knowing Pan Jiqing's malicious nature, even if he had struck them, he would have left no obvious marks. He excelled in inflicting harm discreetly. If one were to liken Pan Jiqing, he might as well be a reincarnation of a nefarious figure. In a previous life, he had committed numerous misdeeds, and notably, he was meticulous and ruthless, never leaving a trace. Li Xiangdong gently patted Li Xiangjie's head and turned to Pan Dachuan, saying, "Uncle Dachuan, my brother, along with Eru and Gaifeng, inadvertently entered your orchard in search of a cicada monkey, purely to assist me." As soon as Li Xiangdong's words fell, Li Jin barked, "You reckless wretch. This is not a place for you to speak. Hurry back home." His son had only served to complicate matters further. Was this not an admission of his instigation of Gaifeng and Eru? What was the difference between instigating his own son and instigating directly? "Ah, Li, my dear brother, your child is grown. Do not chastise him so harshly in front of others." "Xiangdong, tell me, did you instruct those three to steal peaches?" Pan Dachuan wore a grin reminiscent of a weasel spying on a chick. Li Xiangdong, harboring a secretive smirk within, feigned ignorance. "Uncle Dachuan, I never claimed it was my doing. As for whether they pilfered peaches, did your Jiqing brother assault my younger sibling?" "Oh, your brother attempted to steal peaches and was caught red-handed by your Jiqing. In their attempt to flee, they inevitably collided with one another." "So, you mean to say my brother and his companions were apprehended and beaten because they attempted to steal peaches?" "Indeed, they were the ones who stole them. Our village is short by over 1,000 jin, costing us more than 400 yuan. Then, Uncle Dachuan, do you admit that Pan Jiqing struck my brother and the other two?" It was merely a light reprimand. Upon uttering this, Pan Dachuan immediately recognized his blunder. The rapid exchange between Li Xiangdong and himself had led him to hastily conclude that Li Xiangdong had orchestrated the theft, momentarily intoxicated by his own triumph and inadvertently revealing too much. Li Tang and Erhu's father, their faces ablaze with indignation, reached for their weapons. Li Xiangdong swiftly intervened, a subtle smile gracing his lips, as he regarded Pan Dachuan and Pan Jiqing with unwavering composure. "As long as you both acknowledge that Jiqing assaulted my brother, Erhu and Gaifeng." Once spoken, his words could not be retracted, leaving Pan Dachuan momentarily speechless. Pan Jiqing's eyes darted, and he retorted, "I too was assaulted by those three little rascals. My leg still aches from the kicks." He theatrically rubbed his calf for emphasis. Li Xiangdong disregarded his comment. Turning to Li Xiangjie and signaling, "Xiangjie, does your head still hurt?" Li Xiangjie immediately grasped the implication, his expression morphing into one of agony. "Second brother, my head aches. I feel dizzy, and I might vomit." This was a tactic imparted by Li Xiangdong. In future altercations, upon being struck, one should claim headaches and nausea, as doctors would find nothing conclusive, ultimately diagnosing a concussion. Gaifeng, observing Li Xiangjie, promptly chimed in, "I too feel dizzy and might vomit." She pretended to retch for effect. Erhu glanced at Li Xiangjie on his left, then at Gaifeng on his right, and finally at Li Xiangdong, grasping the situation. He joined in with exaggerated groans, claiming his own headache. "Uncle Dachuan, could you perhaps let my brother and his companions down? Their symptoms resemble those of a concussion. If this is due to your unauthorized actions, and it leads to a fatality, it would not bode well for you." "Preposterous. I did not strike their heads." Pan Jiqing exploded in anger. "Oh, then where did you strike them?" Pan Jiqing nearly divulged the truth, but a stern glare from Pan Dachuan snapped him back to reality, prompting him to retract his words. Li Xiangdong offered a cold smile before addressing Erhu's father. "Uncle Wang, kindly release Erhu and the others." He then turned to Pan Dachuan and the assembled members of the Pan family, stating, "Let us separate matters. We must first address the incident where Pan Jiqing assaulted Li Xiangjie, Wang Eru, and Lu Gaifeng, with Uncle Dachuan and Pan Jiqing's own admissions. All present can attest to this. As for your claim of an injury to your leg, Pan Jiqing, that can easily be resolved. All four of you should visit the county hospital for a medical evaluation. Pan Jiqing naturally dared not go. He himself was uninjured, and his earlier pretense was merely a ruse to silence Li Xiangdong. As for the matter of the stolen peaches, I do possess some knowledge. Li Xiangdong, with an air of mystery, cast his gaze over the eavesdropping crowd of the Pan family village. What is the true story? Pray enlighten us. A voice emerged from the throng, and as if inspired, many began to chime in. Who is the thief? If we discover the culprit, we shall not hesitate to sever their hand and break their legs. They are robbing us of our sustenance. Indeed, by pilfering a single peach, they had deprived us of a share of the proceeds. My children are awaiting funds to stitch shoes from 2 yards of cloth, and their footwear is already fraying at the toes. We must apprehend the peach thief. Li Xiangdong observed with satisfaction the growing ire of the crowd. Once their indignation reached a fever pitch, he slowly interjected, esteemed uncles, aunts, and esteemed ladies. It is evident that you have gathered here out of concern for the peach orchard, putting aside your labor to assist us, which is truly touching. You are all exemplary members of our community, prioritizing the collective good over personal gain. In truth, it was Li Xiangdong himself who had dispatched Gui Yushi and Li Guoqing to call out in the fields of Panjiabao. Someone has stolen peaches. Come quickly to apprehend the thief. I am certain you are all eager to ascertain whether the peaches in this basket were pilfered by my brother. The solution is rather straightforward. You may be unaware that our nation possesses a forensic technique known as fingerprint analysis. By examining the peaches for fingerprints belonging to my brother and his associates, we shall discern their guilt. However, if only Pan Jiqing's fingerprints are found, would that not imply that he is attempting to frame the good people of Li Jiapa village? A murmur of disbelief rippled through the crowd. Some were skeptical of such a miraculous technology. Others countered. Our country has even developed the atomic bomb. Surely fingerprint analysis, regardless of its ingenuity, must have long been invented. A voice, eager for drama, proclaimed, "Let us send the peaches for testing. The truth shall surely be revealed." Pan Jiqing discreetly retreated a step, positioning himself at the back of the assembly. Li Xiangdong cast him a sidelong glance, disregarding him, and continued. As for the over 1,000 pounds of peaches stolen from your village, I believe I know their whereabouts. Where are they? Speak quickly. We must apprehend the peach thief at once. Indeed, are the stolen peaches still in existence? Can we recover any of our losses? Let us catch the thief and demand restitution. Li Xiangdong raised his hands to quell the cacophony, his voice resonating clearly. I wonder if you are aware of the idiom, a guardian who steals. Chapter 32. A swollen-faced the crowd erupted in astonishment. Pan Dachuan's expression was one of uncertainty as he hastily interjected. You're just a boy without a beard. What nonsense are you spouting? Brother Dachuan, why the haste? The child is no longer so young. Surely he cannot be speaking without basis. Li Jin observed with great satisfaction as his second son successfully turned the situation around. Noticing Pan Dachuan obstructing his son, he swiftly employed the very words that had earlier silenced him to counter Pan's objections. The identity of this individual remains elusive to me today. Li Xiangdong, while feigning ignorance, cast furtive glances at Pan Dachuan and continued, my brother and I, along with a few companions, were merely indulging our cravings, hoping to catch some cicadas for a barbecue tonight. However, just a few nights ago, as we strolled near your peach orchard, we witnessed several individuals surreptitiously transporting large baskets of peaches. Our curiosity was piqued. Who would conduct such labor under the cover of darkness? It was evident that someone was pilfering peaches. As members of the Communist Youth League, it is our duty to safeguard socialist property. Thus, we silently followed and saw Pan Jiqing securely close the orchard gate after they departed. For 4 or 5 consecutive days, we observed individuals carrying peaches away. Coincidentally, yesterday, when I visited the county town, esteemed elders, you will not believe what I discovered. I encountered vendors selling high-priced fruit. With those large peaches, akin to the size of a fist, resplendent in their rosy hues, priced at 70 cents a pound, almost rivaling the cost of eggs. The fruit seller informed me that these were peaches from the Panjiakan Brigade, renowned throughout the region for their exquisite flavor. They sold out in an instant. Now, dear members of the Panjiakan community, I must inquire, are not most of your brigade's peaches designated as specialty products for the city, with only a scant few allocated to the county supply cooperative? How, then, could these high-priced fruits be from your brigade and of such exceptional quality? Captain Pan, you mentioned a decrease in production by over 1,000 pounds this year. Yet, look at the peaches that remain in the orchard, small, green, and of poor quality. Where have all the good peaches vanished? To suggest that those 3 children could have stolen over 1,000 pounds is utterly implausible. No offense to Pan Jiqing, but who could pilfer such a quantity right under his nose? The loss of over 1,000 pounds of peaches is indeed chilling to contemplate. Finally, echoing a phrase learned from empresses in the palace, Li Xiangdong sighed deeply, evoking a sense of reflection. The crowd erupted into fervent discussion, recalling the abundance of fine peaches they had seen just days prior, only to find them missing upon their return. They puzzled over the poor yield and quality this year. Suspecting theft, could these children truly have stolen such a bounty? Perhaps it was an inside job. Only Pan Jiqing possesses such influence. Surely, he has support behind him. Do not be so quick to judge. Perhaps this child is merely casting aspersions upon our captain. Should we not trust our own people over outsiders? Oh, let this child lead us to the county town to inquire with the fruit vendors. The truth will be revealed. Pan Dachuan, sensing the growing unrest among the crowd, coughed heavily and approached Li Xiangdong, whispering, "Xiangdong, could it be that your eyes deceived you? Jiqing has never erred in his oversight. How could anyone steal peaches?" "Uncle Dachuan, it turns out no one stole the peaches. My younger brother and the others were merely mistaken. There was absolutely no theft." Pan Jiqing simply misinterpreted the situation. "If that's the case, then we should have our baskets returned. My brothers are feeling dizzy and nauseous. We will take them to the hospital for an examination, no matter the cost." Pan Dachuan clenched his teeth, realizing that the attempt to steal a chicken had instead cost him a grain of rice. "So it's settled then. But we lack the funds for the hospital." Li Xiangdong pinched his thumb between his index and middle fingers. "I will have Jiwen send you 10 yuan shortly." 10 is insufficient, isn't it? How about 20, 30, or even 50? Pan Dachuan's heart ached at the thought. 30 per person, Li Xiangdong declared firmly. You have a deal. When will you provide the money?" "In 3 days. I need to gather it first." "It's a deal. If I don't see the money in 3 days, I will have to discuss matters further with the people of Panjiazwang." The two reached an agreement, and Pan Dachuan cleared his throat, addressing the murmuring crowd of Panjiazwang. "Everyone, please be quiet. This year, the weather has been poor with excessive rainfall, causing the peaches to fall, resulting in a low yield. There is no theft involved. As farmers, we rely on the heavens for our sustenance. If the heavens do not permit harvest, we are powerless to change that." Xiangdong has reconsidered and realized that he was mistaken. No one has stolen peaches. "Xiangdong, please convey this to everyone." The last sentence was directed at Li Xiangdong, whose feigned amiable tone sent chills down his spine. "Ladies and gentlemen, I seem to have misjudged. The basket contained not peaches, but cleared weeds." Li Xiangdong's tone was nuanced. Faced with Li Xiangdong's retraction, some remained skeptical, others were outright disbelieving, while some resolved to investigate the peach disappearance discreetly. Setting aside the varied thoughts of the villagers of Panjiazwang, Li Xiangdong looked at Pan Dachuan, who was busily extinguishing the flames of discord, and smiled faintly before departing with his father and the others. Upon returning home with Li Jin, Zhao Sufang had prepared lunch. Noticing her husband and second son entering one after the other, and seeing her husband's expression was untroubled, she felt relieved and invited them to dine. "Children, please close the door," Li Jin instructed as he settled onto the Kong. "Xiangdong, come up." "Father, you're not going to hit me, are you? I just helped you out." Li Xiangdong slowly turned his body, ready to flee at any moment. "Humph, help me out, you say? Wasn't it you who caused the trouble in the first place? Tell me the truth. Did you send Xiangjia and the others to the peach orchard? Were they truly there to steal peaches?" Li Jin scoffed. "Of course not. If I wanted peaches, wouldn't I buy them myself? Why would I provoke that sly Pan Jiqing? What bold words. Where would you find the money to buy peaches? Speaking of which, I must ask you about the malted milk, orange juice, and white rabbit candy in the cupboard, as well as the meat in the pantry. Where did they come from?" "Father, this is quite a long story, and I haven't had the chance to report to you yet." Li Xiangdong chuckled as he perched on the edge of the Kong, maintaining a distance of over a meter from his father. "Let us set that aside for now. Did you truly see Pan Jiqing and Pan Dachuan stealing the team's peaches to sell privately?" Li Jin leaned closer, his expression tense as he observed Li Xiangdong. "Not at all, I deceived him," Li Xiangdong replied succinctly. "Then why did Pan Dachuan react that way? Could it be that he truly stole?" Li Jin furrowed his brow, pondering deeply. "Certainly. Otherwise, How would he have let Xiangjie and the others go and agreed to compensate 90 yuan? Li Xiangdong leaned closer to his father. Father, what I mentioned earlier about seeing Pan Jiqing stealing peaches at midnight was a ruse. But it is indeed true that I saw someone in the county selling peaches at a high price. Father, are you attempting to find evidence against Pan Dachuan for selling public property privately, so he cannot compete with you for the position of the water station chief? What do you know? Li Jin chided lightly, though his expression relaxed considerably. Today, his son had certainly given Pan Dachuan a good thrashing, which was quite gratifying. If not for the love of a son, this would undoubtedly serve its purpose. Chapter 33. Submission. Li Jin and Li Xiangdong, disregarding their meal, sat on the kong, their heads nearly touching as they whispered, Father, I have let the word out today. It will surely spread throughout the Pan family village immediately. Those who are dissatisfied with Pan Dachuan will undoubtedly investigate the matter, as 400 yuan is no small sum. Let their own people investigate their own. The results will surely be more effective than our inquiries. Li Jin nodded in agreement. Indeed, if we wish to gather evidence, we would either need to catch them transporting peaches in the dead of night or have witnesses from the black market selling high-priced fruit testify. However, both of these are quite difficult to achieve. We are from a different village. Even if we apprehended those transporting peaches, Pan Dachuan could easily claim they were urgently delivering goods from the city at midnight. As for witnesses from the black market, that is even more improbable, having sold out the suppliers who would dare to do business with him in the future. Thus, it must be someone from within the Pan family village who undertakes this task for it to be secure. If Pan Dachuan cannot be exposed this time, then the people of the Pan family village are indeed inept and deserve to be oppressed by him. Do you think those folks are easily dealt with? Are they not a formidable bunch? Li Jin chuckled. So, you just keep your guard up. Li Jin looked at the mischievous smile on Li Xiangdong's face, feeling quite pleased. His son, at such a young age, was capable of such thoughtful strategizing, which might indeed prove to be a significant help. Suddenly recalling the malt extract and orange juice hidden beneath the kong, his expression shifted to seriousness. Now, where did all that delicious food and drink come from? Li Xiangdong was taken aback by his father's rapid change in demeanor, subtly shifting back. Did my mother not inform you? I find that hard to believe. Li Xiangdong expressed his disbelief that his father was unaware of the source of their treats. What your mother said is one thing. I want to hear it from you. Li Jin retorted, pulling out his pipe, striking a match, and taking a puff. Isn't it all the same? Li Xiangdong stubbornly replied. But upon seeing his father's unyielding gaze fixed upon him, he relented and recounted the entire sequence of events. Xiangjie and I discovered that cicada skins could be sold for money. Oh, cicada skins are the shells of the cicada, so we went searching everywhere for cicada shells. Today, the three of them were caught because of this. How much did you sell it for? Li Jin exhaled a ring of smoke. We sold it for over 20 yuan, which we spent on meat and candy, and yes, also on malt extract and orange juice. What about the remainder? He sold for 40 yuan and 8 dimes. Spent 8 dimes, and was left with 40. Li Xiangdong replied reluctantly. His mother had indeed sold him out completely. Look, she even knows he sold wild yellow. You truly possess a remarkable talent for fabrication. I was away from home for just a few days, and you've already squandered over 20 yuan. Hand over the remaining money. I cannot fathom how it will vanish in your hands. Li Jin, filled with exasperation, felt a pang of regret in his heart. While meat and sweets are delightful, this is not how one ought to indulge. Father, at home we subsist on coarse sorghum pancakes paired with pickled vegetables and shrimp paste. Observe how tirelessly my mother toils from dawn till dusk, her exhaustion evident. She is merely 40 yet appears as if she were 60. And then there are Jiabao and Xiaoping, who have ceased to grow, both as thin as monkeys. Li Xiangdong expressed his indignation. How can you say your mother looks like she is 60? Don't the village aunties and matrons all appear that way? And as for Jiabao and Xiaoping, they are taller and sturdier than the village children. Li Jin found Li Xiangdong's assertions to be exaggerated. In truth, it is not surprising that Li Jin disagreed with him. In this era, which family does not eat coarse sorghum pancakes? There are even those who consume dumplings made from bran mixed with wild vegetables. Moreover, to have shrimp paste is already a considerable luxury. Only Li Xiangdong, who had experienced an era of abundant material wealth, sensed something amiss. In the future, people would generally be plump and healthy, with weight loss becoming a trend, while the fatty meats, now considered delicacies, were looked down upon. Elderly men and women in their 70s and 80s donned vibrant and colorful attire, adorned with various fabrics such as fragrant cloud gauze, mulberry silk, and fine cotton. With a multitude of styles from Western dresses to tang suits, hanfu, and kipeos to choose from. The older they became, the more flamboyant their clothing. A phenomenon referred to as aging gracefully, unlike this era where only coarse blue and black fabrics were available, with limited styles. Just as Li Xiangdong observed Zhao Sufang, who perpetually wore a loose, blue coarse cloth jacket and black trousers, looking older than many in their 70s and 80s from that time period. But why does my grandmother appear younger than her contemporaries? It is all due to better nourishment, quality clothing, and not having to work, Li Xiangdong countered. Li Jin found himself momentarily at a loss for words. His mother did indeed appear more refined and healthier than the elderly women in the village. During his time as a soldier, the wages and allowances he sent home supported his younger siblings' education. Later, when he transferred to the Yongxing distillery, although most of his salary was taken by his mother, he could still manage to save a little, allowing for a reasonable standard of living. Upon returning to the village, without a salary, the family had to rely on work points to survive, and life became increasingly difficult. As more children were born, savings dwindled. In recent years, his fourth daughter began working at the brick kiln, contributing her monthly wages, which finally allowed him to see a few yuan each month. Yet, his mother always had reasons for needing money, and he found himself compelled to offer her a portion of his earnings each month. During this trip to the county, although his comrades did not need to be excessively formal, visiting the old station master necessitated purchasing some small gifts. Zhao Sufang took the last of his savings. Thus, this 40 yuan felt like a much-needed blessing after a long drought. With these thoughts in mind, Li Jin took a deep drag from his cigarette. First, hand over the money for your father to use. When I have money, I shall repay you. That 20 yuan spent is already gone. From this, one can discern the inherent differences between sons and daughters. Li Jin had taken his daughter's salary for 2 years, believing it was his due, never considering it as her own. In his mindset, since she was his daughter, was she not entitled to partake in his resources? The money she earned was, in his view, naturally a part of the household finances. In contrast, when it came to his son, he would only take 40 yuan after consulting him, preparing to return it if necessary. After all, that was his son. Upon his demise, would not the family fortune rightfully belong to his 3 sons? Furthermore, once his daughter married, she would still rely on her brothers for support. This represents the most fundamental and traditional belief held by men for centuries. If Li Xiangdong were aware of his father's current thoughts, he would undoubtedly remark that there was no need to wait for his death, even while alive. His eldest son considered the family estate to be his. Li Xiangdong returned to his room and retrieved 4 large notes. From the outset, he knew this matter could not remain concealed from his father, so he had informed his mother that a pound of wild chrysanthemum could be sold for 10 cents. In their neighboring villages, no one had ever engaged in the trade of traditional Chinese medicine, so to his parents, 10 cents per pound for wild herbs seemed exorbitant. And thus no one suspected anything. Father, take this, there's no need to discuss repayment. The money I earn belongs to the family, he said, presenting the money to his father with a sincere expression, assuring him that any future earnings would also be for his father's use. Good, good, good. Li Jin beamed with happiness and satisfaction. In the past, this son had been mischievous and stubborn, often speaking harshly, unlike his younger brother, Zhao Bao, who was more charming with his words. To his surprise, his second son had grown up not only capable of earning money, but also adept at standing up for him and expressing kind sentiments. However, Li Xiangdong cautioned, you must keep this a secret. If everyone learns that the shells of cicadas and wild chrysanthemum can be sold for money, I won't be able to profit. All right, let us eat. Zhao Bao and Xiao Ping have been hungry all day, Zhao Sufang interjected, noticing that the father and son had finished their conversation. Father, would you like some wine? I can prepare a stir-fried pork dish as a side, Li Xiangdong offered eagerly, as a new idea formed in his mind that required his father's support. Good, good, my son truly understands, Li Jin responded joyfully, praising his son, and called for his wife to fetch small wine cups and some local liquor. Zhao Sufang set the wine cups and a small jug of liquor on the table for Li Jin, then took a small piece of pork, seasoned with salt, from a basket hanging from the beams of the living room, and instructed Li Ping to fetch some chili peppers from the yard. A few swift cuts transformed the pork and peppers into fine shreds. With scallions sizzling in the pan, soon a plate of stir-fried pork was ready. Li Bao's eyes were fixed on the dish, his mouth watering in anticipation. Li Ping was also tempted, though less overtly. diligently assisting Zhao Sufang in bringing coarse grain pancakes, pickled vegetables, and mung bean soup to the Kong table inside. Seated at the head of the table, Li Jin had a small cup of liquor before him. Zhao Sufang cradled the baby sister, feeding her small spoonfuls of cooled barley milk. Li Jiabao and Li Ping, with chopsticks in hand, eagerly awaited their father to take the first bite. Li Xiangdong served a piece of stir-fried pork into his father's bowl, urging, "Father, please give it a try." Li Jin took a bite and praised, "Delicious." Li Jiabao and Li Ping cheered, one hand clutching a large pancake, the other swiftly grasping meat. Their joy so palpable that one might imagine their tails wagging with delight. Li Xiangdong observed his siblings with a mixture of happiness and bittersweetness, when suddenly, a sharp shriek akin to thunder pierced the air. "Ungrateful wretches! Eating meat without sharing with your parents, hoarding it all for your own little ones." Chapter 34. The ground cannon Li Ping was startled by the shrill cry of her grandmother, Li Wanshi, causing her to drop a piece of meat onto the table. The ever-watchful calico cat, who had been dozing nearby, swiftly snatched up the meat and darted out of the room with remarkable agility. Li Wanshi, seething with rage, advanced toward Li Ping, her bony finger jabbing her forehead. "How dare you? Giving good meat to a cat while neglecting your grandparents. You ignorant little girl, speak. Who taught you this?" A red mark blossomed on Li Ping's forehead from the jab, and terrified, she scurried behind Zhao Sufang for protection. Li Jin, hearing his mother's furious outburst, rushed to explain, but before he could utter a word, she directed her ire toward Zhao Sufang. With a swift motion, Li Wanshi snatched the bowl of milk porridge meant for her younger sister from Zhao Sufang's hands. Since her younger sister was a slow drinker, the bowl still contained a generous portion. Li Jiabao had previously arranged with his mother to consume whatever his sister left behind. Li Wanshi's eyes blazed with indignation as she glared at the milk porridge, took a taste, and her fury intensified. "How dare you indulge in milk porridge without considering the elders?" With that, she tilted her head back and drained the bowl. Li Jiabao, witnessing his precious milk porridge vanish before his eyes, was left dumbfounded. "Grandma, how could you drink all the milk porridge?" he wailed, tears streaming down his face. "I've longed for that sweet and fragrant milk porridge, and now it's all gone. Why am I not allowed to drink? You all sneak off to indulge in delicacies without me. Do you have no conscience?" Li Wanshi was utterly incensed. Her grandson, Li Jiabao, was a dutiful child, his words sweeter than honey. He always addressed her with endearments. As for her eldest son, Li Jin, he was equally devoted, ensuring that any treats were first shared with her and his father, knowing his father had little taste for fine food, which ultimately ended up in her mouth. Today, she had sought out her eldest son for a matter, only to stumble upon them enjoying stir-fried meat and milk porridge. What else had they consumed without her knowledge? How much more delectable food and drink had they savored behind her back? Such blatant disregard was utterly outrageous. Her son was dutiful, and her grandson was also conscientious. How could they possibly indulge in food without sharing with her and her husband? It had to be that ungrateful daughter-in-law's influence. Yes, this eldest daughter-in-law was not a good person. Though she appeared meek and timid, she harbored a heart as treacherous as a wasp's nest. Li Jin, seeing his mother overwhelmed with both anger and sorrow, with tears brimming in her eyes, hurriedly slipped off the bed and helped her sit down. Li Wanshi sat on the Kong, her eyes piercingly fixed on Zhao Sufang, as if her gaze could materialize into daggers. Yearning to slice away a piece of flesh from Zhao. With venomous words, she berated, "You wicked harlot, your conscience must have been devoured by dogs. You incite my son and grandson to be unfilial. Just wait and see if I spare you." Zhao Sufang held her frightened, weeping daughter in one arm and embraced her fifth daughter with the other, remaining silent in the face of her mother-in-law's tirade. Having married into the Li family at the tender age of 15, she had endured over 2 decades of harsh scolding. Although accustomed to the verbal abuse, the sting of her mother-in-law's insults, especially in front of her children, was difficult to bear. Turning away, she took her youngest and led her fifth daughter to the west room. "Ah, you dare to show me your back. Just look at the fine wife you brought home," Li Wanshi exclaimed, realizing Zhao Sufang not only refused to apologize but also had the audacity to leave. Li Jin quickly sought to appease his mother, donning a conciliatory smile. "Mother, my dear mother, was it not you who arranged this marriage for me? How can you blame your son?" Li Wanshi dismissed her eldest son's jesting. "I married you a wife so you could forget your mother? Have you lost your senses? Allowing this harlot to incite you against your parents?" Shaoli, While you indulge yourself, do you not fear the heavens' wrath? As she spoke, she incessantly poked her son's forehead with her middle finger, softer than the sharp nails she had previously jabbed at Li Ping. At over 40 years of age, Li Jin had transitioned from a factory manager to a village leader, respected by many, yet standing before his mother, he felt his dignity eroding. Guilt washed over him as he realized he had not promptly offered the best of his provisions to his parents, his face a canvas of crimson and violet, emotions swirling in a captivating display. Li Xiangdong coldly observed his grandmother's tantrum, wishing he could kick her out of the house. This troublesome old woman only cared for herself and her youngest son, Li Song, draining the lifeblood from her elder son and daughters as if they were not her own flesh and blood. In a previous life, his fourth sister had been sold by her, and in this life, she had narrowly escaped the same fate, leaving him burdened with 100 yuan debt. To Li Xiangdong, the meager bond of familial affection between them had long since dissipated. Mother, this meat was not purchased by me. It was bought with the money the children made from collecting scraps. They have not eaten meat in ages and were longing for it. Li Jin patiently explained to Li Wanshi. He took heed of Li Xiangdong's words, refraining from mentioning the sale of medicinal herbs. For he knew that once he broached the subject, his mother would undoubtedly demand the 40 yuan as well, and would continue to press him for the money from selling the Romania. Cannot provoke her, cannot provoke her. Li Wanshi cast a sidelong glance at her eldest son, scoffing at the notion of a family so wealthy being scavenging for scraps. Li Wan's mother believed that her son had secretly hidden a considerable amount of money from her, claiming that his scavenging was merely a pretext. Today, she was determined to establish the rules, even if her sons had separated and started their own families. Any delicacies or beverages must first be provided to her, to be distributed at her discretion. Li Jin found himself momentarily at a loss for words, continuously signaling his second son with his eyes. Come on, son, aren't you quite the talker now? Hurry and help your father cover up this lie. Grandma, you are indeed correct. Our village is so impoverished. Where could we possibly find anything to scavenge? Li Xiangdong replied, his tone low. Li Jin's gestures were becoming increasingly frantic, his eyelids nearly twitching with exasperation. He thought to himself, how has this boy become so dim-witted, failing to read the room and speaking in favor of his grandmother? Then Li Xiangdong continued, however, we are in our growing years, and we survive on coarse sorghum flour and pancakes made from bran, accompanied only by pickled vegetables. Please don't blame us for our cravings. Just the other day, Jiabao saw you give Uncle 10 yuan, and he bought large meat buns and succulent pig trotters from the state-run restaurant, leaving him dripping with grease. When he returned home, Jiabao was so tempted that he sleepwalked in the middle of the night, nibbling on his little feet. My mother wept for him, but then again, which mother does not care for her child? Just like you. Even though my uncle is now grown and a state official, you still feel the need to support him from time to time. Yet, my mother can only lament. She has not a single penny to spare. And my father cannot afford to be as generous as you. My parents often remind us that any good food should first be given to our grandparents, and any money we acquire should be used to honor them. I suppose my uncle must think the same way. My father has to give the wages earned by my fourth sister to grandma every month, as a token of respect for the elders. We dare not say a word against it. Our cravings must be addressed on our own, and just the other day, I led Jiabao and Zhaoping around the county town under the scorching sun, running until our legs grew sore, and we managed to sell a bit of scrap. We intended to bring some meat to Grandma, but after considering it, we realized that Uncle had surely taken her large meat buns and pig trotters, and our small portion of meat would hardly suffice for her. Jiabao and Zhaoping were so tempted that we shamelessly decided to enjoy it ourselves. Li Xiangdong chattered on with his quirky remarks uninterrupted, and Li Wan's mother could not find the words to interject, her face turning purple with rage as she leapt from the Kong, standing on the ground and pointing at Li Xiangdong, unable to utter a coherent sentence. You. Li Xiangdong's voice was not soft, and the open door offered no soundproofing. Zhao Sufang, though aware that the money for the meat did not come from scavenging, recognized the hard work her children put in from dawn till dusk to gather whatever they could. Reflecting on the years spent with her husband, enduring hardship while raising their children, the tears streamed down her face like beads from a broken string, as she began to sob uncontrollably. Hearing Zhao Sufang's muffled cries while listening to Li Xiangdong's calm recounting, Li Jin felt a tumult of emotions. He had been diligently supporting his parents while living modestly with his wife and children. Yet his mother was spending 10 yuan at a time to treat his younger brother to meals, creating a mixture of disappointment, jealousy, and an indescribable sense of rebellion within him. Li Jin was not in a hurry to placate his mother, his expression somewhat pale. Li Wanshi, being astute, immediately discerned that something was amiss from her son's demeanor. If she could not rein in her son, who in the family would heed her? In a fit of desperation, Li Wanshi sank to the ground, wailing, "Oh, heavens, open your eyes. I am over 60, and yet my own grandson dares to insult me. What was the point of bearing a son, nurturing him through thick and thin, fearing the cold in winter and the sun in summer? I cherished him, raised him with the utmost care, and sacrificed everything for him to marry. Yet, alas, he forgets his mother after gaining a wife. Oh heavens! My life has not been easy. I beseech you to strike down this unfilial bunch." Li Xiangdong snorted softly, offering his grandmother a blunt assessment. What a scene! Chapter 35. Taming the mother. Li Wanshi's theatrics were utterly ineffective with Li Xiangdong. As he listened to his mother's lament, Li Jin couldn't help but reminisce about the days of maternal kindness and filial piety. While his mother may not have treated him as well as she did Li Song, she had still been kind to him. In winter, she provided him with warm clothing. In summer, she ensured he had light garments. Occasionally, she even prepared special meals for him. Reflecting on this, Li Jin felt a twinge of compassion. Moreover, considering his mother's ability to create a scene, he realized that if he did not soothe her promptly, the commotion might attract unwanted attention. Words, once spoken, could easily be twisted by others, leading to unforeseen consequences. With a sigh, Li Jin squatted down to assist Li Wanshi, gently coaxing her. "All right, mother, I know you care for me. I am in my 40s now, with children of my own, and I must also consider their needs." Upon hearing Li Jin mention his children, Li Wanshi erupted, momentarily ceasing her tears. Her hands gripping his arms tightly, her gaze fixed on him. "Sixth son, are you forsaking your parents for the sake of your own offspring?" Li Jin, feeling a headache coming on, quickly clarified, "I never said I would neglect you. Mother, have I ever failed to send you money every month? Since I returned from the distillery, I no longer earn a salary. Our entire family relies on work points to survive. Jinjin has been toiling at the brick kiln, and as a young woman, she endures both fatigue and inadequate nutrition. Just a few months ago, she nearly coughed up blood from exhaustion. Yet, she earns just 15 yuan a month, and I send you 13. At this point, even as he had always regarded his daughter's earnings as personal, a hint of guilt washed over Li Jin. "Mother, my father still works daily, earning work points. With the amount I send you each month, you and father should be living quite comfortably. Why must you compete with your own grandchildren for sustenance?" Li Wanshi sprang to her feet with an exclamation. Li Xiangdong secretly admired her vigor. At over 60, she still had remarkable agility. "When did I ever compete for food with my grandchildren?" She had completely forgotten her earlier act of snatching her granddaughter's milk powder. Guo Jumai honored his mother. "Sixth son, you are educated and literate. How can you forget this lesson? The very first story you heard as a child was the 24 filial exemplars taught by your mother." Li Xiangdong observed the earnest and caring expression of his grandmother with deep admiration. He pondered how his father could be so foolishly filial, realizing it was a result of his upbringing, akin to emotional manipulation. He thought of Guiju, who buried his son for the sake of his mother. In his previous life, his father was also one who sold his daughter to honor his mother. Yet, unlike Guiju, who perhaps did not truly bury his son, he indeed acquired a pot of gold. His father, having believed his grandmother's ghostly tales, genuinely sold his daughter without receiving divine favor to unearth a pot of gold. Grandmother must not dare to speak ill of my father's lack of filial piety. If she were to proclaim such things, how could my father maintain his position as the village chief? People have a way with words. Once the notion of unfilial behavior spreads, it would be difficult to defend. At this juncture, Li Xiangdong adeptly fanned the flames. Li Jin's gaze sharpened at this critical moment of his reassignment to the position of chief of the irrigation station. If his mother were to speak recklessly, "Mother!" Li Jin's stern voice startled everyone in the room. Li Wanshi had never witnessed her eldest son speaking to her so sternly, causing her to feel a pang of uncertainty, though she stubbornly retorted, "What do you mean?" Li Jin took a seat, no longer in a hurry. After a moment of silence, the room remained quiet. Finally, he spoke slowly. "Mother, I have contemplated the matter of providing for you and father for quite some time. My elder sister, second sister, and younger sisters are all married. Their responsibility for our parents' care is irrelevant. My second brother and I, being sons, are naturally expected to support you. Previously, since my younger brother was not yet married, my second brother and I jointly cared for you and him, which is undisputed. Now that Li Xiangdong has established his own family, should we not discuss how to provide for you? Li Xiangdong opened her mouth to respond, but could not find her voice. The expectation that sons support their parents is a given. However, she privately knew that no matter how much she subsidized her youngest son, it could not be openly discussed. Otherwise, it would be blatant favoritism, and then her eldest and second sons might refuse to care for her and her husband, leaving her with no support from the villagers. Both my second brother and I built our own homes through our own efforts. Currently, my younger brother resides in your house. I have no objections, and I believe my second brother would feel the same. As for the monthly allowance and the yearly provisions, you and father should first discuss how much is suitable from our three families. Should you both experience any health issues or require hospitalization, the three of us will share the expenses and take turns caring for you. For now, this is all I have considered. If there is anything you would like to add, please feel free to mention it. Li Jin referred to the monthly allowance as the living expenses contributed by sons to their parents. In the present rural landscape, every household struggles to make ends meet. Farmers work tirelessly throughout their lives to earn their sustenance, and money is often scarce. However, Li Xiangdong was an exception. According to her own account, although her background was less than ideal, she was not of the same humble origins as Li Jin's father. Her family was well off from an early age. Raised in luxury, it was inconceivable for her to toil in the fields. Such a fate was impossible for her. Ever since Li Jin joined the army in his teens and began receiving a stipend, he had been providing his mother with monthly financial support. Li Xiangdong understood that henceforth, Li Jin had no intention of yielding to her whims. He had established a clear framework for support, and any additional assistance beyond the predetermined amount would not be forthcoming. Li Jin believed that his mother would surely understand him. His eldest son, Li Weijun, was 20 years old this year and had served in Huangdao for 3 years. A few months ago, he wrote home, stating that he would soon be discharged and return home. As a young man of 20, he would need to start preparing for marriage upon his return. Securing a plot of land would not be an issue, as the village could approve it. But the funds to construct a house were another matter entirely. Bricks, tiles, and beams all came with a price tag. For this reason, Li Jin and Zhao Sufang had been troubled for months, sleepless nights consumed with contemplating how to acquire the necessary money. Li Weijun's discharge pay would provide a significant portion, and if Li Jin could find work at the irrigation station, he might earn an additional 20 or 30 yuan a month. After marrying off his eldest son, his second and youngest sons would inevitably grow up, necessitating further construction and marriages. All the money he earned in the past 20 years had gone to his mother, and any future earnings would have to prioritize his own children. Li Jin felt a deep connection with his mother, yet she sensed a profound sense of betrayal. The feeling of losing control sent chills down Li Wan's spine. Regret began to creep in. Was it worth creating such turmoil over a trivial issue when she had never truly lacked for food? She never anticipated that it would lead her eldest son to broach the topic of support in her old age. It was not her intention to show favoritism. She had given birth to Li Xiangdong at 34, and due to insufficient milk, he had grown up frail. After much struggle to raise him, his unsatisfactory marriage inevitably led her to favor him a bit more. She would accept the idea of the eldest and second son contributing monthly, yet requiring the youngest to do so made her uncomfortable, though she knew she could not voice this. Li Wan's eyes darted, her face forming a strained smile. Very well. I shall discuss it with your father, my son. Li Xiangdong let out a soft grunt. As long as his father remained resolute, he would see if his grandmother dared to stir trouble again. Chapter 36. The Li family's foundation. What was meant to be a pleasant meal was disrupted by Li Wan's unease, leaving Li Jin with no appetite for food or drink. Hearing her footsteps grow quieter, Li Ping and Li Jiabao peeked out from the west room, waiting until she exited the door before daring to emerge. They rushed to the east room, eager to eat, only to find Li Jin with a sullen expression. Father, I'm still hungry. May I have more? Li Jiabao, the youngest son, had always been cherished and was bold enough to speak up. I'm hungry too, Li Ping chimed in softly. Go ahead and eat. Once you're full. Hurry to school, Li Jin replied, pushing the remaining meat toward them. They cheered and began to eat heartily. Call your mother over. She hasn't even had a proper meal yet, Li Jin instructed. Zhao Sufang had ceased her tears, having long hoped that her husband was speaking the truth this time. as long as her mother-in-law did not come rummaging for money and grain at will, and if they could receive monthly provisions, she would be content. However, Li Xiangdong could not eat. The struggle against poverty had made even a morsel of pork feel illicit. Ever since he had begun exchanging cicada shells for money, a preliminary idea had taken root in his mind. Today seemed the right time to have a serious discussion with his father. You all continue eating. I will check on the wheat field. We should be able to harvest soon. Li Jin tucked the smoking pipe into his waist and strode towards the door. His husband, feeling disheartened by his mother-in-law, was hesitant to call him back, unsure of what to say. Li Xiangdong glanced at his mother, then jumped off the kong, slipped on his tattered shoes, and pursued his father, calling out, "Father, wait for me. I'll accompany you on your stroll." At this moment, everyone had already gone to work, and the roads were bustling with uncles and aunts carrying hoes and sickles. As they walked, people greeted the duo. "Captain, have you finished your meal?" "Xiangdong, you seem unusually well-behaved today, not causing mischief?" A relative jested. "Uncle, I assure you, I am not causing any trouble. I am focused on serious matters," Li Xiangdong retorted. "You, a rascal, engaged in serious matters? You are merely boasting." The elder chuckled in response. "Lu'er, the wheat will be ready for harvest in a few days. Do keep an eye on the weather. My old cold leg has been bothering me again these past few days," he said, addressing Li Jin. Li Jin was the sixth son in the family. Hence the elder referred to him as Lu'er. The commune had been broadcasting weather reports daily, predicting clear skies. Upon hearing his uncle's complaint about his leg, Li Jin immediately took it to heart. Whenever his uncle's leg ached, it either rained or snowed. The wheat harvest was of utmost importance, not only for the villagers' annual sustenance, but also for the quantity and quality of the grain to be delivered to the state. The Wuda commune had been providing weather forecasts for the past half-month as a precaution. In case of heavy rain, they needed to harvest the wheat early. Is that so? The state claims there will be no rain, so there should be none. However, my leg does feel quite sore. The elder muttered to himself as he walked away. Li Jin, now burdened with another concern, pondered deeply and hurried towards the wheat fields to assess the ripeness of the crops and prepare for an early harvest. Li Xiangdong trailed behind, his mind racing. Then it struck him. During this time in his previous life, his grandmother had fallen ill, prompting her to write, asking his mother and aunt to visit. But his mother was unable to leave due to the impending harvest. He and his cousin from his aunt's side had gone to Sichuan West. Upon returning to Lijiapa, they were utterly stunned. Huichuan County had experienced a relentless downpour lasting over 10 days, and the wheat in Lijiapa's brigade could not be harvested in time. Aside from a little salvaged amidst the rain, the rest had spoiled. That year's harvest was dismal, with families unable to fill their stomachs, leading to widespread domestic strife. When should he tell his father? They must hastily harvest the wheat before the heavy rain arrives. But how could he convey this to his father? To admit he was reborn and had lived through it all? His father might deem him insane and send him to a hospital. Both father and son were lost in their thoughts and did not notice someone ahead. Suddenly, they collided unexpectedly. Oh, Li Jin found himself face to face with a lean old man. "Father," he exclaimed, realizing it was none other than his father, Li Qingshan. "Humph." Li Qingshan regarded his eldest son with a furrowed brow and a displeased gaze, letting out a heavy grunt akin to an old bull, turning away without a word. "Father, what is wrong with you?" Li Jin observed his father's perplexed demeanor, pondering what stubbornness had afflicted him. Could it be that my grandmother mentioned the matter of retirement to my grandfather? As Li Xiangdong noticed his father's bewilderment, he quietly prodded from behind, suggesting that it was trivial enough to provoke anger. Li Jin dismissed the thought of his father's concerns and turned his attention elsewhere. In the eyes of his children, Li Qingshan held a rather insignificant presence. He consistently toiled in silence, dutifully attending to Li Wanshi. When she spoke, he never countered. Should she wish to chase away a dog, he would not even consider hurting the chickens. The wind rippled through the golden waves of wheat, the sun casting a brilliant sheen upon the fields. This harvest represented the annual hope of the rural populace, encapsulating not merely wheat, but also the rare delights of white steamed buns, pork, and brown sugar, alongside the school books for the children and new clothes for the elders during the new year. This land has borne the aspirations of generations of farmers throughout the ages. Bending down, Li Jin hesitated to pluck an entire wheat ear, instead delicately removing a few kernels from their husks. Testing one between his fingernails, he found it still too soft. Straightening up, he furrowed his brows, realizing that it would likely be another week or so before the harvest could commence. Are you worried about rain? Li Xiangdong perceived that Li Jin had taken his great uncle's words to heart. It was prudent to have a foundation for discussing the potential of rain later. Better to be cautious than to face unforeseen consequences. As Li Jin strolled along the ridge, he observed the team members, some diligently pulling out weeds, while others idled away their time. "Father, look at Lu Baobao, lounging in the drainage ditch with a blade of grass in his mouth, basking in the sun." Li Xiangdong's keen eyes quickly spotted the young man lazily sprawled amidst the grass. "Humph, there's not much work now, let him be." Li Jin mentally noted this young man, who, despite being in his 20s, seemed to lack direction. "Father, how much land does our village encompass? What's the yield per acre?" "Our village possesses over 1,400 acres of fertile land, with 700 residents, which averages to just over 2 acres per person. In a good year, the yield can reach 200 caddies per acre." Li Jin turned to Li Xiangdong, gesturing with his fingers. "We harvest wheat in summer and corn in autumn, with corn typically yielding higher than wheat, up to 400 or 500 caddies per acre." Li Xiangdong quietly marveled. In later years, wheat yields could easily surpass 1,000 caddies per acre. Corn was even more impressive, with hybrid varieties producing up to 2,000 or 3,000 caddies per acre. During prosperous years, our village could reap 280,000 caddies of wheat and 700,000 caddies of corn. After fulfilling the annual grain tax and water conservancy contributions, the remaining harvest could be partly sold as state-controlled grain, with the surplus distributed among the villagers. The grain tax and water conservancy contributions are 30%. Li Xiangdong recalled that when he grew up, the state abolished these agricultural taxes in 2006 and began providing subsidies based on the acreage. "That's about right." Li Jin traced numbers on the ground with his toes. "With 280,000 caddies of wheat, after taxes, we have 190,000 left. Selling 120,000 as state-controlled grain means each person would receive 100 caddies of wheat, and the team would earn approximately 12,000 yuan. Following his father's calculations, Li Xiangdong found that with 700,000 caddies of corn, after 21,000 for taxes, and selling 300,000 as state-controlled grain, each person would end up with 270 caddies of corn, contributing to an income of 30,000 yuan for the team. Corn and wheat combined. One person requires a pound of grain daily. This is during better times. If the heavens cease to provide sustenance, a person may barely manage half a pound. 40,200 yuan may sound substantial, yet in our village of 700 souls, with over 200 able-bodied laborers, one can only earn 9 to 10 workdays a day. The remaining 400, excluding the children who are unable to work, average merely 5 workdays each. Calculate, if you will, how much a day's labor is worth." Li Xiangdong contemplated and concluded that one workday yields approximately 12 cents. However, it is unlikely to be that much. At best, it is 8 cents. Li Jin sighed, noting that with 3 tea and 5 kong, a young man working a full day can earn at most a pound of grain, equating to 80 cents. The village's annual surplus amounts to a mere 100 yuan. This, indeed, is the foundation of our village. Chapter 37. Establishing a Chinese herbal medicine base. Throughout the extensive history of China, non-agricultural households have always occupied a superior position compared to their agricultural counterparts. Those with non-agricultural status consume commercial grain, benefiting from state subsidies and possessing recruitment advantages that agricultural households cannot match. It was not until the late 1990s that the conversion of agricultural to non-agricultural status, known as Dongdongfei, became widespread. However, the transition was not without its challenges. For instance, the child of Li Xiangdong's elder sister had to navigate connections and spend 3,000 yuan. It is essential to understand that 3,000 yuan in the 1990s is not comparable to the inflated currency of later years. Back then, a laborer could earn merely 10 yuan a day. The 3 ki and 5 tung refers to 3 miscellaneous fees retained by the village for agricultural water conservancy construction and the support of 5 guarantee households. While the 5 tung encompasses 5 coordinated expenses submitted to the commune, including education fees, family planning costs, militia training expenses, rural road construction fees, and welfare payments. These are obligations we, as farmers, must fulfill. The state is impoverished. Our sacrifices today will not be forgotten when the nation flourishes. Li Jin, being an experienced party member, explained to Li Xiangdong that during the construction phase of the nation, a generation must make sacrifices. Compared to the sacrifices made by revolutionary predecessors, What does mere hunger signify? Li Xiangdong remained silent. In later times, it is often said that each generation faces its own struggles, from the bloody storms of war to the arduous dedication during tough times. Even in an era of peace and prosperity, we must confront numerous external sanctions and unpredictable events. Yet, every Chinese individual quietly resists, never yielding or bowing down, thus enabling the continuation of Chinese civilization to this day. The mood between the father and son grew heavy, and for a while, neither spoke. Enough of this. It is not for a child like you to bear such burdens. Focus on your studies. If you can achieve a perfect score, your mother and I will be immensely grateful, Li Jin remarked, observing the anxious expression on his second son's face, which elicited a chuckle from him. Li Xiangdong reflected on his dismal math performance and awkwardly laughed. Father, though my grades are poor, I know how to earn money. You may rely on that for a lifetime, but it is a narrow path. Broaden your horizons. If you can secure a place at a worker-peasant-soldier university, you will transition to non-agricultural status and receive job placement from the state. That is the true path, much like your uncle, Li Jin advised earnestly. At this time, the college entrance examination had not yet resumed, and recommendations for worker-peasant-soldier students were the norm. Li Xiangdong's uncle, Li Song, had made his way into the prestigious workers, peasants, and soldiers' university. Even if it may not yield lifelong financial benefits, it certainly alleviates the pressing struggles of our village's populace regarding their basic needs. Li Xiangdong resolved to share his visionary plans with his father. Father, do you recognize this? He inquired, plucking a small yellow wildflower from the edge of the field. It's a dandelion, he exclaimed. When tender, it can be consumed. We can mix it into our vegetable pancakes. Li Jin looked on in bewilderment. The scientific name is taraxacum. Besides its edible leaves, the dandelion root is also a medicinal herb, renowned for its ability to clear heat, reduce swelling, and dissolve masses. Father, I am acquainted with Director Yan of our county's Guangming pharmaceutical factory. He requires a substantial quantity of herbal medicine, and the remania I harvested was delivered there. Uncle Yan gifted me a book detailing various Chinese medicinal herbs. Many inconspicuous wild grasses and flowers serve as herbal remedies, all of which can be monetized. Are you suggesting that our village should forage for wild vegetables to sell? Aren't you concerned that others might uncover this and uproot the remania before you can profit? I used to worry, but not anymore. If it's just our family earning money and enjoying meat, it would always be done in secrecy, leading others to suspect it was stolen or illicitly acquired. If everyone could partake in meat, wouldn't we be inching closer to communism? Li Xiangdong envisioned a life where the whole village feasted together. Moreover, it's not necessary for everyone to forage. That would lead to extinction. What then? Li Jin, intrigued, gazed at his son, whose ideas had consistently brought unexpected delight. Let us cultivate. Our village can grow medicinal herbs, starting with remania. Li Xiangdong declared with enthusiasm. What if we establish a medicinal herb base at Li Jiapa Brigade? Impossible. Li Jin firmly declined. Our fertile lands must be reserved for food crops. Neglecting even an inch of farmland reduces our people's grain supply. Besides, where would we source the public grain and taxes? We want to touch the fertile land. We'll utilize the drainage ditches and the fields on either side. Li Xiangdong had already devised his plan. Any less desirable plots will suffice. You can send people to the riverbank to harvest remania, then plant it in those areas, ensuring proper irrigation and fertilization. The remania will thrive. Even if it doesn't fetch a high price like the wild variant, it will still yield profit. Once the remania sells, the villagers will trust you. And then we can expand our efforts to cultivate other herbs such as Angelica dihurica, Scutellaria bicalensis, and Buplurum. With increased cultivation, we could build a drying house for herbs and processing facilities. Only when the village flourishes will the lives of the common people improve. The rivers swell when the great river flows, but dwindle when it recedes. Listening to his son's spirited words and the radiance of his expression, Li Jin felt a surge of warmth within. Well spoken. The rivers swell when the great river flows, but dwindle when it recedes. Does this mean you agree? Li Xiangdong was taken aback by how effortlessly he had convinced his father. There's no rush. What you've proposed is merely a rough idea. I need to discuss the specifics with your uncle accountant. We must carefully consider the policies, how to allocate land for herb cultivation, who will undertake the planting, and how to calculate the earnings. Li Jin is not Li Xiangdong, having experienced the flourishing freedom of the market economy in later generations. What truly matters in this era is adherence to policy. The policies from above may not be as stringent as they seem. It is merely our commune that imposes excessive regulations. Restrictions such as only being allowed to raise 2 chickens per household, or that 10 households may keep just 1 pig, and absolutely no breeding sows. The chickens belong to individuals, and as you can see, those chickens are all plump and well cared for, treated like ancestors, while everyone relies on their chicken rear ends to earn a little pocket money. And then there are the pigs, which each family neglects, leaving them to starve, their waists thinner than willow branches. Just the other day, I saw Guy Feng's mother carrying a basin of clean water, tossing a handful of wild vegetables into the pig's trough, and the poor creature's tail nearly fell off. Li Xiangdong chattered incessantly, complaining like a machine gun. "Stop your nonsense." Li Jin interrupted his son, glancing around to ensure no one was listening, and whispered, "How can the commune's policies be subject to your childish opinions? You must not speak of such matters to anyone in the future." Although Li Jin himself harbored criticisms of the Wutuo commune's policies, he knew that such sentiments could not escape his son's lips. "Let us not dwell on commune matters. Let us discuss the issue of pork. Our commune slaughterhouse stipulates that a pig can only be slaughtered every 3 days. By the time it is due, it is already reserved by the commune's higher-ups. If common folk wish to enjoy meat, they must bribe the slaughterhouse staff in advance. You are well aware of how arrogant those individuals can be, with a mere butcher in his 20s commanding respect from those in their 30s. Whenever the topic of meat arises, Li Xiangdong brims with dissatisfaction, akin to a firecracker ready to explode. Isn't this a matter of the commune? Li Jin thought helplessly, bemused by his son's loquacity. Previously, his son had been carefree and indifferent to such concerns, but now that he had grown more perceptive, he had not learned to temper his tongue. Unaware of his father's criticism of his indiscreet chatter, Li Xiangdong continued to admonish his father, "You must keep a close watch on people like Guy Feng's mother. She never pays attention to the pigs, but is meticulous when it comes to dividing profits." Chapter 38. A worthy military dog. Setting aside the impact of Li Xiangdong's words on his father's thoughts and the pitfalls they might create for those indifferent to communal responsibilities, Li Xiangdong suddenly recalled that his grandmother from the previous life should have written from Western Sichuan long ago. Why had his mother not mentioned it this time around? After the two of them meandered about the wheat fields, assessing the ripeness of each plot, Li Jin summoned the commune's accountant, Wang Zhenbua, along with team leaders Li Tang and Lu Chonghai, to convene a meeting at the team's office. By this time, it was nearly 5 o'clock in the afternoon, and Li Xiangdong remembered Uncle Yan's instructions to visit his home early the following day. He hurried back home, rummaging through his belongings to find a clean, unpatched outfit. Observing his dirty, nearly worn-through cloth shoes, Li Xiangdong resolved that once he sold his prized possession, he would certainly purchase a new pair of sturdy cloth shoes from the supply and marketing cooperative. Li Xiangdong is indeed an eccentric character. In his childhood, he came from a humble background and could only wear shoes made from the cloth his family produced. However, once fortune smiled upon him, providing an array of genuine leather sandals, dress shoes, and cotton shoes, he still found the greatest comfort in his cloth shoes. In the courtyard stood a large water tank, filled to the brim, heated by the sun, perfect for bathing and washing clothes. Seizing an opportunity when no one was home, Li Xiangdong stripped down and indulged in a refreshing bath, even pilfering his mother's treasured soap to clean his clothes and shoes. After his bath, adorned in fresh attire, he inhaled the fragrant scent of himself and admired his lean physique, realizing he was quite the charming young lad. After indulging in a moment of vanity, he hurriedly prepared his backpack. He first laid a soft layer of cowhide grass at the bottom, placed a pound of meat intended for his sister on top, followed by another thick layer of soft cowhide grass, and nestled the Ganoderma and FOTI within. The final touch was a neat layer of clean reed sprouts atop the arrangement. As he assessed the remaining meat, memories of his grandmother's earlier outburst flooded his mind, prompting him to resolve to cook a delightful meal that evening to comfort his mother and younger siblings. Li Xiangdong opened the rice container in the main room, revealing a thin layer of millet barely covering the bottom. He then lifted the wooden lid of the flour barrel, discovering a substantial amount of sorghum flour, perhaps half a barrel's worth. A sigh of relief escaped him. He had feared they might face a shortage. However, sorghum flour, unlike white flour, possessed a coarser texture and a reddish hue, and the sorghum pancakes he struggled to swallow each day were crafted from this very ingredient. With no time to procure white flour now, He vowed to carve out time in the coming days to purchase some fine white flour and rice. He retrieved a porcelain basin for kneading dough and scooped 2 bowls of sorghum flour into it with a specially designed scoop. Using cold water, he began the laborious task of kneading. Throughout his 70-plus years of life, spanning this and a previous existence, he had seldom ventured into the kitchen. Observing how effortlessly others kneaded dough, he found himself in a predicament. Either he added too much water or too much flour, and soon enough, he was compelled to add yet another scoop of sorghum flour. The dough remained unformed, sticking stubbornly to his hands and the basin. Just as he found himself at an impasse, a sound at the door caught his attention. Peering out, he saw his mother returning home, a basket of reed sprouts balanced on her back. His younger sister was secured in a cloth sling across his mother's chest. Her sun-kissed cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her little legs kicking playfully, and her mouth likely humming a tune. "Mother, please come and assist me," he called out. Zhao Sufang had just set down the basket when she beheld her second son, hands upraised, covered in flour, his face and body dusted in white. "Goodness gracious! What mischief have you wrought?" she exclaimed in astonishment. "Mischief! Mischief!" The sight of her brother in such a state thrilled his younger sister, who squirmed eagerly in her mother's embrace, yearning to be held by him. "I intended to make dough for buns, but who knew kneading would be so challenging?" Li Xiangdong lamented to his mother. Zhao Sufang swiftly placed his sister on the kong, washed her hands, and said, "Let me handle this, dear child. Next time, just tell me what you wish to eat." Reflecting, he muttered, "I've never eaten pork, yet I've yet to witness a pig run, and thus my eyes have learned. But my hands have not. Mother, I can chop the meat. I know how to do that." Li Xiangdong took another cutting board and placed the meat upon it. "Why are you still preparing meat? Isn't this meant for your third sister?" Zhao Sufang mused that their household had consumed more meat in these few days than in the entirety of the previous year. "Forget about it. Let us eat first. I will purchase something else for your sister later," Li Xiangdong replied, dashing out to the yard to fetch a large green onion. He peeled off the outer skin and washed it clean with water before chopping the white part of the onion together with the meat. Zhao Sufang glanced at her son, contemplating whether to inquire where he had procured the money for the meat. Had he secretly saved some money without informing his parents? But then she considered that any earnings he made were likely contributed to the family, and even if he had set aside a little for himself, it was only natural. Thus, she refrained from questioning him. Zhao Sufang deftly kneaded the dough and then went to pick a handful of cowpeas. "Xiangdong, bring some water to a boil," she instructed as she pinched off the ends of the cowpeas and peeled away the tough fibers. While Li Xiangdong heated the water, he casually asked his mother, "Mother, have we received any letters from Sichuan West recently?" Zhao Sufang was momentarily taken aback, and after a moment's reflection, she recalled that her son was referring to her mother, who had remarried in Sichuan West many years ago. Since her mother's relocation, their correspondence had dwindled due to the distance, and her son had never met his maternal grandmother. Why this sudden inquiry? "No letters have arrived. Hasn't he, my second aunt, received anything either?" Li Xiangdong was uncertain to whom the previous letters had been sent, but he surmised that they were more likely directed to his second aunt. After all, when his grandmother remarried, his second aunt was already of age, while his mother had been just 5. Furthermore, his second aunt's family remained in Lijiape, while they had spent several years in Yongxing County. "It has been days since I last saw your second aunt. If there were a letter, she would have come to inform me." Li Xiangdong found his mother's reasoning sound and ceased his inquiries, though he could not shake the thought. Could his rebirth have altered the events of his past life? Would other matters also experience a transformation? Zhao Sufang was oblivious to her son's musings, focused instead on rinsing the freshly picked cowpeas in a basin. Just then, she noticed the large iron pot steaming vigorously. Upon lifting the lid, she discovered the water was boiling. She quickly submerged the cowpeas, which transformed from a pale green to a vibrant emerald under the hot water, quite delightful to behold. The cowpeas required just 2 minutes to cook, primarily to avoid the toxicity of raw ones. Zhao Sufang retrieved the cooked cowpeas from the pot, cooling them in water before chopping them into small pieces. She seasoned the meat mixture with a touch of soy sauce and a sprinkle of salt, stirring it clockwise until it bound together. Then combined it evenly with the chopped cowpeas, completing the filling for the steamed buns. "Xiangdong, I will steam the buns. You go spread out the reed sprouts your mother brought back in the yard. Remember to lay them evenly. The sooner they dry, the sooner we can sell them." "All right." Li Xiangdong recalled that in his childhood, their family had sold dried reed sprouts, fetching 10 yuan per bundle, which they sold to the commune's livestock station. Selling dried grass was no small feat. It first required distinguishing the reed from a variety of wild grasses and vegetables, then selecting only the tenderest parts for the sprouts. Once sun-dried, the weight of the reed sprouts diminished significantly. The summer weather is as capricious as a child's countenance. It can announce rain and then deliver it in an instant. If one finds themselves drenched without promptly drying off, the reeds may become moldy, and moldy reeds are undesirable. For livestock that consume them may fall ill. Despite the fact that a stack of hay can be sold for 10 coins, it is hard-earned money. And even the slightest laziness can prevent a family from earning such a sum. On their way home, Li Jun, Li Ping, and Li Jiabao encountered one another and, upon reaching their doorstep, crossed paths with Li Jin. The children surrounded their father as they entered the house, chattering excitedly about the day's happenings. Upon seeing her family gathered, Zhao Sufang's face broke into a smile. "Come in quickly, wash your hands, and let's eat," she called. "What a delightful aroma. Is that the scent of meat?" exclaimed Li Jiabao, wrinkling his little nose. With a nose akin to a puppy's, he could detect any delicious fare. Li Jin teased his youngest son, suggesting that Jiabao was fit for military service. "Really? Is that true?" Li Jiabao adored military uniforms and had secretly tried on his father's old attire. "Father, if I were to enlist, what rank do you think I could achieve? Surely I must be a battalion commander, not lower than your previous rank," he asked with childlike pride. "I think," Li Jin said, deliberately prolonging the suspense while the family focused their gaze on him, "that you might make a splendid military dog." Laughter erupted around the room, and Li Jiabao, annoyed, chose to ignore his father. "Wow, meat buns!" Li Ping had dashed inside, and, upon seeing a pile of large buns beneath the cover, joyfully twirled around with his little sister in his arms. Once everyone had washed their hands and gathered around the dining table, Zhao Sufang glanced at her husband and softly asked, "Shall we send some to his grandmother?" Under ordinary circumstances, Zhao Sufang would never have posed such a question. She would have simply prepared a portion for the children to deliver to their grandparents. Yet today, she inquired of her husband whether they should send some. Li Jin pondered for a moment, observing the children's eager eyes gleaming at the sight of the meat buns. Reflecting on his parents' recent behavior, and recalling how Xiangdong had mentioned that his mother had given Li Song money to buy pig trotters and meat buns, while she had appeared rather sheepish. "Let us not send any. I believe that since father and mother are living with Li Song, they will not lack for food. Let us enjoy our meal," he concluded. Chapter 39. Whimsical thoughts. The Xiangdong family relished their meal of meat buns, each face radiating with satisfaction and joy. Li Jiabao, in particular, indulged to the point of having a round belly, burping contentedly while making wishes to his parents. "If only we could eat like this every day." Occasional feasting is one thing, but daily indulgence is another. If we were to eat like this every day, our rice and flour would soon run out. What would you do then? Beg for food? Zhao Sufang reproached him. "Jiabao, you must eat less and learn more. Just look at how you devour your food. If someone were to witness your manners, they would surely ridicule you for your lack of decorum and upbringing. Your parents have not raised you well," Li Jin admonished. His brow furrowed. He had already suppressed his hunger for a meal, feeling as if he were suffocating. Li Wanshi prided herself on her affluent upbringing, emphasizing the importance of propriety in all actions. So even though the Li family now subsisted on sorghum cakes, they still adhered to the traditions of dining etiquette. For instance, when parents do not lift their chopsticks, their children are not permitted to begin eating. They are not allowed to overturn the plates, make slurping sounds while eating, or use their chopsticks excessively. The etiquette is quite stringent. Li Jin's children were raised under such rigorous standards, hence, even when meat buns were placed before them, and despite their mouths watering with anticipation, they refrained from clamoring to eat. They would wait for Li Jin to take the first bite before each selecting the bun nearest to them, without fussing over which to choose. Only Li Jiabao, being the youngest son and notably charming, had a knack for flattering words, which endeared him to Li Wanshi, Li Qingshan, Li Jin, and Zhao Sufang, who all doted on him. Consequently, the dining rules seemed to be less strictly enforced in his case. Thus, at the table, he alone was seen devouring one bun in each hand, while simultaneously reserving 2 more for himself. Li Jin could not bear to watch. But adhering to his principle of not scolding his children at the dining table, he could only glare at him. Yet, Li Jiabao, blissfully enjoying his delectable buns, remained oblivious to his father's exasperation. In truth, The custom of refraining from reprimanding children at the dining table is rooted in sound reasoning. Families that raised their children with meticulous care often followed this practice, fearing it might lead to digestive issues. Father, I must always hold two buns. I do this for your sake. Think about it. What if Urge and the others consume all the buns? What will you eat? I do this so that you can be well fed. Li Xiaobao spoke with earnestness and filial piety. Do not deceive me. If you continue to behave so shamelessly during meals, await my punishment of bamboo shoots stir-fried with meat. Li Jin, indeed, was swayed by his son's words. Lifting his gaze high and then gently placing it down. Observing his father's demeanor, Li Xiaobao knew everything was fine, and he quickly moved closer to massage his father's shoulders. Li Xiangdong could hardly bear to watch this sycophantic behavior. In the days to come, Li Xiaobao's skills in flattery would only sharpen further. If directed at someone, they would undoubtedly be won over completely, yet if not, he would turn his back without hesitation. Having enjoyed a sumptuous meal, the Li family basked in an unprecedented atmosphere of harmony, tranquility, and happiness. Lying on the wooden bed with a simple straw mat, listening to Li Xiaobao's gentle snores, Li Xiangdong began to daydream. He pondered what connections Uncle Yin would introduce him to tomorrow, and how much his precious treasure might fetch. Being just a child, he wondered if it would be safe for him to carry such a valuable item. Should he seek an adult to accompany him? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he dismissed it. He could not divulge to anyone that he might soon possess a substantial sum of money. Li Xiangdong, filled with excitement, tossed and turned until the early hours of the morning, finally drifting into a restless slumber as the first light of dawn began to break. As soon as he sensed any movement in the house, he awoke with a start, rubbed his face to shake off the drowsiness, donned his clothes, and made his way to the main room. Li Jin and Zhao Sufeng were having breakfast with Li Zhan, and upon seeing Li Xiangdong rise, Li Jin expressed surprise. Why are you up so early? The children, particularly fond of slumber, are seldom disturbed by Li Jin and Zhao Sufeng unless there is a pressing matter at hand. Today, however, Li Xiangdong, preoccupied with urgent tasks, neglects his meal in favor of tidying up. His family gazes at him in bewilderment as he cleanses his face and hair with plain water, applying his sister Li Zhan's oil with exuberance before striding confidently out of the house with a basket of grass on his back. Upon arriving at Director Yan's home, Li Xiangdong finds the gate closed, indicating that Uncle Yan and Aunt Guimei have yet to awaken. He meticulously circles the premises several times, committing the various paths to memory, reassured by the sharp little axe secured at his waist. It is not out of suspicion towards Uncle Yan and Aunt Guimei. Rather, he feels it prudent to be prepared for any unforeseen circumstances. Xiangdong, why have you come without knocking? Aunt Guimei exclaims, surprised to find him seated at the doorstep as she prepares to go out for groceries. Dear Aunt, I arrived too early and feared that knocking might disturb your rest. He replies, rising to brush the dust off his clothes. Child, you are too considerate. Your uncle and I are not so old that we require excessive sleep. She reassures him, pulling him into the yard with maternal affection, touched by his dedication to wait on the steps for an undetermined length of time. Perhaps it is because she has no children of her own and remembers how Li Xiangdong once saved her life. She holds a genuine fondness for him. Why didn't you bring Xiao Yinzi along? She inquires, glancing around for his younger sister. Li Xiangdong thinks to himself, my dear aunt, I have meticulously planned my escape route. How could I possibly bring her along? Yet, he responds, she is still asleep. I intended to sneak her out. But my mother caught me and scolded me for being too reckless. Your mother is right. Children need their rest to grow. You mustn't disturb her. She can visit another time, Aunt Guimei advises earnestly. Perhaps due to a past betrayal by someone he once trusted, Li Xiangdong harbors a sense of suspicion, often fearing that those who treat him kindly may harbor ulterior motives. Observing Aunt Guimei's genuine affection for his sister softens his heart, and he smiles as he says, I understand. You sound just like my mother, always lecturing me. Hearing his affectionate, yet slightly resentful tone, Aunt Guimei feels a warm contentment in her heart, playfully scolding him, you little rascal. Why are you so cheerful this early in the morning? Dressed in a blue laborer's jacket, Director Yin stands at the door with his hands on his hips, smiling as he watches the exchange between Li Xiangdong and his wife. Indeed, seeing Xiangdong brings me joy, he remarks. Aunt Guimei assists Li Xiangdong in bringing the wicker basket indoors, securing it carefully. Although she has never seen the two precious items mentioned, She trusts her husband's judgment that they must be of good quality. Xiangdong, you haven't had breakfast, have you? There's still some leftover porridge in the pot. Let me serve you a bowl. Huang Guimei ladled a full bowl of golden corn porridge, then retrieved 3 vegetable pancakes and a small bowl of pickles from the pantry. Placing them on the table in the main room, Li Xiangdong, unceremonious, pulled out a stool and sat down with a flourish, beginning to eat. Director Yin sat nearby, chuckling, and said, "In a moment, you and I will go to fetch someone." "Are you referring to the god of wealth?" Li Xiangdong asked, savoring the porridge and pancakes, relishing every bite. After responding to Director Yin, he took a moment to praise Huang Guimei, exclaiming, "Auntie, these pancakes are truly delightful, thin, crispy, and with a lovely crust." "Yes." The train arrives at 9 o'clock. "The god of wealth will be staying in Huichuan County for a few nights," Director Yin remarked, finding Li Xiangdong's banter amusing and mimicking him by calling the guest the god of wealth. "All right, it's still early. I'll first accompany my aunt to buy vegetables, and then we shall go to meet the god of wealth." Once Li Xiangdong finished his meal, he wiped his mouth and stood up, ready to accompany Huang Guimei outside. At the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, without Huang Guimei needing to intervene, Li Xiangdong swiftly maneuvered through the queue, darting from one counter to another. In a whirlwind, Huang Guimei's basket filled to the brim. Inside were a lively carp, a sizable chunk of marbled pork, over a dozen white-shelled eggs, a can of fermented fish, a quivering block of tofu, and an assortment of vegetables, glossy purple eggplants, vibrant red tomatoes, and crisp green cucumbers. "All right, let us go," Li Xiangdong declared, carrying the basket and leading the astonished Huang Guimei out of the cooperative. Huang Guimei took a moment to compose herself, asking, "How did you buy everything so quickly? How much did it cost? Let me pay you, dear." "Auntie, are you trying to treat me like a stranger?" Li Xiangdong insisted on refusing her offer, and the two playfully debated as they made their way home. He even turned to Director Yin for support, saying, "Uncle, you see, I am about to become a wealthy man, yet my aunt insists on competing with me to pay. All right, Xiangdong will soon be a rich man. And rich men always like to pick up the tab," Director Yin laughed, engaging in their light-hearted exchange. "You two, old and young, are quite the characters," Huang Guimei sweetly complained, but a wave of melancholy washed over her as she thought of her own child, who, if raised well, would be older than Xiangdong. Wouldn't he also accompany her to buy vegetables and share playful banter with the elderly couple? Neither Li Xiangdong nor Director Yin noticed the fleeting change in Huang Guimei's emotions as they discussed their plans to meet the train. Just as they were about to set off, a gentle knock echoed from the front door. "I'll go answer it," Li Xiangdong said, opening the door to reveal a man in his 40s, clad in a dark gray Zhongshan suit, wearing tortoiseshell glasses and clutching a suitcase. "Whom are you looking for?" The visitor, eyeing the tall and slender youth before him, internally questioned, "I hadn't heard that old Yin had another son. Am I at the wrong place?" Yet, old Yin's letter provided this address. "I am looking for Yin Huili. Is he residing here?" "Don't lie. How did you find your way here?" "Wasn't it said that I would be picking you up?" Recognizing the familiar voice, Director Yin hurriedly slipped on his shoes and rushed out, embracing the visitor with excitement. The two individuals embraced and, hand in hand, made their way into the house. Director Yin called out loudly for his wife, Guimei, Guimei, look who has arrived." "Don't lie. How did you get here so quickly?" "Lao Yin said he was coming to fetch you." Huang Guimei, wearing an apron, was visibly excited upon seeing their guest. Li Xiangdong observed the three friends animatedly exchanging greetings and reminiscing, and quietly poured 3 cups of tea before retreating to the kitchen to prepare a meal. After a lively exchange, the trio paused to catch their breath and sip tea. "Who is this young man? I wasn't aware you two had a child," Lu Donglai inquired of Director Yin and his wife. Being longtime acquaintances, their conversation was devoid of any reservations. "Oh, I'm not that fortunate to have such a wonderful child," Huang Guimei remarked with a sigh, then explained to Lu Donglai, "This boy sold herbal medicine at Huili Pharmaceutical and even saved my life on the road. He is truly a clever and kind-hearted young man." Upon hearing this, Lu Donglai fell silent, pondering, and took another sip of tea. Huang Guimei, sensing his thoughts, said, "Both you and Lao Yin are so suspicious, always thinking others are trying to ingratiate themselves with us. But consider this, he is just a rural boy, lacking the channels to know about our lives. Moreover, we have been in this small county for a decade. No one would be eager to associate with us, as they tend to keep their distance." The melancholy in Huang Gui's tone evoked a hint of sadness in both men. Sister-in-law, it's all in the past now. Although you and Lao Yin have had a humble life, at least you are living a stable one. As long as we are alive, there is always hope. Li Xiangdong reassured her. Director Yin perked up. Dong Lai, it's wonderful that you have been vindicated. Have you determined where you will be assigned? The higher-ups intend for me to serve as the county party secretary and the head of the revolutionary committee in Huichuan County, Lu Dong Lai replied. To restore you to such a prominent position indicates their trust in your abilities. Director Yin expressed his happiness for his friend. By the way, Lao Yin, did you send the telegram saying you have the suitable items? Lu Dong Lai did not forget the primary purpose of his visit, which was to acquire what he urgently needed. Indeed, I have, Director Yin replied nonchalantly. Where are they? Show me quickly. Lu Dong Lai, being impatient, pressed on, emphasizing the urgency of the matter. What is the rush? We can discuss it after dinner. Director Yin laughed, stopping the eager Lu Dong Lai. You've traveled a long way. Aren't you tired? The items are right here in my room, so there's no need to fret. Let us fill our stomachs first. Otherwise, you might feel faint and miss seeing the treasures later. Oh dear, in the midst of conversation, I forgot to prepare the meal. It must be nearly noon. Huang Gui exclaimed, glancing at the wall clock and hurrying to the kitchen. Upon reaching the kitchen doorway, she was greeted by the delightful aroma of fish mingling with the scent of meat. It will be ready soon. I just need to finish the last dish. The fermented black bean fish with tofu, Li Xiangdong said, wiping sweat from his brow as he tossed some chopped scallions into the pot. You are quite capable. Xiangdong. Whoever marries you will surely fall into a nest of happiness, Huang Gui remarked, wiping the sweat from his face with a cloth. I'll handle the tofu. You take the dishes to the table. Let us eat. Director Yin gazed at the table laden with a sumptuous array of dishes. A bowl of braised pork with potatoes, a plate of sweet and sour carp, a dish of golden egg pancakes, a platter of tomatoes sprinkled with sugar, and a small basin of cold cucumber salad. He was taken aback. Did you prepare all these dishes? Indeed. Why not sample their flavors, you and Uncle Lu? Li Xiangdong, without awaiting further instruction from Director Yin, fetched a bottle of Lu Tai Chun liquor from the cupboard and filled the small cups in front of the two men. Lu Dong Lai had been observing Li Xiangdong's every move since his entrance. From the way he graciously allowed space for the three to converse to his quiet efficiency in the kitchen, Lu's heart was assured. This young man possessed both insight and decorum. The ease with which he spoke to Yin and his wife suggested a close kinship with the Yin family. As the liquor flowed, Director Yin and Lu Dong Lai began to boast. Dong Lai, you claim to search far and wide for the elusive Ganoderma. Yet who would have thought you would find it in my humble county? I must confess, even I did not expect to encounter such exquisite Hisho Wu. Do you remember the one displayed at the museum? This one surpasses it. Just imagine. Of course, those two Ganoderma specimens were rather ordinary, merely the 5 clouds variety. Haha. These words ignited a restlessness in Li Xiangdong, who set down his chopsticks, grasped Director Yan's hand, and dropped the formal address, calling him brother instead. Brother, I have searched long and hard without finding a suitable one. Do show me what you have. Chapter 41. The IOU Li Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback, stunned by the 40-something Uncle Lu referring to him as brother. It felt akin to witnessing Guan Yu playfully pouting at Liu Bei. Xiangdong, bring forth your prized possession for your Uncle Lu to behold. Director Yin commanded with a grand gesture, instructing Li Xiangdong to secure the door first, lest any intruders disrupt their gathering. Heeding the instruction, Li Xiangdong stepped out to fasten the door, then returned to the room. Reaching for the small axe nestled in the wicker basket, he mused that Uncle Lu did not appear to be a malicious character, and thus, he felt little need for caution. Under the sunlight, the caps of the purple and red Ganoderma emitted a gentle radiance. While the humanoid Hisho Wu appeared rather dull in comparison, yet the gazes of both Lu Dong Lai and Director Yin were predominantly fixated on the humanoid specimen. Li Xiangdong cautiously lifted the Hisho Wu, examining it meticulously from every angle. Its limbs were well defined, and its expression exuded a benevolent aura, clearly a top-tier specimen. Brother, this appears even finer than the one we encountered at the museum during our youth. Indeed, such treasures are rare and cannot be sought through mere effort. They are divine gifts. Director Yin exclaimed with a sense of wonder. Li Xiangdong pondered that the rarity of such a humanoid Hisho Wu was perhaps a reflection of his own extraordinary journey. However, upon further reflection, he recognized that the model-grown specimens, despite their artistry, could not match the vivid realism of a wild one. The marvels of nature far exceeded human craftsmanship. As Director Yin had remarked, to unearth such a treasure in such a conspicuous location was truly a blessing from the heavens. Perhaps it was a gift for his rebirth. Without a space or a golden finger, he had nevertheless secured his first fortune. To live a fulfilling life henceforth, he knew he must rely on his own efforts. Xiangdong, what price would you be willing to part with it? Li Xiangdong gently placed the Hisho Wu back onto the cotton coat. Li Xiangdong's thoughts were abruptly interrupted, and he swiftly recalibrated a price in his mind. In truth, he already had a bottom line in his heart, and now, seeing Li Xiangdong so pleased, he discreetly adjusted it. However, he remained silent, instead looking at Director Yin with eyes full of trust and reliance. Instantly, a paternal affection surged within Director Yin, who turned to his friend and said, "What do you need to ask a child for? Just tell him how much you're willing to pay. Do you truly expect the child to say 500, and then you would actually give him 500? Ah, Brother Yin, when did you betray me? Did you not promise to stand by my side forever?" Lu Donglai felt a mix of amusement and exasperation, but being of a respected family, he was not one to simply take advantage of Li Xiangdong for being a child. "You speak, brother. I fear that if I offer too little, you might retaliate. Let me say this. For this Hisho Wu, I propose this amount." Director Yin squinted, slowly extending 3 fingers. "Isn't that a bit steep, brother? A good piece of old mountain ginseng is only worth that much. Ha ha ha. Does your family truly lack this amount? This item is exceedingly rare." Director Yin remained steadfast in his stance. Li Xiangdong felt an overwhelming anxiety. His uncle merely raised a finger without stating the amount. Was it 300, 3,000, or 30,000? Fine, and what about the 2 Lingji mushrooms? Let me clarify, these Lingji are of good quality, but they are not the only ones available. They are nowhere near as precious as the Hisho Wu. Do not deceive me. Even if your family is wealthy, spending this money still stings. Lu Donglai resolved to acquire the 2 Lingji at a lower price. East Lai, you know that wild Lingji, especially those that are many years old, are often weather-beaten and worm-eaten. The uniqueness of these 2 lies in their 10 years of existence, yet they remain flawless. Consuming them not only promotes longevity, but also invigorates one's spirit, strengthens bones, and enhances overall vitality. Director Yin introduced them with the flair of a street vendor selling miraculous pills. 1,000, it cannot exceed that. Lu Donglai hastily interrupted Director Yin's enthusiastic sales pitch. Director Yin sensed the offer was nearing an agreement, casting a glance at Li Xiangdong that signaled he could only negotiate down to this price. The rest was now up to him. Li Xiangdong felt this price was absolutely acceptable. After all, it was from 1976, and selling the Hisho Wu and Lingji could easily fetch him a small courtyard in Yanjing. "I will heed my uncle's words. Whatever he states is the price." Hearing Li Xiangdong say this, Director Yin shook his head in dissatisfaction. "It falls a bit short. But I understand that producing such a large sum of cash all at once is difficult for you. Perhaps you could provide some ration coupons? Grain tickets, meat tickets, fabric tickets, industrial tickets, anything will do. You are aware of my constraints. Have you rummaged through my finances? How do you know I possess such tickets?" Lu Donglai pressed with 3 consecutive inquiries. Director Yin slammed the table. "Enough chatter, it's a deal. Bring forth the cash and the tickets. My dear brother, who ventures out with such a large sum of money? Can I provide a deposit first? I shall take the goods and subsequently transfer the remaining balance to you." "Unacceptable. It must be cash on the table for goods exchanged. What if you were to run off?" Lu Donglai could hardly believe such words were uttered from his brother's lips. "Me run away?" Huang Guimei burst into laughter, playfully hitting Director Yin. "Do not tease Donglai." Suddenly, Director Yan's smile vanished, and he spoke solemnly. "Donglai, we have been friends for decades, and I certainly trust you. However, this matter is not solely mine. The age-old principle of exchanging payment for goods must still be adhered to. The method of payment ultimately rests with Dong. Uncle, your dear friend, I trust him completely. Let us proceed with a deposit for now," Li Xiangdong replied generously. This was not mere frivolity. Uncle Lu was evidently not an ordinary citizen, and being a long-time acquaintance of Uncle Yan, it was unlikely he would abscond with his money. Li Xiangdong's integrity shone through, as despite having endured the collective betrayal of his closest companions in his previous life, he was still willing to extend his trust and goodwill to others. "Xiangdong, I never realized you could be so naively generous," Director Yin exclaimed, exuding a mixture of admiration and exasperation. All right. You make it sound as though I am a swindler. Let me draft an IOU. Uncle Lu, being a straightforward man, opened his bag, retrieving a stack of crisp currency notes and vouchers, as well as a notebook and a fountain pen. With swift strokes, he penned the document. Take a look quickly. Lest you think I am deceiving your family, Xiangdong, he said, handing the IOU to Director Yin with a hint of annoyance. Ha ha ha, not at all. Director Yin chuckled, seemingly pleased by the term your family, Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong observed that his elder brother Yin had indeed changed, becoming somewhat insincere and stingy, particularly as he no longer stood by his side. Receiving 1,000 yuan in cash, several vouchers, and a 3,000 yuan IOU, Li Xiangdong's smile was particularly radiant. Witnessing the bright smiles of both the elder and the younger, akin to chrysanthemums in autumn, Uncle Lu couldn't help but smile as well. His elder brother had not laughed so heartily since the tragic passing of his young nephew. Chapter 42. Post-dinner chat. By the time the meal concluded, it was nearly 2 in the afternoon. Director Yin had taken the day off, no longer burdened by the affairs of the pharmaceutical factory, and the group settled comfortably on the Kong to chat. With his imminent appointment in Huichuan County, Lu Donglai sought to glean more information about the locality and engaged Li Xiangdong in conversation. He felt an inexplicable affinity for this boy, despite his tender age. There was a shrewdness in his gaze that seemed beyond his years, yet this astuteness was not off-putting, but rather lent him an air of cleverness and reliability. The fact that he could turn the common rural cicada shells into a profitable venture, along with the evident trust and affection from Uncle Yin and his wife, indicated that he was no ordinary child from the countryside. Xiangdong, which village is your family from? Lu Donglai inquired, seeking to uncover more about Li Xiangdong's background. Uncle Lu, my family is from the Lijiapo Brigade of the Wudero Commune. How many are there in your household? My parents, my 4th sister and 5th sister. My younger brother and younger sister at home. My eldest brother is serving in the military in Huangdao, and my elder sister and 3rd sister are married. And your 2nd sister? Lu Donglai asked, curious. My 2nd sister passed away in childhood, Li Xiangdong replied. He had never seen his 2nd sister in this life, only recalling his mother's lamentations in his previous life, where she spoke of her beauty, claiming that had she grown up safely, she would have been more stunning than a movie star. My apologies, Lu Donglai expressed, taken aback by the revelation. At that time, the conditions were dire. A well-behaved child could vanish without a trace. Huang Guimei's tone was somewhat melancholic, perhaps due to the frequent recollections of her prematurely deceased son today. Lu Donglai quickly shifted the topic, asserting that conditions had significantly improved since then. Surely, every household can now enjoy a full meal, right? Ah, Lu, you are a city dweller and know little about rural affairs. In prosperous years, coarse grains could barely satisfy one's hunger. Daily meals consisted of salty pickles and coarse flatbreads made from sorghum, which were rough on the throat. In lean years, we were left with only sweet potato flour mixed with wild vegetables. Barely enough for each person to have 1.5 dumplings a day. How could one possibly feel full? How could such hardship persist? I see that Huichuan County's grain contributions rank among the top, consistently receiving accolades from the city. Ah, we are unaware of county matters. But I have some understanding of the commune's affairs. Li Xiangdong sighed once more. Do tell. Lu Donglai was curious to understand why a county recognized for its agricultural output could still witness its populace struggling to find enough food. Our Wudeo commune is situated in the central part of Huichuan County, comprising 64 large production teams with approximately 70,000 acres of arable land. The crops grown on this land are dictated by the commune's directives. Most of the land is allocated for sorghum, corn, sweet potatoes, and wheat, with only a minuscule portion reserved for cotton, cabbage, and carrots. The majority of the harvested grain is surrendered as taxes, sold as state-controlled grain, leaving a mere fraction to be distributed among the members. Is the grain provided to the members sufficient? Lu, it is far from enough. For someone like me, the daily ration amounts to merely half a gene. As the saying goes, a growing boy can drain the life out of his father. My mother, striving to conserve food for us children, has become emaciated and frail, resembling an elderly woman despite being just in her 40s. What do we do when there isn't enough to eat? What can we do? We must purchase market grain, which is priced at more than double what we receive for our state-controlled grain. If a family cannot afford market grain, they have no choice but to swallow their pride and beg for food outside. Li Xiangdong recalled the grim reality of many villagers who resorted to begging in his previous life, and his heart grew heavier with each word. Does your family not raise chickens for eggs? Or perhaps a pig for meat? Our commune enforces a rule limiting each family to no more than 2 chickens. And 10 families can collectively raise a single pig, which must be male, not female. And why is that? Female pigs can bear young. They fear that members might secretly raise sows for piglets. Silence fell over the room, enveloped by a heavy atmosphere. During such a special period for the nation, some inevitably bear a greater burden, and the plight of farmers is indeed profound. Director Yin attempted to ease the tension, reminding everyone that Donglai was about to take charge in Huichuan County, and that young Xiangdong should mind his words. He subtly gestured to Li Xiangdong to refrain from further comments. Lu, I'm merely speaking as a child. Please do not take my words to heart. I harbor no dissatisfaction with the government. I simply feel that the nation has been misled by a few unscrupulous individuals, Li Xiangdong explained. Seated opposite Director Yin, Lu Donglai discerned the silent exchange between the two and exclaimed in frustration, "Brother, are you truly going to distance yourself from me? Not only do you withhold the truth from me, but you also attempt to silence Xiangdong when he speaks candidly. You truly are a wonderful brother. Eastlai, do not be upset. How could your elder brother become estranged from you?" Huang Guimei consoled, adding, "Look at you. What troubles you so? There is not a single outsider in this house. What is there that cannot be said?" The factory director, reprimanded by his wife, furrowed his brow and after a long pause, spoke softly, "Donglai, it is not that your brother is distant. What can you do if you already know? With your fiery temper, if you were to err again, your latter years would be in ruins. As your elder brother, I harbor this selfish hope that you can live safely. Even if it means being an ordinary official, it matters not. Brother, do you think that after being worn down for a decade, I would truly extinguish the heart that desires to serve the people? If I were to settle for being a dim-witted or mediocre official, I might as well remain at the foot of Ebai Mountain, tilling the land." Lu Donglai's words resounded with conviction. Li Xiangdong gazed into Lu Donglai's eyes, which sparkled with a vibrant light, akin to a blazing flame. Perhaps the arrival of this man could alter the fate of Huizhou County. He vividly recalled that in his past life, the secretary of the Huizhou County Committee was He Diu, whose decade-long tenure was marked by the most rigid governance in the county's history. During those years, every household was forced to sever ties with capitalist practices, forbidden from raising any poultry or livestock, while black markets were ruthlessly suppressed, binding every farmer to land that could not sustain them, day after day, year after year. This secretary, who tightly controlled the lives of over 30,000 residents of Huizhou County, was referred to by the populace as He Yin Wang, and a nursery rhyme captured the sentiment. He Yin Wang, so controlling, every household resides in small earthen pits. Elm bark flour and guanine clay, each belly sounds like a drum. The elm bark flour mentioned in this rhyme was made from ground elm bark, though unpalatable. It was not life-threatening. Guanine clay, a type of kaolin, resembled fine white flour, and could be kneaded into dough and baked into pancakes without oil. Cooked directly in a hot pan, they exuded a fragrance, yet were dry and sticky, requiring copious water to wash down the clay that clung to one's throat. Such pancakes could not be consumed in excess, as they would ferment within the body, causing bloating, and when struck, would resonate like a drum. Those who consumed too much guanine clay found themselves unable to relieve themselves, ultimately succumbing to their own predicament. In that era, when spring breezes had quietly begun to arrive, Huizhou County resembled a tightly sealed iron drum, perpetuating an unchanging and barren existence. Chapter 43. Boiling pig feed. Li Xiangdong was perplexed as to why He Yin Wang had not visited Huizhou County in this lifetime, leaving the top position vacant for an extended period, now soon to be filled by Lu Donglai. Indeed, while he was out peeling garlic, he overheard a conversation that revealed Lu Donglai was about to assume the role of the secretary of the Huizhou County Committee and the head of the Revolutionary Committee. This was precisely why he felt compelled to share so much with a person he had only just met. He sought to gauge the attitude of the principal leader. Should Lu Donglai prove to be akin to the formidable He Yin Wang, the plan for cultivating medicinal herbs would inevitably be postponed. He needed to contemplate how best to lead the entire village away from the clutches of poverty. As fate would have it, it became abundantly clear that Lu Donglai was distinctly different from He Yin Wang. Indeed, they were entirely dissimilar individuals. This county party secretary, a man whose ambitions for the public good shone with idealistic fervor, would be pained to hear of the people's hunger, lamenting their plight rather than pursuing his own interests. This was promising. Li Xiangdong exhaled slowly, relieved. If the winds of reform could truly sweep through Huichuan's lands, he would gladly forego the several thousand yuan Lu Donglai owed him. Uncle Lu, for your words, I raise a cup of tea in your honor. Li Xiangdong lifted the bitter, astringent brew steeped from large leaves and drank it in one gulp. Cheers. I shall partake as well. Lu Donglai observed the visibly excited yet resolutely composed Li Xiangdong, raising his own cup to consume its contents. Such is our populace, regardless of the trials they endure. As long as someone stands up for them, they will reciprocate all trust bestowed upon them. Observe this youth, who, upon hearing the sentiment that it would be better to return to the fields than not advocate for the people, was moved to tears. What must we do to repay their faith? Around 3 in the afternoon, as Li Xiangdong prepared to leave with a stack of ration coupons and several hundred yuan, Huang Guimei and Uncle Yin, along with Lu Donglai, insisted he stay for dinner. Li Xiangdong chuckled. Uncle Lu, you aren't departing tomorrow, are you? Wait for me to finish my matters, and I shall return for a chat. Ah, you rascal. Always seeking out your Uncle Lu for conversation. Where have you been when it comes to visiting me? Director Yin observed the camaraderie between Li Xiangdong and Lu Donglai, feeling a twinge of jealousy. This lad had all but forgotten the bridge that had introduced him to fortune. Huang Guimei stifled a laugh. Your uncle seems a bit envious. Humph. Who's jealous of this boy? Director Yin huffed, feigning indignation. Oh dear uncle, how long will Uncle Lu be staying with us? He is a guest. I must ensure he is well looked after. Li Xiangdong had picked up a flair for flattery from his younger brother, Li Jiabao. With each mention of our home and helping you, Director Yin felt dizzy with delight, ultimately waving him off, reminding him, be sure to arrive early tomorrow. Understood. Li Xiangdong replied emphatically, swiftly departing with his basket of twigs. Brother, if you find this lad agreeable, why not adopt him as a godson? It would be delightful to have him at your and sister-in-law's feet in the future, Lu Donglai suggested, watching the retreating figure of Li Xiangdong alongside Yan's wife. We'll discuss that later. One must test jade for 3 days to discern its quality. One must await 7 years to evaluate materials. Director Yan's gaze was profound. Meanwhile, in the Li family village, Li Jiabao and Li Ping were laboriously hauling a large basket of freshly cut pigweed into the courtyard. Just as they entered through the gate, Li Jiabao released his grip, collapsing onto the ground. Li Ping, momentarily dazzled, nearly stumbled, and after steadying the basket, he too sat upon the ground. You two little rascals. Your fine clothes are all dirted by the ground. You'll wash them yourselves later, for I shall not do it, Zhao Sufang admonished. Observing her 2 children seated on the ground, exhausted and dripping with sweat, her heart softened, and she quickly invited them to enjoy some freshly washed sweet melons. Mother, where did the sweet melons come from? Li Jiabao exclaimed, seizing the largest one and taking a bite, juice spilling forth. I found them while gathering pig grass by the riverbank. There was a wild melon vine bearing 4 or 5 ripe melons, so I picked them. It seems someone must have eaten a melon and relieved themselves by the river, and the seeds sprouted the following year. The riverbank lay far from the village, and only diligent individuals like Zhao Sufang would traverse several miles to gather pig fodder. Mother, why must we run so far to gather pig grass? I see Aunt and the others merely cut some grass or vegetables at the village's edge, chop it up, and feed it to the pigs, Li Ping queried, his delicate brows furrowed in confusion. Why? The wild grasses and vegetables by the village cannot compare to the richness found by the river, Zhao Sufang replied as she overturned the basket. Sorting through the unappetizing wild grasses and vegetables, rinsing the remainder in clean water before squatting in the yard to chop the pig grass on a cutting board. Xiaoping, go see if the pot of pig feed inside is boiling, she instructed. Li Ping dashed into the house, lifting the wooden pot lid to observe the bubbling water in the pig feed pot, calling out, Mother, the water's boiling. He set the lid aside and added more fuel to the stove. Zhao Sufang then tipped a basin of cleaned and chopped pig grass into the pot, returning to pour in the leftover kitchen scraps, generously sprinkling a handful of bran. Mother, you are the only one in the entire village who feeds pigs this way. Li Jiabao assisted Zhao Sufang in ladling the steaming pig feed into a large iron basin. Haven't you seen how others in the village feed their pigs? They simply toss a handful of wild vegetables into the trough, add some scraps if they're good, or cold water if they're not. Indeed. Who else goes to such lengths as we do, running far to gather the pig's favorite food, washing it, chopping it, cooking it, and even sprinkling bran on top? Pigs aren't just ours. 10 families collectively raise a pig. Aunt Nio's pig is fed after hours, and once we're done, she doesn't feed hers anymore. Do you know what Aunt Nyo says? Li Ping mimicked Aunt Nyo's usual tone. Oh dear, our family can hardly eat enough. Where would we find grain for the livestock? The brigade leader's family feeds their pigs so well that they're too stuffed to walk. I can't dare to feed them so much. I fear they overeat and suffer indigestion. Listen to that. Does it even make sense? Even pigs wouldn't appreciate such talk. Indeed, Aunt Nyo wouldn't dare say such things to you or my father. But she goes around the village spreading it. Li Ping and Li Xiaobao, this lively brother-sister duo, exchanged banter like a comedic skit, eliciting laughter from Zhao Sufang. Once they finished, she turned serious and asked her children, "Whom do you think is right, Aunt Nyo or your mother?" Although the pigs are collectively raised by 10 families, if everyone were to behave like Aunt Nyo, would not the pigs face starvation? Would there still be pork available for you at the year's end? If everyone treated the communal pigs as if they were their own, nurturing them to greater plumpness, wouldn't each family receive a larger share of meat? Li Jiabao murmured that even if their family raised a fat pig, they would first have to deliver it to the slaughterhouse, where a single pig would yield only half a pig's worth of meat tickets, which would then be divided among the 10 families, who would willingly undertake such thankless labor. Xiaobao, Xiaoping, if everyone thinks and acts this way, in the end, no one will have meat to eat. You must understand how to conduct yourselves correctly. Persist in doing what is right, regardless of how others behave. Do you understand? Understood. The two replied in unison. Oh, if only we had a pig of our own. Chapter 44. A cry for help as Li Xiangdong entered. He overheard his younger brother and sister lamenting the wish for a pig of their own. First, take good care of the communal pig. Once you can independently tend to a piglet, I will let each of you raise your own pig. No, one for each of you. Really, second brother? Does that mean the meat from the fattened pig would belong to me alone? Li Jiabao's face flushed with excitement, as he envisioned a grand feast of pork all for himself. That must be the life of an emperor. Don't let second brother fool you. Right now, 10 families are allowed only one pig. How could we possibly have one for each of you? Li Ping, having calmed down from his initial excitement, doused his younger brother's enthusiasm with cold reality. Second brother is deceiving me. Li Jiabao's face fell in disappointment. Second brother, your nose will grow longer than a carrot. Li Xiangdong had once told him the story of Pinocchio, warning him against lying, lest his nose grow long. Second brother's nose will grow long too. I'm not lying. You two should learn how to prepare pig feed properly. But let me make it clear. If you are entrusted with a pig, you must not complain or abandon your duties halfway. Of course not. I will diligently fatten the pig, so that when it is slaughtered, I can enjoy delicious meals for a whole year. Soon, however, Li Jiabao and Li Ping regretted their fervent declarations, wishing they had not spoken so firmly to second brother. Now, retracting their statements would be quite embarrassing. Zhao Sufang, listening to her 3 children's fanciful musings, chuckled inwardly. Xiangdong has a knack for charming the little ones. 1 pig per person? If only the higher-ups would permit 1 pig per family, I would be grateful. Enough of this banter. Who will go feed the pig? The steaming pig feed filled a large basin. Mother, next time, put it in the bucket for me to carry. This large basin is prone to spilling and could burn me. Your father took the bucket to fetch water. You can push the cart over. Zhao Sufang placed a basin of pig feed onto the small cart, and the 3 siblings wheeled it towards the Li family slope pig pen. The Li family slope pig pen served a total of 120 households, and according to the rule of 10 households per pig, there were 12 pigs being raised in total. Each pig raised for a year, upon reaching the designated weight of 150 jin at the slaughterhouse, can be sold for profit. Pigs are sold to the slaughterhouse at 3 dimes per jin of live weight. However, the cooperative does not compensate the members with 45 yuan, but rather issues 5 meat tickets for every 5 purchased, providing only 22 yuan and 50 cents along with 75 jin of meat tickets. The members, armed with their allotted meat tickets, must then visit the slaughterhouse to buy back the meat. After selling the pigs they have nurtured for 3 dimes per jin, they find themselves paying 8 dimes per jin to repurchase it. Where, one might wonder, does that 5-dime difference vanish? The common folk toil throughout the year, yet their finances scarcely allow for meat purchases. As this situation persists, who would still feel motivated? If one cannot enjoy the fruits of their labor from raising pigs, why exert the effort? It seems a futile endeavor, akin to lighting a lamp in vain. This reflects the most straightforward sentiment of the people. Individuals like Zhao Sufang, who diligently care for the collective pigs as if they were their own, are indeed a rarity. As Aunt Nyo would put it, Such individuals are as rare as a scorpion's droppings. Due to the prevalence of this mindset, some have entertained nefarious thoughts. If after all the hard work in raising pigs, one cannot savor a decent meal, then why not let them perish? If the piglets die, there is no need to report them, aside from perhaps enduring a few reprimands from the team leader. If many piglets perish, everyone can indulge in a feast of small pig meat ahead of schedule. Such thoughts need not be spoken. A mere glance suffices for mutual understanding. Li Jin, witnessing the ongoing demise of piglets in the village while facing incessant inquiries from the commune president, Hu Shusong, was driven to desperation. Ultimately, he devised a plan to dig individual pens beside the team's livestock shed, assigning one pig per pen under the watchful eye of the caretaker. Should anyone deliberately harm the piglets, it would be deemed a crime against production, an affront to socialism, warranting condemnation. This measure effectively curbed the malevolent trend of piglet slaughter. Now, while the villagers no longer sought to intentionally kill the piglets, they also failed to provide adequate care. Regardless of how the pigs fared, it bore little consequence to the individuals involved. After all, the collective would absorb the responsibility. Li Xiangdong poured pig feed into the trough he maintained at home and tossed in a large bundle of leaves he had gathered from the roadside. The pigs, enticed by the aroma of the feed, wobbled over to the trough, sniffing eagerly before moving to the leaves to indulge. The surrounding pigs, catching wind of the feed, began to squeal loudly. "Brother, look! Yesterday Aunt Nyo fed the pigs. She must have neglected them again, as the feed trough is licked clean. And the water trough is devoid of even fresh water," Li Ping pointed out to Li Xiangdong. "That lazy woman," Li Jiabao exclaimed indignantly. "This indirectly delays my chance to eat meat. Brother, look at the pigs fed by the Guy family and those by grandmother. Their tails are practically rotting." Li Ping pointed to a particularly emaciated pig at the edge, hoping to amuse his brother. Li Xiangdong furrowed his brow, surveying the 12 visibly malnourished pigs. The fattest among them weighed no more than 30 or 40 jin, while the thinnest barely reached 20. This hardly resembled a herd that had been raised for half a year. This matter certainly warranted a serious discussion with our father. As they were engrossed in conversation, a faint cry for help emanated from the cow shed behind them. At this hour of the afternoon, everyone was still at work. It was unlikely anyone would come to the cattle shed or pigsty. Who could be calling for help? Was it a thief, a rapist, or a murderer? Li Xiangdong's nerves suddenly tensed. He patted his waist only to realize he had left his small axe at home. Hastily, he bent down to search the ground for anything that might serve as a weapon. Li Jiabao and Li Ping also heard the commotion, their faces paling in fear. "Second brother, it sounds like Ruruo's voice." Upon picking up a willow branch, roughly the size of a child's arm, Li Xiangdong recalled memories from years past. Ning Ruruo had come here with her parents when they were sent down to live in the cattle shed. She had been just 3 or 4 years old then. A beautiful child with a fair complexion, clearly nurtured by a life of affluence in the city. However, after her parents passed away, both buried in the cemetery at Lijiapa, she had no relatives to reach out to. Thus, Ning Ruruo continued to reside in the cattle shed, earning a meager living by assisting the stockmen, supplemented by the village's meager allowances. Later, for reasons unknown, Ning Ruo married Lu Baobao. Initially, he treated her well, but within a month, he had beaten her mercilessly. Subsequently, Li Xiangdong ventured into the city for business, returning years later to the tragic news of both Ning Ruo and Lu Baobao succumbing to food poisoning. Reflecting on this, Li Xiangdong whispered urgently to Li Jiabao and Li Ping, "You two quickly split up to find help. Zhaoping, go home and fetch our mother. Have her call our father and rally the adults working nearby to come to the cattle shed. Jiabao, head to the militia patrols and tell them to bring their firearms and come at once, informing them that a murderer has entered the village. Be quiet as you exit the cattle shed. We must not alert those across the way." Li Ping and Li Jiabao nodded, their expressions tense, and cautiously stepped out of the pigsty before sprinting away. Li Xiangdong tightened his grip on the willow stick and approached the source of the girl's cries, moving swiftly yet silently. The closer he got, the clearer the voices became. "Guanggu, hurry up, the stockman will be back soon. What are you rushing for? Am I afraid of a mere stockman? Even if Li Jin were here, I wouldn't fear him. Indeed, who in our village would dare to provoke you, Guanggu? I was merely eager. Once you're finished, let me have a turn." Hearing their lewd conversation, the girl struggled even more fiercely. These were not mere outsiders. This was treachery from within. How dare they commit such vile acts in broad daylight? Li Xiangdong took a few more steps and discovered the three individuals in the last dilapidated cattle shed. Peering through a gap in the weathered door, he saw Niu Guang, the son of Aunt Niu, and Lu Baobao, the brother of Lu Gaifeng, nearly undressed, with Lu Baobao restraining Ning Ruo's arms while Niu Guang was tearing at her clothing. Ning Ruo's fair cheeks were swollen from slaps, blood trickling from the corner of her mouth. Yet, she continued to struggle valiantly, kicking and thrashing her legs with all her might. Niu Guang found himself unable to remove Ning Ruo's trousers, his frustration mounting as he struck her across the face. "Brother Guang, I think knocking her out would suffice. This little girl seems frail but possesses surprising strength." Lu Baobao, thin and wiry, revealed his yellowing buck teeth as he spoke. "Get lost. If you knock her out, she'll be like a lifeless corpse. What is the point in that?" Sweat dripped from Niu Guang's anxious face, his fine hair slicked against his scalp, and his dark, rugged features appeared grotesquely contorted. Chapter 45. "You want me to become a eunuch?" Li Xiangdong tightened his grip on the willow stick in his hand. Saving the person was imperative. Lu Baobao posed no real threat, but Niu Guang was indeed formidable. At 18, he was robust and burly, dark-skinned and corpulent, his body a mass of muscle. In an era where most struggled to find enough to eat and were stunted by malnutrition, a person of such stature was rare. The mere presence of a physically strong individual often instilled a subconscious recognition of danger in others. Either they possessed wealth or power. For who could grow so strong without ample sustenance? Niu Guang had grown up without nutritional deprivation, allegedly due to his family's connections to high-ranking officials in the provincial capital, who provided them with food rations and money. He was not only endowed with considerable strength, but also had learned martial arts from his relatives in the province, making it unlikely for anyone to approach him unchallenged. Uncertain of when his siblings might arrive to assist, Li Xiangdong resolved to stall for time. Suddenly, amidst Niu Guang's lewd laughter as he began to remove his oversized shorts, Ning Ruo, her voice faint, caught sight of Li Xiangdong outside the door, her eyes lighting up. Lu Baobao, perceptive, noticed her sudden stillness and followed her gaze just in time to see Li Xiangdong kick the door open with ferocity. "Damn it, Brother Guang. It's Li Xiangdong." At that moment, Niu Guang had just pulled his shorts down to his ankles, and upon hearing the commotion, he turned to investigate. Just then, Li Xiangdong bellowed, "You despicable beast! How dare you engage in such vile acts?" He swung the wooden stick directly at Niu Guang's groin. Lu Baobao gasped in horror. If that strike landed, Brother Guang would surely be rendered impotent. Niu Guang, experienced in combat, saw the willow stick hurtling towards him and, with his trousers partially around his ankles, quickly sidestepped. In the blink of an eye, the thick wooden staff grazed past the sensitive area beneath him. Although he narrowly escaped, a layer of cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Li Xiangdong was relentless. It seemed he intended to make him a eunuch. Having missed his target, Li Xiangdong retracted the stick and aimed for Niu Guang's face. With no time to pull his shorts back up, Niu Guang had no choice but to use both feet to completely discard the garment, raising his arms to shield his face. Li Xiangdong, taking a slight step back, struck Niu Guang's elbow with the stick, leaving him with a numbing sensation throughout his right arm. Naked and unrestrained, Niu Guang rubbed his injured elbow, shaking his head side to side, his eyes glinting with menace as he prepared to strike at Li Xiangdong. Today, if he did not incapacitate Li Xiangdong, it would render his years of martial arts training utterly futile. Li Xiangdong, sensing that Niu Guang was now free from all constraints, approached cautiously, wielding his wooden staff with precision, while loudly admonishing Niu Guang as he edged toward the exit. "Niu Guang, Lu Baobao, are you two even human?" Under the broad daylight, bullying a young girl constitutes a crime. If you persist in your folly, prepare to face the consequences of imprisonment. "Shut up, Li Xiangdong. Just wait until Niu Yi makes you kneel and call him grandpa." Niu Guang sneered, advancing menacingly toward Li Xiangdong. Seeing Niu Guang gaining the upper hand, Lu Baobao, emboldened by the situation, urged, "Brother Guang, quickly bring him down. If he keeps shouting, he'll attract unwanted attention." Li Xiangdong thought to himself that Lu Baobao was astute, recognizing that his cries were meant to signal for help from others. True to his surname, Niu Guang possessed not only incredible strength, but also a reckless demeanor. Ignoring Li Xiangdong's relentless swings of the staff, he lunged forward to seize him. Li Xiangdong swiftly dodged aside, circling around Niu Guang. The barn was cramped, yet Li Xiangdong's slender frame allowed him to maneuver with agility. Frustrated after several failed attempts to capture Li Xiangdong, Niuguang roared in anger, ordering Lu Baobao, still pinning Ning Ruruo, to block Li Xiangdong's escape. Lu Baobao, initially enjoying the spectacle, grimaced at Niuguang's command and begrudgingly lunged toward Li Xiangdong. Seizing the opportunity, Li Xiangdong delivered a swift kick to Lu Baobao's abdomen, causing him to double over in pain. Niuguang, seizing this moment, lunged at Li Xiangdong. Meanwhile, Li Jiabao and Li Ping, panting heavily, split up to seek help. Li Jiabao was the first to encounter Li Kong and 3 members of the neighborhood defense team who were on patrol. "Uncle Kong, hurry, come with me." Li Kong steadied the breathless Li Jiabao. "What has happened? Why are you in such a rush?" "There's a murderer. Quick, my brother can't hold on much longer." "What? A murderer?" Li Kang's brows shot up, and the defense team members were instantly alert. In this day and age, a murderer still roamed their village. Li Kong quickly instructed one of the smaller defense team members, Shuangxi, go to the fields and call Xiao Jinzi. Tell him to bring a gun. "Where is the murderer?" he asked Li Jiabao. "In the barn." "Hurry, there are 2 of them." Upon hearing this, they wasted no time. Li Kong led Li Jiabao and the other 2 toward the barn with urgency. Meanwhile, Li Ping reached the fields outside the village and shouted, startling those working nearby, "There's a murderer." Li Jin, rallying the others, armed with hoes and sickles, hurried toward the barn. Back at the barn, Li Xiangdong heard heavy, labored breathing closing in behind him. He embraced Lu Baobao tightly, pivoting just in time to collide with the charging Niuguang. Li Xiangdong hurriedly dashed out of the cow shed, estimating that the nearest person in the fields should be arriving soon. He faintly heard footsteps drawing nearer and shouted, "I'm here. The assailant is here." In a fit of rage, Niuguang disregarded everything, abandoning Lu Baobao in his arms, and charged out the door after Li Xiangdong. The doorframe shook violently as he collided with it, making the entire cow shed feel as if it might collapse. Li Xiangdong was taken aback that help was on the way, yet Niuguang was not making an effort to flee. Instead, he charged at him. Niuguang lunged forward, seizing Li Xiangdong by the collar and swinging a fist towards his face. Li Xiangdong swiftly tilted his head aside, narrowly avoiding the brutal blow, and attempted to gouge Niuguang's eyes. As they wrestled, Lu Baobao hurled a large stone at the back of Li Xiangdong's head. From a distance, Li Kong and Li Jiabao spotted Lu Baobao preparing to strike Li Xiangdong with the stone. If that hefty rock struck his head, it could result in severe injury or worse. Li Kang's eyes widened in alarm as he bellowed, "Stop it at once." The 3 were consumed by rage, their minds clouded, oblivious to the distant shouts. Just as the stone was about to land on Li Xiangdong's head, Li Jiabao feared that his brother's head would surely burst like a ripe watermelon and tightly closed his eyes. Chapter 46. Call the police directly. A scream pierced the air, causing Li Jiabao's heart to tremble with dread. What had happened to his brother? Would his head be shattered? Yet, the voice did not sound like his brother's. He opened his eyes to find Li Xiangdong unharmed, standing resolutely, while Lu Baobao, who had wielded the stone, lay curled on the ground, limbs twitching sporadically. Beside Lu Baobao stood a disheveled woman, battered and bruised, holding a willow branch as thick as a child's arm. "Ruo." Li Jiabao exclaimed in surprise, "Are you all right?" Li Kong and the others rushed in, separating the struggling Li Xiangdong and Niuguang. 2 neighborhood watch members restrained the defiant Niuguang, while Li Kong pulled Li Xiangdong aside, examining him closely and finally breathing a sigh of relief upon finding him unscathed. "Niuguang, speak. What were you doing just now?" Niuguang panted heavily, refusing to answer. Li Xiangdong recounted the entire sequence of events to Li Kong, who ground his teeth in anger. "This scoundrel. Our village has produced not 1, but 2 assailants." Noticing Ning Ruo standing nearby in shock, Li Xiangdong approached her, concerned. "Ning Ruo, are you all right?" Hearing someone speak, she turned to see it was Li Xiangdong. After a moment, she managed to stammer, "Did I kill someone?" The willow branch in her hand bore traces of blood. Li Xiangdong crouched down and checked for a pulse beneath Lu Baobao's nose. There was breath. "You haven't killed anyone." Ning Ruo's rigid form finally relaxed as she exhaled, relieved that no life had been taken. At that moment, Zhao Sufang and Li Jin arrived with a group of people, and upon seeing their son safe and sound, a heavy weight lifted from their hearts. Upon observing Ning Ruo's demeanor, Zhao Sufang immediately discerned that the young lady had undoubtedly endured inhumane torment. Swiftly, she ushered her into the cattle shed to escape the prying eyes of onlookers. Li Jin's countenance darkened, and with a thunderous voice, he commanded, Niu Guang, Lu Baobao, you are committing a crime. Bind them and take them to the brigade's headquarters. Someone brought a basin of cold water and splashed it over Lu Baobao, who gradually awakened to find a throng hastily tying him and Niu Guang up. Today, Aunt Niu had refrained from laboring in the production team, for news had arrived from the county that a high-ranking relative from the provincial capital had sent 2 cans of milk powder, a pound of beef jerky, and several bills of money to her family. Early in the morning, Aunt Niu, beaming with joy, stepped out amidst the envious and jealous gazes of her neighbors. Unable to ride a bicycle, she walked to the county postal office, moving slowly. After collecting her items, she spent a leisurely afternoon browsing the supply and marketing cooperative, returning home by 4 in the afternoon. With 2 cans of milk powder cradled in her left arm, beef jerky in her right hand, and 30 yuan tucked away, she strode homeward like a victorious general. Yet, before reaching her doorstep, she heard someone shout on the road, Li Xiangdong, the rapist. What? Li Xiangdong is a rapist? Aunt Niu's body jolted with shock, her fatigue forgotten as she eagerly grabbed a passerby, urgently inquiring, Where is he? Has Li Xiangdong been apprehended for assaulting a woman? The person, hastened by Li Kang's orders to find Lu Baobao's parents, impatiently replied, In the cattle shed, and hurried away, humming a lively tune. Aunt Niu quickly secured her belongings at home and dashed towards the cattle shed. She was determined to witness this commotion. Humph. What kind of good could Zhao Sufang possibly produce? Had it not been for Li Wanshi's meddling, on her way to the cattle shed, she encountered the weeping and wailing of Gai Fengyang and Gai Feng's father. Zhao Xiaowu had just visited their home to inform them that Lu Baobao had committed a crime, assaulting an orphan girl, and had been captured. The brigade leader urged them to hurry to the brigade's headquarters. Perhaps due to Lu Baobao's connection as Niu Guang's lackey, Gai Fengyang often followed Aunt Niu, flattering her. In her delight, Aunt Niu would occasionally let slip some treats to Gai Fengyang, her vanity immensely gratified by Gai Fengyang's joyful demeanor. Why are you crying if Li Xiangdong has been caught for assault? Aunt Niu inquired, perplexed. Is it possible that Li Xiangdong assaulted your Gai Feng? Her eyes sparkled with gossip. What? Li Xiangdong assaulted Gai Feng? Gai Fengyang was taken aback. Had it not been said that her beloved Lu Baobao had assaulted Ning Ruo? Was the messenger mistaken? Could someone be playing a prank? She exclaimed, How could my precious son do such a thing? Yet, it was inconceivable that Li Xiangdong could assault Gai Feng, as she had been working alongside her in the fields. No. Gai Fengyang shook her head repeatedly, insisting, Gai Feng has been right by my side. Sister Niu, did you just say that it was Li Xiangdong who was caught for assault? Gai Fengyang ceased her weeping, and Gai Feng's father stopped lamenting. Both fixed their gaze intently upon Aunt Niu. Indeed, just moments ago, Zhao's 5th son conveyed this truth directly to me, leaving no room for doubt. Aunt Niu spoke with unwavering conviction. The two of them finally set their minds at ease, while Gai Fengyang let out a hearty laugh, remarking on how she had always sensed that Li Xiangdong was anything but docile. And now, it seems he has indeed dug his own grave. The 3 burst into peals of laughter, and those around them, unaware of the situation, leaned in to listen as Aunt Niu and Gai Fengyang animatedly recounted Li Xiangdong's previous misdeeds. As a group made their way toward the cattle shed, they encountered another group emerging from it. Li Jin strode forward, his face ashen. Aunt Niu felt an immense satisfaction at the sight and hastened to greet him, exclaiming, Oh, Captain, do try not to be angry. In this world, it is inevitable that a husband might have an unworthy wife and a son might be unfilial. These things are beyond our control, so try to take it easy. Everyone around was taken aback. They were puzzled by Aunt Niu's apparent glee, especially since her son was bound tightly behind them. It was her son who had attempted to assault a young girl. What was she saying about unworthy wives and unfilial sons? Gai Fengyang, not noticing her son tied up in the crowd, instead observed Li Xiangdong, who was trailing behind Li Jin with a dejected demeanor, his clothes in tatters. Unlike Aunt Niu, she dared not confront Li Jin directly. Instead, she whispered to those beside her, Look, the captain is busy overseeing this and that. Yet his own son is clearly poorly raised. The woman beside her shot her a strange glance, but remained silent, shifting slightly away from her. This madwoman had no idea of the misdeeds her son had committed, yet she continued to chatter about others. Gai Fengyang, undeterred by the lack of engagement, continued to relish the unfolding drama. How dare you speak such nonsense? Li Jin retorted sharply at Aunt Niu. Where is your old bull? Why isn't he here? Aunt Niu, puzzled, said, Old Nyo doesn't care for such spectacles. He is at home weaving mats. Weaving mats from reeds to make bedding, she explained. Watch a spectacle? Li Jin was baffled by this woman's line of reasoning. Was there something amiss in her mind? Go fetch your old Nyo and bring him to the brigade. We must discuss how to address this issue properly. In broad daylight, under the clear skies, there are those who dare to assault an innocent girl. It is sheer audacity. His voice was as cold as frost. Huh, what use is it to call old Nyo? In my opinion, this assault is a grave crime. Why bring it to the brigade? Just report it directly to the police. Aunt Nyo replied dismissively. At this point, everyone began to sense something was amiss. What did Aunt Nyo mean? She usually adored her son to the heavens, so why advocate for direct police involvement? Connecting this with her earlier remarks about unworthy wives and unfilial sons, could she possibly believe that the assailant was Li Xiangdong? Someone could not contain themselves any longer and shouted, Aunt Nyo, your son not only attempted an assault, but also had intentions of murder. That must mean he should be apprehended. Assault and murder? What? My son? Aunt Nyo initially failed to grasp the gravity of the statement, but as realization dawned, her face drained of color, her legs feeling as though all strength had been sapped from them. Li Jin shot her a glance and retorted, if it is not your son, then whose could it be? As his words lingered in the air, Aunt Nyo let out a gasp, her eyes rolling back. And she fainted. Chapter 47. Ning Ruo's decision upon witnessing his mother faint with her eyes rolling back. Nyo Guang was instantly filled with panic, struggling to reach her. Mother! Mother! What is wrong? Li Kong kicked him, admonishing, settle down. Your mother is fine. Nearby, someone had rushed to pinch Aunt Nyo's acupoint, nearly drawing blood. And it was only then that she slowly regained consciousness, letting out a theatrical wail, my son. With bloodshot eyes, Nyo Guang, seeing his mother in such a state, gradually calmed his previously frantic mind and began to feel genuine fear. At merely 18, despite his bravado, the terror overwhelmed him, and before long, he found himself wetting his pants, a stream of yellow liquid trickling down his thigh, the foul odor causing those around him to grimace. If Nyo Guang was paralyzed by fear, his sycophant Lu Baobao was even more incapacitated. Trembling uncontrollably, he could barely move. Filled with regret for having involved himself in this chaos. Mother, father, I didn't mean to. Please save me, he cried out in a high-pitched voice. Baobao. Just moments ago, his parents, who had been enjoying a melon, were suddenly struck dumb upon hearing their son's voice, gasping in shock. How could their child be entangled in such a situation? By the time they reached the brigade headquarters, Gaifeng's mother had wept until her eyelids were swollen, and both Lu Baobao and Nyo Guang had soiled their pants multiple times. Li Kong and the others bound the two to the large locust tree in the courtyard, hurriedly washing their hands, exclaiming, what a stench! Baobao has scared himself into diarrhea. Nyo Guang's father, Nyo Yonggui, came running, panting heavily, only to find his wife cradling their son in tears. What happened? What happened? You went to the post office to pick something up, and now it's a matter of murder and assault? Accompanied by Zhao Sufang and others, Ning Ruo refreshed herself, as Zhao Sufang provided her with clothes belonging to Li Zhan, since her own garments had been torn to shreds by Nyo Guang. Ning Ruo's cheeks were swollen and bore the marks of sharp fingers, indicating she had been subjected to severe abuse. Her wrists were bruised, and her neck bore the imprints of a violent grip. It was evident that this young girl had endured torment at the hands of both men. The villagers formed a circle around her, with Li Jin standing in the center, kindly inquiring, Miss Ning, how are you? Do you need to go to the hospital? Ning Ruo shook her head. Li Jin then cast a discreet glance at Zhao Sufang, who understood her husband's intent and gently shook her head in response. Fortunately, Ning Ruo had not been violated by Nyo Guang or Lu Baobao. That is a relief. Otherwise, it would be a tragedy. If anything were to happen to this orphan girl in her own village, it would weigh heavily on my conscience for the rest of my life. Li Jin breathed a sigh of relief, now contemplating how to deal with these two wretched beings. Xiangdong, please tell everyone what exactly transpired. Li Xiangdong rubbed his neck, recalling how powerful Nyo Guang was. The grip had left his neck burning with pain. As he listened to his father, he stepped forward into the crowd and recounted the entire sequence of events. Good heavens! If it weren't for the brigade leader's son, Xiangdong, going to feed the pigs, this young lady would have been violated. Indeed, Xiangdong, though seemingly frivolous, proves to be remarkably resourceful in critical moments, confronting two larger adversaries single-handedly, a bravery not commonly possessed. Niu Guang and Lu Baobao are truly despicable. How could our village harbor such individuals? One can never fully discern a person's character. They say a rabbit does not consume the grass near its burrow, yet these two wretches audaciously turn against their own villagers. Henceforth, we must keep a vigilant eye on our daughters, lest they encounter such beasts. Gai Fengyang, listening to the cacophony around her, felt an overwhelming surge of anguish. She had borne only one son in her lifetime, and after many years, she had given birth to Gai Feng, never to conceive again. Her mother-in-law incessantly berated her, likening her to a barren hen that had laid but a single half-egg. Why half an egg? Because a son-in-law is merely half a child, and a daughter is but a fraction of a blessing. If anything were to befall Lu Baobao, the lineage of the Lu family would face extinction. Unlike Niu Auntie, who merely wept, Gai Fengyang's mind raced with ideas. Captain, did Xiangdong truly witness Baobao assaulting Ning Ruo? Who can ascertain the truth of this matter? Li Jin found himself amused by the absurdity of the situation, incredulous at the convoluted reasoning of this meddlesome woman, which had evidently birthed such a lazy and ignorant offspring. Are you suggesting that Xiangdong lied, that Ning Ruo lied, and that all these witnesses are fabricating their accounts? Perhaps it is also conceivable that Ning Ruo seduced my son. Gai Fengyang's thoughts spun rapidly. After all, Ning Ruo was an orphan, neglected and unwanted. What harm was there in bullying her? For the sake of the Lu legacy, it would not hurt to impose a little hardship upon her. You claim a 14-year-old girl could entice your son? The onlookers could scarcely believe their ears, their outrage palpable. Suddenly, Ning Ruo rose, declaring, "Since you harbor doubts despite the multitude of witnesses, Captain, I implore you to assist me in filing a report." Gai Fengyang was momentarily taken aback. Her intention was to downplay the situation, not escalate it to the authorities. No, that is not what I meant. I merely suggested that since my son has seen your body, no one will want you afterward. How about this? Our family does not disdain you. And as long as you do not pursue my son further, we are willing to marry you. Lu Baobao, hearing his mother's words, felt a pang of discontent. Just moments ago, he had reveled in the playful antics with Ning Ruo, yet the thought of her as his wife now unsettled him. As he prepared to counter his mother's proposition, he glanced at Ning Ruo's swollen, yet undeniably beautiful visage, and a stirring of desire arose within him. If she were indeed to become his wife, perhaps it would not be such a loss after all. Before he could voice his thoughts, Ning Ruo spoke up. "Humph. Your family does not disdain me? How grandiose. It is akin to Zhu Beiji gazing into a mirror. What a face. How dare you speak so rudely?" Gai Fengyang admonished, as if it were already a foregone conclusion that Ning Ruo would join their family. Yet, that pales in comparison to the disgraceful actions you have committed. Ning Ruo spoke with a voice that resonated with conviction, her thoughts articulate, betraying no signs of the recent upheaval she had endured. Li Xiangdong silently admired her. This young girl was no ordinary individual. Had she been a typical girl, even in a time less progressive than this, she would likely have succumbed to tears and despair when confronted by a multitude of strangers hurling accusations and slander. "Captain, I implore you to assist me in filing a report." Ning Ruo reiterated her request, her voice ringing like crystal raindrops upon a jade plate, remarkably clear. The incident had only just transpired, with numerous witnesses present. If even the mother of the assailant could distort the truth, one could only imagine how the narrative might evolve over time. With their propensity for deceit, they could easily fabricate a story that would lead many to believe them, leaving Ning Ruo with nowhere to stand. As an orphan, devoid of parental support, she had thrived solely on the kindness of others. She never anticipated encountering such a beast. For her own sake, and for the other girls of Li Jiapa, she was willing to sacrifice her reputation. Even if it meant living under the scrutiny of others for the rest of her life, she would not waver. "I must report this. Let us ensure these two brutes are imprisoned. Therefore, for my sake and for the sake of the other girls in Li Jiapa, I beseech you to file a report." Chapter 48. Is there anyone at our local police station? Upon hearing Ning Ruo's words, Li Jin pondered for a moment before gently responding. "Miss Ning, you have indeed suffered an injustice, and I will certainly assist you in seeking retribution. However, if this matter escalates, it may tarnish your reputation. Are you certain you wish to proceed with the report?" Li Xiangdong, overhearing this, became immediately agitated, exclaiming that he had not misjudged his father. Indeed, for the sake of his own reputation, he was advising Ning Ruo against reporting the incident. If only Li Jin could hear his second son's thoughts. It would surely infuriate him. For heaven's sake, he was merely concerned for Ning Ruo's reputation. In the eyes of people in this era, a woman's virtue was of paramount importance. Should a report be made and the incident become public, how would Ning Ruo navigate her future? Though she claimed to be unafraid of gossip, she was still just 14, with a long life ahead of her. How could such a young girl comprehend the terrifying power of public opinion and the destruction it could bring? Ning Ruo smiled softly, resembling a pear blossom poised to bloom. Despite having faced a storm, she stood resilient amidst the turmoil, exuding a unique grace. Captain, I appreciate your concern, but I have made my intentions clear. I am prepared to accept the challenges of a difficult future, should that be my fate. My child, you are still young and do not yet grasp the fearsome nature of public opinion, Li Jin implored, his voice laden with earnest concern. At that moment, the aunts and elder women began to chime in, advising her, Miss Ning, perhaps it's best to let the captain vent his frustrations. Give those two a good thrashing. Indeed, Ning's family, it would be prudent to keep this matter under wraps. Do not let it escalate. It could tarnish your reputation. Exactly. We women must eventually marry. And if your future in-laws discover you were nearly victimized by those two ruffians, how would they perceive you? Do not act impulsively, nor disregard the wisdom of the elders, lest you suffer the consequences. Just a moment ago, those who were indignantly advocating for the imprisonment of Lu Baobao and Niu Guang were now fervently advising Ning Ruo. It cannot be said that they are complicit in wrongdoing. Rather, it is the accumulated wisdom of decades. A woman, lacking the right to inherit her family's wealth or to claim land in the village, must rely on men for her livelihood. And what man does not value the purity of his wife? Thus, their counsel to Ning Ruo was genuinely rooted in a heartfelt desire for her well-being. Aunt Niu, weeping quietly while observing the shifting dynamics, quickly rose from the ground, wiping her tears, and hurried to stand before Li Xiangdong, leaving the ever-attentive Niu Yongguo momentarily behind. Captain, we are willing to pay compensation for this little girl. Name your price. Aunt Niu regained her ostentatious demeanor. Li Jin, with a look of disdain, ignored her and addressed Niu Yongguo instead. Old Niu, what do you think? Niu Yongguo's brow was perpetually furrowed, deep lines etched across his forehead. When Li Jin inquired, he muttered, I'll heed my wife's words. Li Jin had no choice but to turn back to Aunt Niu, who beamed with satisfaction at her husband's compliance. She raised a finger, declaring 100 yuan. Gasps rippled through the crowd upon hearing that sum. Aunt Niu, the richest in the village, truly had wealth to spare. Whispers circulated, suggesting that Ning Ruo was indeed fortunate in this situation. Li Ping, overhearing, felt a surge of anger and shouted, Would you be pleased if Niu Guang and Lu Baobao violated your daughter and then offered you a mere 100 yuan? The speaker immediately turned defensive. What are you talking about? Of course, I wouldn't be happy. Even if he felt otherwise, he could not voice such sentiments. Zhao Sufang, distressed by the conversation, quickly pulled Li Ping aside, admonishing her, You are a young lady. Refrain from speaking so freely. Li Ping retorted, If they can do it, why can't we speak out? Before Zhao Sufang could respond, Li Xiangdong interjected, Mother, Xiao Wu is correct. Such vile acts are committed by beasts. Is it not shameful for them? Yet we, as victims, should feel embarrassed to speak of it? If this continues, those who perpetrate such deeds will grow ever bolder. There is no justice in that. Never allow yourself to be oppressed or silenced by idle gossip. If insulted, retaliate. If struck, strike back. Weakness will not elicit sympathy. As he spoke, Li Xiangdong's gaze turned to Ning Ruo, who appeared resolute. Yet he hoped she would not make a regrettable decision akin to that of Guoling in her past life. Hearing his words, Li Ping nodded vigorously, affirming her determination to resolutely combat such criminal behavior. Ning Ruo cast a grateful glance at Li Xiangdong, understanding that he was offering her solace. Concerned that this incident might wound her spirit, Ning Ruo let out a self-deprecating smile. If she were so easily wounded, she would have long sought her parents in the depths of the earth. The very fact that she is still here is testament to her indomitable spirit, a fierce determination to persevere against all odds. Li Jin approached her, saying, Miss Ning, Niu Guang's family is willing to compensate you with 100 yuan for reconciliation. What do you think? Not a chance. Ning Ruo replied without a moment's hesitation, resolutely refusing. I have made my decision clear many times. Please assist me in reporting this to the police. If it is inconvenient for you, I can go myself. You little wretch. 100 yuan is hardly sufficient. How much do you intend to demand? Do you expect to extort a fortune? Aunt Neo exclaimed, her eyes wide with fury. Li Xiangdong quietly advised Li Jin from the sidelines. Father, if Ning Ruo reports this to the police, not only will they arrest Niu Guang and Lu Baobao, but both families will also owe her financial compensation. You should not try to muddle through this. Look at Ning Ruo. Does she seem like an ordinary girl from our village who can be easily deceived? With her tenacity, if you do not send someone to report this, she will go on her own. Li Jin sighed. Despite his desire to keep the situation from escalating, he recognized the victim's insistence and chose not to obstruct her. Shuangxi, run to the commune's police station and file a report. The village committee of Li Jiapa had no telephone, and the only bicycle in the village belonged to Aunt Nio's family, who would certainly not lend it to someone going to report her son. Thus, Zhao Shuangxi had no choice but to run to the commune. Fortunately, it was not far from Li Jiapa. When old Nio, Aunt Nio, and Gai Feng's parents realized that Zhao Shuangxi was indeed going to report the incident, they erupted in outrage. Aunt Nio and Gai Feng's mother struggled to push through the crowd, intent on capturing Ning Ruo. You harlot, you have harmed my son. However, the crowd would not allow them to reach Ning Ruo, quickly stepping in to shield her and urging the two women to desist. Little did they know, driven by rage, they disregarded the onlookers and lashed out with their sharp nails. Li Jin, Li Kong, and several other aunts and mothers bore the brunt of their attacks, leaving their faces scratched. Suddenly, the pent-up anger within Li Jin could not be contained any longer. He raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap to both Gai Feng's mother and Aunt Nio. Have you both lost your minds? Nio Yonggue, Lu Laonian, mind your wives. If you do not, someone else will take charge. He continued, furthermore, there are laws for the state and rules for the village. Niu Guang and Lu Baobao have committed offenses, and soon the police will deliver justice. However, before that, as the head of the Li Jiapa village team, I must impose punishment for behaviors that tarnish our village's reputation. Li Kong, as the director of public security, administered 10 lashes to each. Li Kong, unable to contain himself any longer, immediately retrieved the whip used for herding horses from the village office. He cracked it in the air, the sound echoing loudly as the whip sliced through the atmosphere. Gai Feng's father, terrified, approached Li Jin, trembling. Captain, please spare Baobao. Our family has but a single seedling in a vast field. If you administer 10 lashes, Baobao may not survive. Li Jin's expression was cold and forbidding, and he remained silent. Aunt Nio continued to shout from the side. What is wrong with reporting it? I'm not afraid if you escalate it to the provincial level. To be honest, everyone in our family is at the police station. Li Jin, if you dare to lay a finger on my Guanger today, I will accuse you of private punishment, and you won't even be able to fulfill your duties as captain. Li Jin nodded. All right. Before you can no longer be captain, I must first deliver these 10 lashes. Strike. Chapter 49. Officer Xiao Hao with a swift motion, Li Kong brought down a whip onto Niu Guang's back. The pain caused Niu Guang to cry out in agony, cursing Li Jin, Li Xiangdong, and Ning Ruo in filthy language. You wretched creature, Ruo. I will make sure to end you one day. And you, Li Xiangdong, have you two been colluding all along, setting a trap for me today? The intense pain caused Niu Guang's mind to cloud over, and he lost all rationality, acting purely on instinct. The harder Li Kong struck, the more ferociously Niu Guang cursed. The surrounding crowd was astonished. He truly was a stubborn bull. Next came Lu Baobao's 10 lashes. Before the first lash even landed, Lu Baobao rolled his eyes and fainted. After the first lash, he regained consciousness only to be struck again. This cycle of fainting and waking continued until, after the 10th lash, Lu Baobao finally lost consciousness for good. Li Jin disregarded the chaos as he embraced his son, cursing the Niu and Lu families, while estimating Zhao Shuangxi's speed. He commanded Li Kong to lower Niu Guang and Lu Baobao from the tree. Within no time, the sound of police sirens echoed from a distance, causing the villagers to perk up. Help had arrived. Moments later, the sirens grew nearer, and 2 police vehicles came to a halt at the entrance of the brigade. 2 officers, clad in dark blue uniforms and wearing blue caps, entered. Zhao Shuangxi stepped down from the vehicle, calling out, Captain, the police comrades are here. Li Jin and the others quickly stepped forward to greet them, extending their hands. The 2 officers shook hands with Li Jin and, with stern expressions, inquired, Are you the Captain Li of Li Jiapa Brigade? Did you report a case of a rapist in the village? Yes, officer, Li Jin replied. 2 local delinquents attempted to assault an orphan girl. As he succinctly recounted the situation, He led the two officers over to Niu Guang and Lu Baobao. What happened? Why are the two suspects so severely injured? One young officer, appearing to be in his early 20s, frowned at the sight of Niu Guang and Lu Baobao's conditions. Captain Li, it seems you have resorted to private punishment, haven't you? No one has the right to inflict punishment on suspects who have not yet been convicted. This is intentional harm. Although many villages still adhered to their local customs and often resolved matters internally, such affairs were not meant for public discourse. Resorting to private punishment was tantamount to deliberate injury. Li Jin had acted in a fit of anger. Otherwise, he would not have committed such an obviously incriminating act. Hearing the young officer's severe accusation made him feel somewhat guilty. However, before he could respond, Li Xiangdong interjected, "Officer, this is not private punishment. This is self-defense." These two assailants not only refused to confess, but also violently retaliated. In order to ensure the safety of more lives, we had no choice but to subdue them. The young officer cast a penetrating glance at Li Xiangdong and inquired, "Who are you?" It was I who discovered that Niu Guang and Lu Baobao intended to assault a girl, and I was the one who called for assistance to prevent it. Li Xiangdong met the young officer's meaningful gaze with calm composure, unperturbed. The seasoned veteran officer could easily discern the situation. They too harbored disdain for criminals like rapists and traffickers who preyed on women and children. When they encountered villagers administering their own form of justice, they often turned a blind eye. "What has gotten into you today, Xiaohao? You're causing trouble right off the bat." The elder officer instructed, "First, take the suspects, the victim, and the witnesses back to the station for statements." Reluctantly, Officer Xiaohao shoved Niu Guang and Lu Baobao into the patrol car, while Ning Ruo occupied another vehicle. Li Xiangdong, Li Jin, Li Jiabao, Li Ping, Li Kong, and the other witnesses proceeded on foot to the police station. The crowd erupted in commotion, rousing the unconscious Aunt Niu, who had fainted at the sight of blood when her son was struck. Upon regaining consciousness and seeing her son being taken away, she rushed forward, and upon spotting the young officer, she exclaimed, "Xiaohao, you've finally arrived. You must stand up for your brother. Li Jin has beaten him to a pulp." "What? Do Xiaohao and Aunt Niu know each other? Is he Niu Guang's brother?" The crowd buzzed with excitement, realizing they had truly offended the Niu family. Aunt Niu's words rang true. Indeed, there were connections to the police station. Li Jin's pupils constricted. No wonder Xiaohao had been so fixated on his actions rather than the assault. This was going to be a complicated matter. Aunt Niu, reveling in her newfound power, proclaimed, "Let me tell you, the officers at the station are Niu Guang's sworn brothers. Do you really think you can pin a crime on him? That is nothing but a pipe dream. Whoever harmed my Niu Guang, I will have the police arrest you all and send you to prison." Before either Xiaohao or Niu Guang could intervene, Aunt Niu's words poured out like a machine gun. The crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. However, Li Xiangdong found amusement in the situation. From the moment the young officer arrived, he had sensed his malicious intent. It turned out he was a sworn brother to Niu Guang. If this matter remained unaddressed, it would indeed be troublesome. But now he had a plan to prevent this young officer from intervening further. The elder officer was visibly displeased. "Xiaohao, what kind of friends are you associating with? You came here to apprehend criminals, yet you have ties to one of them. What will the public think of the police? This diminishes our authority. Xiaohao, what is going on? If you don't know this woman, then don't let her spread nonsense here and disrupt our investigation," he remarked, casting a subtle glance at the young officer. Understanding the implication, Xiaohao replied, "Officer Zhang, I don't know her." He then shot a glance at Niu Guang, who was grimacing in pain, prompting Niu Guang to quickly declare, "Mom, you've mistaken the person. I don't know this officer either." Aunt Niu, upon hearing her son's words, was convinced that he must have been rendered foolish by a blow to the head. "My dear son, could it be that you have lost your senses? Is he not your elder brother? Did you not give him the Shanghai watch that your uncle sent you last time?" Li Xiangdong could hardly contain his laughter, thinking that Aunt Niu was truly a comical ally. Officer Zhang cast a meaningful glance in their direction, while Officer Xiaohao's expression shifted dramatically. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, Officer Zhang, with a stern countenance, commanded to the police station to take a statement. With that, he revved up his motorcycle, sending dust swirling as he sped towards the station. As the two motorcycles departed, the crowd that had previously been eager to accompany them in providing witness testimony began to disperse quietly. What a farce! Everyone had heard Aunt Niu's declaration. Her family had close ties to the police, forming a bond that was both intimate and precarious. To testify on behalf of the orphan girl and incur the wrath of the Niu family would surely jeopardize their future. Weighing the pros and cons, many villagers swiftly decided to distance themselves, reasoning that the unfortunate girl was merely a victim of her own misfortune. Of course, there were also numerous villagers overflowing with a sense of justice, declaring, "What if the Niu family is close with the police? We have committed no crimes. Should we fear their retaliation?" Watching half the crowd dissipate, Aunt Niu felt a swell of pride, convinced that her son's words were indeed accurate. That watch had been worth its weight in gold. With Officer Xiaohao present, she believed her son would soon be released without issue. Li Jin led the remaining villagers willing to testify toward the commune's police station. Li Xiangdong leaned in to whisper a few words to Li Jin, who visibly relaxed a bit. The police station at Wudio commune consisted of rows of red brick buildings beneath black tiles. The police offices and interrogation rooms were located in the front row, while the second row housed the offices of the station's leadership and several meeting rooms. By the time Li Jin and the others arrived at the station, Officers Xiao Hao and Zhang had completed the statements of Ning Ro, Niu Guang, and Lu Baobao. One by one, the villagers from Li Jiapo were called into the building for questioning, with Li Jin and his son Li Xiangdong being among the last to enter. The villagers who had gone before them quickly emerged. Li Xiangdong stopped one of them and inquired, "What questions did they ask you?" "They only asked if I witnessed Niu Guang assaulting Ning Ruo," the villager replied. "I said I did not see it with my own eyes. And then they bombarded me with questions about who had beaten Niu Guang." The villager who had just given his statement sensed that Officer Xiao Hao was indeed biased in favor of Niu Guang. It was painfully obvious. Li Xiangdong narrowed his eyes, realizing that Officer Xiao Hao was attempting to reverse right and wrong. "Very well. If that is the case, allow me to engage you in a little game." Chapter 50. Who do you think you are? By the time all the villagers had completed their statements, darkness had enveloped the sky. Li Jin instructed Li Kong, Li Xiangdong, and Zhao Xuanxi to wait at the police station while the others returned home. As they watched the villagers leave one by one, Li Kong conferred with Li Jin, "Brother, that Officer Hao is clearly biased towards Niu Guang. He is relentlessly pursuing our involvement in the incident. What shall we do now?" When Li Jin had entered to give his statement, Officer Xiao Hao's questioning had been aggressively confrontational. However, he had stood his ground and pushed back. What was there to fear? He was unafraid for himself, but he was deeply concerned for Li Xiangdong. Although Li Xiangdong has recently displayed some cleverness, he is still merely a 14-year-old boy. Facing the interrogation of two police officers alone, one could only wonder what might transpire. However, Li Xiangdong was entirely devoid of the concerns that plagued Li Jin. In his previous life, he had dealt extensively with both the underworld and law-abiding citizens while running a factory. Furthermore, those who own factories and companies inevitably find themselves embroiled in legal disputes from time to time. He was well-versed in legal statutes, as well as the intricacies of interrogations and judgments. Seated on a chair beneath the glaring light of a bulb, he faced two stern expressions, one belonging to Officer Xiao Hao and the other to Officer Zhang. Behind them loomed the admonition, confess and receive leniency, resist and face severity. Was he being treated as a criminal suspect? Officer Xiao Hao proceeded to inquire about Li Xiangdong's name, age, and address. But without further ado, he removed his cap, leaned back in his chair, sipped some strong tea, and then spat out the tea leaves. "Let's hear it," he insisted, fixing Li Xiangdong with a knowing gaze, prompting the latter to speak. Such an intimidating silence could easily unnerve the timid, leaving them disoriented and susceptible to suggestion. Yet it was evident that Li Xiangdong was no coward. "What do you wish to discuss, Officer Hao?" Li Xiangdong asked with a subtle smile, his demeanor calm and relaxed, as though he were merely engaging in casual conversation at home rather than sitting in a police station. "Share what you know." Officer Xiao Hao pressed again. "I possess an abundance of knowledge. Climbing trees to catch birds, fishing in rivers, assisting my family with farm work. What specifically are you referring to?" Li Xiangdong countered. "Stop rambling. No one is interested in your trivial matters." Officer Xiao Hao retorted angrily. Officer Zhang, observing the exchange, shot a glance at Officer Xiao Hao, signaling that it was time to shift tactics. This young man was evidently not easily intimidated. "You are Li Xiangdong, correct? Tell us about the events of today. How did you discover Lu Baobao and Niu Guang assaulting Ning Ruo?" Officer Zhang, "This afternoon around 3 o'clock. I was helping my family feed the pigs when I heard cries for help. I saw Niu Guang and Lu Baobao committing acts of violence. After sending my younger sibling to fetch help, I rushed out to put an end to their brutality, Li Xiangdong recounted succinctly, outlining the sequence of events. Oh, what a coincidence that you happened to be there, Officer Xiao Hao remarked, raising an eyebrow with a hint of intrigue. Perhaps it was fate that led me to that moment. After all, as the saying goes, no coincidence, no story. Li Xiangdong replied, flashing a slight smile at the two officers. Officer Xiao Hao's comment held no weight against Li Xiangdong. It was merely a display of verbal sparring. No coincidence, no story. I would argue that this world is devoid of true coincidences. Many so-called coincidences are orchestrated by human hands. I hear you've had altercations with Niu Guang in the past? Officer Xiao Hao shifted from his earlier relaxed demeanor, his gaze now fixed intently on Li Xiangdong. Indeed, we have fought before, but it is not just us. Children in the village frequently engage in roughhousing. Today we may brawl, but tomorrow we are friends again. It has come to my attention that you previously remarked upon Niu Guang's reliance on familial connections within the provincial government, looking down upon the villagers, including your father, the village chief, whom he holds in disdain. It seems inevitable that he will eventually find himself imprisoned. Your statement appears somewhat taken out of context. I did not utter that latter part. If my memory serves me correctly, it was Niu Guang's grandmother who foretold his imprisonment. Officer Xiao Hao, seemingly taken aback, acknowledged your recollection with surprise. My sole virtue lies in my excellent memory. Let us dispense with trivialities. Both Niu Guang and Lu Baobao have asserted that you, in a bid for vengeance due to Niu Guang's past transgressions against you, deliberately conspired with the orphan Ning Ruo to ensnare Niu Guang and frame him. Lu Baobao. At last, the hidden dagger is revealed. Li Xiangdong felt a weight lift from his heart, believing Officer Xiao Hao's skills to be somewhat lacking. Upon hearing these accusations, Li Xiangdong did not respond with the anticipated shock or anger. Instead, he offered a sardonic smile and remarked, "Oh, is that so?" Officer Xiao Hao, incensed, retorted, "What do you mean by is that so? Speak honestly. Did you not intentionally set a trap, inciting your father to administer corporal punishment to Niu Guang, Lu Baobao?" "That is not the case. I did not orchestrate any scheme or incite violence," Li Xiangdong protested, feigning innocence. "What motive would Ning Ruo have to conspire with me against Niu Guang and Lu Baobao? Is that truly so? Are you aware of the consequences of lying at a police station?" Officer Xiao Hao slammed his hand on the table, causing the teacups to rattle. "And are you aware of the repercussions of negligence, favoritism, and the protection of criminals, which could lead to the creation of wrongful convictions?" Li Xiangdong's eyes sparkled with intensity as he stared at Officer Xiao Hao, enunciating each word with precision. Officer Xiao Hao seemed momentarily taken aback by Li Xiangdong's pointed remarks. Officer Zhang, attempting to mediate, interjected, "All right, let us clarify this matter and move on." He then urged Li Xiangdong to sign the statement. Li Xiangdong, however, did not accept the pen from Officer Zhang, but scrutinized the record closely. "This is incorrect, Officer Zhang. The questions Officer Xiao Hao posed earlier have not been included." Officer Xiao Hao, now frustrated, snapped, "Why must you speak so much nonsense? Sign the document and leave. Otherwise, I will have you detained." "Who are you telling to leave?" A commanding voice resonated through the room, sending a shiver down Officer Xiao Hao's spine. Officer Zhang immediately stood and saluted, "Director Chen, you have arrived." Li Xiangdong observed the flustered Officer Xiao Hao with an innocent smile. A tall, broad-shouldered man, with a square jaw, thick brows, and piercing eyes, entered the room, accompanied by Ning Ruo and Li Jin. Dressed in a sharp, deep blue uniform, Director Chen, visibly irate, took a seat in the chair previously occupied by Officer Xiao Hao. He glanced at the statement and then cast a stern gaze at the two officers. "Do you not understand the protocols for recording statements?" Yes, they stammered, visibly intimidated. "I heard just how imposing you both were outside. Why do you lack such finesse when interrogating suspects? And why were the questions omitted from the record?" Director Chen slammed the statement onto the table. The two officers stood in stunned silence, unable to respond. Li Xiangdong spoke up, "Director Chen, I wish to report Officer Hao for harboring criminals and framing both myself and Ning Ruo." Chapter 51. The River Raises Fish-O? "Do you possess any evidence?" Director Chen inquired, his expression inscrutable. "Were you not present to hear the previous statements?" Moreover, during the incident, Niu Guang's mother recognized Officer Hao, declaring him to be Niu Guang's sworn brother. She also mentioned that Niu Guang had gifted him a Shanghai watch. Given that Niu Guang and Officer Hao share a close relationship, Does it not strike you as peculiar that he failed to declare a conflict of interest at the outset? Instead, during his witness testimony, he posed leading questions that favored the suspect. Additionally, what is Officer Hao's salary? Is he or his family financially capable of acquiring a Shanghai watch, as I believe you are aware? Currently, Officer Hao is wearing one on his left wrist. Niu Guang is a brazen individual. Today he attempted to assault Ning Ruo. Judging by his demeanor, this does not appear to be his first offense. A simple inquiry into whether any reports were filed and who handled them will clarify matters. Can these assertions be considered evidence? Li Xiangdong articulated confidently. While Director Chen displayed an expression of admiration, Li Jin felt both anxious and proud, whereas Officer Hao turned pale, nervously tugging at the sleeve of his left arm in an attempt to conceal the watch. You may return for now. I shall personally oversee this matter and ensure it is thoroughly investigated. As for Niu Guang and Lu Baobao, they will be detained. Director Chun made a decisive statement. The night air was somewhat languid, brushing against their faces with a teasing chill. The moonlight illuminated the road, casting the silhouettes of the group into fleeting shapes. Ning, you need not stay at the cowshed tonight. Come stay at my home instead, with my fourth sister and fifth sister, Li Xiangdong suggested. After conferring with Li Jin, he deemed it unwise to leave Ning Ruo alone, fearing she might contemplate drastic measures. However, given her resilience displayed earlier that day, such a possibility seemed minimal. Additionally, he was apprehensive about any unpleasant encounters with the Niu or Lu families. Ning Ruo, devoid of any pretentiousness, followed Li Xiangdong and Li Jin home. The house was still aglow. Zhao Sufeng and Li Zhen had yet to retire, while Li Ping, Li Jiabao, and Li Yin were huddled together in slumber. Upon hearing the commotion, Zhao Sufeng and Li Zhen came to greet them. Back already? Everything is all right, I hope? Zhao Sufeng asked, casting a glance at Li Jin and his companion. Seeing the frail figure of Ning Ruo in the dim light, she felt a pang of sympathy and pulled her in. Come inside, dear child. There's nothing to worry about. Those two rascals have been taken into custody. Jinjin, you shall share a bed with Ning tonight and take good care of her. Having endured a tumultuous night, Li Jin began to feel fatigued. He instructed Zhao Sufeng to fetch a pillow and blankets for Ning Ruo, after which they all retired for the night. Li Xiangdong tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep, pondering whether these events had transpired in Ning Ruo's past life as well, and if that had influenced her marriage to Lu Baobao. As he drifted into a restless slumber, chaotic dreams enveloped him, until suddenly he was jolted awake by a loud cry. The flood is coming. Hurry, evacuate. Li Xiangdong suddenly awakened, only to find Li Guoqing, Li Xiangjia, Zhao Xiaojiu, Wei Yushi, Li Jiabao, and Li Ping standing at the foot of his bed. A row of small heads staring intently at him. What is happening? Li Xiangdong rubbed his eyes and inquired. The reservoir upstream of the Sanji River at the east of the village has released water. Second brother, I heard that the fish and shrimp from the reservoir are flowing down. Many people have gone to the river to catch them, Wei Yushi exclaimed, his bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Let us hurry. I've brought the net from home. We must get there quickly before the advantageous spots are taken, urged Li Guoqing. In both his past and present life, Li Xiangdong had always relished the thrill of catching fish and shrimp. In his previous life, he would seize any opportunity to fish, a pastime that is indeed a difficult indulgence for a middle-aged man to relinquish. Since his rebirth, however, he had been preoccupied with rescuing Sister Guoling, thwarting the troublesome marriage of Sister Si, and later, making money through traditional Chinese medicine, leaving him yet to savor a single day of the joys of youth. It is essential to remember that it was now the rural year of 1976. With mountains and abundant water resources, all vegetables, fruits, chickens, ducks, fish, and meat were naturally free from pollution. Let us go. Li Xiangdong swiftly donned his clothes and inquired about his sisters. Where are Sister Si and Ruo? They just returned from cutting pigweed and are outside cooking pig feed, Li Ping reported after glancing outside. Sister Si, Miss Ning, let us go catch fish in the big river together. The fish we catch can supplement our meals. Li Xiangdong warmly invited Li Zhen and Ning Ruo. Li Zhen, having the day off, glanced at Ning Ruo, hoping she would engage with the younger children and imbibe some of the vitality that youth ought to possess. After spending a night and morning together, she felt that the girl was too mature, too composed, and too reserved. All right, Ning Ruo readily agreed. Li Xiangdong had initially thought he would need to persuade her, but her quick acceptance surprised him. By the time the group reached the Sanji River at the east of the village, carrying a 4-meter fish net. They found numerous children and youths already engaged in fishing, creating a lively scene. Li Xiangdong walked along the riverbank for a while before selecting a spot where the water was relatively shallow and the current gentle, beckoning Li Guoqing and the others to enter the water. As they waded in, Li Guoqing and Li Jiabao cautioned Li Zhen and Ning Ruoruo to watch closely with the water buckets nearby, assuring them that they would catch large fish. The fish net used by Li Guoqing's family was crafted from a nylon net measuring 5 meters long and 2 meters wide. When making the net, 2 sturdy bamboo poles were placed along either side. An iron wire was used to secure the net to the poles from end to end. A thin iron wire was threaded through the bottom of the net and slightly rolled upward, thus completing the fish-catching net. During its use, individuals would each grasp a bamboo pole, and as the bottom of the net sank into the water, they would lift the entire net at an angle, slowly walking against the current, allowing the fish to be caught within the net. Once they felt they had caught enough fish, they would level the net to lift the fish from the water's surface. The fish lifting net is typically employed in reservoirs, shallow seas, and slow-flowing rivers. When the current is too swift, those on either side of the net must exert excessive force, making it difficult to capture the fish. Thus, Li Xiangdong wisely chose a location with a gentler flow and shallower depths, avoiding the bustling, deeper waters. There exists a clever technique for fish lifting. Prior to the endeavor, one can scatter bait in the targeted area. The bait may consist of earthworms, redworms, or crushed pond snails. However, during the summer months, larger fish tend to prefer a vegetarian diet. In the absence of traditional bait, cornmeal serves as a highly effective substitute. The cornmeal should not be used raw. It must first be mixed with water to form a dough, then flattened and briefly boiled in water until the corn cakes float, signifying their readiness. The bait made from cornmeal possesses a remarkably subtle flavor, which greatly enhances its allure to fish. Before arriving, Li Xiangdong had instructed Li Zhen to prepare several corn cakes, which were distributed among Li Xiangjie, Li Guoqing, Gui Yuxi, and others, who then crumbled the cakes into small pieces and scattered them along the entire cross-section of the river. After a brief wait, Li Xiangdong, Li Xiangjie, and Zhao Xiaojun grasped the left side of the bamboo poles, while Li Guoqing, Li Jiabao, and Gui Yuxi held the right side. With the net stretched across, they gradually moved upstream against the current. As they progressed, they sensed fish colliding with the net. Their heads caught in the mesh, rendering them unable to advance or retreat, leading to frantic struggles. The fishing net belonging to Li Guoqing was of a 2-finger mesh, capable of ensnaring small crucian carp, little grass fish, slender white fish, and even slightly larger shrimp. However, this also meant that the water flow became trapped, making it increasingly laborious for the group to advance. Observing the slowing pace of his companions, Li Xiangdong felt a stirring in his heart and proposed, "Brothers, let us chant a call." Gui Yuxi was the first to respond. "Second brother, you lead the way." "All right." The sun gradually ascended in the east, casting a golden beam upon the youthful faces of the children. Li Xiangdong cleared his throat, elongated his voice, and called out, "All right, comrades, let us sing the fisherman's song." Li Xiangdong, the wind is calm and serene. The crowd, "Hey yo." Li Xiangdong, let us lift the fish. The crowd, "Hey yo." Li Xiangdong, the first lift brings gold. The crowd, "Hey yo." Li Xiangdong, the second lift brings silver. The crowd, "Hey yo." Li Xiangdong, the third lift gathers the treasure. The crowd, "Hey yo." Li Xiangdong, everyone, put in a little more effort. The crowd, "Hey yo." Li Xiangdong, the net is full of fish. The crowd, "Hey yo." The melodious and prolonged song drifted to Ning Ruo's ears, imbuing her heart with a profound sense of tranquility and beauty, making the world seem not so bleak after all. Chapter 52, Water Scorpions and Wheat Herb Seed Oil. As Li Xiangdong and his companions observed that the center of the fish net had bulged significantly with their catch, they paused, joined forces, and heaved the net upwards. With a splash, a multitude of shimmering, dark-hued fish appeared at the center of the net. "So many fish. You guys are truly impressive," exclaimed Li Ping, who was jumping in excitement on the riverbank. Li Zhen and Ning Ruo also wore expressions of joy. This was the ecstasy of harvest, a delight born from nature that rendered one blissful from within. A group of individuals joined 2 bamboo poles together, ensnaring fish within the net. 5 of them strained against the poles, pulling them toward the shore. As they neared the bank, they raised the poles, causing the water to release the fish. "Xiao Wu, quickly fetch the gourd ladle," commanded Li Jiabao, resembling a triumphant little general as he instructed Li Ping. With excitement, Li Ping ran over with the ladle, chiding Li Jiabao, "Call me Xiao Wu one more time, and I shall crack your head." Li Zhen also carried over a water bucket. "Wow, look at this large carp. It must weigh at least 5 pounds, exclaimed Li Xiangdong. There, amidst a school of smaller fish, was a sizable black-backed, white-bellied carp, measuring 2 feet in length, thrashing about. Li Xiangdong extended his hands to grasp the carp, and with a powerful throw, he landed it in the bucket. Guo Yushi took the ladle from Li Ping, and with a swift scoop, she revealed a bounty of lively little fish, small weeds, white strips, wheat spikes, and palm-sized crucian carps, white breams, and even tiny transparent shrimp, alongside numerous water scorpions. Li Xiangdong felt a profound exhilaration. This joy was not merely the thrill of earning money. It was the elation of triumph over a challenge, an exhilarating cycle of endeavor and reward, perhaps influenced by humanity's ancient hunting instincts. "What is this?" inquired Li Guqing, pointing at a peculiar dark brown insect. The creature possessed a long abdomen, 6 legs, and 2 bulging eyes. "Yes, it looks quite daunting," added Li Xiangjia. "You foolish children, this is a precious find," Li Xiangdong exclaimed, grabbing one. "Wow, quite ferocious, just now. It devoured a small shrimp. This is called a water scorpion, or chai, and it is the larva of a dragonfly," Li Xiangdong explained. "Is that so? Let me see." Guo Yushi and the others crowded around to observe the strange insect, astonished that it eventually transforms into a dragonfly. Li Xiangdong reminisced about the last time he had eaten water scorpions. In his youth, no one consumed such creatures, but later, people discovered that when fried in oil, they were delectably fragrant and high in protein. Consequently, they were increasingly harvested, leading to their scarcity and rising prices. The group passed around the water scorpion, still incredulous that it could be delicious. "With the current scarcity of oil and salt, what can be made to taste good?" pondered Li Xiangdong. "These creatures, much like cicadas, when fried in oil and sprinkled with a bit of salt, become rich and crispy, quite delectable." He reminisced about the fried water scorpions of his past. "I want to eat some." "Me too. But we have no oil." The initial excitement gave way to the sobering reality of their situation. Indeed, this posed a particularly vexing dilemma. Each household typically possessed only a couple of pounds of oil annually, and with insufficient oil, they could only hope to extract some fat from purchased pork, but how much pork was available? Thus, oil and sugar were truly treasures in rural areas. Li Xiangdong had grown weary of meals lacking oil and salt. If only the issue of oil could be resolved. However, there are currently no peanuts, sunflower seeds, or rapeseeds cultivated in the brigade, making it impossible to press oil. It seems I have found a solution. I once saw in a short video that people can extract oil from wheat straw seeds, and now the fields are filled with wheat straw. As the wheat matures, the wheat straw gradually turns yellow, and within the long seed pods are tiny seeds smaller than sesame seeds. If we gather enough wheat straw seeds, we can indeed extract oil. Li Xiangdong felt a surge of excitement and immediately called over his friends who were preparing to go fishing again. "There is a lucrative opportunity now. I wonder if you are interested?" "Of course. The golden cicada skins are nearly all caught," Zhao Xiaojun replied, and the others echoed in agreement. "The current harvest of cicada shells is dwindling, and so is the money coming in. You all go collect wheat straw seeds, dried seeds without impurities, for 1 dime per pound. I will buy them," Li Xiangdong declared. "The wheat straw from the wheat fields? What do you need wild grass seeds for?" Zhao Xiaojun asked curiously. "Don't worry about that. Once I finish my experiment, I will share what they can be used for. Also, here's a little tip. Don't just go cutting wheat straw and collecting seeds by yourselves. You can tell others that you will buy them for 5 cents a pound. This way, you can earn money effortlessly and in greater quantities." Li Xiangdong aimed to nurture his friend's entrepreneurial spirit. Li Xiangjia, with his keen mind, suggested, "Can we expand beyond our village? If we can collect from various villages, we could amass a significant quantity of wheat straw seeds quickly. This idea is indeed promising, but brother, can you handle so much? Are you sure you want to incur losses?" Li Guqing asked with concern. Li Xiangdong felt a wave of warmth. His brother had always been genuinely supportive. In a past life, Li Guqing had a difficult time marrying a woman who drained their small family to assist her brother. When Guqing's son was 7, he took a business trip, leaving his wife to care for her brother's children, while his own son remained alone at home, locked in. The hungry child, unable to escape, turned on the gas stove to cook. What could a 7-year-old understand? After cooking, the gas was left on, and the innocent child was lost forever. Later, Guiqing divorced and never remarried. Li Xiangdong silently vowed that in this life, he would ensure Li Guiqing found a good wife and led a happy life. No worries, ideally. The more wheat straw seeds, the better. Li Xiangdong patted Li Guiqing on the shoulder. The group, having tasted success from collecting cicada skins alongside Li Xiangdong, now brimmed with confidence regarding the wheat straw seed purchase, each eager to participate, their enthusiasm for fishing waning. Let's not rush into collecting wheat straw seeds. Let us catch a few more nets of fish first. Li Xiangdong noticed the rest were distracted and quickly redirected their focus. Let us go. Another haul. The group cleared the small fish from the fishing nets and called out as they returned to the river. Ning Ruo curiously asked Li Zhen, "What is the use of wheat straw seeds?" "I'm not sure. Xiangdong always has peculiar ideas, but his mind is exceptionally resourceful." Li Zhen replied with a gentle smile. Ning Ruo refrained from further inquiries, instead focusing intently on the group lifting fish from the water. Li Zhen, perceptive and sensitive, fearing that Ning Ruo might overthink, promptly clarified, "I truly do not know, but when the time comes, Xiangdong will inform us." Ning Ruo smiled, wrapping her arms around Li Zhen's, who affectionately patted her head in return. "Wow, look at all these shrimp. And there's water scorpion too." Cheers erupted once more. Amidst the jubilant shouts, 2 more nets of fish were raised, ultimately filling both water buckets to the brim. Zhao Xiaojun had to return home for 2 additional buckets to accommodate the catch. Exhausted, the group collapsed onto the riverbank, while Li Ping eagerly interjected, "But I haven't even gone into the water to lift the net yet." No one had the energy to follow Li Ping back into the water, so she reluctantly pulled Ning Ruo and Li Zhen along, rolling up their pant legs to wade into the river and catch fish. The 3 lovely young women, with their fair calves exposed, bent down to feel for fish, occasionally splashing each other playfully, their laughter ringing like silver bells. Li Xiangdong thought to himself, how wonderful it is. They all still possess the right to choose their own lives, and a beautiful future awaits them. Suddenly, Li Ping slipped, falling into the water and becoming submerged. Chapter 53, River Clam Meat and Pearl's laughter erupted on the riverbank. The Wudao River Commune, as its name suggests, is traversed by 5 major rivers. The Lijiapa Brigade has one river flowing through the east and another through the west, and these children have been swimming since childhood. Li Ping emerged from the water, sputtering, with a black river clam the size of a basin held aloft with great effort. "I slipped because I stepped on this thing," she said, sulking. This demonstrated her proficient swimming skills. Otherwise, she would have choked on water upon her sudden fall, neglecting to retrieve the culprit. "This is a river clam," Li Zhen exclaimed, taking the clam from Li Ping's hands and weighing it. "Wow, I've never seen one this large before. It must weigh at least 10 pounds. It must have been swept down from the upstream reservoir. Our riverbed is filled with small clams, not bigger than a child's palm," Ning Ruo speculated. Li Xiangdong quickly sat up. "This clam is so big, could it possibly contain a pearl?" "Pearl, let us go. I want to feel the river clam too." Upon hearing the word pearl, Li Guiqing and the others' eyes sparkled with excitement. They had heard of pearl's value, often mentioned in theatrical performances as treasures of gold, silver, and jewels. One by one, they splashed into the water, hands reaching into the muddy riverbed to search for clams. In no time, each had unearthed a pile of large river clams. "This thing is tightly shut. I can't open it." Zhao Xiaojun attempted to pry the clam open with a piece of iron wire, but after much effort, he found it utterly futile, as the clam's shell only tightened further. The clam's 2 ends are controlled by 4 adductor muscles, which regulate its opening and closing. To open it, one must use a long knife to insert into the gap and sever the muscles on both sides, allowing the shell to open. Ning Ruo explained. "Oh, now I understand." Everyone nodded in comprehension. Li Jiabao chuckled. "Sister Ruo, you truly know so much." Ning Ruo gently brushed the tuft of hair atop Li Jiabao's head, encouraging him to study diligently, for in doing so, he would come to understand much. "Isn't that muscle akin to the precious yaozhu? The price of yaozhu is quite steep." Li Xiangdong recalled that in his previous life, Zhou Yu had a penchant for making soup with yaozhu, proclaiming its high nutritional value, capable of nourishing the yin, replenishing the kidneys, lowering blood pressure, and enhancing vitality. Ancient texts remarked that 3 days after consuming yaozhu, one would find chicken and shrimp rather bland, underscoring the extraordinary delicacy of yaozhu. Guo Yushi, now possessing a keen business acumen, suggested, "Let us collect more river clams. We can transform them into yaozhu for profit, and also extract pearls to sell." This proposal garnered unanimous agreement, and a group of them enthusiastically leapt back into the river, embarking on their fervent quest for river clams. Just as Li Xiangdong intended to mention that yaozhu must be dried to be viable for sale, he reconsidered. After all, finding large river clams was a rarity, and even if they kept some for themselves, it would be quite delightful. Thus, he joined the others in their clam hunting endeavor. Zhao Sufang, upon nearing her home, was met with a pungent odor. Opening the door revealed an astonishing sight, a small mountain of river clams piled in the courtyard. Where did all these large river clams come from? How is there so many? She exclaimed, overwhelmed by the fishy scent. Li Xiangdong and the others had just finished bathing and hung their damp clothes to dry when they saw Zhao Sufang's astonished expression. Li Jiabao eagerly chimed in, "Mother, this is a treasure. My second brother said there are pearls inside, and also yaozhu. You know about pearls, right? They are incredibly valuable." "Yes, mother. When I extract a great pearl, I shall make you a genuine pearl necklace." Li Ping added in agreement. Their mother owned a plastic pearl necklace, some of whose beads had lost their luster and looked quite unappealing. If they could indeed extract pearls from the river clams, she could craft a new necklace for her mother, and if any remained, she could fashion one for herself to wear beautifully to school. "Wonderful. My Pinger is truly a filial daughter," Zhao Sufang exclaimed, showering her with praise and a gentle smile that warmed her face. In that moment, Ning Ruo was momentarily lost in thought, recalling how her own mother had once smiled at her with such tenderness. She wondered why her mother, buried beneath the earth, did not visit her dreams, even just to smile silently. "Second brother, let us hasten to open the river clams," Li Jiabao urged impatiently, retrieving a long knife from the pantry and offering it to Li Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong felt a surge of excitement. The act of opening river clams could indeed become addictive. In his previous life, he had relished watching live broadcasts of pearl extraction, and today, it was finally his turn. Settling on a small stool, Li Xiangdong prepared himself as Li Jiabao, Li Ping, and the others crouched around him, their eyes fixed intently on his every move. He placed a river clam into clean water, scrubbing vigorously with a brush to remove the mud and algae clinging to its shell. After switching to a fresh basin of water, he placed the clam inside, observing as it slowly began to open. With swift reflexes, Li Xiangdong thrust the sharp knife into the clam shell, aligning it with the inner wall, and commenced the arduous task of slicing through the adductor muscle. It was indeed quite a laborious endeavor. The severance was not as straightforward as imagined. Cutting through the adductor muscle of the river clam proved to be a slow and laborious endeavor, requiring the blade to gradually pierce forward. After slicing through the front adductor muscle, the task continued toward the rear. "Let me take over," Li Jiabao exclaimed, feeling that his elder brother was too sluggish and that he could surely accomplish the task with remarkable speed. Li Xiangdong handed the knife to Li Jiabao while he himself pried open a river clam, which had already had four adductor muscles severed. A bountiful heap of succulent clam meat was revealed before them. Li Xiangdong meticulously felt along the outer mantle of the shell for pearls. The mantle, scientifically known, is colloquially referred to as the skirt, which is also edible. However, after much searching, he found nothing. Undeterred, Li Xiangdong recognized that wild pearls are rare. And even with a stroke of good fortune in his new life, it was unlikely he would find a clam harboring pearls. "No pearls. My little necklace." Li Ping sighed despondently. "Even without pearls, we have clam meat and scallops. After eating, you will surely become even more beautiful." Li Xiangdong teased his sister. He first tore off the skirt, then extracted the clam meat from the shell, discarding a large, dark, striped portion. This was the clam's gills, which are quite dirty and inedible. He also removed a layer of black, membrane-wrapped matter, which was the clam's innards. The remaining adductor muscle was carefully cut away from the shell, ensuring that not a morsel was wasted, as this could be dried and transformed into scallops. Once Li Xiangdong finished his task, he noticed Li Jiabao's face flushed crimson as he struggled to cut open his clam, making little progress after a long while. Reluctantly, Li Xiangdong took the knife back to continue opening the clams himself. With newfound experience, he worked much faster, managing to open a dozen large river clams. Yet still, no pearls emerged. Li Ping had relinquished hope of finding pearls within the clams and had taken a glass bottle, previously used for orange juice, filled with water, and placed two small white fish from the bucket inside to keep. Li Jiabao, captivated by the idea, grabbed a canning jar, filled it with water, and added a small crucian carp. Li Zhen and Ning Ro assisted in cleaning the clamshells, while Li Xiangdong resigned himself to the task of opening clams, mindful of the heat that would attract numerous flies if they were not processed swiftly. As he reached the last few clams, Li Xiangdong instinctively felt the skirt. Suddenly, he sensed something firm within. He picked up the clam and scrutinized it closely. Could it be a pearl? Suppressing his excitement, he pressed firmly on the bulging spot. Pop, 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 pop. For perfectly round, pink pearls, each the size of a soybean, were extricated from the yellowish-white skirt. Pearls, Li Xiangdong exclaimed, drawing everyone's attention. Under the sunlight, the pearls emitted a soft glow in the palm of his hand. Quickly, rinse them in clean water. Li Jin, returning home just in time, recalled his time in the military by the sea, where he had encountered wild sea pearls. Indeed, after washing, the colors of the pearls deepened, and their luster became even more radiant. As everyone gathered with enthusiasm, their eyes sparkled at the remaining river clams. Soon, each person claimed one clam, eager to pry it open themselves, hoping to unveil a pearl. Chapter 54. Dried scallops. Li Xiangdong carefully entrusted the 4 pearls he had extracted to Zhao Sufeng for safekeeping. He had no intention of crafting a necklace for his mother. Although wild river pearls could not quite compare to the value of sea pearls, these perfectly round, pale pink, lustrous gems would undoubtedly fetch a handsome price. Whether for entrepreneurial ventures or strategic investments in real estate, he required a substantial financial foundation. Li Ping was particularly obsessed with pearls. She meticulously selected a clam that appeared to be as round as the pearls Li Xiangdong had just opened and eagerly began the process of cutting it open. Xiaoping, be careful with the knife, don't cut your hand, Li Xiangdong cautioned, noticing her anxious demeanor. He feared that in her haste, she might injure herself before revealing the pearl. With immense effort, Li Ping finally managed to sever the closing muscle and force the clam open. Observing her flushed face and the beads of sweat rolling down her brow, Li Xiangdong couldn't help but chuckle. Xiao Wu, you've ruined a perfectly good scallop. Shoo! Li Ping scolded with a serious expression, urging everyone to be quiet so as not to frighten away her precious pearl. All eyes were glued to Li Ping as she carefully explored the clam's edge. It remained flat, and her disappointment grew. Suddenly, her fingers brushed against a round protrusion. What is this? Her eyes sparkled as she eagerly mimicked Li Xiangdong's earlier technique, pressing out the bump. It was a white, teardrop-shaped pearl. While it could not compete with the perfectly round pearls Li Xiangdong had just revealed, this teardrop was nonetheless exquisite, gleaming with a vibrant luster after cleaning. In modern terms, Li Ping's pearl would be classified as an irregular shape. The formation of pearls is influenced by various factors, and within the industry, they are categorized into round, near-round, oval, flat, and irregular shapes, with true round pearls being the rarest and most valuable. By this standard, Li Xiangdong's 4 pearls certainly held greater value than Li Ping's solitary gem. However, the vibrant colors emanating from Li Ping's pearl suggested that if she managed to extract another of similar quality, they could create a stunning pair of earrings, worth a considerable sum. Li Ping continued her search for a while longer, but despite her efforts, she could only reduce the clam meat to a mushy consistency without discovering any additional pearls. With a sigh of disappointment, she received Li Xiangdong's consolation, who reminded her that it was still a remarkable achievement to uncover such a sizable teardrop pearl with its rich color and striking luster. But this one is white and lacks the charm of your little pink pearl. It's not even round, Li Ping lamented, feeling somewhat disheartened. In days gone by, the East pearl worn by emperors and their consorts was exceedingly precious, reserved for the elite. These pearls, sourced from the Heilongjiang, Ushuri, and Yalu rivers, were not always perfectly round. Even pearls of her caliber were typically fit for only a favored concubine to wear. Li Xiangdong, a charming individual, has developed a fondness for the television series Zhen Huan Zhuan, becoming a devoted fan of Sun Li. As a result, he possesses a modest understanding of the attire and adornments of the Qing dynasty. Indeed, this revelation left a group of friends in awe. Brother, how do you know so much? Inquired Li Jiabao. Well, of course, I learned it from books. Li Xiangdong could not confess that his knowledge stemmed from a TV drama. I don't believe you. There's nothing like that in books. Li Jiabao retorted skeptically. Oh, but there are indeed books in Xinhua bookstore. Your textbooks, however, do not cover such topics, Li Xiangdong countered with reason. Speaking of Xinhua bookstore, Li Jiabao had never been there, and thus could not refute his brother's claim. Li Xiangdong breathed a sigh of relief. Yet Ning Ruo's gaze towards him became increasingly curious, for such books on emperors and empresses were certainly absent from Xinhua bookstore. Li Xiangdong was quite the intriguing character. Next, Li Jiabao attempted to open clams, mimicking Li Ping's actions by urging everyone to be silent. However, after a long while, he discovered not a single clam. Disappointed, he fed the clam meat to the family dog, De Huang. The clams opened by Li Zhen and Ning Ruo yielded nothing as well, but fortunately, their adductor muscles remained intact and undamaged. This outcome brought joy back to Li Ping. As the saying goes, happiness often arises from the contrast with others. Though she could not compare to her elder brother, she took pride in being the second best, far surpassing the fourth sister and her companions. Li Jiabao, cautious not to provoke Li Xiangdong, persistently sought to see the pearls from Li Ping. As she refused, the two engaged in playful pursuit around the courtyard, their laughter echoing throughout. Ning Ruo assisted Li Zhen in placing the opened clamshells into a bucket, carrying them away from the village to dispose of them, for their strong odor attracted mosquitoes and flies. Despite the mound of clams, the amount of clam meat yielded only a small basin, and the adductor muscles were even scarcer. If transformed into dried scallops, the yield would be even less. Now, Li Xiangdong grasped why dried scallops were so expensive. Their scarcity was evident. Zhao Sufang washed the clam meat 5 or 6 times in clean water until no impurities remained, then brought it inside, blanching it in boiling water before rinsing it with cold water. Due to the clam meat's thick texture, particularly along the skirt, it became tough when stir-fried. This was why many were not fond of eating clam meat. However, Li Xiangdong had a clever trick. He used the back of a knife to thin the skirt and then sliced it into fine strips, making it easier to absorb flavors and chew. At the children's request, Zhao Sufang stir-fried half of the clam meat strips with red chili slices and segments of chives, while the other half was combined with tofu to create clam and tofu soup. Stir-frying the clam meat strips was straightforward, as Zhao Sufang had experience with chili stir-fried meat. However, she had neither prepared nor tasted clam and tofu soup before. Thus, Li Xiangdong had to excuse himself by claiming he had seen the recipe at Xinhua bookstore and took over the cooking duties. Li Xiangdong meticulously washed the scallions he had pulled from the garden, sliced a piece of fresh ginger, and cut the remaining salted meat and tofu into thin slices resembling mahjong tiles. He spread a layer of oil on the bottom of a clay pot, added the chopped scallions and ginger to sauté until fragrant, then introduced the clam meat and pork to enhance the aroma. Finally, he poured in hot water, brought it to a boil, and added the tofu cubes, allowing it to simmer vigorously until the broth turned a milky white. He seasoned it with salt and garnished it with finely chopped scallions. The vibrant green of the scallions contrasted beautifully with the creamy broth, and a delightful aroma filled the air, enticing Li Jin, who had been indoors, to step outside. Upon learning that his son had acquired the recipe from the Xinhua bookstore, he praised him while also seizing the moment to admonish Li Ping and Li Jiabao, emphasizing the importance of diligent study, for without literacy, they would be unable to comprehend even a recipe. Li Xiangdong felt somewhat embarrassed, knowing that nowadays, one could find all sorts of recipes online. Nonetheless, it was a good opportunity to instill some lessons in the two of them, especially with the impending resumption of college entrance examinations. If they could gain admission to university, it would truly be their path to a better future. As for himself, he had never been particularly adept at academics. Li Zhen brought in the thoroughly rinsed clams, and Li Xiangdong instructed his sister to place them in a pot of salted water, boiling them vigorously for 10 minutes. Once cooked, they were immediately plunged into cold water, a process known in coastal regions as passing through the cold river, which quickly cools the clams and locks in their freshness. The final step involved placing the chilled clams under the sun to dry. When they reached a state of about 80% dryness, turning a golden hue, they could be deemed a success, worthy of being called yaozhu. After completing these tasks, Zhao Sufang's stir-fried clam meat was brought to the table, and the children eagerly took their seats, each with a small bowl of clam and tofu soup before them. Ning Ruo felt a bit embarrassed to join the meal. Having already eaten breakfast at the team leader's house, staying for lunch would seem ungrateful, especially in these times when food was scarce for everyone. Initially planning to return to the cow shed after tending to the fish, she found herself captivated by the pearl harvesting and the drying of the clams. Losing track of time, team leader, Auntie, I should head back to the cow shed. The leftover food at home will spoil if I don't eat it soon. Child, hurry and sit down for a meal. We have more than enough food at home, they insisted, recognizing her reluctance. As Li Jin took the first bite of the stir-fried clam meat, everyone began to dig in. Just as the first mouthful was swallowed, they heard familiar footsteps approaching. Li Zi, are you home? A voice called out. Li Ping, startled, dropped her clam meat onto the table. Why did her grandmother always arrive at mealtimes? Chapter 55. What money can they dare to ask for? Having learned from past experiences, Li Jun and Li Ping swiftly poured the clam and tofu soup back into the bowl without needing any instructions, quickly stashing it and the stir-fried clam meat into the pantry. All that remained on the table were a shallow plate of sorghum cakes, a bowl of water-stewed eggplant, and a small dish of pickled mustard greens. When Li Wanshi entered the room, she beheld the entire Li Jin family, consisting of 7 members, along with Ning Ruo, sitting upright at the dining table. A quick glance revealed the usual fare, yet the air was infused with the rich aroma of oil and the scent of river delicacies. Connecting this to the morning's water release from the reservoir, when everyone had gone fishing, she instantly deduced that her eldest son's household must be stewing fish. Had they hidden the fish upon her arrival? Anger flared within her, and she was tempted to unleash it. However, recalling her purpose for visiting, she restrained her temper. Sixth son, why is there an outsider in our home? Li Wanshi's gaze shifted to Ning Ruo, her eyes brimming with disdain and disgust. Mother, please sit. Have you eaten? Li Jin understood that his mother's visit was not without significance and refrained from responding. Li Wanshi plopped down in the seat graciously vacated by Zhao Sufang, unable to muster the appetite to eat. Sixth son, it's a shame that as a captain, you still have the leisure to dine. I am quite vexed on your behalf. Before Li Jin could reply, Li Xiangdong smiled gently and asked, What is it, grandmother? Why can't father even eat? Regardless of who responded or what they said, Li Wanshi's ensuing remarks would be consistent. What is wrong with your father? Is it not the mischief of this unruly boy? She glared at Li Xiangdong, frustration evident on her face. Why do you busy yourself with feeding pigs? As the male descendant of this family, your sole duty is to study diligently. Let your mother, sister, and younger siblings handle such trifles. Oh, are these trivial matters yours to manage, or my grandfather's? Li Xiangdong countered. Li Wanshi was momentarily speechless. You ungrateful wretch. Unable to comprehend right and wrong, she swiftly redirected her ire. Feeding pigs is one thing, but why meddle in matters that do not concern you? As she spoke, she cast a sidelong glance at Ning Ruo. As the saying goes, flies do not alight on seamless eggs. Why was it that this young man, who usually behaved well, felt compelled to target her? Mother, what nonsense are you spouting? Li Jin erupted in anger. Was his mother attempting to ruin Ning Ruo's reputation? What nonsense am I uttering? Have you ever heard of Niu Guang and Lu Baobao causing trouble for any young woman in our village? She continued with sharp words. Perhaps some young ladies, not yet mature, flaunt their allure and tempt men. Li Wanshi's brows knitted in fury, her words cutting like knives. Are you advocating for the victim's guilt? If money is stolen, do we blame the one who earns it? If an apple is taken, do we fault the apple for being too red? If a woman is assaulted, do we hold her beauty accountable? Li Xiangdong could no longer contain himself and retorted sarcastically, Grandmother, has your foot-binding cloth wrapped around your brain? You. Li Wanshi trembled with indignation at his final remark. You must not speak such words publicly, lest the commune brand you a remnant of feudalism and send you to a re-education class with your own provisions. Li Xiangdong cautioned with concern. Ning Ruo, already seething with anger, had long since trained herself to mask her emotions. Even so, her complexion had paled with ire, yet before she could interject, Li Xiangdong and Li Wanshi engaged in a battle of words. Do not mention any training classes to my wife. I staunchly support the government and the party, and no one can sway me. Li Wanshi was evidently feeling a bit uneasy at Li Xiangdong's words. However, contemplating the generous promises made by Aunt Niu and the malted milk powder at home, she gritted her teeth, softened her tone, and spoke in an affectionate manner. Dear girl from the Ning family, it is not my intent to meddle, but you must also consider my son's situation. Xiangdong stands up for you. Yet if something were to happen, you would be residing in my son's home, and the gossip outside would be quite unseemly. Mother, there is no such gossip. It is our concern for Miss Ning living alone in the cattle shed that prompted us to have her stay with Jinjin. Zhao Sufang dared to retort against her mother-in-law for once. What do you know? A foolish person with long hair and short wits. Li Wanshi snapped angrily. This wretched woman dared to contradict her. How audacious. What gossip is there? Do enlighten me. Ning Ruo spoke, her eyes devoid of warmth. Oh, dear girl from the Ning family, you are still young, and without your parents, there are some harsh truths that no one has shared with you. A woman, once seen and touched by a man, is left with but two paths, to enter a convent or to hang herself. Yes, we are in a new country now, where such matters are no longer emphasized, but if you wish to lead a good life, aside from marrying that man, what other options remain? Li Xiangdong, embodying the archetype of a chaste and virtuous woman, lectured Ning Ruo from her moral high ground. Yesterday's incident was sudden. Aunt Feng proposed that her son marry you, and you declined, which we can understand. Now, a day and a night have passed. Have you given it any thought? At your young age, you cannot obtain a marriage certificate with Lu Baobao. Why not move in with the Lu family first? It would spare you the loneliness of residing in the cattle shed, where life is undoubtedly challenging. Once you turn 18, you can obtain your marriage certificate with Lu Baobao, and then you will have a home. The Lu family has only Lu Baobao as their male heir. If you marry him and bear him two robust sons, will you not have a bright future ahead? Li Xiangdong believed her reasoning to be clear and logical, confident that the young girl from the Ning family would absorb her words, thus fulfilling her duty. The room fell into an oppressive silence. One could hear a pin drop. Li Xiangdong felt as though several crows had flown past his eyes. Good heavens! Are these words from his grandmother truly human? No wonder such films as Mother's Doctrine are so popular among middle-aged audiences. It appears such ideologies are passed down through generations. Though he himself was a man, and it would be disingenuous to claim he did not value his son, he treated his daughter with equal regard and harbored no malicious thoughts toward other people's daughters. Even after being betrayed by his previous wife, he did not become a misanthrope toward women. Yet, it was no surprise that Li Xiangdong could be so harsh even toward her own granddaughter, let alone the daughter of another family. His grandmother was certainly someone who would not rise early without a benefit. For her to personally come forth with such words, he could hardly believe there was no influence from the Niu and Lu families behind this. As Li Xiangdong continued her discourse, she suddenly sensed something was amiss. Why was the room so eerily quiet? Ning Ruo regarded her with a mocking smile, her expression evoking a sense of discomfort in the elderly woman. Well, why not move into the Lu family today? Withdraw the case at the police station tomorrow, and thereafter, live harmoniously with Lu Baobao. Just avoid causing any more trouble. Li Xiangdong interjected coolly. You can't just demand money for everything. Li Xiangdong's heart sank. How did he know? No one was watching. What nonsense are you spouting? What money? I haven't taken anyone's money. I merely came to advise her out of compassion. Chapter 56. Hanging at your doorstep, let us go. Ning Ruo declared decisively. Go where? Li Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback, then elated. Could she truly be achieving her goal? Come on, I shall personally escort you to the Lu family. Li Xiangdong grasped Ning Ruo's hand affectionately, as if she were her own granddaughter. I'm not going to the Lu family. Not going to the Lu family. Are you planning to tidy up at the cowshed first? That's acceptable too, Li Xiangdong chattered on. Not going to the cowshed either. Where then? With two refusals, Li Xiangdong was at a loss. To your doorstep. To my doorstep for what purpose? To hang myself at your doorstep. The Li family was taken aback by this unexpected twist. Ning Ruo wasted no time. She swiftly got out of bed, put on her shoes, and pulled Li Xiangdong out. Her movements seamless. Hey, you little brat. Why are you so strong? Don't drag me. Ning Ruo, accustomed to farm work since childhood, easily overpowered the elderly Li Xiangdong, who had been living a life of comfort and was now frail. Li Xiangdong was not only petite, but also of small stature. Sliding along the ground as Ning Ruo towed her. Oldest brother, sixth son, quickly make this girl let go of me. Li Xiangdong shouted for her sons. Just as Li Jin was about to intervene, Li Xiangdong stopped him. His intention was clear. It was better to confront the situation openly rather than covertly, to see who was manipulating his grandmother. Ning Ruo seized the straw rope from the small cart at Li Xiangdong's home, holding on to Li Xiangdong while calling out loudly, uncles, aunts, brothers, and sisters, come out and take a look. Her clear voice drew the attention of those around, interrupting their midday meals. Upon reaching the entrance of Li Qingshan's home, a crowd had gathered behind them, some still holding their bowls, eating while pointing and whispering. What is going on? Why is the Ning family girl holding onto Li Xiangdong? And why is she holding a piece of straw rope? What is she planning to hang it on the doorframe? The onlookers were astonished, their hearts racing with excitement at the unfolding drama. Ning Ruo noted that the crowd was nearly complete, including Feng's parents and Aunt Niu, who were watching intently from the back. Li family matriarch informed me that due to the vile actions of those two beasts yesterday, my only options are to become a nun or hang myself. Since there are no nunneries left in our country, I have nowhere to go for that. Thus, I am left with no choice but to hang myself. Today, I shall end my life at the doorstep of the Li family. Ning Ruruo, having finished her words, tied the straw rope hanging from the doorframe into a tight knot, tugging at it to ensure its security. Li Wanshur never imagined that events would escalate to this point. To hang oneself here, at my doorstep, is simply unacceptable. She possesses a rather timid disposition. Now, I never suggested that hanging is your only option. After all, I proposed you marry Lu Baobao, Li Wanshur clarified to the crowd. Oh, Lu Baobao engages in despicable acts, and instead of facing consequences, he would gain a wife for free? Ning Ruruo countered. It is for your own good. Some voices in the crowd agreed. This implies that henceforth, whenever a family has a son or grandson seeking marriage, they need not bother with formal proposals or romantic pursuits. They can simply commit a vile act against any girl they fancy, and she would have no choice but to marry their son or grandson. What a convenient arrangement. Whispers spread among the villagers. Families with sons and grandsons, who were too impoverished to find brides, surprisingly found some merit in Ning Ruo's words. Meanwhile, those with daughters or granddaughters deemed her statements utterly absurd. Who would dare allow their daughters to venture outside? One might be abducted and forced into marriage. Preposterous. Li Jin emerged from the crowd, his face a deep shade of anger. The orchestrator of this farce turned out to be his own mother. He had not intended to escalate the situation, but his son's reasoning held weight. If the first incident was overlooked, there would undoubtedly be a second and third. If Li Wanshur were to act in his name, it would be too late to rectify matters. It would be better to put an end to the misguided thoughts of certain villagers now and speak the truth unflinchingly. Firstly, I must emphasize that our nation has laws. Wrongdoings naturally incur legal repercussions. Assault is as grave a crime as murder, arson, or robbery. One should not always think they can resolve matters through clandestine means. Furthermore, our country has explicitly defined the legal marriage age: males at 20, females at 18. There is no such thing as child brides. That is a malignant remnant of the old society. Are some still clinging to those archaic notions? The state mandates marriage as a free choice, and no one may interfere or coerce. Should anyone in the Li Jiapa brigade still entertain thoughts of arranged marriages, they cannot blame me for lacking compassion. Moreover, if anyone believes they can insult another's daughter and then claim her as a wife, I assure you, that is merely a fantasy. Such actions will only lead to handcuffs. Nothing more. Upon concluding his stern remarks, the crowd fell silent. Ning Ruo abandoned her thoughts of hanging. Her gaze fixed upon the couples from the Niu and Lu families at the back of the crowd. Let me make this clear. I will not withdraw the case, regardless of whom you enlist. She declared, if you wish to continue your antics, I have no qualms about facing you head on. Suddenly, Aunt Niu and others felt a chill sweep over them in the midday sun. Li Xiangdong, observing Ning Ruo's demeanor, sensed that her past encounter with Lu Baobao, resulting in their simultaneous demise, was likely not a mere case of mistaken consumption. With such fierce resolve, how could she ever marry someone who had once tormented her? However, if it is for the sake of vengeance, then it makes sense. As for why the Lu couple, who aided and abetted the wrongdoings, were not taken away, perhaps she believed that allowing a mother who cherished her son dearly to endure the agony of losing him in her old age was a more fitting retribution. The other villagers, having not savored their melons well, returned home disheartened after receiving a reprimand from the captain. Ning Ruo resolutely refused to return to Li Xiangdong's household, expressing earnestly that today's confrontation was decisive. Having embarrassed the captain's mother, it was unlikely anyone would dare to persuade her otherwise in the future. Concerning her safety, with Niu Guang and Lu Baobao still in detention, anyone with sense would refrain from acting against her at this juncture. She also expressed her gratitude to the captain for permitting her to take action against her own mother-in-law, Li Wanshur, without interference. Li Jin nodded in agreement, and the family headed home for dinner. On the way, Li Xiangdong teased his father. Father, what you said earlier was quite eloquent. Fortunately, you didn't force my fourth sister to marry Shi Long. Otherwise, your words today would have been a slap in the face. For a moment, Li Jin's expression stiffened. I did not force her, he retorted. Li Xiangdong chuckled. Whether you did or not, you know in your heart. I hope you take this as a lesson for the future and strive to be a good father. Li Jin, feeling a mix of humiliation and anger, was perplexed by Li Xiangdong's sarcastic tone, believing he had done well in this life, and unable to fathom why his son was mocking him. In a fit of annoyance, he tossed one of his shoes at Li Xiangdong, who nimbly dodged and ran off at great speed. Frustrated, Li Jin cursed under his breath. Li Ping quietly inquired, "Did Grandma really accept money? Was it from the Niu family or the Lu family?" Li Xiangdong smiled slightly, assuring her that they would know by afternoon. However, before they could wait until then, the family was interrupted during their lunch by a commotion outside. Someone shouted from the window, Captain, your mother is fighting with Aunt Niu." Li Ping cast an admiring glance at Li Xiangdong, realizing that it was indeed about the money. As Chapter 57 unfolds, titled Intangible Cultural Heritage Scenes, when Li Jin arrived with his family, they found a crowd gathered at the entrance of Li Qingshan's home. The unfolding drama was relentless and captivating. The villagers were as delighted as if they had stumbled into a field of melons. Pushing through the throng, they found an open space where Aunt Niu and Li Wanshi were engaged in a fierce exchange, employing traditional Chinese verbal sparring techniques. Both were hurling insults, their feet moving back and forth, with Aunt Niu robust and dominant, while the elderly and petite Li Wanshi, despite her age, displayed a wealth of experience in verbal combat, her repertoire of curses never repeating. Li Xiangdong was thoroughly impressed. Only Aunt Niu dared to provoke Li Wanshi in the Li family. Behind Li Wanshi stood Li Qingshan, his eyes wide with rage, glaring at Niu Yonggui, who stood behind Aunt Niu. Niu Yonggui's face perpetually wore a sorrowful expression, which remains unchanged to this day. Li Jin gazed at the two elderly women whose mouths frothing with indignation, and he found himself at a loss for words. Enough of the commotion. If there are matters to discuss, let us sit down. Nevertheless, his plea fell on deaf ears. Li Xiangdong and Li Ping exchanged furtive chuckles. Niu Yonggui, father, you two should swiftly separate these two. What a spectacle this is. At his words, Niu Yonggui approached, gently tugging at Aunt Niu, whispering softly, "That's enough." Just then, Li Wanshi, exhausted, reached back, prompting Li Qingshan to promptly hand her a canister of water to soothe her throat. Ah, such perceptiveness. One could say that Li Lianying served the Empress Dowager no better. What, pray tell, was the cause of the quarrel? Aunt Niu, your incessant meddling has not only embroiled your son, but has also thrown the entire brigade into disarray. Li Jin harbored a profound disdain for Aunt Niu. Nonsense, exclaimed the crowd. Wow, she just insulted the brigade leader. Your mother took 2 cans of malt extract from me, claiming she would persuade the young woman from the Ning family. She speaks sweetly, calling herself an old hand who can do the work of 2, insisting that you, the brigade leader, must heed her, and thus, the entire brigade must follow suit. Does she presume herself to be the Empress Dowager of Li Jiapa Brigade, ruling from behind a curtain? Utter nonsense. She spouts drivel without fear of embarrassment. Shameless and deceitful. Consuming my malt extract should lead to a sore tongue. Bah. Upon hearing this, Li Wanshi lunged for Aunt Niu's face. In her fervor to unleash her pent-up fury, Aunt Niu inadvertently found herself with a face full of scratches. The crowd gasped, wow, her reflexes are astonishing. Realizing the situation, Aunt Niu retaliated. Undeterred, she struck Li Wanshi twice across the face with tremendous force, causing blood to trickle from Li Wanshi's lips and her hair to come undone. The onlookers exclaimed, incredible strength. Li Wanshi has never endured such humiliation in her 60 years. Li Qingshan, filled with rage, rushed back to the courtyard to retrieve a peachwood-handled shovel, raising it high as he aimed it at Aunt Niu's head. A strike would surely lead to dire consequences. Li Jin dashed forward to embrace his father, signaling to Li Xiangdong to swiftly seize the shovel. With a fierce glare, Li Qingshan declared, your mother has been struck. If you do not return the favor tenfold, I shall not acknowledge you as my son. You are unworthy of the Li surname. As the situation escalated, Niu Yonggui grasped Aunt Niu, attempting to retreat homeward. Yet Aunt Niu, defiantly holding her ground, retorted, we are even. You've marred my face as well. I'll forego the 2 cans of malt extract. Let them be as if fed to the dogs. Although Li Xiangdong harbored a strong aversion to Li Wanshi, he equally disliked Aunt Niu. If her descendants dared to insult Li Wanshi, allowing such behavior would leave them with no face to remain in Li Jiapa Brigade. Li Xiangdong stepped forward to block Niu Yonggui and Aunt Niu, coldly asserting, do not leave yet. You spew filth from your mouth and think to depart unscathed? With a commanding presence, He radiated an intimidating aura. Li Jin caught sight of Li Song and Chunhua lurking by the doorway. Li Song, Chunhua, why do you not come forth and assist your father and mother? The favoritism shown by his parents towards Li Song was utterly relentless. Whenever they faced humiliation, he could only stand by and watch. Reluctantly, Li Song emerged to restrain Li Xiangdong, preventing him from rushing forward. Chunhua's expression was somewhat bland, but her eyes sparkled with an irrepressible delight. That wretched old hag had certainly received a lighter reprimand than she deserved. Ever since her marriage to Li Song, this old crone had incessantly sought to create trouble for her. Chunhua slowly inched her way out, taking her position beside Li Wanshi. Li Jin felt overwhelmed. Each day seemed to bring an abundance of trivial matters. How could anyone focus on production under such circumstances? When would socialism truly be realized? Mother, please explain what is happening. No need for curses. Li Wanshi's face was swollen and bruised. Speaking caused her pain. Neo Yonggue's family sent me 2 jars of wheat milk and incessantly praised me, claiming I hold great respect in Li Jiape, that I am decisive and that everyone must heed my words. They requested that I persuade the Ning family girl to marry Lu Baobao and withdraw the case at the police station. Is that accurate? This was directed at Aunt Nyo. Before Aunt Nyo could respond, she stifled a cough upon seeing Li Xiangdong, refraining from expressing her disdain and swallowing hard instead. I merely wanted her assistance in mediating. But this old woman is boasting that even her son listens to her, that the entire brigade heeds his commands. If only she would speak. The Ning girl would surely comply. And she even demanded 50 yuan from me. Didn't you refuse? Of course I couldn't give it to you. You accomplished nothing. Nonsense. I didn't help you. The failure is solely due to your son's misdeeds. Stop. How is it that Neo Yonggue's family funds the Ning girl's marriage to Lu Baobao? A curious elder lady inquired. The Ning girl is no longer pure. Our family will not accept her. Aunt Nyo scoffed. If your family finds her unworthy, then give her to my Baobao. Go to hell. Nearby, Gai Fingyang fumed. Your family spends not a penny yet expects to receive a wife for free, and you are still displeased. Have you looked in the mirror? You're impoverished family. For people sharing a pair of trousers, and that ugly Lu Baobao is lucky to find a bride. You should be counting your blessings. Damn it, I'll fight you. Provoked by the remarks about poverty and ugliness, Gai Fingyang erupted like a firecracker, charging at Aunt Nyo with fury. Unprepared, Aunt Nyo was caught off guard, collapsing into a squat from the impact. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wanshi rushed forward, grabbing Aunt Nyo's hair and delivering 4 crisp slaps, swift and decisive. Finally, that pent-up frustration found its release. Chapter 58. An unexpected business proposition. Li Jin felt his grip over the Li Jiape brigade was increasingly tenuous. Perhaps it was due to his unusually good temper lately? Did everyone think he had lost his edge? Observing that his mother had not ultimately suffered, he resolved to cut through the chaos with decisive action. All of you, return home immediately. Anyone who engages in fighting while preparing for the wheat harvest will be deemed to disrupt production and will not receive their rations at year-end. Those who remain unconvinced, I shall take them to the commune study session to learn the essential truths before their return. I shall reiterate, Ning Ruo is the victim. Should anyone dare to slander or fabricate stories, I will send them to the police station to ascertain whether they are accomplices. After Li Jin's forceful declaration, a profound silence enveloped the crowd. Captain! Captain! Suddenly, a loud voice erupted. What has transpired now? Zhao Xuanxi, covered in dirt and sweat streaming down his face, appeared utterly disheveled. Captain, I just inquired at the police station. Director Chen stated that it has been confirmed that Niu Guang and Lu Baobao are implicated in more than one case. They previously assaulted and molested 2 young girls from the neighboring village, one aged 12 and the other merely 9. Both girls' families have reported the incidents to the police. Yet the officer surnamed Hao suppressed the cases. Director Chen emphasized that this crackdown demands strict and swift action. The previous 2 cases, along with the attempted rape of Ning Ruo, warrant cumulative penalties. The officer surnamed Hao has already been dismissed, and the veteran officer surnamed Zhang has received a serious reprimand. And what of Niu Guang and Lu Baobao? Li Jin pressed, recalling Director Chen's insistence on cumulative penalties. Director Chen confirmed that the evidence against Niu Guang and Lu Baobao is irrefutable, and the case has been referred to the prosecution. A court ruling is anticipated soon. Director Chen mentioned that the most severe consequence could indeed be the death penalty. A collective shudder rippled through the crowd. How could it lead to execution? Isn't imprisonment sufficient? Is it merely a matter of losing control of one's lower half that warrants such a dire fate? Suddenly, a loud thud echoed as three figures collapsed to the ground. Aunt Nyo, Father Gai Feng, and Mother Gai Feng had fainted. Yet, most astonishing of all was Nyo Yonggui, who remained in his state of despair, not even furrowing his brow, reflecting on the relative from the provincial capital who frequently sent money and gifts to the Nyo family. One could not help but contrast the frail figure of Nyo Yonggui with the robust Nyo Guang. Interesting, indeed, mused Li Xiangdong, stroking his chin. Li Jin gestured for several young men to assist in carrying the unconscious trio to the village clinic, while instructing the others to return home. Fortunately, it was summer, and the meal had not yet cooled. The family continued their midday repast. Li Jin took a drag from his cigarette. Xiangdong, how did you know that Director Chun would thoroughly investigate that officer? Father, did you not mention that the county was intensifying crackdowns? Given the gravity of the crime in our village, the higher authorities would undoubtedly take it seriously. Even if Nyo Guang's older brother attempted to suppress this matter, he would need to consider the timing. Clearly, it was not opportune, and now he has implicated himself. Li Xiangdong shrugged, savoring a spoonful of clam and tofu soup. Delicious. Before he went to provide his statement, he had urged Li Jin to take Ning Ruo directly to see Director Chun. In his previous life, he had long heard of Director Chen's esteemed reputation as a decisive and fair-minded officer. Back in the 1980s, when a heinous massacre occurred in Huichuan County, it was Director Chun, then the head of the police department, who solved the case in a mere 4 days. Upon the sight of Ning Ruo, Director Chen undoubtedly recognized the veracity of the incident of assault. Justice would surely prevail in this matter, although it may seem that the case has reached a temporary conclusion. We await the court's verdict. It is hoped that such a deterrent will cause the nefarious to temper their ways. Father, Mother, I intend to purchase some oil, meat, and rice for the family this afternoon. With the wheat harvest approaching, everyone must exert their utmost. A good meal can replenish our strength. You and Mother, being of advanced age, ought to take care of your health. Hearing these words, both Li Jin and Zhao Sufang felt warmth in their hearts. Truly a commendable son. Both considerate and heartfelt. Li Xiangdong was contemplating sending off Uncle Lu this afternoon, while also delivering some fish to Uncle Yen and Aunt Guimei, all the while procuring supplies. Splendid, splendid. Li Ping and Li Jiabao clapped in agreement, eagerly offering to assist in pushing the cart. After a moment of contemplation, Li Jin realized that to procure these items, not only money was needed, but also ration tickets. He instructed, "Wife, please fetch our meat and grain tickets for the children." Li Xiangdong opened his mouth to mention that he had tickets, but Zhao Sufang had already risen to retrieve the tickets from the cupboard, so he refrained from interrupting. Li Jin handed his son 20 yuan, a sum collected previously from Li Xiangdong. After their meal, Li Xiangdong pushed the small cart, accompanied by the three siblings, heading towards the county town. The cart held a water bucket containing 2 grass carps weighing 5 or 6 jin each, along with 7 or 8 small crucian carps. The grass carps were intended for stew, while the crucians would be used for soup. Under the scorching midday sun, the group perspired profusely, yet their spirits soared with joy. Upon reaching the entrance of the supply and marketing cooperative, the cart was splashed with water as the lively grass carps splattered water from the bucket. At that moment, a middle-aged woman, stealthily approaching, seemed to be rendezvousing with the underground party. She glanced at the fish in the bucket and whispered, "How much per jin?" "Huh? What do you mean? Hurry and tell me, lest someone sees you engaging in trade." The woman clearly was no novice. 60 cents per jin. Li Xiangdong casually quoted a price, considering that pork was 80 cents per jin, and with such sizable fish not requiring ration tickets, 60 cents seemed fair. The woman disdainfully poked at the grass carps in the water, declaring, "Too expensive, for Mao." "Oh, then I shan't sell," Li Xiangdong replied, intending to enter the cooperative. "Hey, don't walk away, 60 cents it is." The woman had initially thought to negotiate, believing the other party was merely a child, but this was no ordinary merchant. The moment there was a disagreement, he sought to leave. Had he not heard of haggling? Li Xiangdong was taken aback that this transaction might truly materialize. But he lacked a scale. How could they weigh it? Grumbling about the unreliability of business people, the woman produced a small balance scale from her pocket. "This was bought for me by my son during his business trip to the city. It is quite accurate, saving me from being cheated. 5 jin and 3 liang. Please give me 3 yuan, and I shall waive the extra 8 cents. Li Xiangdong readily agreed. The woman was pleased with having saved over 10 cents and placed the grass carps into her basket, advising Li Xiangdong, next time you go to the oil factory, there will be many buyers there. Li Xiangdong suddenly slapped his forehead, realizing that he had completely overlooked the oil factory. Chapter 59. The oil-selling matron combing her hair. Hui County established a petroleum machinery manufacturing plant as early as the 1950s. The factory spans a vast area and is home to approximately 2,000 to 3,000 oil workers from across the nation, along with several thousand family members. It boasts an array of facilities, including kindergartens, primary and secondary schools, dining halls, clinics, cinemas, clubs, and parks, creating a miniature society where nearly all of life's necessities can be fulfilled within its confines. Given their worker status and monthly salaries, their lives were considerably better than those of the impoverished locals, leading them to seldom interact with the common folk of Hui County. While the locals struggled to catch fish with no oil or salt, these factory workers earned salaries exceeding that of the county chief, ensuring they had access to both oil and salt. "Excuse me, madam, does the supply and marketing cooperative not sell fish?" The locals lamented every day. "There are just 2 pitifully thin fish, their bellies nearly bursting, priced at 80 cents per jean, and requiring a ticket. Who would buy that?" The matron awkwardly replied, "Well, I'll be on my way then." This was merely a trivial episode, insignificant to anyone but Li Xiangdong. The siblings cheerfully entered the cooperative, initially purchasing 50 jean of 85 flour, 10 jean of rice, and 5 jean of soybean oil. Li Xiangdong envisioned himself preparing a delicious batch of fried pancakes with the flour upon his return. The term 85 flour refers to the extraction rate of flour. From 100 jean of wheat, 85 jean of flour is produced. This flour is also known as standard flour, a term familiar to the older generations. Besides 85 flour, there are also 60, 70, and 75 flours, with 70 flour being the commonly known rich strength flour. Standard flour is slightly darker than rich strength flour, yet it remains pure white and is far more fragrant than sorghum flour. The current soybean oil is derived from domestically sourced soybeans, rich in aroma and flavor, producing beautifully golden pancakes that are incomparable to oil extracted from genetically modified soybeans. Considering they needed some meat to accompany their meal, they purchased 5 jean of pork belly, along with 50 cents of soy sauce, 50 cents of aged vinegar, and several liang of star anise, Sichuan pepper, bay leaves, cinnamon, and cardamom. Only Li Xiangdong understood the uses of bay leaves, cinnamon, and cardamom, so he had to explain that these spices, much like star anise and Sichuan pepper, are used when stewing meat. Li Ping chimed in, "Stewing meat will be incredibly fragrant. With those spices, wouldn't it be intoxicating?" The cashier chuckled at her enthusiasm. Li Xiangdong handed the fabric coupons to Li Zhan, instructing her to purchase some cloth. She selected 2 zhang of blue labor fabric for sewing clothes and making shoe tops. While not as comfortable as cotton fabric, it is durable and can last through 3 generations. Finally, he bought 2 bags of San Yuan brand whole milk powder for Li Yan. Noticing Li Jiabao and Li Ping gazing longingly at the colorful candies on the counter, Li Xiangdong generously waved his hand, using the 3 yuan he had just received from selling fish to treat them to milk candies. "Brother, how come you have so much money? And you're so generous. In the past, during the new year, our parents never bought us such treats." Li Jiabao, filled with emotion, while flattering, suggested, Indeed, brother, why not take charge in the future?" Li Ping conceived a plan to ensure a steady supply of fine food. "From now on, I will provide you all with good food and drink, but you must study diligently and aim for university." Li Xiangdong seized the opportunity to educate the 2. "As long as I can enjoy steamed buns and meat every day, I assure you I will score 100 in every exam," declared Li Ping, pledging an oath. "It's a promise then," Li Xiangdong replied, sealing their pact with a pinky swear, "For 100 years, it shall not change. 4th sister, please take the 2 of them home. I have some matters to attend to," Li Xiangdong said as he lifted the water bucket from the car, addressing Li Zhan. Li Zhan, holding back Li Xiangdong, cautioned, "Xiangdong, I know you are resourceful and of age, but I must advise you, engaging in speculation is a serious crime. Our family would rather endure hardships than have you commit illegal acts. The crackdown is severe now. If you are caught selling fish on the sly, your life will be ruined. Please heed my words." Li Xiangdong grasped his sister's hand firmly and assured her, "Rest easy, sister. I have no intention of engaging in unlawful activities. I intend to lead you all to a better life." "Certainly, He planned to pursue the fish trade, but it would be conducted properly. For a fleeting moment, he had contemplated selling fish at the oil factory, yet such endeavors could not remain hidden. The last time he exposed Pan Dachuan for illicitly selling the brigade's peaches to the black market, the consequences were still unresolved. Based on his past experiences with the people of Panjiazwang Brigade, he was certain that this matter could not be brushed aside. Illegally selling the production team's assets, once discovered, would jeopardize Pan Dachuan's position as captain, and he might even face imprisonment. Would his subordinates spare him if he became the scapegoat? Thus, should any incriminating evidence fall into the hands of Pan Dachuan and others, it would indeed be, as Li Jin had said, they could strip him of everything. However, in business, where there is demand, there is opportunity. Li Xiangdong turned back towards the supply and marketing cooperative and approached the fish counter. He unwrapped a piece of milk candy and offered it to the middle-aged lady dozing off. Sister, have a candy. The lady, clad in a white apron, rested her chin in her hands, two nearly lifeless fish lying before her. Oh, how sweet. What is this? She exclaimed, startled awake. It's a white rabbit milk candy. I just peeled one for you. Li Xiangdong smiled. Well, young man, you have quite the observant eye. Among so many shoppers, none have been as generous as you. The fish lady remarked, sizing him up. So what is it? Here to buy fish? I'm not here to buy fish, sister. Then what brings you here? Just to chat? Li Xiangdong was momentarily at a loss for words, chuckling awkwardly. I was hoping to inquire about why, with so many rivers around Huichuan County, we only have these two fish at our cooperative counter? Ah, you are unaware. Our county does have an abundance of fish, but the aquatic company collects all of them, supplying them entirely to Dongfang City and other locales, leaving little for our county. Are there no dedicated fish and shrimp farmers supplying the aquatic company? Not that I've heard of. The aquatic company sources fish from various communes. In the river, the fish that the aquatic company collects is simply dictated by what is available. The Dragon King provides, and the people consume. How can one be choosy? The fishmonger aunt spoke with conviction. It was akin to a woman selling oil who was combing her hair. Li Xiangdong lamented that our county produces fish and shrimp, yet the local populace scarcely enjoys them. Indeed, without oil and salt, these aquatic delicacies become unpalatable. The common folk hardly have enough oil to savor their fish. Moreover, if one craves fish, why not catch it oneself rather than spending money? The fishmonger aunt possessed a clear understanding of her role, a quality that surpassed many who merely occupy positions without purpose. Besides the locals who scrape by from our county, those in the city, particularly the employees of the oil refinery to the east, have the means to purchase fish. That is true, they often inquire about available fish, but truth be told, while people can forego fish, they cannot forego meat. Thus, meat buyers outnumber fish buyers. You speak wisely, sister. Li Xiangdong expressed his agreement with a thumbs up, then added, I wish to supply fish to our supply and marketing cooperative. Do you think that is feasible? You have fish to sell to the aquatic company. The fishmonger aunt appeared puzzled. I am merely addressing the needs of our county's residents. Let others handle the embellishments. We should focus on providing essential support. In truth, our supply is not that substantial. Sending it to the aquatic company may not guarantee acceptance. Rather than competing for the fixed clientele of the aquatic company, it would be more prudent to seize the untouched market of the supply and marketing cooperative. Your idea is commendable. It is indeed a pragmatic approach. As the aquatic company is not a realm easily navigated by just anyone, the more Li Xiangdong spoke, the more he perceived the fishmonger aunt as a woman of wisdom. Such a person could prove invaluable in the future. Sister, may I converse with the director of our supply and marketing cooperative? Li Xiangdong placed the remaining 3 milk candies into the fishmonger aunt's hands. Very well, call me Aunt Lon. My son is even older than you. The fishmonger aunt pocketed the candies to bring home for her grandson. Hee, Aunt Lon, could you show me the way? Chapter 60. Securing a sales channel, Aunt Lon guided Li Xiangdong to the back courtyard of the supply and marketing cooperative, stopping before a bright office. Without knocking, she pushed the door open. Old you, someone is here for you. A plump, middle-aged man with thinning hair and black-rimmed glasses looked up. Xiaolon, what brings you here? This is... Aunt Lon ushered Li Xiangdong forward. This is Director Yu of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative, my husband. Director Yu. This young man wishes to supply fish to our cooperative. Well, we struck gold. This seemingly ordinary fishmonger aunt turned out to be the director's wife. What an unexpected stroke of luck, stumbling upon the director's spouse. Those few milk candies I just gave away seem utterly insignificant now. Greetings, Director Yu. I am Li Xiangdong from the Wudao River Commune, Li Jiapa Brigade. Aunt Lon had already conveyed my intentions, and after introducing himself, Li Xiangdong offered Director Yu a cigarette, remaining silent as he awaited a response. Halfway through the cigarette, Director Yu had yet to speak, and Aunt Lon grew anxious. Old man, stop dawdling and give me a straightforward answer. I am stuck here every day with these two scrawny fish, and not a soul to buy them. Director Yu isn't in a hurry either. Oh, nobody wants to buy fish. Doesn't tea that make things easier for you? What a pair they make. One is brisk and decisive, while the other takes his sweet time. Easy, my foot. Those who wish to buy fish come to my counter and chatter endlessly. I can hardly endure this nonsense. You hesitate to negotiate with the seafood company for supplies, yet they are offering to deliver right to your doorstep. What are you waiting for? Aunt Lon scolded without restraint. All right. I never said it was impossible. Director Yu replied leisurely. Li Xiangdong felt elated, only to hear Director Yu continue. However, our supply and marketing cooperative does not procure goods from individuals. If your brigade wishes to supply, we will accept. We are a state-owned enterprise and have never purchased goods from individuals, as it complicates our accounting, you understand? It appeared that the regulations of the supply and marketing cooperative differed from those of Uncle Yan's pharmaceutical factory, but that did not pose any significant issue. Li Xiangdong readily agreed. No problem, I understand. We will definitely supply you in the name of the brigade. Would it be acceptable for me to deliver the goods tomorrow? Sure, bring 100 pounds tomorrow. The purchase standards will follow the seafood company's protocols. But let me make it clear, if the quality is subpar, we will not accept it. Rest assured, if it's not good, I won't charge a penny. All right, after inspecting the goods tomorrow, come find me to sign. And then you can take the receipt to the accountant to collect your payment. Great, thank you. Li Xiangdong never anticipated that the negotiations would proceed so smoothly and quickly expressed his gratitude to Director Yu. Director Yu waved dismissively and said to Aunt Lon, "Is that sufficient? Hurry up and leave, dear Aunt. I must study the documents. That is more like it." Aunt Lon expressed her satisfaction as she led Li Xiangdong out of the office. Aunt Lon, I truly don't know how to express my gratitude. I won't say any more thank yous. Just watch my future performance, Li Xiangdong said, looking at Aunt Lon as if she were the deity of wealth. Just bring over some better fish. Aunt Lon waved her hand. Li Xiangdong dashed to the candy counter and extravagantly purchased 2 bags of white rabbit milk candies, tossing them onto the counter before bolting away. Such favors cannot be repaid merely with words. Having already wasted considerable time, Li Xiangdong hurriedly made his way to Uncle Yan's house with a bucket in hand. Running around like this daily is exhausting. Uncle Lu has a bicycle ticket in his ration card, and he must acquire a bicycle once the supply and marketing cooperative has goods available. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The door isn't locked. Huang Guimei called out while stepping into the yard to take the water bucket from Li Xiangdong. What on earth did you bring? Did you carry this all the way? It's so heavy, how exhausting. I brought some fish from this morning to help replenish your strength. Li Xiangdong replied as he filled the bucket with water and walked into the house with Huang Guimei. You little rascal. Weren't you supposed to come over early to help take care of Uncle Lu? Look at the time. Director Yin pointed to the clock and said to Li Xiangdong, It's already 3 o'clock. If you don't hurry, I'll have to go to Li Jiapa to fetch you. Oh dear. You have no idea how busy I've been this morning. Li Xiangdong helped Director Yin to sit down again and exchanged greetings with Lu Donglai. In a few brief sentences, Li Xiangdong recounted the events of the past couple of days. Uncle Yin and the others expressed their admiration, praising Li Xiangdong for his bravery. They remarked that while it is commendable to act righteously, one must ensure their own safety to avoid jeopardizing themselves in the process. Ultimately, one must think wisely before taking action. Huang Guimei examined Li Xiangdong from head to toe, relieved to find he had not sustained any injuries. Lu Donglai showed keen interest in Director Chun, believing such officials should be valued. Uncle Lu, what time is your train? At 6 in the evening. After dinner. I won't have much time before I need to head to the train station. Lu Donglai had already packed his belongings, though there wasn't much to prepare. The most important items were 2 strains of Ganoderma and a human-shaped Hisho Wu. Li Xiangdong unfolded a small white cloth bag, revealing undried yaoju. Uncle Lu, since you've come to Huichuan, I don't have any special local products to offer you, but this yaoju was taken from the river clams we caught. Though it hasn't dried yet, please take it with you. You can either dry it at home or cook it into porridge or soup later. Lu Donglai was surprised by Li Xiangdong's thoughtful gift, accepting it with gratitude. Thank you, Xiangdong. No need for thanks, Uncle Lu. I also wanted to ask you something. Li Xiangdong scratched his head. You see, Uncle Lu, having received your prized seafood, I trust you will share all your knowledge with me. Perhaps due to his satisfaction, Lu Donglai seemed much more relaxed. I would like to inquire if there are any places in Beijing that purchase Chinese medicinal herbs? Even this small amount of medicine wouldn't suffice for my modest pharmaceutical factory, let alone selling it in Beijing. Uncle Yin handed Li Xiangdong a cup of cool water. Noticing he was sweating profusely, there aren't many wild medicinal herbs, but I plan to establish a medicinal herb cultivation base in the village. If production increases, I must secure a market in advance. You have quite the ambition. If I can trade wild herbs or cultivate some myself, Uncle's factory can certainly benefit, and my family could earn a little fortune. However, one person's wealth means little. The whole village must prosper to truly thrive. My goal is for everyone in the village to enjoy plentiful meat and hearty soup, and to become financially stable. Excellent. Such ambition at a young age. Lu Donglai praised. Once I return to Beijing, I'll inquire on your behalf. The group then engaged in a detailed discussion about the varieties of plants and soil requirements, leaving Li Xiangdong feeling immensely enlightened. Indeed, a single conversation can surpass years of study. Li Xiangdong now felt even more confident in his aspirations for cultivating medicinal herbs. Chapter 61. The prodigal son's conduct thanks to the fish and a piece of fatty meat brought by Li Xiangdong. The Yin family's dinner was quite sumptuous that evening. Li Xiangdong planned to prepare braised grass carp, known for its rich, fatty flesh and minimal bones, making it delicious when braised. The handful of palm-sized crucian carp would be used to make a crucian carp and tofu soup, nourishing and flavorful. Lu Donglai and others opted not to chat indoors, instead crouching outside to watch Li Xiangdong prepare the fish. After scraping the scales off the grass carp and cleaning its gills and entrails, the basin of water was stained red with fish blood. Are you going to throw all this away? Uncle Yin asked nearby. No, this can still be eaten. Li Xiangdong pointed at a pile of fish scales and entrails, foolishly inquiring. Wash that fish maw clean and return it. We shall stew it together shortly. It will be quite delicious, instructed Uncle Yin. In their locality, no one had ever consumed fish maw, yet in a previous life, during hot pot dinners, the broth was made from fish maw and chicken. It was said that fish maw is a dried product derived from the swim bladders of large fish, renowned for its gelatinous richness, hence the name. As early as before the Han Dynasty, people began to indulge in fish maw. The most prized of all, the golden money fish maw, is considered the king of fish maws, exceedingly rare and typically regarded as a collector's item, fetching prices upwards of several $100,000 per pound. Though this area is coastal, it is not directly by the sea, and no one ventures into the waves to fish. If they could set sail, given his fortunate rebirth, perhaps he could indeed catch a yellow-lipped fish and procure money fish maw. And there's also the fishy line to extract. Observing Li Xiangdong's silly grin as he held the fish maw, Uncle Yin chuckled. What are you grinning about? Where's the fishy line? Despite frequently consuming fish, he had never dealt with the fishy line. Noticing Li Xiangdong's bewilderment, Uncle Yin smiled and took the knife from his hand. Watch closely. Today, I shall teach you a trick. He laid the fish flat on the cutting board, slicing once near the gills and once by the tail, then gently struck the fish's body with the side of the knife. A small white appeared at the gills. With a delicate tug, a long white line was drawn out. Flipping the fish over, he handed the knife back to Li Xiangdong. Now it's your turn. Captivated by the spectacle, Li Xiangdong eagerly attempted the same technique, successfully extracting another long white line. If these lines were not removed, no amount of seasoning could mask the earthy, fishy taste inherent in the flesh. Li Xiangdong nodded, acknowledging the lesson. Next, they proceeded to cut fatty pork into small cubes, rendering the fat in a pot in preparation for frying the fish. Uncle Yin cautioned, do not let the meat render too dry. Wait until it is just lightly golden. Adding a bit of fat while stewing the fish enhances the aroma, preventing the fish from tasting too bland. Lu Dong teased Xiangdong. The little secret your uncle is passing on is a family heirloom, traditionally taught to males only. Li Xiangdong retorted, then I shall no longer call him uncle, but master. Laughter erupted among them. After the meal, as Lu Dong made his way to the train station, Uncle Yin found a secluded spot and produced a stack of pristine currency from his pocket. Why did you hide all this money beneath the bed mat? If your Aunt Han Ti discovered it while tidying up, were you planning to keep it from me? You should take it back for now. Let us not mention the commission I promised you from selling the Reisher and He Shou Wu, nor my intention to bolster Aunt's health. Let me put it this way. If our Li family's brigade embarks on large-scale cultivation of traditional Chinese herbs, we will undoubtedly require skilled technicians for guidance. I have high hopes for you and wish to formally appoint you as a technician. Is that agreeable? This money is merely an advance on your remuneration, Li Xiangdong babbled, effectively silencing Uncle Yan's intended words. Uncle Yan remained silent for a moment before finally patting Li Xiangdong on the shoulder. Child, you truly are a generous fool. At Li Jiapa, the courtyard was piled high with a mound of wheat straw seeds. Li Jin has increasingly found himself perplexed by his son. This afternoon, feeling a bit dizzy and choosing to remain indoors, he was visited by Wang Zhenbua. While they discussed the wheat harvest, a group of children entered. Some carrying bamboo baskets and others with cloth bags, all clamoring for their second brother. Instinctively, Li Jin feared that his son had caused some trouble, but upon reflection, he realized that his son had been quite obedient lately. After inquiring, he learned that Li Xiangdong intended to collect mugwort seeds at the astonishing price of 10 cents per pound. What an extravagant endeavor. 10 cents per pound for wild grass seeds. This was unheard of nationwide. Weighing the seeds the children brought, he felt a chill. There had to be at least 40 pounds. $4. What a wasteful child. When Li Xiangdong entered, he noticed his father's displeased expression, as if he had been constipated for days. His companions each carried their tools. Li Xiangdong felt a surge of joy, calling out to his father and Wang Shu, and immediately rushed to the cloth bag held by Li Guiqing. Astonished at how they had gathered so much in such a short time. Had they truly achieved such efficiency? Li Xiangdong had underestimated the allure of 10 cents per pound. After all, how much could one earn in a day of hard labor? With this opportunity, it was a family affair. Moreover, the mugwort in the fields was ripe. One could easily find it in the ditches and crevices. Diving his hand into the bag, he grasped a handful, inspecting each seed, which were plump and varied in color from red to black. He picked out another seed and pinched it with his fingernail, discovering oil seeping out. Well done indeed. Excitement surged within him. These were not merely mugwort seeds, but barrels of oil, perfect for crispy pancakes, fried meatballs, fried fish, and fried dough sticks. He could hardly contain himself, salivating at the thought. Li Jin, with a stern countenance, called his son into the room, closing the door behind them. In a hushed yet serious tone, he asked, "Are you truly planning to collect mugwort seeds at the price of 10 cents per pound?" "Yes, father. Why did you call me in here?" "I need to hurry and weigh them so they can gather more." "What? You wish to collect even more?" Li Jin thought either he or Li Xiangdong had lost their sanity. Indeed, what use is this small amount? Li Xiangdong disregarded his father's increasingly exaggerated expression, asking, "Father, where's the scale?" "You wasteful child. What do you need the scale for? You should first weigh yourself." Chapter 62. The freedom to eat oil. Li Xiangdong looked at his exasperated father and burst into laughter, playfully teasing him. "Father, the money I spent was all earned by myself. Why are you so anxious?" "Nonsense. What money have you earned? Everything belongs to the family." Li Jin, filled with frustration, lamented, "Will you ever be able to lead a proper life? You could squander away any fortune. You might as well beg." The adobe walls offered no soundproofing, and the villagers outside could hear the captain's occasional outbursts of anger, exchanging glances, unsure whether to stay or leave, waiting for the second brother to return. "All right, enough teasing you. Please bring Uncle Bo in. I need to explain the intricacies of this matter to you." Li Xiangdong felt that if he did not speak the truth soon, his father's size 42 shoe would be making an acquaintance with his backside. Wang Zhenbua entered, taking a seat opposite Li Jin on either side of the Kong. Li Guiqing and the others peered from the window, observing the situation inside. "Father, Uncle Bo, I am collecting mugwort seeds to extract oil." Li Xiangdong bluntly dropped a bombshell on his father and Wang Zhenbua. "You intend to extract oil from wild grass seeds? Is that even possible? No one in the surrounding areas has ever heard of such a thing." Li Jin queried with astonishment. Mugwort, also known as bonyanghao, is a type of wild plant. Li Xiangdong despised hearing that these terms were unfamiliar to the surrounding communities. If they had been aware, they would not be lacking in oil. Wang Zhenbua remained remarkably composed. He stepped outside and gathered a small handful of mugwort seeds from his pocket, returning to the room to share half with Li Jin. The two of them worked diligently in the sunlight, pinching and rolling the seeds. "Watch me." Li Xiangdong thought their method was rather foolish. He tore a page from Li Jiabao's notebook, folded it, and placed a small pinch of mugwort seeds inside, rolling it with a rolling pin with great force. The seeds were quickly flattened, and Li Xiangdong held the paper up to the sun. See, oil droplets. The area where the mugwort seeds had been pressed glowed a translucent yellow, saturated with oil. Li Jin snatched the paper from Li Xiangdong's hands, exchanging glances with Wang Zhenhua. Their expressions remained somewhat normal, yet their slightly trembling hands betrayed their current feelings. Is this oil safe to consume? Could it be toxic? Wang Zhenhua, ever the pragmatist, considered the matter thoroughly. Li Jin's fervor temporarily cooled. Indeed, when everyone was starving in years past, no one had ever extracted oil from mugwort seeds. If it were truly non-toxic and edible, how had it gone unnoticed? It should be noted that during that time, people resorted to eating tree bark, leaves, and even unconventional substitutes, such as ground straw flour, edible spirulina, and protein meat. With this realization, the fire in Li Jin's heart was extinguished entirely. The reason no one had discovered the oil from mugwort seeds before must certainly be because the oil itself posed a problem. Upon hearing Li Jin's remarks, Li Xiangdong hesitated momentarily. Indeed, if this substance were truly edible, why had it not been discovered earlier? Yet, in a previous life, people had consumed it. If it were genuinely toxic, so many would not have followed suit. There must be reasons unknown to him, but he was certain that mugwort seed oil was consumable. Mugwort has a particularly unpleasant odor, which makes it unappealing to cattle, sheep, and other livestock. In rural areas, mugwort is typically discarded at the edges of fields and ditches, left to dry before being used as firewood. Wang Zhenhua pondered for a moment before speaking. Although it is true that cattle and sheep do not favor the consumption of mallow grass, it is inevitable that some mallow might be included when gathering hay. However, the livestock do not seem to suffer from any poisoning after consuming it. There is no point in futile speculation. Let us proceed as follows. I shall take these several dozen pounds to the oil mill. Once the oil is extracted, I will present it to Uncle Yin for inspection. As the director of a pharmaceutical factory, he will surely ascertain whether it is safe for human consumption. Li Xiangdong felt that mere conjecture among the few of them in the room would yield no results. It would be far more productive to take action. Indeed, if mallow seeds could genuinely be pressed into oil, it would be a remarkable achievement for Xiangdong. Wang Zhenhua had a vague sense that this endeavor might actually succeed. Excellent. Let us send it to the oil mill in Jinyo commune for experimentation. Li Jin made a decisive statement. If it does succeed, we will achieve freedom in oil consumption. At that point, we can have everyone in the brigade gather mallow seeds and return to press oil, which would be an unqualified boon. Li Xiangdong envisioned the possibilities. However, it was essential for Uncle Bo to personally undertake this trip, and utmost discretion must be exercised. Should the oil prove consumable, our brigade must seize the opportunity to collect mallow seeds in abundance while they are ripe, thus resolving our impending oil scarcity for the winter and spring. If word were to leak out, acquiring mallow seeds would become increasingly difficult. Additionally, the seeds must be cleaned, sun-dried, and roasted before being sent off. Wang Zhenhua nodded gravely. It was not that they were unwilling to share this promising venture with others. It was merely that they had not yet secured enough for themselves, and they must prioritize their own needs first. It is truly unfortunate that not only does the Li Jiapa brigade lack an oil mill, but the entire Wudao commune does as well. To press oil, one must travel 50 or 60 miles to the neighboring Jinyo commune's oil mill. Previously, Wudao commune had a mechanical oil mill, but when President Hu Shusong prohibited the cultivation of oil-producing crops such as sesame, rapeseed, peanuts, and sunflower seeds, it gradually fell into disuse. Wang Zhenhua assisted in weighing the mallow seeds for each child as Li Xiangdong made the payments, one by one. Li Jin observed as Li Xiangdong unblinkingly handed over more than 5 yuan, and he even urged them to acquire more upon their return. His heart was heavy with frustration. What a reckless expenditure. How could they not even know if the oil extracted from mallow seeds is safe to consume? This time, what was collected was collected. Why must they seek to obtain more? By the way, Father, there is another matter I wish to report to you, and I hope to gain your support. Speak your mind, but bear in mind that my heart has been erratic these past few days, and I cannot endure further strain. Li Jin suspected his son was about to present him with yet another substantial surprise. These days had been far from tranquil, and the burden of the upcoming grain harvest weighed heavily upon him, causing his beard to turn white more rapidly than usual. It is a good matter. Li Xiangdong poured tea for his father and Wang Zhenhua, handing a cup to his father. He recounted how the elderly lady from the oil factory had purchased his fish, how he discovered the supply and marketing cooperative had no fish for sale, and how he managed to negotiate a deal with Li Jin for a daily supply of 100 pounds of fish. Li Jin was so astonished that he momentarily forgot to sip his tea. Is this truly his second son? How effortlessly he has secured a business deal for such a considerable quantity of fish. Wang Zhenbo looked on with admiration. Indeed, the son of the captain exhibits an exceptional cleverness and a daring spirit that is quite rare among children. This is truly commendable, Captain. Young Xiangdong is extraordinary. He is destined for great achievements. Oh, Lao Wang, spare him the flattery. It is merely a touch of cleverness. Li Jin feigned modesty, yet internally he was overjoyed. His son, Li Jin, is simply remarkable. Chapter 63. Catching fish. However, a dilemma arises. If I supply fish to the supply and marketing cooperative, it must be under the collective name of the Li family S Brigade. Currently, the quantity is modest. My thought is to undertake this venture myself, allocating 30% of the income as a management fee to the brigade. Do you two brigade leaders find this arrangement feasible? Li Xiangdong shared his contemplation with the two leaders. Li Jin and Wang Zhenbo exchanged glances. Paying a 30% management fee essentially equates to earning money effortlessly. Thus, even if the villagers become aware, there would be little to say. However, as Aunt Lon pointed out, the villagers catch fish for themselves, and the fish supplied to the cooperative are primarily for the workers at the oil plant and some wage earners from the county, so the volume 1T be substantial. This is but a small-scale business, akin to the flesh on a fly's leg, lacking substantial profit. If one wishes to earn a considerable sum, a connection with the aquaculture company is essential. How audacious! A small-scale business. Yet do you realize that your daily earnings could surpass what we humble folk earn in 10 days? You are overly ambitious. I doubt this venture will endure. Li Jin's words were a mix of veiled praise and criticism. Even Wang Zhenbo, his trusted confidant, felt uneasy seeing Li Xiangdong profit under the brigade's name, fearing he might entertain ulterior motives. Wang Zhenbo smiled gently, understanding the captain's implications. What nonsense! Xiangdong is running his own business, laboriously catching fish. Yet he still offers a 30% management fee to the brigade, which is quite generous. Even if he were to give only 10% or none at all, no one would dare to complain. If anyone feels envious, they can seek such opportunities themselves. The brigade would still profit effortlessly. To reassure Li Jin, Wang Zhenbo inquired further. Xiangdong, you mentioned that to earn substantial money, one must connect with the aquaculture company? Li Xiangdong's statement piqued interest. Indeed, he enthusiastically began to outline his plan. I have consulted Aunt Lon. Currently, the aquaculture company collects fish from various brigades daily. Essentially, any fish found in Huichuan County's rivers is collected. Of course, you may wish to verify the accuracy of Aunt Lon's claims. I estimate there's an 80% chance she is correct. Given the excellent water quality in Huichuan County, the fish produced here are not only favored in the city, but also sought after in other regions. Father, Uncle Bo, the current policy encourages collective enterprises. Why don't we establish an aquaculture business within our brigade, creating fish ponds for cultivation? This way, we can produce high-quality fish in bulk for the aquaculture company. I doubt they would refuse. In time, we could cultivate not only grass carp, Crucian carp, black fish, white bream, bighead carp, three-lined fish, and whitebait, but also isnt the Bayang River to the west of our village connected to the sea. The water is brackish. With a high salinity, we could cultivate prawns. However, prawns must be raised in the sea, and the salinity of the Bayang River is insufficient. Li Jin's military service took place by the seaside. We could dig pits to raise Macrobrachium rosenbergii, a freshwater shrimp known for its large size and succulent meat, which everyone surely loves. Excellent. Wang Zhenbo applauds Li Xiangdong. Li Jin, however, did not inquire how Li Xiangdong knew so much. His mind was preoccupied with the feasibility of this idea. But can farmers really undertake such endeavors now? Aquaculture and establishing factories sound promising. Yet the county and commune do not encourage such initiatives. Li Jin lit a cigarette. Currently, Hu Shusong presides over the commune, while Deputy Director Zhang governs the county. Hu Shusong is merely a sycophant of Deputy Director Zhang. Whatever directives Zhang issues, the Wudao commune implements them with utmost diligence. He is aware that the current policies encourage teams to establish collective enterprises, enhancing collective wealth and improving the lives of members. However, while policies may exist at the top, countermeasures arise below. If the county does not encourage this and the commune disapproves, what can the teams do? Father, currently, Deputy Director Zhang is in charge. What if a higher-ranking official arrives to provide encouragement and support? Li Xiangdong blinked. That would undoubtedly be feasible. As the saying goes, a higher-ranking official holds greater power. If the county were to have a secretary, their words would surely carry weight. As Li Jin spoke, he suddenly paused, pondering whether his son had some insider knowledge. Yet, how could his 14-year-old son know what even he, as a team leader, did not? Within 3 months at the latest, Huichuan County may witness new faces and fresh changes. Li Xiangdong said mysteriously, I have already alerted you. If you wish to act, you must lay the groundwork ahead of time, so when the new leadership arrives, you can hit the ground running. If you hesitate, by the time you decide to act, perhaps other teams will have already begun. In business, seizing the initiative is paramount. What others lack, you must possess, and what others have, you must excel in. Who taught you all this? Li Jin, aware of his son's middle school education level, was certain no one could impart such wisdom. It was Uncle Yan. He knows a great deal. Li Xiangdong could not reveal his source, so he invoked Uncle Yan's name. However, he was not entirely fabricating. He learned of Lu Donglai's impending appointment as the county party secretary through Uncle Yan's insights. He and the future county secretary had crossed paths a few times. Henceforth, collaboration should not prove difficult. Moreover, Uncle Lu still owes him 3,000 yuan. Father, Uncle, please consider this carefully. When you have time, scout for a suitable location to dig a fish pond. Li Xiangdong offered this advice before taking his leave, as he needed to hasten to catch fish. Recently, the fish in the Sanzhai River were plentiful, and many were catching them. However, there were few families in the village that consumed fish, so he estimated he could gather 100 jin with minimal expense. He planned to deliver the fish to the supply and marketing cooperative early the next morning, collect the payment, and promptly visit Quanshui village to repay the 100 yuan owed to Sanjia, lest she worry. He also intended to buy some treats for Sanjia's mother-in-law and Daxia. Moreover, in the village of Spring Water, where the land is abundant and wheat flourishes, there is an abundance of mugwort as well. A few days ago, third brother Hong Shui had promised to assist in collecting some mugwort seeds. Recently, Pan Dachuan had agreed to compensate Li Xiangjia, Lu Gaifeng, and Wang Eru with 90 yuan for their mental distress. Yet it has now been 3 or 4 days without any sign of payment. Shouldn't someone remind him? It would be unacceptable to backtrack on such a promise. Lost in thought, he meandered to the banks of the Sanji River. Today, the number of fishers had increased, in addition to a few young boys and girls. Several adults were also engaged in fishing with nets. The air was filled with cheers and laughter. At this moment, the joyous sounds intertwined in Li Xiangdong's mind with memories of a past wheat harvest marred by a torrential downpour, leaving him with nothing but despair. How wonderful it would be to have a harvester. The memory of that devastating storm was not far off, and relying solely on human effort, it would be impossible to gather much. Stop dawdling, Xiangdong. Hurry and catch some fish. The splashes of water on Li Xiangdong's face jolted him back to reality. Haha. Third brother, how many fish have you caught? Another one. A glistening white-scaled fish was pulled from the water. Oh my, it must weigh at least 7 or 8 pounds. Third brother, are you going to eat this fish? If not, sell it to me. Li Xiangdong thought the fish was of excellent quality and would surely please the supply and marketing cooperative. Third brother laughed heartily. Sell? No way. Take it home and eat it. The fish in that big red basin beside you are all caught by me. Feel free to take as many as you like. Li Xiangdong looked down to see a large basin, filled with 6 or 7 sizable fish, including carp, catfish, and 3-lined fish. Third brother approached with the white-scaled fish and proudly stated, what do you think? Each one is better than the last. Take 2 home for a meal. Third brother, I'll take them all. How about 150 per pound? This fish looks to weigh around 50 to 60 pounds. Buying it would fulfill half my task. Third brother hesitated. Do you really want to buy them? Why do you need so many fish? Just don't worry about it. Will you sell them? Of course. This is a no-loss venture. With his skill, he caught this many in just one morning. At 150 per pound, he could sell them for 7 or 8 yuan. 7 or 8 yuan is equivalent to what he would earn in over 10 days of labor. Third brother, would you mind delivering them to my home? Of course. I will go right now. Third brother shouldered the large red basin and headed towards the village. Li Xiangdong continued to stroll along the riverbank, spotting other good fish, and purchased another 40 to 50 pounds. Suddenly, a loud exclamation pierced the air. Oh, a soft-shelled turtle. It bit my finger. Chapter 64. A pancake with small fish. The soft-shelled turtle, known as tuanyu, or old tortoise, is actually not a fish, but rather an amphibious reptile. Although it inhabits water, it breathes through lungs. Wild soft-shelled turtles are highly aggressive, possessing powerful jaws that grip tightly. Even if one were to sever its head with a knife, it would not release its hold until the flesh is torn away. Upon hearing someone had been bitten by a soft-shelled turtle, Li Xiangdong hurried towards the source of the commotion. He found an 8 or 9-year-old boy whose right index finger was firmly clamped by a turtle the size of a small pot. The boy's face flushed with pain, and his eyes were filled with tears. Thus, with his left hand still gripping the edge of the flatfish's fin, he found it difficult to let go. Nearby, someone exclaimed, "Quickly, fetch a knife. Just sever the head of this foolish creature." Others chimed in, debating its edibility and ferocity, lamenting that if it had encountered a flatfish, this entire area would likely be devoid of fish to catch. At that moment, someone indeed approached with a kitchen knife, intent on decapitation. Li Xiangdong swiftly intervened. "Do not cut off its head. Even if you do, this foolish creature will not release its grip." The young boy, unable to bear the pain, cried out, "Brother Xiangdong, what should we do then?" "Quickly place the flatfish back in the water. Deeper, it will let go." Li Xiangdong assisted the boy in grasping the sides of the flatfish and, taking a deep breath, submerged himself. Upon sensing safety, the flatfish, forgetting its aggression, opened its mouth and fled. However, it was no match for Li Xiangdong. Before it could swim far, he caught it and pulled it back to the surface. "Brother Xiangdong, thank you for saving my finger. This flatfish is a gift for you." Li Xiangdong smiled and nodded, pointing to the boy's bleeding hand. "Quickly go to the infirmary for a bandage and disinfection. You must refrain from swimming for the next few days to avoid infection." The boy, feeling a sense of injustice, nodded. His joy had dissipated. Amused, Li Xiangdong handed him 50 cents, saying, "I shall not take your flatfish for free. Use this to buy some snacks." The boy accepted the coins, expressed his gratitude, and joyfully ran off, exclaiming, 50 cents. I can buy so many fruit candies." The other children nearby looked on with envy, wishing it had been them who had been bitten by the flatfish. As Li Xiangdong returned home with the flatfish, the 100+ pounds of fish had already been delivered and placed in the large water tank in the yard to drain. He isolated the flatfish in a large basin, covering it with a wicker basket, weighted down with a brick to prevent its escape. Li Jiabao and Li Ping spread a mat beneath the large locust tree in the yard, placing Li Yan on it to play. Li Yan had learned to walk and soon scampered off the mat, only for Li Ping to retrieve her and set her back in the center. The three of them, with milk candies in their mouths, giggled with glee, and the air seemed sweetened by their laughter. Li Zhen assisted Zhao Sufang in preparing the meal. Li Jin was not home. Perhaps he had gone with Wang Zhenbo to discuss the fish pond project. "Sister, mother, let us make some white flour pancakes today. I'll fry the little fish and stuff them in the pancakes. One bite will be full of flavor." Li Ping and Li Jiabao enthusiastically agreed. Li Yan added, "Pancakes with little fish are delicious." Zhao Sufang chuckled at the children's antics, but the prolonged simplicity of their lives made her hesitant. The wheat harvest had not yet arrived. Was it appropriate to indulge in white flour now? Yet, it was purchased by her son, who had made a request. Should she not fulfill it? Li Xiangdong discerned Zhao Sufang's thoughts. "Mother, did you see the fish in the yard? Tomorrow, my son can earn money. Today, let us enjoy 2 pounds of white flour, and I shall buy another 4 pounds tomorrow." Li Ping and the others applauded Li Xiangdong's boldness, exclaiming, "Second brother is magnificent. Let us eat. I will knead the dough for pancakes." Observing the children's exuberance and reflecting on their lack of indulgences, he thought, "Let them eat. Mother is magnificent too. I shall extract the white strips for you." Li Zhen meticulously selected the slender white fish from a melons of smaller fish. These delicate white strips, resplendent in their snowy hue, possess a single elongated spine, resembling diminutive meat sticks. There is no need to extricate their innards. A thorough cleansing of their fine scales suffices before they are plunged into the frying oil. However, given the precious nature of soybean oil, Li Xiangdong resolved to refrain from using an excessive amount for frying. He concocted a bowl of batter, achieving the desired consistency with a single strand when lifted with chopsticks. Then added an egg and a pinch of salt. Li Xiangdong meticulously cleaned a cast iron pan on the other stove, evenly coating it with soybean oil. He dipped the white strips into the egg batter, ensuring an even coating, and arranged them in 2 concentric circles within the pan. The gentle flame beneath the stove allowed the aroma to waft enticingly into the air in no time. Observing the batter turning a golden hue, Li Xiangdong deftly slid a large spatula beneath the edges, quickly flipping the strips to cook the other side, which sizzled and crackled in response. "Wow, second brother. It smells divine. Your culinary skills are remarkable," exclaimed the trio in unison, their voices ringing with admiration. Li Xiangdong glanced up to see three small figures standing eagerly in front of the pan, inhaling the fragrant essence of the fried fish with expressions of utter delight. Recognizing that the fish was nearly done, he transferred the golden delicacies onto a plate, preparing to fry a second batch. Li Ping and Li Jiabao gazed longingly at the plate, hesitant to reach out. In their eyes, their second brother had attained a stature surpassing that of their father. Li Jin, second brother, is truly formidable. Li Yan, however, found no fear in her second brother, wrapping her arms around his leg with a simple yet emphatic plea, "Eat." Amused, Li Xiangdong instructed Li Zhen to distribute the fish among the three little ones. Li Yan, wary of the potential for bones to prick her throat, insisted that the fish be separated for her. By the time Zhao Sufang had finished preparing the pancakes, the trio had already devoured nearly half the plate of fried white strips. "No more eating on your own. If you do, you'll turn into Yin Ba Hu," Zhao Sufang admonished, placing the remaining fish alongside the freshly fried ones on the dining table. Yin Ba Hu refers to bats in local dialect, with an old saying that too much salt consumption may transform one into a bat, though the reasoning behind this remains a mystery. After a brief wait, Li Jin arrived with his younger brother, Li Yuan. Li Yuan is the second son of Li Qingshan and Li Wanshi. The brothers, Li Jin, Li Yuan, and Li Song, are closely knit. Since his rebirth, Li Xiangdong had yet to meet Li Yuan. Li Yuan's life, in truth, is a tragic tale. He has always been reserved. Lacking the competence of Li Jin and the cleverness of Li Song, Li Wanshi never arranged a marriage for Li Yuan, claiming reluctance over the dowry, which always fell through at the last moment. By the age of 28, Li Yuan remained a bachelor. Leading him to take a momentous step, he sought to separate from his parents. At the time, Li Song even composed a catchy rhyme, Li Yuan, 28. Cannot find a wife, so he separates. After considerable effort, and under the guidance of the village leaders, Li Yuan finally managed to extricate himself from his family. After years of hard work and saving, he wed a naive 18-year-old bride. Fortunately, their daughter, Li Hong, now 13, exhibited a sound mind, though they had not been blessed with any sons since. As Li Yuan gazed upon the sumptuous spread at his elder brother's home, he contemplated departing. For enjoying a fine meal is no small feat, however, Li Jin intercepted him, while Li Xiangdong presented each of them with a glass of white liquor. The family commenced their meal. Li Xiangdong seized a small pancake, tore it in half, and generously filled it with a layer of delicate white strips. Offering it to Li Yuan, "Uncle, please enjoy," he urged. Li Jin, pleased with his son's actions, encouraged his younger brother, "Do indulge." Li Jiabao imitated his elder brother, filling a pancake with the white strips and taking a hearty bite. "Wow, so fragrant and crispy," he exclaimed, savoring the delightful flavors. It felt as if the new year had arrived. Chapter 65. Li Yuan borrows money. Gift of fish. The Li family, comprising 7 members alongside Li Yuan, polished off a shallow platter of white pancakes and fried white strips. It had been ages since Li Yuan had savored such delectable food. Initially, he intended to partake only modestly, but he found himself unable to restrain his appetite. A flicker of embarrassment washed over him. It felt as though he were competing with his nieces and nephews for food. Li Xiangdong brewed a warm pot of fragrant tea. While the pancakes paired wonderfully with the fish, indulging too much could become overwhelming, necessitating a sip of tea to cleanse the palate. Of course, the tea was not offered to Li Ping, Li Jiabao, or Li Yan. They were relegated to plain water. After a sip of tea, Li Jin broached a serious matter. "You mentioned that Hong Hong has been exhibiting some peculiar behaviors lately, reminiscent of what his wife experienced?" Li Yuan's brow furrowed at the thought of his daughter. "Elder brother, recently, Hong Hong has had uncontrollable hand tremors and odd facial twitches. I fear she may be like her mother." The mere thought of his daughter potentially sharing her wife's affliction nearly brought Li Yuan to tears. Li Xiangdong recalled his second aunt, who appeared quite normal when not afflicted. However, during an episode, she would experience violent convulsions, foam at the mouth, and lose coherence. This condition was likely epilepsy. The prospect of hereditary transmission weighed heavily on Li Yuan's heart. If Li Hong inherited this ailment, his hopes for the future would be dashed. "Uncle, you should take Hong Hong to the hospital for an examination," Li Xiangdong suggested to Li Yuan. Li Yuan, feeling despondent, remained silent, reflecting on the very reason he had summoned the courage to seek financial assistance from his elder brother, Li Jin. Upon arriving at Li Jin's residence, he had been warmly welcomed and treated to a hearty meal before he even broached the subject of borrowing money. "Uncle, it seems you're facing some financial difficulties," Li Xiangdong observed, recognizing the signs of worry etched on Li Yuan's face. "A single coin can thwart even the mightiest of heroes." Li Yuan nodded in acknowledgement of his predicament. Previously, Li Jin had received 40 yuan from Li Xiangdong, subsequently providing him with 20 yuan for purchasing rice, flour, oil, and meat, leaving him with only 20 yuan in hand. "Dear wife, please fetch that 20 yuan from the cabinet. Let us lend it to my younger brother for now." Zhao Sufang immediately rose from her bed to retrieve the money without hesitation. "Elder brother, sister-in-law, this is too generous. Just 5 yuan will suffice for me to take Hong Hong for an examination. It shouldn't cost more than that." Li Yuan quickly interjected, attempting to halt Zhao Sufang. "Take it all, younger brother. If the doctor prescribes any medication, do not fret over the cost. The child's health is paramount." Zhao Sufang gently insisted as she handed the 20 yuan to Li Yuan. With tears welling in his eyes, Li Yuan accepted the money with trembling hands. In his household, he is the sole laborer, as his wife is unable to work in the fields and can only manage some household chores and prepare simple meals. His daughter, Li Hong, is still in school, currently in the 5th grade, yet she is quite mature for her age and helps him with the farm work after school. With a large number of mouths to feed and few earning labor points, he finds that at the end of each year, his cash earnings are meager. The 20 yuan he owes will take him several years to repay. Observing his uncle's plight, Li Xiangdong feels a pang of sympathy. Having lacked the ability to help in their previous life, he is determined to assist his uncle's family in this one. "Uncle, I have a bit of a predicament and would like to ask for your assistance." "Xiangdong, what is it?" "Whatever I can do to help, I shall," Li Yuan promptly responded. "For the past few days, I have had to deliver over 100 pounds of fish to the supply and marketing cooperative each morning. If I were to push the cart myself, I wouldn't manage it, so I thought of asking for your help. How does 2 yuan a day sound?" Initially, when Li Xiangdong proposed that Li Yuan assist with pushing the cart, Li Jin was somewhat reluctant. However, upon realizing that his son intended to subtly support Li Yuan, he understood. After all, delivering goods to the county town was merely a short distance, and the compensation for such effort would only amount to a few dimes. Upon hearing Li Xiangdong's request, Li Yuan panicked and waved his hands dismissively, saying, "There's no need for that. This little task is nothing. I can manage it without payment." Being unsure how to repay the 20 yuan he owed, he was unwilling to accept any money. "It's not just a one-time thing. It will last for several days. You cannot always help me for free." "It's settled then. We will set off promptly at 6 tomorrow morning," Li Xiangdong declared, not allowing Li Yuan the chance to refuse, and hurriedly exited. The next morning, Li Yuan arrived early, and without requiring any assistance from Li Xiangdong. He single-handedly secured the water buckets for the fish onto the cart with straw ropes, ensuring they would not jostle about on uneven terrain. Li Xiangdong placed the fish into the wicker basket and loaded it onto the cart. Together, they strode towards the supply and marketing cooperative, facing the rising sun. Upon entering the county town, they found the cooperative not yet open. Li Xiangdong took the initiative to pull Li Yuan along to a state-run restaurant for breakfast. Heavens! This is a state-run establishment. The steamed buns and dumplings are outrageously expensive. Li Yuan protested vehemently. Seeing Li Yuan adamantly refuse to enter, Li Xiangdong reluctantly went inside and purchased 4 meat buns and 2 plain steamed buns, and the 2 of them squatted at the entrance of the cooperative to eat. Before long, the cooperative opened its doors, and Li Xiangdong and Li Yuan carried the water buckets and wicker basket to the fish stall to find Aunt Lan. "Aunt Lan, I've brought the delivery," Li Xiangdong called out from a distance. Aunt Lan, delighted to see Li Xiangdong arrive on time, approached and inspected the water buckets. "Oh, quite plump, substantial, and lively," she exclaimed, before summoning help to weigh the fish. 115 pounds. According to the standards of the Aquatic Products Company, all were deemed first grade. Carp at 40 cents per pound, Crucian carp at 40 cents per pound, thick-skinned fish at 40 cents per pound, and white-scaled fish at 50 cents per pound. In total, they calculated to 47 yuan and 50 cents. after deducting the 17 yuan and 25 cents spent on fish, the 2 yuan for Li Yuan's transportation, and the 30% management fee for the team, along with the 14 yuan and 25 cents. Li Xiangdong was left with a net sum of 16 yuan. Li Yuan stood by in astonishment, realizing just how much profit was made in this single venture. However, he was not a person prone to envy. Rather, he felt a tinge of admiration. Aunt Lan then accompanied Li Xiangdong to President Yu's office to sign the necessary documents, which would allow him to collect his earnings from the accountant. President Yu signed the papers with alacrity, advising Li Xiangdong to monitor today's sales figures. If the sales were promising, the supply could be increased. After all, the supply and marketing cooperative catered to over 40,000 residents of the county, and 100 kilograms of fish would hardly suffice. Li Xiangdong's heart brimmed with joy as he promptly pledged, "Rest assured, whatever quantity you specify, I shall deliver. I guarantee quality and punctuality." Such a charming young man. Aunt Lan chuckled. "By the way, I found something by the riverbank yesterday. Take a look." Li Xiangdong presented a basket to the two, revealing a plump fish that remained still, its neck drawn in. "What a sizable fish. It must weigh 5 or 6 pounds." Aunt Lan exclaimed. President Yu nodded in agreement, recognizing it as a fine catch. "We have no one to prepare it at home. Let us gift it to you and Aunt Lan for a delicious stew." Chapter 66. Repayment. Aunt Lan and President Yu exchanged glances, impressed by the boy's thoughtfulness. In the village, such fish were not particularly sought after, as many believed them difficult to prepare and unpalatable, merely shells. Yet, they understood the true value of the fish. Its tender flesh was exquisite and nutritious, known for nourishing the kidneys and cooling the blood. Aunt Lan's second daughter-in-law was currently in confinement, and this fish would be perfect for her recovery. "Well then, I shall not hold back, Xiangdong. Since your sister-in-law is in confinement, take it home for her." Aunt Lan packed the fish in a woven bag and placed it in the corner of President Yu's office to collect after work. "Ah, your sister-in-law is in confinement? She truly deserves nourishing food. I'll bring a few black fish and crucian carp for you tomorrow." Li Xiangdong quickly offered, knowing that black fish soup replenishes energy, while unsalted crucian carp soup is a common remedy for increasing milk supply. Aunt Lan chuckled. "I won't be polite any longer." "Why would you be polite with me?" Li Xiangdong replied, recognizing their growing friendship beyond mere business relations. After a while, Li Xiangdong bid farewell to the two and proceeded to the accountant's office to collect his payment. Because it was President Yu's personal authorization, the accountant handed over the money without hesitation. Nevertheless, Li Xiangdong did not let the connection with President Yu diminish his respect for the accountant. He graciously offered several cigarettes as a token of gratitude, repeatedly expressing his thanks. The accountant was quite pleased, thinking to himself that this boy truly knew how to engage with others. Li Xiangdong placed the bucket of fish onto his cart and handed Li Yuan 2 yuan, saying, "Uncle, you've worked hard this morning. This is your reward. Let us meet at the same time tomorrow. I have a few other matters to attend to, so you may head back with the cart." Li Yuan initially intended to decline, as the buns and steamed bread he consumed that morning had already cost a substantial amount of money and grain tickets. However, Li Xiangdong's resolve was unwavering, and with trembling hands, Li Yuan accepted the 2 yuan. The elder brother's family truly regarded him with utmost sincerity. After bidding farewell to Li Yuan, Li Xiangdong returned to the supply and marketing cooperative to procure supplies. The sales clerk, having observed Li Xiangdong's frequent comings and goings with the manager's wife over the past few days, mistakenly assumed a familial connection and thus greeted him with exceptional warmth. "Young man, are you looking to purchase some fabric? We have a batch of flawed cloth that was originally designated for internal staff. If you wish, I can set aside a yard for you. We also have a selection of defective pastry boxes, aside from some crumbled walnut cookies inside. They are otherwise fine. Would you like 2 boxes? The sugar cubes here can also be offered to you at internal prices." Li Xiangdong was momentarily taken aback by such treatment. This was indeed the influence of Aunt Lan. He spent all the money he had earned that morning and even contributed an additional 30 yuan. Fortunately, he had ample funds in his pocket today as he was heading to his third sister's house to repay a debt. Otherwise, he would have struggled to bear the sudden affection from the sales clerks. Laden with purchases, he felt a mix of joy and sorrow as he walked home, nearly overwhelmed to tears. The road stretched on for dozens of miles, the sun beating down relentlessly, and the dirt path seemed endless. If only he had a car. But even a bicycle seemed a more realistic aspiration for now. With connections to the manager and Aunt Lan, He believed he could procure a bicycle if the cooperative ever received a shipment. The door to his third sister's house was ajar. Inside the yard, his sister's mother-in-law was spinning thread while keeping an eye on Xia. Xia, look who has come, Li Xiangdong exclaimed, holding a pink and white roly-poly doll towards Xia. Second uncle, a roly-poly doll. Xia's eyes lit up, and she dashed toward Li Xiangdong. He set down the burden on his back and lifted Xia into his arms. She showered him with kisses, giggling as he laughed heartily. Before exchanging greetings with the elderly lady, he produced 2 boxes of pastries and handed them to her. Dear aunt, I often trouble you, so I brought you 2 boxes of peach crisps and egg cakes. Please enjoy them when you have a moment. The elderly lady smiled warmly. Oh, how could you go to such expense, dear second uncle? It's no trouble at all. It's a sign of filial piety, Li Xiangdong replied, equally cheerful. His gesture also served to honor his sister, Li Ying. The elderly lady opened the pastry boxes, first giving Xia a piece of soft egg cake, then offering Li Xiangdong a whole piece, while keeping half for herself. The 3 of them sat comfortably in the room, savoring the treats and exchanging light-hearted banter. When Li Ying and Hong Shui returned from the fields, they were greeted by this delightful scene. What delicious things are we enjoying? Li Ying inquired with a smile. Xia, nestled in her mother's embrace, eagerly offered her the cake, now coated in drool. It's so sweet. Did Xiangdong buy it? There were no pastries at home. It must be from your second brother. After greeting his sister and brother-in-law, Li Xiangdong dismounted from the bed and began to unpack the items from his basket, revealing each one with care. A piece of cotton silk fabric, adorned with delicate red floral patterns on a white background, weighing 3 pounds. Accompanied by a hefty chunk of pork, a packet of creamy milk candies, a canister of malt extract, a pound of brown sugar, and a pound of rock sugar. This does not even account for the 2 boxes of pastries given to the elderly lady earlier. Have you brought the supply and marketing cooperative to our home? Li Ying's eyes widened in disbelief. What a spendthrift. How much must this cost? Surely it is not so extravagant. It's all for your consumption, Li Xiangdong replied with an air of affluence. When an opportunity arose for just the 2 of them, Li Xiangdong handed Li Ying 120 yuan. Sister, I have come to repay the money. However, Li Ying did not accept the money. Instead, she furrowed her brow, expressing her concern. Where did you acquire such a sum? The items on the Kong must have cost at least 20 or 30 yuan. If you do not clarify this, just watch me. Li Ying glanced around and picked up the broom. See if I don't give you a good thrashing. Her reaction was even more pronounced than Zhao Sufang's. Do not fret, do not fret. First, lower your weapon and allow me to explain. Li Xiangdong hastily took the broom from his sister's grasp and returned it to its place. He recounted the recent events in detail. Upon hearing that Li Wanshi was pressuring Li Zhen into marriage, Li Ying ground her teeth in fury, spitting on the ground in disgust. Yet, when she learned of Li Xiangdong selling herbs for profit, a wave of pride washed over her. Which gossiping tongue dares to claim her younger brother will inevitably end up in prison? With his talents, her brother is destined to become a wealthy man. Once the siblings finished their conversation, their brother-in-law, Hong Shui, had prepared lunch. He called them to eat, and Li Xiangdong promptly handed the 120 yuan to Hong Shui. Hong Shui's face flushed crimson. Returning the money was one thing. But why was there interest involved? He was no loan shark. To be honest, when his wife mentioned lending 100 yuan to her younger brother, he was not particularly pleased. That sum had taken years to save. Yet, his wife had devoted herself to their life together, and he did not want to jeopardize their relationship over a mere 100 yuan. He never expected to see that money returned, let alone with an additional 20.5 kong of goods. Hong Shui felt a bit sheepish in the presence of his younger brother-in-law, due to his earlier thoughts. Chapter 67. Collecting mugwort seed. Xiangdong, you shouldn't accept such a large sum. Hong Shui held the 120 yuan as if it were a hot potato. At this moment, Li Ying relaxed, casting a glance at her husband. Accept it. My brother has given it to you. The pride in her voice was unmistakable. Li Xiangdong felt that he had truly earned his sister some respect in front of her in-laws and husband. Look, did you think I was merely taking advantage of my maternal family? What has transpired? In just a few days, they not only repaid the loan, but also returned it with interest. An additional 20 yuan. Do you earn this much in a year? Despite being a loving couple, there was still an underlying competitive spirit regarding matters between their in-laws and their own family. There exists a family that intermittently borrows money without repayment, contrasted with another family that promptly returns borrowed funds. The distinction is palpable. Li Ying now perceives the very air as sweet, her breath flows freely, and her posture has straightened. Furthermore, there are the delectable treats of sugar, meat, and exquisite pastries awaiting her. As for the extra taken from her younger brother, she can always compensate him in secret later. With a spring in her step, Li Ying's voice rings clearer than usual. Mother, today we shall make dumplings. Would you prefer the fennel and meat filling, or the eggplant and meat? Both are Li Xiangdong's favorites. Both are delightful. What does your second uncle enjoy? The elderly lady maintains her warm, benevolent smile. I am fine with any. Let us see what auntie and brother-in-law San prefer. Li Xiangdong, not to be boastful, cradles Daxia and inquires, what filling do you like? Daxia, blissfully savoring a piece of candy and clutching unfinished pastries, responds, I love the fennel filling. Truly, she is a wonderful niece to her uncle, sharing his taste. Laughter erupts among them. Li Ying ventures into the yard to gather fennel. The fennel sold at the market is uprooted entirely, but for their own consumption, she leaves the roots intact for regrowth. The fennel is not tall, tender at this stage. With a swift scythe, the distinctive aroma of fennel fills the air. Those who relish it find the scent enchanting, while those who do not deem it foul. Li Xiangdong belongs to the former group, hastily setting Daxia down to assist in washing and chopping the fennel. Li Ying kneads the dough, Hong Shui minces the meat, and Li Xiangdong prepares the vegetables. The kitchen buzzes with activity. Before long, they have finished crafting the fennel and meat dumplings. While Li Ying tends to boiling the dumplings, Li Xiangdong pulls Hong Shui aside for a chat. Brother-in-law San, how is the wheat in your commune growing? This year is promising. It looks like there will be a bountiful harvest. The heavens are rewarding our toil. The farmer, Hong Shui, exudes excitement discussing the wheat. Ah, with such fine wheat. If it were to go unharvested, it would surely break the hearts of hardworking folks like you. Is your commune also waiting for the county's notification before harvesting? Indeed. The county experts have advised that we wait until the wheat is fully matured before we commence harvesting. Have you considered what happens if it rains and hampers the harvest? Hong Shui had not contemplated that. He believes the county experts, who constantly monitor the weather forecasts, would ensure timely harvesting. In truth, Li Xiangdong recognizes that discussing this with brother-in-law San may be futile. He is merely an ordinary member of the commune, unable to bypass the team leader to make decisions for the entire group. Nonetheless, he feels compelled to offer a gentle reminder. Never mind. Even if brother-in-law San's family faces a poor harvest, it will not matter. He will ensure that they do not go hungry. Li Xiangdong shifts the conversation. Brother-in-law San, are there many foxtail grasses in your wheat fields? Of course, there are plenty. The fields are overrun. Without pesticides, we must rely on manual labor to pull them out one by one. The weeds grow faster than we can remove them. Hong Shui expresses his frustration with the foxtail grass. Indeed, outside, while dumplings were being cooked, Li Ying eavesdropped on the conversation between two individuals. The wild mugwort is exceedingly bothersome. The seeds are ripening, and once they burst forth, they will scatter everywhere, leading to another vast expanse of mugwort next year. Third sister. Third brother-in-law, I have a request to make of you, Li Xiangdong declared, resolved not to wait for news from Wang Jinbo any longer. If I delay even a day, countless mugwort seeds will explode onto the ground, wasted. What is it? Speak up. No need for formality. Li Ying responded with enthusiasm. Well, I would like to ask third brother-in-law to help me collect mugwort seeds in your village. I will pay you 1 dime per pound. As for how much you charge, that's up to you. The more you collect, the better. It would be ideal to gather as much as possible before the county's harvesting campaign begins, Li Xiangdong concluded, leaving the room in silence. Wait, you want to collect mugwort seeds at 1 dime per pound? Hong Shui exclaimed, incredulous. What on earth do you want with wild grass seeds? Are you just burning money? If they were of any use, I would gladly fetch some from the field for you. Li Ying's temper flared, reminiscent of Li Jin's fiery spirit. Oh dear, look at my third sister. She is about to hit me. Li Xiangdong exaggeratedly ducked behind the elderly woman. She chuckled and embraced him. Why are you two so impatient? Let him finish his explanation. Your restlessness is no match for your second uncle's composure. Third sister, third brother-in-law, I assure you, the mugwort seeds are indeed valuable. Please don't dismiss me as a child playing pranks. Even father is aware of this. Father knows, but he doesn't quite agree. She laughed. However, it was reasonable that third sister would not immediately verify this with Li Jiapa and Li Jin, especially since there were no mobile phones or telephones at the time. Really? Father agrees? Li Ying asked, somewhat skeptical. Is there any doubt? Li Xiangdong produced 80 yuan, and placed it on the edge of the calm. I will give you the money now. Just ensure that I receive 800 pounds of roasted mugwort seeds in return. Third sister, third brother-in-law. Do not be concerned about the money. You can work during the day and collect mugwort seeds at night. Even if you charge 2 cents per pound, many will likely bring them to you. It's a risk-free venture. It just requires some effort. If there are any extras, don't hesitate to accept them. Just advance the money and collect as much as you can. Li Xiangdong's earnestness belied his 14 years of age. Unconsciously, Li Ying and Hong Shui nodded in agreement. All right, let us eat first. The dumplings will get too soft soon. The elderly woman interjected as she sensed the conversation had reached its conclusion. Oh no, my dumplings. Li Ying hurried to check on the pot. Li Xiangdong gazed at the large bowl of plump, steaming dumplings before him, and his mouth watered involuntarily. The meals over the past few days had improved slightly since his rebirth. Yet it had been over a decade since he had tasted the fragrant dumplings filled with fennel made by his third sister. With a bite, the mixture of soy sauce, sesame oil, and pork enveloped his senses, bringing forth a taste that soared to the heavens. This was the unique flavor of family. Chapter 68. The oil is extracted in the Jinyo commune. The oil mill roared with the sound of machinery. Two middle-aged men, adorned with white hats and dressed in white aprons, busily attended to their tasks both inside and out. Their hats and aprons were so stained with yellow and black grease that their original color was nearly unrecognizable. Wang Jinbo held half a bag of roasted wheat seed in his hand. Your turn, bellowed one of the men in a coarse voice. The cacophony of the machines rendered conversation nearly impossible. Is that all? The middle-aged man weighed the contents of Wang's bag, tossed it onto the scale, and jostled the weights. 56 pounds. The labor cost is 30 cents. Given that the current electricity rate was 3 cents per kilowatt hour, the labor cost was quite reasonable. Wang Jinbo retrieved some coins from his pocket and handed them over. What kind of seed is this? I've never seen it before. It's not rapeseed, is it? These grains are much smaller. The middle-aged man grabbed a handful and examined it closely. He usually pressed sesame, peanuts, sunflower seeds, and rapeseed. But this particular seed was unfamiliar. What new variety could it be? Wang Jinbo felt a knot in his throat and chuckled nervously. A relative brought it over. They didn't specify what it is, just said it can be pressed for oil. I came to give it a try. The middle-aged man glanced at him, recognizing that he was reluctant to divulge any details. Without further ado, he poured all the wheat seeds into the hopper of the elevator. With a thunderous roar, the machine began to crush the seeds as they were transported to the grinding chamber, followed by the pressing stage. A stream of emerald green oil, frothy and white, began to flow from the iron spout. Oh, what a color! I've never seen green oil before. The oil press operator used an iron spoon to scrape the residue clean, placing it back into the pressing chamber for a second extraction. Before long, the oil barrel was filled to half with vibrant green oil. The middle-aged man scooped some with a spoon, raised it high, and let it drip into a line. That's about right. Though it contains quite a bit of impurities, it still needs filtering. The next steps involved filtering and separating the oil from the water, resulting in the final product. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, in the Li Jiapa commune, after finishing lunch, the members of the cooperative prepared to head to the fields, some carrying hoes and rakes, while others held sickles as they made their way home. Suddenly, a figure appeared, each hand gripping a large glass bottle typically used for soy sauce. However, the contents were not soy sauce, but a dark liquid with a hint of green. This person stumbled as if intoxicated, lacking any semblance of stability. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be their commune accountant, Wang Jinbo. What could have happened? Why was he both crying and laughing? Had he suffered some sort of shock? When someone greeted him, he paid no heed, swaying unsteadily toward Li Jin's home. As the news spread, it transformed into a tale of how the commune accountant, Wang Jinbo, had gone mad from shock. Seeing Wang Jinbo's tear-streaked face juxtaposed with a wide grin, Li Jin felt a pang of concern. Could it be that Jinbo truly had been affected? Captain, Wang Jinbo called out to Li Jin, his voice thick with emotion. Li Jin quickly took the 4 large bottles from his hands, helping Wang Jinbo to sit down, and poured him a glass of water. Drink up. Have you eaten lunch? Let your sister-in-law fry an egg for us to share. Ah, Jinbo. There's no obstacle in this world that cannot be overcome. Remember how difficult it was before? Yet, you persevered. Our lives will eventually improve. Li Jin spoke soothingly, attempting to comfort Wang Jinbo. Wang Jinbo wiped away the tears from his eyes, raised his glass, and gulped down the water, bursting into laughter. This sudden outburst startled Li Jin. Oh no, Zhenbo has truly lost his mind. He thought in despair. My dear captain, Wang Zhenbo exclaimed, forcefully pushing the 4 glass bottles towards Li Jin. Open them and have a whiff. Li Jin, initially skeptical, cautiously unscrewed the lids and inhaled. A peculiar scent wafted through the air, predominantly oily. He sprang up, retrieving a chopstick from the holder in the main room, and dipped it into one of the bottles. Tentatively, he placed the chopstick, now smeared with a dark green liquid, to his lips and tasted it. Yes, it's oil. Is this the oil extracted from those mugwort seeds? His heart raced with excitement. Indeed, it's the mugwort seeds from the east. Has it truly been extracted? That mischievous boy, how did he manage to produce oil? Li Jin murmured, tears welling in his eyes. This is oil. The 2 men reveled in their excitement for quite some time. After a moment, Li Jin's rationality returned, and he began to rub the glass bottles. Uncertain if the contents were safe for consumption, Wang Zhenbo, with a proud expression, shared, after I finished extracting the oil, I had it inspected by a master craftsman. He assured me that it looks edible. I've never heard of any oil being toxic. I was still worried. So I consulted an old traditional Chinese medicine doctor, the one we saved from freezing to death during the political turmoil, Dr. Gu. Do you remember him? Li Ji nodded, recalling how he had sought treatment from the doctor in previous years. Wang Zhenbo clapped his hands in triumph. Exactly. Dr. Gu confirmed that the oil is safe to consume. He said it not only poses no harm to the body, but is actually beneficial. Really? Li Jin was astounded. It's not toxic and can actually be good for one's health? Indeed. Mugwort seed oil is not only practical, but also medicinal. Consuming it can enhance cognitive function, protect cardiovascular health, and alleviate pain and swelling. Outside, Li Xiangdong overheard their conversation and chimed in, You rascal. You've been wandering around for half the day. Li Jin's tone was filled with affection as he responded, I was out seeking advice about this mugwort seed oil. Li Xiangdong, grinning, approached and shook one of the glass bottles, its dark green contents resembling motor oil. If it weren't for the oil shortage, I wouldn't have even thought of using this oil. Uncle Bo, how is the oil yield? He still needs to calculate the cost to determine whether purchasing wheat seed at 10 cents per pound is worthwhile. This amounts to 26 pounds of oil, roughly estimating. The oil yield is about 50%. Speaking of oil yield, Wang Zhenbo became even more exhilarated. It is well known that peanuts have an oil yield of around 40%, while rapeseed oil yields approximately 30%. However, wheat seed boasts an impressive oil yield of 50%. The oil extraction master remarked that our roasting was somewhat inadequate. Otherwise, we could have extracted even more oil. It was only today that I realized the intricacies involved in the roasting process. If roasted insufficiently, the yield is high. Yet the oil lacks fragrance. If over-roasted, the yield diminishes. Wang Zhenbo felt an excitement he had never experienced in his 40-plus years of life. Including the cost of harvesting wheat seed and labor, the total is around 6 yuan. Currently, the supply and marketing cooperative sells edible oil at 80 cents per pound. While in the black market, not counting oil tickets, it is priced at 1 yuan and 20 cents per pound. Now, having extracted 26 pounds of oil, if we calculate at 1 yuan per pound, that totals 26 yuan. This business is indeed viable. Li Xiangdong was also thrilled. Not only could they achieve oil independence for the Li Jiapa Brigade, but they might even make a profit. By the way, have we brought back the oil cake left after extraction? The oil cake that Li Xiangdong referred to is the residue from the wheat seed after oil extraction. It is commonly used for fertilizing fields in modern times. Yes, we have brought it back. Wang Zhenbo produced a cloth bag containing dark brown, crumbly oil cake. Li Xiangdong picked up a piece, held it to his nose for a careful sniff, and then tossed it back into the bag. This could be used to feed pigs. Pigs will surely gain weight from it. My son is quite knowledgeable. Li Jin, disregarding Li Xiangdong's presence, began to praise his son directly to Wang Zhenbo. Chapter 69. The Secret After the Wheat Harvest Campaign, Seeking 5-Star Reviews. Father, let us begin large-scale procurement. Li Xiangdong believed that this matter should be addressed promptly. The wheat is now ripe. The commune does not allow cutting, and the members have little to do. It would be best to take advantage of this lull and have them all gather wheat seeds. Wang Zhenbo concurred with Li Xiangdong's suggestion. Li Jin took a couple of puffs from his dry tobacco. That is feasible, but there is no need for procurement. The brigade does not have that much money. From now until the wheat harvest, all members of the Li Jiapa Brigade will focus on gathering wheat seeds. with work points and shares of wheat seed oil calculated based on the weight collected daily. Li Jin made the final decision. Both Wang Zhenbo and Li Xiangdong found this arrangement agreeable. As for the wheat seeds that Li Xiangdong purchased for Li Ying and her husband to gather, the ownership naturally belongs to Li Xiangdong. When Zhao Sufang returned holding Li Yin, she sensed a joyous atmosphere in the house. What is this? Zhao Sufang looked at the 4 bottles of dark green liquid on the counter, unsure of what they contained. It is oil extracted from wheat seeds. Li Jin exclaimed with delight. Zhenbo, you should take a bottle home to enjoy. Wang Zhenbo quickly waved his hand. As the funds for purchasing the wheat seeds came from Li Xiangdong, he merely ran errands and earned 30 cents in labor fees. Feeling it inappropriate to take a bottle of oil. Why should we be so polite? Once again, you have invested both effort and resources this morning. Here, take this to eat for now. In due time, our brigade shall no longer suffer from a lack of oil. Li Jin spoke with a certain spirited enthusiasm. Zhao Sufang had not witnessed such a relaxed demeanor in her husband for many years. Bo Shu, please, do not be so formal. I have an important matter to discuss. Both Li Jin and Wang Zhenbo, filled with anticipation over the prospect of impending wealth, gestured for Li Xiangdong to proceed. They were under the impression that Li Xiangdong had encountered some troublesome issue requiring their assistance. However, the matter at hand was indeed troubling. I see the wheat is ripe. When shall we harvest it? The weather is quite unpredictable. June is like a child's face, changing at a moment's notice. With this statement, silence enveloped the room. Child's mother, please prepare a meal and make sure to cook plenty. Zhenbo is here to eat. Li Jin finally broke the silence after a lengthy pause. Ah, Captain, regarding the wheat harvest, I must admit that I find it difficult to eat. Wang Zhenbo sighed heavily. The irritation from the earlier discussion about pressing the oil from the wheat seeds resurfaced with Wang Zhenbo's words, causing Li Jin to furrow his brow in worry. This morning at the commune meeting, Director Hu Shusong reiterated that no brigade is permitted to harvest wheat independently. He declared that given this year's favorable weather, the yield per mu will surely exceed 400. We must wait until the wheat is thoroughly ripe for a collective harvest across the entire commune. Anyone who harvests early risks yielding subpar wheat, consequently failing to meet the 400 standard, and will bear the responsibility. Even if we wait until winter, the yield still won't reach 400. Speaking of this, Wang Zhenbo became increasingly despondent, feeling as though gray hairs were sprouting from his scalp. Damn it! Hu Shusong is just a loudmouth, spouting nonsense without fear of repercussions. I've lived over 40 years and have never seen a wheat yield of 400 per mu. In front of his confidant and son, Li Jin no longer held back, venting his frustration with expletives. Captain, I have recently consulted several elders, and they have reported issues with joint pain, plus our salt container seems to be slightly damp. Wang Zhenbo expressed his concerns. He was a meticulous individual. Ever since Uncle Li Jin mentioned his joint discomfort, Wang Zhenbo had been attentive. Furthermore, I have perused the county records, and historically, there is a significant probability of rain during this time of year. Wang Zhenbo's words were not without merit. There are certainly a few days each year that are bound to see rain, such as the 24th of June, the birthday of Guanyin, and the 7th of July, the Qixi festival. The weather forecast from the commune can predict up to 15 days in advance, claiming that it will continually be sunny. On one side lies traditional wisdom, and on the other, scientific weather predictions. Li Jin found himself in a state of internal conflict. Finally, Li Xiangdong, who had been listening intently, spoke up. Father, Uncle Bo, the weather forecast may not be accurate. The weather's causation is influenced by numerous variables such as time, geography, and air conditions. The longer the prediction period, the greater the potential inaccuracies due to the interplay of these factors. Current technology pales in comparison to what is available in the future, where big data, artificial intelligence, and various satellites exist, and even then, predictions can be unreliable. How can we expect accuracy now? Xiangdong has truly grown up and learned much, prompting Wang Zhenbo to commend him. When did that mischievous boy, who used to climb rooftops, become so knowledgeable? Reflecting on the earlier discussion about the wheat seed oil, and considering the various factors at play, it is evident that the child exhibits remarkable insight. Uncle Bo, please refrain from showering me with compliments. I am merely perusing the shelves of Xinhua bookstore. Li Xiangdong hastily offered an explanation, hoping that the excuses of Uncle Yin and Xinhua bookstore would suffice to deceive the two. Wang Zhenbo, being astute, was careful not to reveal his own concerns. It is commendable to be ambitious. Wang Zhenbo added another compliment. Yet his brow remained furrowed as he and Li Jin exchanged worried glances. Father, may I inquire why Hu Shusong insists on collective harvesting of wheat and insists upon a grand assembly of the entire commune? Furthermore, have you noticed why Hu Shusong is so confident that the yield per mu will reach 400 jin? Li Xiangdong discerned the unusual undertones in Li Jin's words. After pondering, Li Jin concluded that Hu Shusong, being overly ambitious, must be engaging in some performative endeavor. Xiangdong's observation was indeed insightful. Why would Hu Shusong assert a yield of 400 jin per mu? Wang Zhenbo frowned in contemplation. It is said that this estimate comes from experts. Li Jin scoffed, asserting that experts do not farm and thus know little. Li Xiangdong chuckled, amused by his father's rhyme. It was surprising that experts had fallen into disrepute at this moment. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that a small faction of so-called experts often makes unfounded claims, tarnishing the reputation and integrity of the entire expert community. Moreover, individuals like Hu Shusong, driven by self-interest, might exploit the guise of expert opinion. Father, Uncle Bo, do you think Hu Shusong might require everyone to pay grain taxes based on the 400 jin per mu yield? This statement jolted them into realization. Li Jin and Wang Zhenbo felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over them. They broke into a cold sweat, their faces pale, exchanging alarmed glances. After a moment, Wang Zhenbo stammered, No, surely not. If that were the case, what would the commune members eat? Li Jin was nearly petrified by his son's words. He wanted to dismiss the notion as impossible, yet a nagging feeling within him suggested that his son might be correct. No longer fanning himself, Li Jin felt a chill permeate his being. If there was even a slight possibility of such a scenario, we must prepare in advance, Li Xiangdong urged. Li Jin decisively stated, Let us first have a meal. After all, man is like iron, and rice is like steel. A meal not eaten leaves one famished. Our concerns are still speculative. We cannot cease farming merely because we hear a grasshopper chirp. Agreed. Perhaps we are indeed worrying unnecessarily. Let us eat first. Chapter 70. The combine harvester. Regarding the wheat harvest, Li Xiangdong had been contemplating deeply. The commune and the county prohibit certain actions, yet his father proceeded, which would yield no benefit for Li Jin or their family. Even if this year were to witness a prolonged deluge lasting over 10 days, what of it? He currently possesses a thriving business selling herbal medicine and fish, along with several exquisite wild pink pearls, and cash in hand approaches 3,000 yuan, with numerous receipts to boot. In this lifetime, the Li family would not suffer. However, what of others? Such struggles continuously echoed in Li Xiangdong's mind. At times, he thought, let the world be as it may. If one does not act in their own interest, they may face dire consequences. As long as he and his family could thrive, that would suffice. At times, gazing upon the weary faces of my fellow villagers, diligently toiling, I ponder whether, despite their occasional trivial thoughts, we can truly disregard their plight. If fate granted them a second chance, would they solely focus on their own interests? What is there to fear? They understand that the relentless march of history will soon redirect the nation's focus towards economic development, rendering the production team model a relic of the past. Thus, what is there to fear? Let us strive to ensure that more individuals are no longer displaced, wandering like beggars, as in previous lives. The risk involved is indeed worthwhile. Of course, the ideal scenario would be one devoid of risk. In bygone years, the wheat harvest would stretch over 1 or 2 months, primarily due to the inefficiency of manual harvesting. A robust laborer, working tirelessly for an entire day, could manage to harvest only an acre at most. In a previous life, the wheat harvesting campaign commenced, but after 6 days, heavy rains set in. The downpour persisted for over a week, and even those who braved the elements to gather what they could were met with limited success. Most of the unharvested wheat began to sprout. However, with the advent of modern harvesting machines, on flat terrain, one could harvest 150 acres in a mere 10 hours of work. Naturally, if the fields were fragmented and the terrain uneven, one might still manage to reap 70 or 80 acres. If 2 harvesting machines were deployed, working around the clock, the 400 acres of wheat in Li Jiapa could be completed in just 3 or 4 days. Admittedly, the efficiency of today as harvesting machines, having undergone numerous improvements, far surpasses that of earlier models, yet they still operate at a magnitude of efficiency greater than manual labor. The question remains, where might one procure such harvesting machines? At this juncture, large harvesting machines are already present in the Northeast Plains and the Xinjiang farms. It is likely that the suburban farms of Dongfang City have also acquired them. However, there have been no reports of harvesting machines in Huichuan County. Nowadays, many communes are devoid of even a single tractor. For instance, the Wudao commune possesses not one tractor. After much contemplation, Li Xiangdong finally conceived a solution. This matter inevitably hinges on the resourcefulness of Feng Yucai, the cream of the crop among the educated youth. Not only is Feng Yucai a master of romance, possessing a unique talent for navigating relationships unscathed, but he is also a genuine mechanical expert. At the time, he was involved with the daughter of the supply and marketing cooperative director, much to the dismay of the brigade leader of Lanchue village. How could the brigade leader possibly approve of Feng Yucai's disregard for his sister-in-law? Such an act would be a blatant affront to the brigade leader. Of course, with the supply and marketing cooperative director present, the brigade leader dared not act against Feng Yucai. Later, when the policy allowing educated youth to return to the cities was relaxed, Feng Yucai sought to part ways with the cooperative director's daughter, thus offending influential figures on both sides. How did he manage to return to the city so smoothly? The crux of the matter lay in the fact that Feng Yucai had repaired 2 already scrapped harvesting machines. At that time, harvesting machines were exceedingly costly, far beyond the means of an ordinary brigade. This feat became legendary throughout Huichuan County. Through this accomplishment, Feng Yucai was splendidly sent off back to the city of Shanghai. This tale became a cherished story among the people. He recalls that those 2 harvesting machines were transferred from the Northeast Production and Construction Corps to the Binqing Jishan farm. As fate would have it, the vehicle, initially traversing the road, succumbed to a breakdown upon reaching Dongfang City. After several days of unsuccessful repairs, the Jishan farm in Binqing procured a new harvester, rendering the 2 existing machines obsolete. However, whether to transport them back to the Northeast or to continue sending them to Binqing posed a significant financial burden. Following consultation with the leadership, the decision was made to scrap them locally. Thus, a trip to the junkyard in Dongfang City became necessary to reclaim these 2 defunct harvesters. Naturally, it was essential to enlist Feng Yucai to facilitate their repair and eventual return journey. Li Xiangdong calculated his available funds. Aside from his personal expenses and what he had set aside for Uncle Yen, he had less than 1,000 yuan remaining. This meager sum was unlikely to suffice for purchasing the 2 scrapped Dongfeng combined harvesters. He realized he needed to find a way to earn some money in the coming days. It was uncertain whether Lu Dong had returned to Yanjing, and he was left wondering when the 3,000 yuan owed to him would arrive. After a midday meal, Li Jin and Wang Jinbo found themselves at an impasse, unable to devise a viable strategy. Their ultimate conclusion was to take things one step at a time. Li Xiangdong broached the idea of acquiring a complete harvester for wheat collection, only to be met with incredulous stares from the 2. As if he had suggested they procure a pet chicken. They informed him that he should focus on his studies and, upon attending university and achieving success, he could someday secure a harvester for the village. Realizing that the burden of this matter rested solely on his shoulders, Li Xiangdong persistently persuaded the pair to provide him with a letter of recommendation, stating he was off to Dongfang City to purchase some books. As the county's Xinhua bookstore lacked them, he carefully folded the letter and tucked it into his pocket, then enlisted his mother, Zhao Sufang, to help dig for wild yam. Once he gathered a group of companions, Li Xiangdong inquired about their recent harvest of scorpions and whether they had managed to find any cicada skins. Upon hearing his question, the group breathed a sigh of relief, as it had been several days since second brother had mentioned collecting scorpions or cicada skins, and they were concerned their efforts had been in vain. Ultimately, Li Xiangdong collected 13 pounds of cicada skins and 15 pounds of dried scorpions, settling their payment on the spot, which elicited a joyful leap from Guiyushi. Second brother, let us continue our scorpion hunt. Wait. Li Xiangdong halted everyone and directed them to his mother, Zhao Sufang, who was digging for wild yam. You all will assist my mother in harvesting the larger yams. Do you see? Only these big ones. Leave the small ones. What is the purpose of this? Zhao Xiaojun asked. To feed the pigs? That is not for you to worry about. Hurry, you'll earn 10 cents for every pound you dig. That sounds good. I'm in. Li Guiqing was the first to raise his hand. Recently, cicada skins had been nearly exhausted, making them exceedingly hard to find. He recalled watching a young cicada emerge from the ground, leisurely climbing up a tree. He waited patiently until it shed its shell and transformed into an adult cicada, akin to safeguarding the cicada's metamorphosis. Just imagine how challenging it was to catch cicada skins now. The riverbank was teeming with young cicadas, making it unnecessary to search far and wide. One could simply bend down and dig. A group of individuals swiftly returned home to fetch small shovels, baskets, and other tools. Li Xiangdong observed that the arrangements here were nearly complete, so he hurriedly made his way to the banks of the Sanji River. The two rivers were quite distant from one another. After spending a few coins to procure 100 pounds of fish, Li Xiangdong selectively chose several larger and fatter crucian and black fish. He had promised to provide these for Aunt Lan's daughter-in-law during her confinement and could not go back on his word. Wait, something was amiss. Feng Yucai had an affair with the daughter of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative's director. Could it be that she was Aunt Lan's daughter? Chapter 71. A bustling scene. Early the next morning, Li Xiangdong, Li Jin, and Li Yuan greeted the rising sun as they pushed their cart laden with fish to the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. Li Xiangdong intended to visit the scrap station in Dongfang City to search for a discarded combine harvester. If all went well, it would take at least 5 or 6 days to complete the transaction and repair the machine. During this time, to ensure a steady supply of fish to the cooperative, he had to entrust the task to his father, Li Jin. Father, I'm going to the Xinhua bookstore in Dongfang City to see if there are any books on aquaculture, which will be helpful when our village starts raising fish and shrimp. His son's ambition pleased him immensely, filling him with pride. Li Jin readily agreed, but cautioned him repeatedly to be careful. Upon arriving in the county town, Li Xiangdong bought buns and fried dough sticks from the state-run restaurant. The three of them squatted in front of the cooperative, eating while waiting for it to open. Aunt Lan was particularly delighted to see Li Xiangdong today. She pulled him aside, showering him with compliments. Xiangdong, the big fish ball you gave me yesterday was used to make soup for your sister-in-law. She had been feeling unwell and unable to sleep for the past few days, but after drinking the soup and eating some fish meat, she slept soundly last night, and her milk supply has increased. Li Xiangdong beamed with joy, exclaiming, "What a fortunate coincidence. Today, I've brought some black fish and crucian for my sister-in-law. The black fish is nourishing. She should eat plenty of it. Aunt Lan, I brought a substantial amount this time. So you and director, you should enjoy some too." Li Jin was astonished to see how familiar Li Xiangdong was with the sales clerk, only to later learn that she was the director's wife. "Son, you have far surpassed me in establishing connections. When I compare my own interactions, I realize I have been too timid." Meanwhile, Aunt Lan and Li Xiangdong's conversation continued. "Xiangdong, those people came to buy fish again yesterday. You should have seen their expressions when they encountered such lively fish. They were utterly astonished. They've never seen anything like it. At last, I could vent some frustration." She added, "I had no kind words for them. I simply told them, if you want this fish, you'll have to search for it in Huichuan County. If you find it unsatisfactory, then go catch it from the sea yourselves." With that, both burst into hearty laughter. "Aunt Lan, did you sell out yesterday?" he inquired. "Indeed. They were lined up to buy, and none dared to complain." "Then shall I bring another 100 pounds tomorrow?" "No, you shall bring 300 pounds. The cafeteria at the oil factory has ordered 150 pounds from us." At this moment, it was common for state-run factory cafeterias to source their ingredients from the Supply and Marketing Cooperative. "All right," Li Xiangdong responded decisively. "The more, the better. I estimate that after purchasing the combine harvester, I won't have much money left." After the president signed the papers with alacrity, Li Xiangdong proceeded to the accounting office to collect the funds. He also brought along 2 fish for the accountant, making a special mention of his father and indicating that starting tomorrow, Li Jin would be delivering fish. The accountant, beaming with delight, accepted the 2 plump carp and readily agreed. Li Xiangdong guided Li Jin through the entire process, allowing his father to familiarize himself with the business operations. Li Jin's jaw dropped in astonishment. He was genuinely taken aback throughout the day. This sense of astonishment peaked as Li Xiangdong departed, greeted enthusiastically by various sales clerks who were eager to sell him discounted items. Was this the same sales staff he had encountered before? When did their demeanor towards customers become so amiable? Observing his father, whose mouth could barely close, Li Xiangdong felt a swell of pride. He teasingly remarked, "Father, how do you find this business? Is it to your liking?" Li Jin, closing his mouth tightly to suppress the tumult of emotions within, feigned calmness and playfully tapped his son's forehead, admonishing him not to become arrogant just because he made a bit of money. Li Xiangdong shrugged and said, "Father, consider the money you just received as capital. Go collect fish today. Any fish will do, as long as they are large and fresh." Li Jin nodded in agreement, acknowledging the importance of the task. "Oh, And have the children catch a couple of groupers to send to Aunt Lan tomorrow, he added. Understood, replied Li Xiangdong. Li Yuan, silently pushing a cart beside them, remained taciturn. Upon reaching the intersection, Li Xiangdong parted ways with the two, heading towards Lanshui village to find the educated youth, Feng Yucai. He had hesitated to inquire earlier whether Aunt Lan had a daughter and what her name was, feeling it might be too forward. Nevertheless, he needed to remind Feng Yucai to refrain from frivolously courting young ladies. As he walked, he noticed individuals hurrying by, some carrying bags. Others with bamboo baskets covered in white cloth, engaged in animated discussions with expressions of excitement on their faces. Do you think the family in Quanshui village is a bit eccentric? They are actually paying for mugwort seeds. Who knows what they're thinking? They must have collected quite a bit these past few days. Indeed, once the news spread, who wouldn't he rush to sell? Why didn't anyone pay for them before? Such valuable mugwort seeds were wasted. Ha ha ha. Li Xiangdong slowed his pace to listen to their conversation. It seemed his brother-in-law had indeed made significant gains recently. He encountered several more groups along the way, all seemingly headed to Quanshui village to sell mugwort seeds. No longer interested in their chatter, he hastened towards the youth station where Feng Yucai resided in a modest earthen house. Upon arrival, he found the place deserted. After searching the village for a while, he finally spotted an elderly woman with white hair. Inquiring further, he learned that the entire village had gone out to gather mugwort seeds. With the vast expanse of Lanshui village, Li Xiangdong had no idea where to find Feng Yucai. To avoid a fruitless search, he decided to wait at the youth station, hoping for a chance encounter. As the sun grew increasingly hot, he settled in a shaded area behind the youth station to cool off. Just as boredom began to settle in, he suddenly heard a commotion of footsteps. Rising to investigate, he was pleasantly surprised to see Feng Yucai accompanied by a petite girl. The individual, Li Xiangdong, was astounded to discover that the person he recognized was none other than Shi Fengfeng. He swiftly concealed himself behind the wall, eavesdropping on their conversation. To be precise, these two were engaged in a hushed argument. I have sacrificed everything for you. Are you now abandoning me? This was the voice of Shi Fengfeng. It appeared that after their last encounter, they had resumed private communications, and the nature of their relationship was evidently complex. Fengfeng, our relationship cannot be characterized by abandonment. I merely recited a few poems to you. Li Xiangdong thought to himself. This was a classic tactic of a scoundrel, neither acknowledging nor refusing responsibility. Bah, scoundrel! Were those not your love poems to me? Shi Fengfeng exclaimed, agitated. No, don't misinterpret. Those are revolutionary poems. After a prolonged exchange, Shi Fengfeng, in tears, fled the scene. Just as Li Xiangdong was about to step out, he heard another series of light footsteps approaching. Brother Feng, I've brought you some pig's head meat. You look exhausted. Your face is all sunburned. It was another charming young woman's voice. Li Xiangdong took a discreet glance and, without needing an introduction, recognized her instantly. This girl appeared to be a carbon copy of President Yu, akin to a Russian nesting doll. Chengfen, I am utterly exhausted these past few days, Li Xiangdong thought, wishing to tune out the males cooing. After feeding Feng Yucai the pig's head meat, the two of them held hands, indulging in each other's company for a while before departing. Li Xiangdong then took a step forward. Brother Yucai, I've brought you 2 cornmeal pancakes. Are you hungry? Goodness. This must surely be the little sister-in-law of the village chief from Lanshui. Today was certainly bustling. Feng Yucai, are you juggling 3 affairs just for pig's head meat and corn pancakes? Chapter 72, Preparations for Departure, Part 1. Having just consumed a generous portion of succulent, oily pig's head meat, Feng Yucai was no longer hungry. Thus, his demeanor towards the village chief's sister-in-law was markedly less enthusiastic than it had been towards Yu Qingfen. However, it was certainly much better than his treatment of Shi Fengfeng. Naturally, he had to continue living in Lanshui village. How could he afford to offend the village chief's sister-in-law? Zhaodi, have you once again saved your rations for me? Feng Yucai inquired with concern. I'm not hungry. You're a young man working hard every day. I've saved it for you. The girl's voice was quite sweet. Look at you, starving. It pains my heart. Here, let us each have one. No. You must eat. I want to see you finish it. After which, the sounds of them chewing on corn pancakes filled the air. After a while, Li Xiangdong peered through the back window and saw Feng Yucai reaching out to wipe the crumbs from Zhaodi's lips. Feng Yucai's slender fingers intentionally brushed against her lips, causing Zhaodi's cheeks to flush. Feng Yucai leaned in closer, seeming poised to kiss her rosy lips. This was the consequence of indulgence. How could Li Xiangdong bear to witness this scoundrel seducing 3 young women in succession? Damn it, scoundrel! I have never encountered such a situation. Ahem. I must safeguard the innocence of these young ladies from any tarnish. Li Xiangdong, with a mischievous sense of humor, coughed several times. This was enough to drain the color from the faces of the little lovebirds. Feng Yucai gave a gentle shove to Zhao Di, who promptly dashed out of the youth commune without daring to lift her head. Feng Yucai glanced around, and after waiting for a while, without seeing anyone enter, his curiosity was piqued when he heard laughter behind him. Hee hee, Feng Jiqing, what a fortunate fellow you are. Feng Yucai was so startled that his heart nearly leaped from his chest, instantly conjuring images of himself in prison. Trembling, he took a few steps before turning around, only to discover it was none other than Li Xiangdong. Damn, you scared me to death. Feng Yucai wiped the sweat from his brow and collapsed onto the bed, his legs still weak from the fright. Li Xiangdong, hands behind his back, sauntered over to Feng Yucai and scrutinized him from head to toe. To be honest, he looked rather impressive. No wonder he attracted so many young ladies. What brings you here? Feng Yucai asked, noticing that Li Xiangdong remained silent, his sharp, bright eyes scanning him. The sense of relief he had just experienced quickly faded away. After thoroughly examining him, Li Xiangdong found a rickety stool to sit on. Feng Jiqing, are you aware that we are currently cracking down on crime? This is a serious offense. Before Li Xiangdong could finish his sentence, Feng Yucai slipped off the bed and knelt before him with a thud. Brotherly, I will return the money from last time. Please spare me. As he spoke, tears streamed down his cheeks. Li Xiangdong replied, you did assist me significantly last time, and I am not heartless. However, Feng Yucai gazed into Li Xiangdong's eyes, his own sparkling with desperation. The combination of his words and that gaze sent a chill down Li Xiangdong's spine. I wish for you to accompany me to Dongfang City. What is the purpose of this journey? You will understand upon arrival. Tomorrow at 8:35 in the morning at the county bus station. Let us not miss each other. With that, Li Xiangdong departed. Wait a moment. The wheat harvest is approaching. I cannot abandon my duties. Feng Yucai protested. The village chief will certainly not approve my leave. He quickly knelt and made a gesture of pinching money with his thumb and forefinger toward Li Xiangdong. Li Xiangdong chuckled coldly. Should I speak with your village chief about this? No need for that. I will request leave myself. Feng Yucai replied awkwardly. Do not forget to bring the introduction letter. With those words, Li Xiangdong left in a carefree manner, leaving Feng Yucai seething in frustration. In truth, due to the networking activities from previous years, one could still move about without an introduction letter. For instance, in past lives, when everyone fled from famine, who had an introduction letter? However, if one wished to stay at an inn or conduct business, official establishments still required an introduction letter for endorsement. Therefore, to successfully acquire the combine harvester, both of them needed an introduction letter from the village. Upon leaving Lanshui village, Li Xiangdong hurried home, intending to deliver the golden cicada, scorpion, and the recently dug Rehmannia to the Guangming pharmaceutical factory that afternoon. One was to exchange some money to carry with him, and the other was to inquire with Uncle Yan about the matter of Uncle Lu's 3,000 yuan. I feel utterly exhausted. It seems as though my legs have grown slender from all the running. Upon returning home, I coincidentally caught the midday meal. Li Xiangdong quickly finished his sorghum rice and wiped his mouth, ready to load the cart. Watching her son tirelessly toil, Zhao Sufang felt a deep pang of sympathy. It was their parents' inadequacies that burdened their son with the responsibilities of the household every day. Zhao Sufang handed her son 2 boiled eggs, saying, Dongzi, do not overexert yourself. You are still young. Your father and I will manage our lives. A warm surge coursed through Li Xiangdong's heart, and his weary body seemed to be infused with newfound strength. Mother, I will be going to Dongfang City tomorrow. Please refrain from digging for yam over the next few days. Just stay at home and collect what they submit for the National Day. Zhao Sufang nodded, signifying her understanding. When Li Yin saw Li Xiangdong about to leave with the cart, she insisted on being held. Since he had to push the cart, Li Xiangdong spread out a small mattress for Li Jiabao in the available space on the cart and placed Li Yin on it. Together, they headed to Guangming Pharmaceutical Factory. Upon his arrival, Uncle Yin was engaged in a discussion with a technician regarding some issue. Noticing Li Xiangdong with Li Yin in his arms, he quickly rose and took Li Yin into his embrace. Here to deliver yam again? Yes, uncle. And I also have some golden cicada skins and scorpions. See if you can take them. Uncle Yin did not send the technician away, They both went to inspect the quality of what Li Xiangdong had brought. The technician picked up a scorpion, examining it from various angles, and remarked, "Not bad. What is the current price per pound for scorpions?" Uncle Yin inquired of the newly arrived Xiao Wang. Xiao Wang hesitated for a moment, then quickly responded, 31 per pound. Uncle Yin nodded, "Let us weigh them." After settling the payment with the accountant, the total came to 1,200 yuan. Xiao Wang's gaze toward Li Xiangdong grew increasingly fervent, glancing at him repeatedly. However, Li Xiangdong was preoccupied with thoughts of the harvesting machine and did not notice Xiao Wang's interest. Uncle Yin sent Xiao Wang and the technician on their way and brought Li Xiangdong and his sister back to the office. After securely closing the doors and windows, Uncle Yin unlocked the drawer beneath the desk with a key and retrieved a bulging envelope from the back. "This is the 4,000 yuan that your Uncle Donglai sent you." "Why 4,000? Wasn't it 3,000? Director Yin, noticing the confusion in Li Xiangdong's eyes, clarified. "The 3 items you sold to your Uncle Donglai were of exceptional quality. An additional 1,000 is a token of gratitude for you. Just take it." Li Xiangdong let out a deep sigh of relief. Adding today as 320 plus yuan, he now had nearly 7,000 in hand. The money was finally coming together. His confidence in acquiring the 2 Dongfeng brand harvesting machines grew substantially. Chapter 73, Preparations for Departure, Part 2, in 1976. The largest denomination of the renminbi was the 10 yuan black Great Unity note. 6,000 yuan equated to 600 of these black notes, stacked into 6 substantial piles, the thickness comparable to 60,000 red notes of later years. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Li Xiangdong were to cease all activities at this moment and rely solely on this money, he would likely be the wealthiest individual in Huichuan County. Certainly, Li Xiangdong, fully aware of the swift devaluation of currency in future times, would never entertain such notions. Idling away one's resources is utterly inadvisable. This is merely the initial capital for his ambitious venture into wealth creation. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Director Yin, who had to prepare for an early departure to Dongfang City the following morning, Li Xiangdong made to take his leave. Just as he was about to exit, he was startled by a rustling sound at the door. Striding over, he flung open the door to find Xiao Wang, with his ear pressed against it. Caught in the act, "Brother Wang?" Li Xiangdong inquired, a wry smile playing on his lips as he regarded the visibly embarrassed Xiao Wang. Clearing his throat, Xiao Wang straightened up and, with a forced smile directed at the somewhat amused Li Xiangdong and the approaching Director Yin, asked, "Director, I wanted to inquire about the dihuang that Xiangdong brought earlier. Was it prepared using wine steaming or water steaming?" The 2 methods of processing dihuang. Wine steaming involves mixing raw dihuang with huangjiu before steaming, while water steaming entails direct steaming of raw dihuang until it becomes dark and glossy, followed by slicing and drying, were known to him. Director Yin, a man of keen intellect, furrowed his brow and decided to consult Engineer Yi, the technician he had just been discussing matters with, who had been a long-standing member of the pharmaceutical factory since its inception. As they observed Xiao Wang's hurried retreat, Li Xiangdong whispered, "Uncle." This individual, his words trailed off, yet the implication was clear, given Xiao Wang's familiarity with the scene. It was evident that this was not his first instance of eavesdropping on Director Yan's office activities. A faint, knowing smile crossed Director Yan's lips. This individual must not be provoked just yet. Li Xiangdong, understanding the subtlety of the moment, nodded and departed, cradling his younger sister Li Yin. With his uncle's acumen, he was confident that Xiao Wang would not create significant turmoil. Though the atmosphere appeared calm, Director Yin was seething with indignation. Despite Xiao Wang's seemingly clever demeanor and his efficiency in work, he was tragically short-sighted, easily ensnared by the allure of money, and had recently developed a penchant for eavesdropping. However, due to Xiao Wang's familial ties to Deputy Director Zhang of the County Revolutionary Committee, who had personally recommended him, Director Yin found himself unable to dismiss him. Reflecting on Deputy Director Zhang and the circumstances surrounding his own appointment as the director of Guangming Pharmaceutical Factory, it was all a tangled web of complications. Without delving into Director Yan's thoughts, upon leaving the pharmaceutical factory, Li Xiangdong promptly made his way to the supply and marketing cooperative to procure travel essentials. Given his frequent visits to the cooperative of late, his presence had become quite the spectacle. A pair of durable canvas shoes, priced at 3 yuan for others, was sold to Li Xiangdong at the discounted rate of 1 yuan 50 for defective merchandise. Golden brown rice snacks, typically priced at 70 cents per jean, were offered to him with the promotion of buy one jean, get half a jean free. A travel bag emblazoned with the words Yanjing was out of stock for other customers, but for Li Xiangdong. The sales clerks eagerly rushed to the warehouse to check their inventory, recalling that a few had been left. In an instant, all the sales staff at various counters clustered around Li Xiangdong, their faces lit up with smiles that had previously been absent. Customers who had been in line began to grumble. "Hey, you only weighed half of my snacks. Why did you abandon me?" The delightful pastries have been reduced to mere crumbs. The elderly gentleman gazes sorrowfully at the white pastries, carelessly tossed by the vendor onto the scale, their delicate crusts shattered. Sister Zhang, the seller of these treats, rolls her eyes in indifference. "Buy if you wish, or don't." Li Xiangdong, feeling somewhat embarrassed, interjects, "Sister Zhang, perhaps you could weigh this for the old gentleman first?" "It's fine, let them wait. What else do you desire? I shall fetch it for you." The old gentleman, his beard trembling with indignation, points an accusatory finger at Sister Zhang, stammering incoherently, unsure of what to articulate. He cannot afford to leave empty-handed. His wife at home craves these delicacies, and should he return without them, he would surely face her wrath. Li Xiangdong fears the old man might faint from frustration and hastily departs with a bundle of Rice Crisps wrapped in paper. "Sister Zhang, regarding that eel you provided me last time, could you ask my father to bring another tomorrow?" "Ah, do come again next time." Sister Zhang beams, her face blooming like a chrysanthemum. Similar scenarios unfold at various counters, and Li Xiangdong contemplates that if resentful glances could pierce through flesh, he would have long been reduced to a sieve. Nonetheless, while some, like the old gentleman, must endure, others, like Pan Jiwang, cannot contain their frustration. Pan Jiwang is currently perusing a portable cassette recorder at the counter. This portable device was immensely popular in the late 1970s. Its price was hardly less than that of a bicycle. Acquiring one not only required the elusive cassette ticket, but also a hefty sum of 180 yuan. At that time, a Jinlu bicycle cost merely 160 yuan. The cassette ticket in Pan Jiwang's possession was extorted from his uncle, Hu Shulin, while the 180 yuan came from his mother's secret stash. This particular cassette recorder had proudly occupied the highest shelf in the store, becoming a prized possession. Yet no one could afford it. Today, Pan Jiwang felt like the most dapper lad in the entire county. All attention had been on him. Every salesperson focused on his side, until Li Xiangdong appeared unexpectedly. Damn it, Li Xiangdong is his nemesis. As Li Xiangdong prepared to leave, he caught sight of Pan Jiwang, who looked as irate as a pufferfish, and a thought struck him. He was contemplating purchasing that cassette recorder. Li Xiangdong approached with a friendly smile. "Ah, look here." Pan Jiwang internally reassured himself that he feared Li Xiangdong not, yet his body instinctively took 2 steps back. Li Xiangdong approached, running his fingers over the pristine recorder. Inquiring with the salesperson, "Brother Chun, what is the price of this recorder?" "You wish to buy, Xiangdong? It's 180 yuan. But this is the last one we have at our supply and marketing cooperative," the salesman, surnamed Chun, replied, somewhat awkwardly. "I shall not buy, Brother Chun. This esteemed customer is interested, aren't you?" "Yes, we are just about to finalize the payment." Li Xiangdong grinned at Pan Jiwang, who shivered at the coldness of the moment, feeling as if a weasel were offering New Year-esque greetings to a chicken. "Little Pan, your father mentioned compensating Xiangjia and the others 90 yuan for emotional damages, yet that is yet to be settled, hasn't he it? Therefore, as debts are inherited, since you possess the funds, why don't you cover it for now? I am devoid of funds." In this moment of desperation, Pan Jiwang retreated, preparing to flee. However, Li Xiangdong would not allow her to escape. He seized her collar and whispered in her ear, "I shall provide you with that confession." I will. Pan Jiwang, resigned to her fate, retrieved 90 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Li Xiangdong. It was over. "Truly, I ventured out without consulting the almanac, suffering the loss of both my dignity and my resources." Chapter 74. Departing for Dongfang City in pursuit of 5-star reviews, Li Xiangdong, elated, clutched the 90 yuan and carried a travel bag as he exited the supply and marketing cooperative. Pan Jiwang, like a deflated pufferfish, glared resentfully at the triumphant Li Xiangdong. "Are you still buying?" inquired the sales clerk, surnamed Chun, rapping on the glass. "Buy what? All my money has been extorted." Pan Jiwang's round, pale face flushed with anger, venting all her frustrations towards the clerk. The clerk, equally irate, retorted, "If you're not buying, then get lost. What are you lingering here for without money?" The two appeared on the verge of confrontation when a young man with a side-parted hairstyle and crescent-shaped eyes intervened, pulling Pan Juan aside. "My young friend, may I have a word with you?" Unbeknownst to Li Xiangdong, events unfolded at the cooperative after his departure. He hummed a tune as he strolled back to Li Jiaope. He had just informed Aunt Lan that if bicycles arrived at the cooperative, she must reserve one for him. With a bicycle, he would no longer have to rely solely on his own 2 legs for transportation. Observing Li Xiangdong's cheerfulness, Li Yin clapped her hands and mimicked his singing. Passers-by could not help but admire the siblings, remarking on their striking appearances. The elder was handsome and tall, with thick brows and large eyes, while the younger resembled a glutinous rice dumpling, soft, plump, and utterly adorable. At the Li family home, Zhao Sufeng busied herself with preparations. Apart from her eldest son enlisting in the military, none of her children had ventured far from home. They had always been under the watchful eyes of her and her husband. Now, with her second son suddenly planning to go to the city, her heart was in turmoil. "All right, my son, it seems you are nearly ready. You won't need to pack autumn clothes for just a few days, will you?" Li Xiangdong chuckled at the absurdity of his mother packing autumn attire in the summer heat. Realizing her oversight, Zhao Sufeng removed the autumn garments. Yet, her anxiety lingered. "Why not reconsider going to Dongfang City? What books can't we find in our county? Or perhaps I should send a letter to your elder brother, asking him to help you out?" Li Xiangdong stood and gently placed his hands on his mother's shoulders, guiding her to sit on the calm. "Mother, please rest assured. Nothing will happen. I am already 14. Wasn't he my father also enlisted at 15? He spoke softly to comfort Zhao Sufeng. A mother worries for her child traveling thousands of miles. Such is the bond of a mother. Zhao Sufeng gazed at her second son, who had grown a head taller than her and exhibited a newfound steadiness, nodding in approval. "Here, mother, take this 1,000 yuan. Use it while I am away. Spend it freely, and do not let your younger siblings or yourself go without." Li Xiangdong retrieved a bundle of crisp banknotes, neatly bound in white paper. Exuding an air of freshness, Zhao Sufeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Was this, indeed, a 10-yuan note? No, it was a substantial stack. Instinctively, she waved her hands in refusal. But Li Xiangdong would not permit her to decline, forcefully placing the money into her hands. The following morning, while Li Ping and Li Jiabao were still slumbering, Li Xiangdong discreetly made his way to the county bus station, his bag in tow. Ever since they learned of his intention to travel to Dongfang City, the two had persistently sought to accompany him. At 8 o'clock in the morning, the Huichuan County bus station was relatively sparse. With his left hand grasping the bag and his right clutching a pouch of meat buns, Li Xiangdong settled onto a bench in the waiting area, munching on his snack while awaiting the bus. The clock's hand struck 8:20, yet he still had not spotted Feng Yucai among the throng of passengers. Unperturbed, he secured the pouch of buns and prepared to check in for his ticket. Just then, a hurried figure caught his eye. "Feng Yucai," he exclaimed in frustration. Recalling an encounter with an elderly woman on his way, she had insisted he compensate her 2 jiao, despite her being the one to bump into him. Feng Yucai, breathless and perspiring, finally relaxed upon realizing he was not late. Li Xiangdong, observing Feng Yucai leaning heavily on his knees, handed him a ticket and urged him to board the bus. Feng Yucai pursued him, inquiring whether he was not concerned about his absence. Without glancing back, Li Xiangdong confidently replied, "You wouldn't dare." Feng Yucai stifled his retort, a defiant huff escaping his lips. The bus to Dongfang City was bustling with passengers. The compact red vehicle was filled to capacity, and the two friends managed to navigate through the crowd to find their seats. Once settled, Li Xiangdong offered the pouch of buns to Feng Yucai. "What is this?" Feng Yucai murmured, opening the pouch to be greeted by an enticing aroma of wheat and meat. "Ah, meat buns," he exclaimed, eagerly seizing one to savor. Despite his slender frame, Feng Yucai had an impressive appetite, vanishing 7 or 8 buns in no time. With a contented belch, he rationalized that the 2 jiao spent earlier on the road was worth it, akin to treating himself to a meal of buns. The journey now paled in comparison to the later extensive infrastructure developments. The roads were riddled with potholes, and the bus frequently halted to pick up or drop off passengers. Li Xiangdong felt increasingly queasy from the bumpy ride, a wave of nausea rising in his throat. Indeed, he was suffering from motion sickness. In his previous life, he had driven vehicles worth over $1 million, gliding smoothly as if on high-speed rail, even when traversing rugged terrain in an off-road vehicle. He felt far more at ease than now. In contrast, Feng Yucai appeared to fare much better. Casting a glance at Li Xiangdong, he inexplicably felt a surge of pride swell within him. Truly, a mountain pig cannot savor fine grain. A muddy-legged fellow is destined to walk. Feng Yucai hummed a little tune with his eyes closed, only to be jolted by a sudden nudge. With the bus crowded, it was inevitable that passengers would brush against one another. Thief! There's a thief! Catch the thief! An elderly woman suddenly shouted, pounding on the back of the seat. The commotion startled everyone, prompting them to check their handbags, pockets, and other places where valuables might be stored. It was of little concern now, for the bus was filled with the clamorous cries of "I've been robbed. My money is gone." Feng Yucai, upon patting his trousers, felt a chill run through him. He had feared theft and had sewn a small pouch into his underwear to safeguard his 10 yuan and 5 kilograms of food coupons, his entire savings. He had intended to procure some delectable treats in Dongfang City. Upon hearing the commotion, the bus driver slowed down, intending to pull over. Once the doors were shut, they would surely catch the thief. However, as the bus neared the roadside, the rear window beside Li Xiangdong was flung wide open, and a diminutive figure was poised to leap through. In an instant, no one could react. The thief hit the ground with a roll, sprang to his feet, and dashed away, turning back to make a smug face at the passengers. Enraged, the passengers erupted in shouts, leaning out to point at the thief. Some even berating the driver to open the doors so they could pursue him. Feng Yucai, initially intending to alert Li Xiangdong to check for any missing belongings, instead witnessed Li Xiangdong vaulting out of the window with a speed that surpassed that of the thief. He charged after the thief, and when he was within 2 meters, he accelerated and delivered a powerful kick to the thief's back. Thud! The thief fell, and Li Xiangdong pinned him down, awaiting the approaching crowd to escort the thief to the police station before dusting off his hands and returning to the bus. With so many witnesses, the thief Henti even had the chance to dispose of his ill-gotten gains. Upon arrival at the police station, the stolen items were swiftly returned to their rightful owners. Soon after, the passengers returned to the bus, and each victim sincerely approached Li Xiangdong to express their gratitude. Ultimately, the entire bus erupted in a prolonged and fervent applause for him. Feng Yucai, taken aback, wondered, "Do you possess martial arts skills?" Li Xiangdong, with half-closed eyes, nodded. His aloof demeanor suggested that his martial prowess was indeed formidable. In his heart, Feng Yucai had already assigned Li Xiangdong a place of esteem. In truth, Li Xiangdong excelled in speed and strength, a result of his years of dedication to running with sandbags. Beyond that, his abilities were somewhat limited. After jostling for 6 or 7 hours on the bus, they finally arrived in Dongfang City. Chapter 75. Treasures at the Scrap Yard yearn for 5-star reviews. Li Xiangdong gazed out, witnessing a scene far removed from the bustling metropolis that would come later. There were no towering skyscrapers or shimmering neon lights, only drab, low-lying houses and narrow streets, similar to Huichuan County, but significantly larger. Observing Li Xiangdong's silence as he surveyed the cityscape, Feng Yucai internally mused, "Country bumpkin, is this your first glimpse of a big city?" He nudged Li Xiangdong with his elbow. Li Xiangdong acknowledged with a grunt and stepped outside. Although he was aware of the 2 scrap Dongfang combined harvesters located at the scrap yard, he still needed to inquire with locals about its precise location. At that moment, Li Xiangdong felt a deep nostalgia for the various navigation tools he once had at his disposal. Feng Yucai continued to chatter in the background, asserting that Dongfang City was merely a prefecture-level city, vastly inferior to the metropolis of Shanghai. Despite one's perception of its merits, in comparison to Shanghai, it resembled a mere vegetable garden. In the entirety of Huaxiao, only Shanghai could truly be deemed a city, while Yanjing was little more than an enlarged village. Li Xiangdong found himself increasingly vexed by the sense of superiority exhibited by these Shanghai dwellers. If they held such lofty views, why not return to their grand city instead of lingering in our humble little pit? Feng Yucai was momentarily at a loss for words. Could he dictate such matters? After a brief respite in their conversation, Feng Yucai inquired, "What brings you to Dongfang City? It's about time you enlightened me." Li Xiangdong was taken aback by this gluttonous and lecherous fellow's incessant prattle. "You will know when the time is right." The two arrived at a state-run hotel, where they presented their introduction letter to secure a room. The cost for a single room was 3 yuan per night, while a dormitory bed was merely 70 cents. Generally, the dormitory accommodated 4 or 5 individuals, all sharing a large com, whereas the single room offered slightly better amenities with 2 single beds. Feng Yucai watched Li Xiangdong anxiously, fearing he might opt for the dormitory, where the occupants were likely infested with lice. "Let us book a single room for 3 nights. Li Xiangdong decisively produced 10 yuan. The attendant handed over 2 white enamel basins and 2 pairs of plastic slippers, reminding them to return the items upon checkout, with a 3-fold compensation for any damages incurred. Feng Yucai's heart settled. This little bumpkin, Li Xiangdong, was surprisingly willing to spend money. Once they had settled their luggage, they approached the front desk, where the attendant was casually munching on sunflower seeds. "Sister, do you know how many recycling stations we have here in Dongfang City?" Li Xiangdong addressed the attendant. Regardless of her age, as sister, having realized that every woman enjoys being flattered about her youthfulness. "About 4 or 5, why?" she replied, spitting out 2 seed shells. "Could you tell us where they are and how to get there?" "1 in each direction. Go find them." Li Xiangdong and Feng Yucai exited the hotel, deciding to first venture eastward in hopes of fortune, as the route to Binchang would initially lead them through the east. They inquired along the way, took 2 bus rides, and walked extensively before finally locating a large recycling station. Li Xiangdong meticulously searched for what felt like an eternity, but found no abandoned combined harvester. They then proceeded south to another recycling station. By the time they arrived at the southern station, night had fallen. Li Xiangdong offered the gatekeeper a few filtered cigarettes, and the elderly man, with one nestled in his ear and another in his mouth, warmly accompanied them with a flashlight as they searched. Still, the elusive combine harvester remained absent, and Li Xiangdong felt a growing sense of agitation. Time was of the essence. He was uncertain how long it would take Feng Yucai to repair 2 harvesters. If they could not harvest the wheat before the looming torrential rains arrived, their efforts would be rendered futile. Li Xiangdong politely bid farewell to the elderly man, expressing gratitude for his assistance in their late-night search. "No need for thanks. This cigarette is rather enjoyable," the old man replied, savoring the flavor. Li Xiangdong, who himself does not indulge in smoking, finds it difficult to comprehend the allure that cigarettes hold for an ardent smoker. Observing the old man, he offered him 2 cigarettes, which the elder accepted with a cheerful demeanor. As they turned to leave, Li Xiangdong's peripheral vision caught sight of a pile of jars and containers in the corner of the courtyard, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. "Old man, I noticed there's a heap of items in the southeast corner," he remarked, suddenly in no rush to depart. If his eyes had not deceived him, it might indeed be a fortunate discovery. "What pile of junk?" The elder gestured dismissively, indicating a collection of discarded porcelain that had been tossed aside during the campaign against the 4 olds many years ago. Li Xiangdong, suppressing his racing heartbeat, calmly inquired, "May I take a look?" "Go ahead, they're all shattered," the old man replied nonchalantly. They were once decorative pieces in a capitalist's home, now worthless due to their broken state. Li Xiangdong's heart sank slightly upon realizing that the elder was aware of the provenance of these porcelain pieces. If there were any valuable items among them, they would undoubtedly have been taken long ago. Nevertheless, he felt compelled to investigate. After all, one could never be certain. Borrowing the elder's flashlight, he approached the heap. The pile of shattered porcelain clearly bore the marks of age, coated in dust, with thick cobwebs adorning various sections. Feng Yucai, who had just made a few rounds, was covered in itchy welts from mosquito bites and was reluctant to accompany Li Xiangdong. The area was swarming with mosquitoes, as illuminated by the flashlight. Thus, the elder and Feng Yucai remained in the small duty room, chatting and sipping water, while Li Xiangdong immersed himself in the pile of broken porcelain, his excitement swelling with each passing moment. Among the remnants of shattered bottles and jars, he discerned a layer of white porcelain adorned with delicate blue patterns. Some vases had lost their handles, while a general's jar bore a significant gash in its side. These pieces likely held little value. They appeared to be from the Republican era, a time when porcelain had yet to develop a distinctive style, predominantly featuring blue and white, pastel, and multicolored designs. The blue pigment used was often derived from materials akin to those of the Qing dynasty, yet many contained impurities, resulting in a grayish hue that lacked depth and vibrancy, unlike the spirited colors of Yuan and Ming dynasty porcelain. As Li Xiangdong continued to sift through the debris, he stumbled upon a complete little cup. While its original color was indiscernible, the cup was intact, exhibiting no signs of damage. Holding his breath in anticipation, he vigorously rubbed the dirt from the exterior of the cup, revealing a bright, yet unobtrusive red. The surface of the red glaze was speckled with fine, hair-like patterns, and tiny air pockets were visible beneath the glaze. Further examination of the base and rim showed no signs of glaze running. Incredible. This must be a small ceremonial red-glazed cup from the mid to late Qing dynasty, he exclaimed inwardly. This type of red glaze, known as jihong, was a high-temperature red porcelain used by the Ming and Qing courts for ceremonial purposes, hence it is often referred to as ritual red by later generations. The vibrancy of the jihong glaze is attributed to the use of copper as a coloring agent, which, when fired in a reduction atmosphere around 1,300 degrees, produces its stunning crimson hue. The production of jihong glaze was prohibitively expensive and difficult to control, leading to its cessation after the Ming Xuande period, only to be revived during the Qing Kangxi era. This narrative revolves around a pair of small ritual red-glazed cups from the Yongjing period, which fetched 120,000 RMB at auction in 2013. Li Xiangdong, in his previous life, beyond his passion for fishing and long-distance running with sandbags, developed an ardent interest in antiques. His pursuits spanned a wide array of items, from porcelain and wooden furniture to paintings and coins, even amassing a considerable collection of cricket cages and brushes. By that time, Li Xiangdong had achieved financial independence. The allure of wine, women, and wealth seemed to fade in comparison to the curiosity sparked by objects that had withstood the ravages of time. Naturally, these reflections stem from Li Xiangdong's past self, who would never reveal that his antiquities acquisitions were merely a means to cultivate an air of sophistication for business discussions. Such thoughts could evoke a torrent of frustration. How many times had he been deceived in his previous life? Chapter 76. The jihong glazed cup seeks 5-star reviews regardless of the deceptions he faced in his past. Having handled numerous antique porcelain pieces endowed Li Xiangdong with an almost instinctive ability. While he may struggle to articulate many technical terms, he could discern authenticity with a mere glance. Being reborn into an era ripe with opportunity and indifference towards antiques, this skill became his most valuable asset. Observing the cup's form, he surmised it was intended for ceremonial offerings, implying there should be more than one. Like a hound catching sight of its prey, Li Xiangdong disregarded the large mosquitoes biting his face, arms, and thighs as he sifted through a heap of broken porcelain. At last, he uncovered 4 additional jihong glazed cups. With the one already in his possession, he now had a total of 5. Content, he settled on the ground, only then realizing the itchiness on his face. He reached up and with a swift slap, crushed a mosquito, leaving a smear of blood on his hand. He gathered a few relatively intact pieces of blue and white porcelain depicting the 8 immortals, which appeared to be remnants of a shattered square vase. Fortunately, with the figures intact, he decided to keep those for later enjoyment. He then removed his clothing, wrapping the 5 jihong glazed cups securely. Rubbing his hands over his face, he endeavored to compose his expression. Meanwhile, Feng Yucai, engrossed in conversation with an elder, was startled by the sight of a bare-chested man with a face smeared in dark red and blood, nearly causing him to scream in fright. "Goodness! What happened to your face? It's covered in red welts and blood," Feng Yucai exclaimed, pushing away Li Xiangdong's hand, noticing he was both sweaty and dirty. Li Xiangdong's visage was so obscured that it was becoming unrecognizable. "Quick, wash your face. Did you find anything?" An elder fetched a basin of clean water for him to wash his face. Li Xiangdong swiftly cleansed his hands and face, feigning despondency as he remarked, "You are absolutely correct. There is nothing left inside. I merely salvaged a few shards of porcelain and 5 small cups to enjoy some tea." The elderly man craned his neck to inspect the dusty little cups, which, despite their condition, could be considered intact. "How much do you want for them?" Li Xiangdong inquired. The old man waved his hand dismissively. "What do I need money for? Just take this pile of junk." Seeing the old man's generosity, Li Xiangdong refrained from further discussion. Stuffing the remainder of his half-pack of Union cigarettes into the old man's hands, along with 50 cents. The old man, overjoyed, twirled his mustache and exclaimed, "Come again next time." Meanwhile, Feng Yucai's stomach growled with hunger, signaling Li Xiangdong to go for a meal. However, Li Xiangdong insisted on first returning to the inn to stow away the assorted junk before taking him out for a bowl of plain noodles. What a miser, Feng Yucai thought, recalling that there had been meat buns available that morning. The following day, the pair rose early once more and took a bus to the northern scrapyard, searching thoroughly, yet finding nothing. Eventually, they arrived at the western scrap station. which was noticeably smaller than the previous 3, with a more lax management style, lacking even a fence. Weeds grew everywhere, and the discarded items were haphazardly strewn about. Li Xiangdong felt a sinking sensation. This place hardly seemed likely to house a combine harvester. Nonetheless, it was the only option left. He steeled himself and ventured inside. Suddenly, a large black dog, nearly as tall as a man, lunged at them. Just as it seemed they would be knocked over, Feng Yucai let out a terrified scream. Li Xiangdong spread his legs and lowered his body slightly, adopting a firm stance, and delivered a punch to the dog's belly. The dog yelped in pain and scampered away, tail tucked between its legs. Feng Yucai, still shaken, exclaimed, "That was close. We could have been bitten." Li Xiangdong remained silent, observing that the dog, sleek and well-groomed, did not resemble a stray. If it wasn't a wild dog, it must have been domesticated. In these times, he had never encountered a dog trained to attack humans. Before long, a middle-aged man with unkempt long hair emerged from a makeshift shelter crafted of reeds and plastic. "Who the hell hit my dog? You dare come onto my territory and cause trouble?" Feng Yucai retorted angrily. "Your dog nearly bit us to death." The middle-aged man looked at him sideways. "Are you dead?" "If I were dead, could I stand here and talk to you?" "Well then, since you're not dead, my dog could very well have been killed by you." Li Xiangdong intervened to prevent Feng Yucai from escalating the situation further, addressing the man politely. "Brother, are you the administrator of this scrapyard?" "And what if I am?" The man snapped. "We just want to buy some scrap. Not for sale. Let us settle this amicably. Regardless of the circumstances, I did injure your dog. How much do you demand as compensation?" Li Xiangdong suggested, hoping to avert conflict, as the prospect of a combined harvester being located at this scrapyard was too valuable to jeopardize. $10, the middle-aged man declared, demanding an exorbitant sum. "Fine," Li Xiangdong replied. "Fine. I'm not satisfied." "50. Li Xiangdong gritted his teeth. "All right. Heh, you seem to have money. How about 100? The middle-aged man grinned, baring his teeth at Li Xiangdong and Feng Yucai, ready to raise the stakes. The dog, previously driven away by a punch from Li Xiangdong, returned, wagging its tail and lying down beside the middle-aged man, baring its teeth and emitting a series of low growls towards the two individuals. Observing this man and his dog, Li Xiangdong felt utterly exasperated. The man was clearly trying to make things difficult for him, rather than genuinely seeking compensation. Even if he agreed to pay him 100, he would undoubtedly demand 200. In an instant, Li Xiangdong contemplated several potential solutions. Ergo, there you are. Mother has finally found you. Chapter 77. The harvesting machine. Li Xiangdong and Feng Yucai exchanged glances, just as an elderly lady dressed in a faded blue jacket and patched black trousers stumbled towards them. The old woman brushed past them, heading straight for the disheveled middle-aged man, continuously shouting, "Ergo, my dear Ergo." The large black dog attempted to leap up to the old lady, only to be met with a harsh kick from the middle-aged man, causing it to curl up in a corner, whimpering softly. "Well done," Feng Yucai remarked. "Mother." The middle-aged man rushed over, embracing the old lady. "How did you find your way here?" Tears welled in the old lady's eyes as she gazed at her son's face, now so close. A sharp slap echoed through the air. The old lady delivered a stinging blow to her son's face. Feng Yucai and Li Xiangdong exclaimed, "Good shot." Truly a mother and son. The blows were indeed fierce. "I heard from the factory. Is it true that your wife left you because of your drinking and gambling? How could a skilled worker like you end up assigned to a scrap yard as a guard? You disgraceful child." The old lady, furious, struck him again on the other side of his face. "How can you face your father? How can you honor your ancestors? Your father sacrificed his life to secure this formal position for you." "Mother, I was wrong." The middle-aged man, like a child who had been wronged, finally seeing his parent, collapsed onto the ground, clutching his mother's leg and began to wail. "It's not my fault. That woman and the deputy factory director had an affair, which led me to drink and gamble. They deliberately got me drunk during my night shift and set me up." A scandalous tale of betrayal. Li Xiangdong and Feng Yucai, engrossed in the drama, finally realized they should perhaps excuse themselves. My son, a wife can be found again, but how can you afford to lose your job?" The old lady pounded her son's back, her sobs growing louder, as if she might faint. Li Xiangdong quickly supported the elderly woman, kicking the middle-aged man who was still crying. "Stop your blubbering. Your mother might pass out." With a loud shout, the middle-aged man ceased his weeping, hastily joining Li Xiangdong to assist the elderly woman, who was pale and struggling to breathe, guiding her to a makeshift shelter. Inside the shelter, there were bottles strewn about haphazardly, filthy bedding that shone with grime, and a chaotic atmosphere filled with the stench of alcohol. Find a clear spot to lay the old lady down. This place reeks. Moments later, the elderly lady was at risk of being overwhelmed again. Li Xiangdong supported her as he sought a dry, level spot for her to recline, gently rubbing her chest and back while fanning her with discarded paper. With a deep exhale, the lady's complexion gradually improved. The middle-aged man sighed with relief and plopped down beside them. Let bygones be bygones. Whatever you wish to purchase, go and see for yourselves. Li Xiangdong felt a surge of joy at this unexpected turn of events. Ah, young man, it's you. The elderly lady grasped Li Xiangdong's sleeve. He was taken aback. Madam, do we know each other? As she sat up, she slapped her thigh in realization. How could we not know each other? When I transferred to Huichuan County to Dongfang City, we shared the same vehicle. My money was stolen, and you apprehended the thief. So it was a fortunate encounter. Li Xiangdong waved dismissively. It's nothing, really. Yet the elderly lady thought otherwise. My son, I brought my savings here to help you secure a job. Unfortunately, my money was stolen, but this young man acted bravely and caught the thief. Otherwise, I wouldn't have survived. The middle-aged man felt a wave of gratitude wash over him, reflecting on his earlier rashness in letting his dog attack, and felt somewhat embarrassed. A complex expression crossed his face, but he said nothing, merely nodding at the two. Li Xiangdong cared little for his demeanor. All he needed was access to the harvester. My son, since you are the administrator of this scrapyard, accompany the young man and assist him in his search, the elderly lady commanded. Despite his apparent confusion, the middle-aged man, being a devoted son, immediately complied with his mother's request to accompany Li Xiangdong. After a round of searching, they still had not spotted the combined harvester. Could it be that the information from the previous life was false? Li Xiangdong's mind was in turmoil. What exactly are you looking for? After helping you, I still need to attend to my own mother. The middle-aged man spoke impatiently. Li Xiangdong resolved to make the best of the situation. Uncle Ergo, do you have 2 decommissioned Dongfeng combine harvesters here? Who are you calling uncle? You think you can just call me Ergo? Then what should I call you? You can call me Yu Desui. Oh, uncle you. Yu Desui snorted. What do you need those 2 harvesters for? Li Xiangdong's eyes brightened. The way Yu Desui spoke suggested that the harvesters were indeed nearby. Ignoring the man's unpleasant demeanor, he approached and warmly offered him a cigarette. Uncle, where are they? Let me see. Yu Desui took the cigarette, inhaled deeply, and led them to a shed. There, 2 green Dongfeng combined harvesters were securely wrapped in thick plastic. No wonder they hadn't seen them during their search. Yu Desui peeled away the thick plastic, revealing the machines. See, Li Xiangdong grinned widely, nudging Feng Yucai. Quick, go take a look and see if they can be repaired. Only then did Feng Yucai understand Li Xiangdong's insistence on coming to Dongfang City. How did you know I could fix harvesters? No time for chatter. If you can repair them, I'll give you $50. Li Xiangdong whispered to Feng Yucai. This is something we cannot allow Yu Desui to overhear. What if he finds out it can be repaired and refuses to sell it to us? 50,000. Feng Yucai hiked up the price. No problem. Hurry. Yu Desui remained silent, merely glowering at the two as they murmured. Feng Yucai examined the machine thoroughly before taking the driver's seat, meticulously checking each button, and finally leaping down. He raised an eyebrow at Li Xiangdong and quietly remarked, "It appears that a screw has fallen into the engine. Once we retrieve it, all will be well." Before Li Xiangdong could respond, Yu Desui interjected, "Don't get ahead of yourselves. Are you two planning to purchase these 2 harvesters?" After all that deliberation, you only discovered an issue with the engine? Observing their incredulous expressions, Yu Desui let out a derisive chuckle. If that were the sole problem, would it have been unrepairable at the time? It seems you are merely novices, possessing only a superficial understanding. He declared, I alone can mend these 2 harvesters. Help me with the task, and I shall sell them to you for 500 each, guaranteeing they will operate flawlessly. If we cannot succeed, well, you can go wherever you feel comfortable. Chapter 78. Feng Yucai's dubious scheme, 500 each. My goodness. That is exceedingly cheap. These 2 machines would fetch far more than 500 as scrap metal. It is worth noting that Li Xiangdong had brought over 5,000 yuan. What is it, Uncle Yu? Just tell me, and I assure you I can make it happen. Li Xiangdong patted his chest confidently. Haha, you boast with such bravado. Yu Desui beckoned the 2 closer, enunciating deliberately, I want the 2 individuals with the surnames Wei and Jin to be utterly disgraced. The surname Wei refers to Yu Dashui's original wife, who he has not divorced despite their estrangement. The surname Jean pertains to her paramour, the deputy factory director. Li Xiangdong was taken aback. How could one possibly bring about the downfall of Wei and Jean in such a short time? This was an unfamiliar city, and he knew no one here. Quite a daunting task. However, if he declined, he would undoubtedly be unable to procure the harvesters. Gritting his teeth, Li Xiangdong replied, "Give us a day to contemplate. Tomorrow at this time, I will return with a definitive answer." Upon returning to the inn, they hastily consumed a meal before parting ways to gather information. By evening, the two reconvened outside the inn, with Feng Yucai brimming with excitement. He pulled Li Xiangdong aside, asking, "If I have an idea, do you still owe me that 100 yuan?" Li Xiangdong's eyes lit up, promptly assuring him, "Yes. Absolutely. What is your idea?" Given their previous successful collaboration, Feng Yucai generously refrained from requesting a deposit this time and shared his scheme with Li Xiangdong. Afterwards, he confidently proclaimed, "Within 3 days, those two will surely reveal their true colors." After hearing Feng Yucai's plan, Li Xiangdong was thoroughly impressed. He had previously devised a scheme to catch Li Song in the act, but compared to Feng Yucai's idea, it was like comparing mere mortals to a genius. Li Xiangdong gave Feng Yucai a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You truly are cunning. If it succeeds, I shall add another 100. With a newfound sense of confidence stemming from a reliable idea, Li Xiangdong eagerly set out early the next morning to negotiate with Yu Desui. "Within 3 days, we shall meet your requirements. Can you repair the 2 combine harvesters within that time? On the 4th day, we need to take the vehicles away. Can you guarantee that?" A rare seriousness crossed Yu Deshui's face as he solemnly vowed, "I swear to the heavens, if I cannot repair the harvesters within 3 days, may I wear a green hat in my next life, and 2 at that." "Goodness!" exclaimed the innocent Li Xiangdong, caught in this metaphorical crossfire. "Did I not make a similar vow in a past life that I failed to uphold?" Regardless of Li Xiangdong's internal musings, Feng Yucai exchanged a few more whispers with Yu Desui. After listening, Yu Desui remained skeptical, wondering if it could truly be that simple. Indeed, emerging from the barber shop, Yu Desui sported a neat short haircut and a clean-shaven chin. Upon closer inspection, his long eyebrows framed deep-set eyes, complemented by a prominent nose and a resolute expression. He was a far cry from the disheveled rogue he once was. Li Xiangdong had also invested in a fresh outfit for him, a crisp white shirt, black trousers, and a pair of pointed leather shoes. Refreshed and rejuvenated, Yu Desui carried the newly purchased Yinjing brand travel bag as he confidently strode into his home. The interior remained unchanged, and memories of happier times flooded his mind, causing his eyes to moisten slightly. In the alley, a woman with a chic bob, a lovely visage, and a slender figure hummed a tune while leisurely carrying a basket of groceries. Occasionally, she would pull out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from her brow. This was Yu Deshui's wife, Wei Shufan. Indeed, just look at her. She has a trim waist and a shapely figure that sways enticingly with every step. Undoubtedly a paragon among women. Are you certain she is 35? She appears to be in her late 20s. She must take good care of herself. Otherwise, how could she attract the deputy director of the first mechanical factory, causing Yu Desui to wear a green hat? Hush, she is coming. The 2 whispering figures hiding nearby were none other than Li Xiangdong and Feng Yucai. Upon arriving home, Wei Shufan noticed the door ajar, her heart racing with unease. Only she and Yu Desui possessed the house keys. Yu Desui had not returned home for several months. How could this be? Taking a deep breath, she gently pushed open the wooden door. Indeed, there was Yu Desui sitting in the living room, smoking. She glanced over, noting the filter tip. And this attire, a brand new white shirt of fine quality. Those pointed leather shoes, this summer's latest style, worth 51 yuan a pair at the department store. Most striking was Yu Desui's dark, muscular forearm, adorned with a gleaming watch on his wrist. Before she could utter a word, Yu Desui greeted her first. "You're back." Remarkably, Wei Shufan did not respond with her usual indifference. Instead, she replied in a gentle tone, "Yes, have you had lunch?" "Not yet." Yu Desui extinguished his cigarette. "Let us eat at home. I bought some meat." Yu Desui suppressed his urge to assist, giving himself a hard slap on the wrist. Scolding himself, "You fool. She's given you a green hat, and you still rush to cook for her. What did you say?" While Wei Shufan was outside slicing meat, she overheard Yu Desui mumbling to himself. Wiping her hands on her apron, she lifted the curtain and inquired, "Could you fetch me a cup of tea? I'm quite parched." Yu Deshui cleared his throat. Wei Shufan, momentarily taken aback, quickly retrieved a glass, added tea leaves, and poured hot water from the thermos to brew the tea. Finally, she placed it on the table beside Yu Deshui, cautioning him, "Be careful, it's hot." For a moment, Yu Deshui was stunned, then he chuckled to himself, reflecting on his wife whom he had cherished for over a decade. When Wei Shufan entered and scanned his attire from head to toe, he had deliberately rolled up his sleeves to display his watch. Feng Yucai had remarked, "Uncle Yu, what constitutes a man's charm? Is it wealth, power, or capability? With these attributes, a man naturally possesses the allure to attract women. Over the years, while you toiled in the factory and at home, surrendering your entire salary, dressing in tatters, you believed this made you a good husband. Wrong. Perhaps in the eyes of many ordinary women, it may seem so. But your wife is evidently not an ordinary woman. That vice factory director Jean, short and stout, in his 50s, what superiority does he possess over you? Is it not simply wealth and power, treating women as mere trifles? You cannot dispute this. Both men and women can be ungracious. The less you acknowledge him, the more he pursues. Frankly speaking, your wife is one, and so are you." Initially, Yu Deshui had disagreed with this notion, yet now, he found it strikingly accurate. Once Wei Shufan finished preparing the meal, she poured Yu Deshui a glass of white liquor. He assumed the aloof demeanor Feng Yucai had advised. He remained silent. But Wei Shufan could no longer contain herself. "Old Yu, where did you get the money for the watch?" For these past years, Yu Deshui's salary had remained with him. And although he had not submitted it for the past few months, his earnings from the factory's waste recycling station amounted to only 7 or 8 yuan a month. "Well, I came today, just as you wished." Yu Deshui calmly set down his chopsticks. "Prepare yourself for tomorrow. We shall proceed with the divorce the day after." Although it had been Wei Shufan who had long contemplated the divorce, it was Yu Deshui's sudden readiness to part ways that left her hesitating. "Why have you suddenly agreed to the divorce? One must always look ahead. Though I will miss you, if you can find happiness with Vice Factory Director Jean, I shall support your choice. Besides, I may be leaving Dongfang City in a couple of days." Wei Shufan, disregarding the need to clarify the innocence of her relationship with Vice Factory Director Jean, anxiously asked, "You are leaving Dongfang City? Where will you go?" "A new mechanical factory is being established in the Hu City area, and they want me to serve as the technical deputy director." Yu Deshui smacked his lips, realizing he had spoken too much. After downing his drink, he declared, "See you at the Civil Affairs Bureau at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow." With that, he grabbed a brand new travel bag and nonchalantly departed, leaving Wei Shufan alone, her mind racing with thoughts. Chapter 79. Feng Yucai's dubious scheme. Meanwhile, Feng Yucai and Li Xiangdong pretended to be casual passers-by as they spotted the short, stout Vice Factory Director Jean cycling towards them. "Xiaoxiang, is what you said true? The technician who, due to drinking on duty, damaged a major machine?" "Indeed, it is Yu Deshui. The path is rather narrow, the cobblestones uneven, and ahead, 2 individuals are blocking the way." Jean Wenhua, fearing a fall, dismounts to push his cart along. Suddenly, he overhears the name Yu Deshui, and his ears perk up. Now, there is no urgency to return home, as he leisurely trails behind the two. "It seems Yu Deshui can no longer remain at our factory. What chance does he have at such a vast machinery plant in Husher? This matter, I alone comprehend. My family hails from Husher. Are you aware?" "I am indeed. According to my second aunt's third uncle, the director of the newly established machinery factory is already acquainted with Yu Deshui and holds his technical skills in high regard. Word has it that Yu Deshui was sent to the scrap station and has personally received a telegram inviting him to become the technical deputy director. My goodness, hasn't Yu Deshui just ascended to great heights? Indeed, it has already been agreed that upon his arrival in Husher, he will be allocated housing, a wife, and a monthly salary of 180. A wife? But Yu Deshui is already married. Heh, you see, you are not privy to the rumors circulating in our plant." The voices grew quieter, and Jean Wenhua could hardly hear, his heart pounding like a drum. Could it be that this Yu is truly heading to Husher, to serve as the technical deputy director? Damn it. Yet, upon reflection, Husher lies far away. Perhaps it is for the best that this madman Yu departs. Then he can rendezvous with Wei Shufan without hindrance. It has been several days since he last saw Shufan, and he longs for her smooth, fair complexion. As the afternoon shift begins, Wei Shufan rushes to the accounting department. An elderly accountant, donned in reading glasses, is busy reconciling accounts with 2 younger colleagues. Wei Shufan catches the attention of a familiar accountant and quietly inquires if Yu Deshui is indeed being transferred. The young accountant glances at the others before pulling Wei Shufan outside. Sister Wei, I've heard his salary and benefits are changing. Not sure if that means he is being transferred. Wei Shufan spends the entire afternoon distracted. Throughout her life, she hasn't had grand aspirations. Yu Deshui has treated her kindly, yet she always senses something amiss. Yu Deshui is too meek, too honest. She imagines a man who is tall, strong, and powerful. Someone who commands respect from all upon stepping outside. Even if that man were to strike or scold her, it wouldn't matter. She relishes the allure of a manly man. In truth, her affair with Jean Wenhua didn't begin with her flirting. It was Jean Wenhua who, whether busy or idle, lingered close by her side. Until one day, when Yu Deshui was away on a business trip, she was working the night shift and was harassed by two drunken vagrants. Jean Wenhua happened upon her and chased the vagrants away. Later, she prepared some dishes at home to thank Jean Wenhua. They shared a few drinks and, before they knew it, found themselves entangled. Now what to do? Upon seeing Yu Deshui at noon, she felt an overwhelming aura of authority emanating from him, and it seemed she had fallen for him all over again. Meanwhile, Jean Wenhua, to avoid suspicion, refrained from inquiring about Yu Deshui within the factory. Yu Deshui is a vital technician at the machinery plant. He was recently assigned to the scrap station after a large piece of equipment was entrusted to him. Thus, the factory leadership still engaged in conversation, insinuating that Lao Yu was not a man prone to indulgence in drink. Lao Yu mentioned that it was Deputy Factory Director Jean who had shared a drink with him and informed him that he was not required to be on duty that night. Jean Wenhua decided to discuss matters with Wei Shufan later that evening. That afternoon, Yu Deshui, Li Xiangdong, and Feng Yucai convened at the scrap station. This wretched woman, upon seeing my attire, was utterly captivated. Previously, I served her meals and poured her drinks. Today, however, she is the one attending to me. Yu Deshui lamented. Am I not correct, Uncle Yu? What shall we do next? In the afternoon, they followed Wei Shufan. Suspecting that once Jean Wenhua learned of their plan to head to the city of Hu, he would surely seek out Wei Shufan. At that point, we will trap him effortlessly, Feng Yucai exclaimed, excitedly fiddling with his camera. Be cautious, this was rented for 1,000 yuan. It must be returned. Fortunately, Li Xiangdong had ample funds, or their plans would have been thwarted entirely. That night, Yu Deshui returned home once more, packing all his belongings. He informed Wei Shufan of his train departing at 8 o'clock that night, intending to attend to some matters in the provincial city before returning the following morning for their divorce. At 9 o'clock that evening, Wei Shufan heard the sound of a mouse outside her door. Squeak, squeak, she heard. Rising to peer outside, she found no one and mimicked a cat's meow. What an amusing signal these two have, Feng Yucai whispered. There truly is a large rat. Li Xiangdong pointed outside, where a figure resembling a stout winter melon swiftly slipped into Wei Shufan's home. She quickly drew the curtains and locked the door. The three outside exchanged glances and stealthily approached the window. Shufan, my precious, let me first touch that enticing body of yours. Jean Wenhua was exhilarated. However, Wei Shufan did not respond with her usual warmth. When do you plan to divorce? Jean Wenhua faltered, exclaiming, why speak such disheartening words during this beautiful evening? Once that bedridden woman passes, the position of factory director's wife shall undoubtedly be yours. In the past, such words would have swayed Wei Shufan, but not now. Yu Deshui was about to become the factory director himself, and in who no less. She was destined to be the legitimate factory director's wife. Why wait for another woman to die to ascend to that position? We should part ways. Wei Shufan's tone grew cold. What? Jean Wenhua realized with certainty that Yu Deshui's plans for Hu were indeed true. This woman intended to leave with him? Not a chance. You wish to follow Yu Deshui? Huh. You are tainted. Do you truly believe he would still desire you? Jean Wenhua stared intently at Wei Shufan. Wei Shufan felt a pang of anxiety. He has never seen what transpired between us. You must help me explain. Jean Wenhua grinned. Very well. Let us see how you serve me tonight. If I find it satisfactory, I shall assist you in your explanation. Wei Shufan steeled her resolve. After all, it wasn't her first time. What was done was done. As long as one can accompany Yu Deshui in splendid fashion to become the factory director's wife in the bustling city, everything is worthwhile. Soon, the room was filled with the rustling sounds of garments being shed, followed by the moans of both men and women. Outside the window, Feng Yucai was eager to make his move. while Yu Desui and Li Xiangdong wore expressions of deep dismay. Yu Desui found himself publicly humiliated, while Li Xiangdong was reminded of the 2 green hats he had worn in his previous life, courtesy of Zhou Yuyu. Time ticked away mercilessly. Feng Yucai, sensing the moment was ripe, signaled to Li Xiangdong to ignite the firewood behind the house as he took out 2 large locks to secure the doors and windows. Uncle Yu, hurry outside and summon the neighbors to help extinguish the fire. Chapter 80. The matter resolved. Departure in silence. In the first mechanical factory's residential area of Dongfang City, rows of orderly bungalows stood, each encircled by a low flower wall, with street lamps at every intersection casting a dim yellow glow. Yu Deshui's home was located in the rear rows, not far from the residences of several factory leaders. Upon seeing smoke billowing from behind his home, Yu Desui swiftly ran to the factory director's house, the secretary's house, and the residences of the 3 vice directors, knocking fervently on their doors. It was late in the evening, around 9 o'clock, and most people were still awake. The doors opened quickly, revealing surprised faces at the sight of Yu Desui, who had supposedly taken up residence in a recycling station. I came home to retrieve something, but the door is locked, and it seems no one is inside. However, there's a fire at my house. Please help me douse the flames. The neighbors, warm-hearted as ever, gathered their large basins, buckets, and even cooking pots filled with water, hastening to Yu Deshui's abode. As more people gathered, the smoke billowed higher, while those inside remained blissfully unaware of the chaos unfolding. Exhausted, Jean Wenhua finally heard the footsteps approaching and sat up, straining to listen. A fire? Where is it? Why are there so many people? Wei Shufan was unable to rise from the bed, her mind hazy. After a moment, Jean Wenhua suddenly exclaimed, "This is bad." The footsteps are headed towards Yu Deshui's house. Frantically, Jean Wenhua fumbled for his clothes. Damn it, why isn't the light working? After a struggle, he managed to put on his shirt and trousers, slipped on his shoes, and prepared to flee. He had no concern for Wei Shufan. She was in her own home, and what did it matter to him? He needed to blend into the crowd under the cover of darkness, pretending to be just another newcomer. It must be noted that while Jean Wenhua possessed a sharp intellect and remarkable agility, he was sorely lacking in moral integrity. Approaching the door, he pulled the latch and pushed with all his might, but to his dismay, the door would not budge. After several attempts, panic surged as he realized the door had been locked from the outside. He had fallen into a trap. Without a moment's hesitation, Jean Wenhua returned to the room to open a window, only to find it locked as well. The cacophony of hurried footsteps grew ever closer, and Jean Wenhua's mind began to hum with a disquieting buzz. With a resounding crash, the locked wooden door was forcefully kicked open. As the crowd poured in, carrying water to investigate the source of the fire, Yu Desui stealthily slipped behind the door and switched off the electric circuit. Suddenly, the lights in the main hall and bedroom blazed to life. The firefighters were left utterly astonished. What on earth is this? Mothers hastily covered the eyes of their curious children. The factory leaders wore expressions as grim as the deepest waters. The mechanical factory workers who had rushed in were left dumbfounded. Suddenly exposed under the bright lights, Jean Wenhua forced a smile that was more grotesque than tears. The bulb at the Wei household is broken, and, I was called to help fix it, he stammered. At that moment, Wei Shufan regained her senses. Glancing around at the multitude of onlookers, and then at her own bare body exposed to their gaze, she let out a piercing scream, nearly fainting. Old Jean, what can I even say to you? Look at what you're wearing, exclaimed the mechanical factory's director Xiao, pointing at Jean Wenhua. It was then that Jean Wenhua lowered his gaze to his attire, and upon doing so, he nearly lost consciousness himself. He had unwittingly donned Wei Shufan's floral garment in the dark. The once lovely blouse was stretched to its limits, the buttons gaping open, revealing his chest hair. If his wife hadn't been bedridden, she would have certainly come to claw his face in fury. Yu Desui emerged from behind, barking, "What are you doing in our home? You, weren't you supposed to be in the provincial city?" Upon seeing Yu Desui, Wei Shufan burst into tears. "Humph. If I hadn't mentioned going to the provincial city, you wouldn't have dared to brazenly indulge in your affair on my family's con." Feng Yucai, concealing half his face beneath a large hat, discreetly snapped several photographs from the back. As for what transpired next, they could sort it out themselves. After all, with so many witnesses, even if Jean Wenhua wielded significant influence, it would be impossible to suppress this incident effortlessly. In these times, entertainment was scarce. And the escapades of men and women were undoubtedly the gossip that delighted the masses. By the following day, this would surely become the talk of the factory. Li Xiangdong dragged the freshly lit branches to the nearby ditch, where the damp twigs smoldered without flames, only producing smoke. Feng Yucai chattered excitedly all the way, while Li Xiangdong remained somewhat pensive. He pondered the meaning of marriage, reflecting on his past life, where he became a father and grandfather only to meet a bitter end. And now, witnessing you des es despondence. Wasn't he the essence of marriage loyalty and shared joys and sorrows? Of course, many men abandoned their wives and children for mistresses, just as some women forsook their husbands and daughters. Some matters could not simply be judged in black and white. There were always those who had their own unavoidable hardships. Yet alas, Feng Yucai continued to fiddle with the camera, and finally, Li Xiangdong snapped back to reality, admonishing, "Stop fiddling with that. What if you break it? Can you afford to pay for it?" Feng Yucai grinned. "As long as you can afford it, that's all that matters." Li Xiangdong chuckled. "Please take a photo of me as well. Let's develop it together later. In my previous life, I never had the chance to be photographed before turning 20, so I wish to seize this opportunity to capture a few more images." The Changhong brand 120 dual reflex camera was produced in 1957, along with various other brands such as Huaxia, Seagull, Peony, Great Wall, and Red Plum. This marks the fourth day in Dongfang City. Li Xiangdong, unable to sleep, decided not to let Feng Yucai rest either, dragging the groggy Feng directly to Yu Dashui's recycling station. They fulfilled all of Yu Dashui's requests. And now it was time to purchase a combined harvester. Despite having been restless the previous night, Yu Deshui appeared vibrant, lacking any signs of fatigue. Li Xiangdong pondered how it was possible that just 3 people knew of his predicament, yet the emotional outcomes were so vastly different. Yu Deshui clapped both Li Xiangdong and Feng Yucai on the shoulders, declaring that this matter was now behind them, regardless of whether those 2 rascals marry or not. As long as he had released that pent-up frustration, he felt at ease. "I appreciate your advice, but I must tread my own path in life, taking solid steps forward. I still have to support my mother." Li Xiangdong nodded in agreement. Today, Yu Deshui was no longer the gloomy and fierce individual he had been in previous days, indicating that he had indeed moved past this hurdle. "Let us go. It's time to repair the harvester." Without needing Li Xiangdong to prompt him, Yu Deshui enthusiastically took charge. Together with Feng Yucai assisting, they toiled throughout the day, and by nightfall, both harvesters roared to life. The steady thrum of the harvester's engine filled the air, and Li Xiangdong found the sound remarkably pleasing. Chapter 81. Driving the harvester home. Is this working now? Can it be used? Ha. Li Xiangdong danced around the 2 rumbling Dongfeng combined harvesters, exuding the joy of a child, hopping and chattering incessantly. Feng Yucai couldn't help but laugh. Upon reflection, Li Xiangdong truly embodied the spirit of a 14-year-old boy, despite his often adult-like demeanor in work. Yu Deshui leaped down from the driver's seat, his hands and face smeared with oil. Feng Yucai was no better, his clothes splattered with yellow stains. Li Xiangdong, unfazed, grasped each of them with enthusiasm, exclaiming, "You 2 are great benefactors to the people of Li Jiapa." Yu Deshui looked at him in bemusement, while Feng Yucai exaggeratedly shrugged off Li's praise. Pulling his hand back, "Enough with the sweet talk. I haven't eaten all day. I want meat, fish, and beer." Ha, no problem. Let us take the old lady and dine at the most luxurious restaurant in Dongfang City. Order whatever you desire," Li Xiangdong generously proclaimed. Feng Yucai completely forgot his fatigue, urging Yu Deshui to hurry them along. Eventually, after over an hour on the bus, they arrived at the Milan state-owned restaurant in Dongfang City. Fortunately, the bus had windows, allowing Li Xiangdong to lean out the whole way and avoid motion sickness. Dongfang City truly surpasses our Huichuan County. Feng Yucai gazed at the opulent decor of the establishment, the neon lights framing the 6 gleaming golden characters of Milan's state-run hotel. The hall was illuminated brightly, bustling with a continuous stream of patrons, and he marveled. The people in the city are indeed affluent. Look at our Huichuan County. Hardly anyone indulges in stir-fried dishes. Is this really Huichuan County? Aren't you from the grand metropolis of Shanghai? Can you truly find interest in this small prefecture-level city? Li Xiangdong teased him. Enough chatter, let us go. The 4 of them requested a private room. Feng Yucai, holding the menu, enthusiastically ordered braised pork with quail eggs, a trio of stir-fried delicacies, sautéed liver tips, and fried carp, alongside chicken stewed with mushrooms. His excitement waned upon seeing the prices. Well, let us stick with these. You three can order more? Haha? Yu Desui's mother exclaimed. This is excessive. Fish and meat galore. Too much to consume. Despite Yu Desui's attempts to persuade, he refrained from ordering. Li Xiangdong had to order garlic sautéed lettuce, stir-fried gourd strips, a bowl of abalone chicken soup, and a large platter of rice, and 4 bottles of lao shui. Lao shui is a colloquial term for snow beer, often referred to as min dao lu, implying its potency. Those with a low tolerance can easily be overwhelmed after just a few sips. At that time, snow beer had a relatively high alcohol and malt content, with its malt concentration reaching as high as 20 degrees. Snow beer was established in 1957, and while our region isn't part of the Northeast, it remains the most popular beverage. Observing the pristine tablecloth laden with fragrant and colorful dishes, the steaming abalone chicken soup, and a generous bowl of fluffy white rice, alongside the crispy fried carp drenched in a rich red sauce, the group could hardly contain their salivation. Li Xiangdong gazed at the feast as if in a dream. The 4 of them wielded their chopsticks with fervor, soon clearing the table entirely. Feng Yucai, feeling satiated, loosened his belt multiple times, reclining in his chair with glossy lips and a contented smile illuminating his face. The other 3 mirrored his state of bliss. However, when it came time to settle the bill, the total amounted to 10 food coupons and 78 yuan. Observing Li Xiangdong pay without a flicker of hesitation, Feng Yucai marveled at how this country bumpkin seemed to have endless funds. Shaoli, I've cleaned your clothes, shoes, and bag. Take them with you tomorrow. Also, make sure to settle the payment first thing in the morning so the harvester can be taken away. Feng Yucai pointed to the watch on Yu Desui's wrist. By the way, Uncle Yu, can I have my watch back now? Right, thank you, Xiaofeng. Yu Desui took off his watch and returned it to Feng Yucai. Uncle Yu, the clothes, shoes, and bag were all gifts for you. You need not return them. Besides, you helped me repair cars all day today. I haven't even compensated you yet. Li Xiangdong was not a miser, despite the fact that the attire cost nearly 70 yuan, particularly the expensive pair of 3-joint leather shoes. However, compared to the favor of repairing the car, it seemed trifling. Yu Desui resolutely declined. Li Xiangdong, I have one more request. You must teach us how to operate the combine harvester. To assist fully, Yu Desui, after laboriously repairing cars all day, resigned himself to begin an earnest coaching career the next day. Li Xiangdong, having a passion for driving in his previous life, learned to operate the harvester with ease, even faster than Feng Yucai, which prompted Yu Desui to praise him profusely. Li Xiangdong, who had driven for decades in his past life, waved his hand, attributing it to natural talent. Feng Yucai remarked, this little country bumpkin is quite impressive. While Feng Yucai practiced driving, Li Xiangdong meticulously searched through the corners of the junkyard and, to his astonishment, discovered several scrolls tucked away in the corner of the restroom. They were 2 paintings, sliced down the middle. Li Xiangdong was overwhelmed with joy. He recognized the 3 characters inscribed upon them. Fan Zhongjing, the illustrious Fan Quan. When it came time to finalize the paperwork, Li Xiangdong, cautious of the valuable items, asked, Uncle Yu, should we sign a contract? Not that I doubt you, but I fear someone might try to revisit old grievances, and it would be unfortunate if you were implicated. A good deed turning sour. Yu Desui, unfazed, retrieved a stack of triplicate receipts adorned with a bright red official seal from a tin box beneath the shed and waved them at Li Xiangdong. Rest assured, I can handle this. Although this scrapyard is affiliated with the machinery plant, it operates as a business, and I oversee all normal transactions. Li Xiangdong was elated, promptly producing a bundle of crisp 10 yuan notes totaling 1,000 yuan, which Yu Desui acknowledged with a receipt, thus sealing the deal. The following day, Yu Desui had polished 2 olive green harvesters to a gleaming shine and filled them with diesel, assuring they could be driven back without the need for refueling over the 400-mile journey. Li Xiangdong was at a loss for words and embraced Yu Desui warmly. Having never had such intimate contact with a young boy at his age, Yu Desui felt a twinge of emotion. If you need anything, send me a telegram or call the factory. Before departing, Li Xiangdong insisted on leaving his clothes and shoes with Yu Desui, ultimately slipping 200 yuan into his pocket. Feng Yucai also discreetly tucked 2 scandalous photographs of Wei Shufan and Jin Wenhua into his belongings. In total, Li Xiangdong spent over 1,700 yuan on this journey, yet his bag contained 5 exquisite crimson-glazed cups and 2 paintings by Fan Quan. Together with Feng Yucai, they operated a single harvester, truly a remarkable value, yielding substantial profits. Li Xiangdong, elated from their earnings, proudly drove the Dongfeng brand combined harvester, swiftly making their way home. Chapter 82. The Wheat Harvest Season. Initially, Li Xiangdong was overjoyed, but after more than 5 hours of travel, they had barely covered 100 miles. The roads were scarce, and the harvester's speed was under 20 miles per hour. They still had over 300 miles to reach the Li family's team. The two dismounted to relieve themselves by the roadside, and Feng Yucai complained, "Earning this 200 yuan is no easy feat. My backside feels like it's been jolted to pieces." Li Xiangdong shot him a sideways glance. "You don't want to repay me, do you?" It was impossible to repay. After all, this was his rightful earnings. "You've started again, just like a few days ago, acting like a child. Look at you now. So pretentious and tiresome." As their camaraderie deepened, Feng Yucai felt emboldened to jest. Li Xiangdong smiled slightly, offering no retort, no matter how he masked it. He could never truly embody the innocence of a mere 14-year-old. Yet, there lingered a hint of melancholy. As they hurried home, weary and dusty, Huichuan County commenced its grand wheat harvest campaign. In the Huichuan County Revolutionary Committee office, the plump and jovial Deputy Director Zhang, with his neatly slicked back hair and delicate features, sat comfortably in his chair, facing Hu Shusong, the president of Wuduo Commune. Hu Shusong sat with half his rear on the sofa, legs together, hands resting on his knees. Back straight, attentively listening to Deputy Director Zhang. "Shusong, your idea is splendid." Zhang took a sip of tea. "The city journalists are already scheduled to cover our county's wheat harvest campaign, and it will receive a full page of coverage. This will be a victorious harvest, leaving an indelible mark in the annals of Huichuan County's history. We must collect more grain this time. I have already secured a guarantee from the higher-ups." Hu Shusong interjected, "The common folk will certainly understand your concerns. This is all for the development of Huichuan County." Deputy Director Zhang nodded gently, though his expression shifted from relaxed to somewhat somber. "The city has sent someone experienced to take charge. We do not know the farmers from beneath Ebai Mountain, but we will follow you. You have guided us through thick and thin all these years. I, Hu, am not ungrateful." After hearing Hu Shusong's heartfelt declaration, Deputy Director Zhang nodded in satisfaction. Such dialogues repeated tenfold, with some like Hu Shusong gaining his approval, while others stubbornly remained noncommittal. Deputy Director Zhang, seasoned by years of experience, naturally had ways to address them. Meanwhile, at the Li family's team, Li Jin rang the bell at the entrance of the team's office. The crisp sound echoed, calling all members, donned in straw hats and wielding sickles, to assemble. Observing the serious and tense expressions of the members, Li Jin's demeanor was equally solemn. "Comrades, the county's wheat harvest campaign has commenced. From this moment on, everyone is to participate in the harvest. No absences or laziness allowed. We must ensure every grain is accounted for. Additionally, Changhai and Li Tang, please organize 2 groups of individuals, one dedicated to harvesting the wheat and the other to threshing and winnowing. Lu Changhai and Li Tang will serve as the captains of these production teams. Yu Liang, ensure you are prepared by feeding the donkeys, mules, and horses with sufficient fodder, particularly an ample amount of soybean cake to replenish their nutrition, as they will likely be required to work day and night in the coming days. We must not exhaust our valuable livestock, for they represent our greatest asset." Lu Yuliang is the livestock caretaker of the brigade. Under the pressing guidance of Li Jin, everyone dispersed hastily, eager to reach the wheat fields. Time is of the essence. The early ripening wheat is on the verge of bursting its grains. If we delay any further, we risk losing the harvest. Moreover, there has been an increasing number of elderly individuals complaining of leg and arm pains, and there is genuine concern that rain may arrive unexpectedly. Thus, as soon as the county issued its directive, Li Jiapa sprang into action. Of course, this mobilization extended beyond Li Jiapa to encompass all 345 brigades in Huichuan County. Li Xiangdong has been away from home for 6 or 7 days, causing great anxiety for Li Jin and Zhao Sufang. This reckless child must not encounter any misfortune while away. Zhao Sufang placed the sweet potatoes harvested by Li Guiqing and the others into a basket, neatly stacking them in the corner of the west room, before promptly carrying Li Yan on her back and heading out to harvest the wheat. The brick kiln factory has granted its workers a holiday, and schools have also suspended classes for wheat harvesting, allowing everyone to immerse themselves in the urgent task at hand. Li Zhen and Zhao Sufang worked side by side in the fields, while Li Jiabao and Li Ping gathered the harvested wheat. To bundle wheat, one simply twists two heads of wheat together and secures them. The threshing is achieved using oxen to pull a stone mill back and forth, while winnowing occurs when the wind assists in separating the wheat from the chaff. Stacks of wheat straw are formed, which can be utilized for firewood. Under the blazing sun, with heat rising and waves of golden wheat undulating, the people wield their sickles, cutting down rows of wheat that fall gracefully, only to be bound once more into sheaves. Subsequently, individuals push carts to transport these sheaves, arranging them neatly in the courtyard to dry. The older generation drives the oxen and donkeys to pull the heavy stone mill back and forth, facilitating the threshing process. Next comes the winnowing. When the wind blows, individuals enthusiastically raise their arms and wield large wooden shovels to toss the wheat into the air. This labor is not only exhausting but also demands a high level of skill. The wind, whether gentle or fierce, proves to be a challenge. A vigorous shake of the wooden shovel is ineffective, as is a timid one. A strong gust scatters the grain indiscriminately, while a feeble breeze fails to separate the wheat from the chaff. The right wind is a rarity, compelling the grain workers to sleep in the fields, ever alert to spring into action at the slightest breath of air, a true testament to their relentless toil. When Li Xiangdong returned to the Li Jiapa brigade, he found that the wheat harvest had been underway for 4 days. He arrived home at 3 in the afternoon, parking his combined harvester alongside Feng Yucai's. Li Jiabao and Li Ping, their calves aching, returned home to fetch their midday meal. In truth, no one had prepared anything. Breakfast had consisted of steamed buns filled with scrambled eggs and pickled vegetables, hastily prepared by Zhao Sufang. Along with a kettle of cool water, this constituted their lunch for the past 3 days, a routine mirrored in previous years. However, this year, thanks to Li Xiangdong's purchase of ample provisions, they at least found some satisfaction at mealtime, for otherwise, they would have endured the sweltering heat and hunger. Subsisting solely on sorghum cakes and copious amounts of cool water, a truly disheartening plight. Li Jiabao and Li Ping wrapped the buns in a cloth and placed them in a bamboo basket, adding 2 spoonfuls of sugar to the kettle for a sweet touch that also cooled the body. Stepping outside, they were met by the sudden sight of 2 towering figures. What could this be? They were taller than their own house. Who could it be? Was that their second brother waving and smiling from the small glass enclosure of the vehicle? It was indeed him. Overjoyed, Li Ping and Li Jiabao leapt into action, racing toward the now odorous Li Xiangdong. Tears welled in their eyes. It had been far too long since they had last seen him. However, the pungent smell emanating from him soon drove them away. Goodness, had he fallen into a latrine? Chapter 83. The astonishment of the people of Li Jiapa observing his younger sibling step back in surprise. Li Xiangdong raised his arm to sniff at his own odor. He nearly retched. In his eagerness to return, he had spent the past few nights confined to the driver's seat, with no opportunity for a proper wash. Feng Yucai also disembarked, his once sleek hair now a disheveled mess, greasy and resembling a bird's nest. Quick, let me take a bath. I can hardly bear my own stench. Li Xiangdong instructed Li Ping and Li Jiabao to deliver the meal, while he and Feng Yucai washed themselves with the pleasantly warmed water from the large outdoor vat. Feng Yucai went first, while Li Xiangdong returned to his room, fussing for a while before emerging, burdened by a substantial sum of money, securely tucked away against his chest. He felt utterly exhausted, even in sleep. One eye remained open, the other closed. He also had 2 paintings and 5 crimson-glazed cups to safeguard, all worth a fortune. After a thorough wash and donning fresh clothing, Li Xiangdong finally felt rejuvenated. Feng Yucai, having washed his own attire, donned some of Li Xiangdong's garments, which were somewhat oversized for him due to Li Xiangdong's height. Li Xiangdong handed Feng Yucai 20 large bills, expressing his heartfelt gratitude for his hard work. Feng Yucai, grinning broadly, accepted the money with delight, exclaiming, "Brother, in the future, be sure to call me for such endeavors. You are my fortune." Feng Yucai struggled to earn more than a mere 10 yuan in the entire year while residing in Lanshui village. However, since he met Li Xiangdong, he has managed to accrue an impressive 250 yuan. Could he be anything other than a deity of fortune? Li Xiangdong wished fervently to have Feng Yucai stay a few more days, as the two of them working together on the harvester could expedite the wheat harvesting process. Yet, Feng Yucai resolutely refused to remain, prompting him to request a 3-day leave from the team leader. Just calculate how many days we have been out. Upon returning, I would have no explanation to offer. Furthermore, operating the harvester comes at a different rate. Li Xiangdong feigned an attempt to kick him, fully aware that retaining him was impractical, and therefore allowed him to depart. After a brief respite, Li Xiangdong prepared 2 fried eggs for himself, sizzling and tender, nestled within a crispy, golden bun, devouring them ravenously before ascending into the harvester's cabin and driving towards the wheat fields where his mother was harvesting. Harvesting wheat is indeed a laborious task. The sharp and brittle wheat awns can irritate the skin, causing unbearable itching. Some individuals are allergic to the wheat awns, breaking out in hives upon contact, which can be excruciatingly itchy, often resulting in clusters of small bumps when scratched. Constantly bending over to reap the wheat, some could no longer tolerate the discomfort and would stretch their backs to catch a breeze. Suddenly, what was that? An imposing figure, tall and robust, approaching with a thunderous roar. Before long, everyone heard the resounding noise of the harvester, prompting them to look up with curiosity. Those with keen eyes spotted Li Xiangdong. Look, isn't that Xiangdong from the team leader's family? Is it really? Can such a young boy operate such a massive machine? Indeed, it is Xiangdong. Sister-in-law, your second son is driving the big machine over here. Zhao Sufang, at a distance, only glanced up when someone called her name. Shielding her eyes from the sun, she squinted and saw a tall, slender boy leap from the cabin, striding towards her. It truly was Xiangdong. Her son had returned. Zhao Sufang's heart swelled with excitement as she picked up her daughter, Li Yin, who was playing nearby, and hurried to greet him. Upon spotting Li Xiangdong, Li Yin squirmed with joy, waving her little arms in an eager plea for a hug, having not seen her second brother for what felt like ages. Her 5 and 3 older siblings were not kind to her, refusing to share the delicious white rabbit candy, but her second brother was always good to her. Li Xiangdong embraced his little sister, whose face was smudged with dirt. Mother, I'm back. Wonderful, wonderful. Zhao Sufang gently caressed her son's face, noticing he seemed to have lost weight. Before they could exchange many words, others approached to inquire about the machine Li Xiangdong was operating. It's a Dongfeng brand combine harvester. He replied, Oh, what are you harvesting? Wheat. You all need not worry. I will finish the harvest in no time. There will be no need for threshing. Just bring your bags to collect the grains. Goodness, don't boast, you young rascal. Aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? Remarked an elderly woman. Li Xiangdong chose not to engage in her banter. Meanwhile, the quicker-footed villagers had already rushed to find Li Jin upon hearing of the arrival of the massive machine, which belched black smoke as it thundered to life. The key point was that it was operated by none other than their son. Li Jin nearly ran over, a vague suspicion stirring within him, yet he dared not believe it. Could it truly be that his son had returned with a harvester? Upon seeing the imposing green machine parked at the field's edge, with his son standing before it, enthusiastically explaining its features to the curious villagers, Li Jin's heart surged with emotion. It was indeed a harvester. Li Xiangdong smiled at his father, uttering no superfluous words. Instead, he seized the controls and prepared to operate the machine. Father, let the uncles and aunts step aside. I shall demonstrate this Dongfeng combine harvester. Years later, the villagers of Li Jiapu would become accustomed to the scenes of mechanized sowing and harvesting, even taking it for granted that agriculture could be so effortless and efficient, saving labor. Yet, at this moment, the people were awestruck, invigorated, and utterly incredulous. They stood in rows along the field's edge, gripping their sickles tightly, their expressions solemn as they watched Li Xiangdong ascend to the driver's seat, settle in, and manipulate the controls. As the massive green machine slowly advanced into the field, silence enveloped them. They held their breath, entranced by the rhythmic thrum of the harvester's engine. Rows upon rows of wheat were devoured by the machine, leaving behind only a tidy stubble in its wake. Suddenly, the harvester halted. Li Xiangdong leaned out of the cabin, waving to the crowd and shouting something. After what felt like an eternity, Li Jin finally discerned his son's words. Everyone, prepare your bags. Soon, the grain bin will be full, and we must be ready to collect the output. Hurry, get the bags. Before he could finish, a few eager villagers dashed back to the yard to fetch bags. Li Xiangdong maneuvered the machine closer to the crowd, consuming another swath of wheat. The first villager to catch the grain steadied his hands beneath the bin's opening, trembling with disbelief at the thought that golden kernels could emerge from the gaping maw of the machine. Was there a single grain that did not bear the sweat of hard-working farmers, painstakingly gathered over countless days? And yet, here they were, spilling forth without the need for threshing or winnowing. He could not fathom it. Seeing that the villagers were ready, Li Xiangdong pressed the green unloading button. A cascade of golden wheat grains truly flowed from the machine's dark opening. In no time, the first bag was filled to capacity. This was a 100-pound sack. Then came the second villager, followed by the third and fourth, each filling their bags amidst the clamor of excitement. Suddenly, a wave of jubilant cheers erupted from the crowd, reminiscent of a tsunami. Some rejoiced, others wept, while a few rushed to the driver's cabin, seizing Li Xiangdong and tossing him into the air. A crescendo of applause resounded, growing ever more fervent. If an outsider were to witness this scene, they would surely think the people of Li Jiapa had gone mad. Chapter 84. The Tapestry of Life. Li Xiangdong had directly harvested 40 acres of wheat. The harvester belched forth black smoke incessantly, and it seemed as though everyone had been infused with boundless energy, methodically bagging, transporting, and laying out the harvest to dry in the yard. After the numerous cumbersome tasks were simplified, the people felt somewhat disoriented. How could the wheat harvest be so effortless? This evening, the liveliest spot in Li Jiapo had shifted from the brigade office to the home of Li Xiangdong, from indoors to the courtyard, and then to the thoroughfare outside. The area was teeming with people. Naturally, the most crowded location was where the two harvesters were parked. People were even foregoing their evening meals at home. Each person held a bowl in one hand and chopsticks in the other, munching on large pancakes filled with pickled vegetables while sipping green bean soup and engaging in lively conversation. The villagers were eager to touch the magnificent machines, reminiscing about their recent labor and caressing the machines' exteriors with delicate and cautious gestures. What a marvel! One machine had harvested dozens of acres in just a few hours. And here, astonishingly, there were two. How could the fields of Li Jiapo withstand the onslaught of these colossal machines? It would be like a mere dish for Zhang Fei to devour. Would it be finished in no time? Ha ha ha! Amidst the laughter and cheer, the voices of adults occasionally rang out, admonishing children to be careful. If you break it, just wait until I spank you. The most prominent figures among the crowd were Li Ping and Li Jiabao. All the children followed closely behind the two, with Li Jiabao puffing out his little belly, head held high, hands on his hips, proclaiming, "Tomorrow, I will drive this one, and my second brother will operate that one. Together we shall harvest the wheat." The children gazed at him with envy, vying for his favor, hoping that he would take them along for the ride the next day. The sound of the engines and the clattering of machinery was truly impressive. Li Jiabao, mimicking the adults, pretended to ponder for a moment before announcing to his friends, "Let's see how you perform. I'll mention it to my second brother tonight." On the other side, a group of girls surrounded Li Ping, chattering excitedly. "Can we drive the harvester too?" Li Ping replied, "Of course we can. Women can hold up half the sky. What men can do, we can do too. And what men cannot do, we women can do as well." With that, she set out to find her second brother for the keys to the driver's cabin, eager to let her friends experience the sensation of operating a harvester. Why this eagerness for an early experience? Because one day, when they grow up, each of them would want to drive one. However, Li Ping and Li Jiabao struggled to reach their second brother amidst the throng of adults. Li Xiangdong was encircled by a group of older folks. "Xiangdong, where on earth did you acquire these two harvesters?" inquired his great-uncle, incredulous that the usually playful child could have driven back two harvesters all by himself. It was akin to witnessing a 7- or 8-year-old suddenly return with two aircraft carriers. Such was the astonishment. "Indeed, do tell. How could you possibly operate two machines alone? Did you have a divine being assist you?" someone inquired. "Don't be ridiculous. What divine being?" As soon as he spoke, an elder interrupted him, cautioning, "These days, we mustn't speak of demons, spirits, or deities. Even if you believe it, you should keep your faith private. How can one boldly proclaim it?" Li Xiangdong, feeling the curious gazes of those around him, selectively shared what he could. Upon hearing his words, the villagers suddenly understood and began to extol Li Xiangdong for his bravery, insight, and education. How could he possess such audacity? Hearing a mere rumor, he dared to venture alone over 400 or 500 miles to Dongfang City. Remarkably, he returned with two harvesters. Looking back at his own foolish son, who was absent-mindedly drooling, he felt an overwhelming surge of frustration and, without hesitation, slapped the boy who was raptly listening to Li Xiangdong's tale. What a worthless child! The children who were slapped protested, "You're over 30. Have you ever even been to Dongfang City? You're 45 this year, and you can't even muster the courage to visit the supply cooperative without fearing the sales clerk. Yet you criticize me? I'm merely following the trend. The man, exposed by his own son, turned crimson with embarrassment. He kicked the ground in frustration, feeling utterly humiliated. Why was he airing such nonsense? The crowd erupted in laughter, encouraging him. Don't just look at your son. Consider our entire village and commune. How many children are like Xiangdong? He truly is the son of the brigade leader. Who has taught him well? Some whispered privately, pondering whether the brigade leader's ancestral grave possessed favorable feng shui, lamenting why their own children lacked such promise. When the time came to honor their ancestors, they would surely have much to discuss. The ancestors underground sneezed in response. However, with many people gathered, thoughts inevitably multiplied. As the villagers sang praises for Li Xiangdong, a perceptive individual contemplated, a bicycle requires a ticket costing 160. How much would such a large machine cost? Surely it is an exorbitant sum. Where would a mere child like Li Xiangdong acquire such funds? Aside from his father, Li Jin, who could possibly provide for him? Yet Li Jin was the brigade leader. Could that money genuinely belong to him? Alas, what if he had taken funds from the brigade to purchase the machines, claiming them as his own? What could an ordinary citizen like us say? Of course, those who thought this way were exceedingly rare. After all, anyone with a clear mind knew that the Li family's resources were quite limited. If someone dared to voice such thoughts, they would immediately be met with the question, forget Li Jiapa, does our Wudio commune possess enough wealth to buy a single tractor? If you believe Li Jiapa is so affluent, why don't you take charge and simply add 2 more tractors? How could one utter such unreasonable words? Those with shrewdness remained silent, but those lacking a bit of acumen would surely reveal their folly. Aunt Nyo, with a determined gesture, boldly stepped forward, parting the crowd and pointing at Li Xiangdong. Demanding of Li Jin, brigade leader, where did your younger son acquire such a sum to buy harvesters? It wasn't he from you, was it? Li Jin was taken aback with indignation. Unfazed, Li Xiangdong smiled and inquired, Aunt Nyo, how is your cattle, Nyo Guang? Upon hearing the name Nyo Guang, Aunt Nyo scoffed. Ah, so you do care. Our Nyo Guang is perfectly fine. Some individuals harbor a deep-seated animosity, wishing for others' demise, yet this time they are merely indulging in fanciful daydreams. Nearby, someone discreetly informed Li Xiangdong that Nyo Guang and Lu Baobao had recently been sentenced. It appeared that a high-ranking relative from the Nyo family had personally intervened with the county authorities, resulting in Nyo Guang receiving a mere 3-month labor reform sentence, citing previous investigations as unfounded. And Lu Baobao? Li Xiangdong inquired. Lu Baobao was sentenced to 6 months. A glimmer of insight flickered in Li Xiangdong's eyes. It seemed that the Nyo family had formidable backing. No wonder Aunt Nyo had regained her confidence. Aunt Nyo, if Nyo Guang receives proper state education during his labor reform, he might return with valuable lessons on integrity. Li Xiangdong's expression suddenly turned grave. Do you possess any evidence to so boldly assert that my father misappropriated public funds for my use? Let me remind you, our nation recognizes not only the crime of hooliganism, but also that of defamation. If you continue with your reckless words, I would not hesitate to ensure you accompany your son to receive state education. Following this stern admonition, those with ulterior motives felt a chill run down their spines. Uncle Bo, our brigade's annual financial income and expenditures are all transparent, correct? Indeed, Wang Junbo replied, holding a stack of ledgers. Anyone with doubts is welcome to examine the accounts. The villagers began to converse among themselves, creating a cacophony of murmurs. Li Jin pondered, once again, this fellow has anticipated the situation perfectly. There are indeed those who suspect he has embezzled public funds. After a prolonged wait, when no one approached to inspect the ledgers, Li Xiangdong proclaimed, to be perfectly honest, I invested 1,000 yuan in these 2 machines. The crowd erupted in astonishment, 1,000 yuan. However, this sum was borrowed from an elder whom I once assisted in saving his wife. Upon learning of my intentions, he generously lent me the money. Li Xiangdong continued. Now, do you all understand? Although I purchased these machines and owe the debt, they are provided to our brigade entirely free of charge. Another wave of enthusiastic applause surged through the crowd. Li Song supported Li Wanshi, and they exchanged disappointed glances. Moments ago, they had been pondering that they had not signed a division of property agreement with the elder brother, and this hardly constituted a separation. Suddenly learning that Li Xiangdong owed 1,000 yuan yet intended to offer the harvester for free, They were left wondering, was this a division of property or not? Chapter 85. A leisurely day the following morning dawned with a gloomy sky, devoid of sunlight. Heavy clouds loomed, saturated with moisture, as if they could release rain with the slightest provocation. Swallows flew low, and the air was filled with the fluttering of numerous greenish-gray sparrows. Li Xiangdong, his entire body aching and enveloped in a haze of strange dreams, was roused by Li Jin. Li Jin, furrowing his brow, urged him, "Quickly awaken, wash your face. Eat something, and let us harvest the large barley field in Donghua. The weather seems ominous." Instantly alert, Li Xiangdong sprang out of bed, drew back the curtains, and observed the oppressive gloom outside, the air thick with the scent of impending rain. "Father, the other harvester is also operational. I'll teach you how to use it, and we can work together, which will expedite the process." Li Jin, having driven large trucks and jeeps during his service, likely needed only a brief tutorial to become adept. "Quickly, have a bite to eat. Your mother has prepared 3 eggs and stewed some small fish." Li Xiangdong hastily donned his clothes, washed his face, and when he sat down at the dining table, he was greeted by a delightful spread. A bowl brimming with braised small fish, a plate of stir-fried shredded meat with pickled vegetables, along with steamed buns and eggs. The family had all gone out to harvest wheat, and had it not been for Li Jin's concern for Li Xiangdong's exhaustion after many days of labor, he would have already been summoned to rise. Seeing that Li Jin could hardly sit still, Li Xiangdong tore open a bun, added a chopstick full of stir-fried meat with pickles, and tossed in a few segments of green onion. "Let us go, father. Allow me to introduce you to the controls." The father and son settled into the driver's seat, and while Li Xiangdong munched on his bun, he explained the various functions of the controls: forward, reverse, and turning. Despite being in his 40s, Li Jin's mind remained sharp, and after a couple of attempts, he became proficient in operating the machine. Each took a machine, and they drove off into the fields, the engines purring. Over here, as soon as the sky darkened and threatened rain, everyone sprang into action, scythes in hand, determined to gather as much as they could. By 9 in the morning, the ominous clouds gradually dispersed, drifting westward, revealing the blazing sun, prompting cheers and the removal of straw hats. Isn't the weather frightfully unpredictable? Li Xiangdong toiled relentlessly throughout the day, only stepping out of the machine to relieve himself. While his midday meal was delivered by Li Ping to him and his father, he felt as though his posterior and thighs no longer belonged to him. Yet the wheat harvest was akin to a battlefield. He gritted his teeth and worked until 9 in the evening. This was only because the machinery had begun to overheat. Otherwise, his father would have worked through the night, thus accounting for the 40 acres cut by the villagers by hand. The father and son duo had harvested over 180 acres, yet there remained 1,000 acres in Li Jiapa to be gathered. Li Xiangdong feared he would not endure until the end. He felt he might perish from exhaustion. Ultimately, he conferred with Li Jin, Li Tang, and Lu Chonghai, the team leaders, and announced that anyone in the Li Jiapa brigade who could read, aged 14 to 50, could come and learn to operate the harvester. This news ignited a fervor. What? Free training with guaranteed mastery? 8 hours on the harvester counts for 80 work points? In no time, a line formed outside Li Xiangdong's door. Who wouldn't he be eager for their children to acquire new skills? If they truly learned, it would surely provide a means of sustenance in the future. Through diligent teaching and observation, Li Xiangdong and Li Jin identified 4 outstanding learners: Gui Daming, Lu Chonghai, Li Xiangchao, the eldest grandson of Li Jinshan, Li Jin's uncle, and surprisingly, the most adept among them was none other than Ning Ruru. The young girl learned the entire procedure in one go, committing all the buttons and operations to memory. Since these 4 took up their positions, each machine operated in shifts, allowing Li Xiangdong to finally rest. He indulged in a full day of sleep, undisturbed and unbothered, as his family moved about quietly, fearful of waking him. When he awoke, his body felt rejuvenated, and after stretching a grand yawn, he finally felt as if he had come back to life. He is young, with a swift metabolism, his stomach growling with hunger. Suddenly, he feels an overwhelming desire for a pot of iron-cooked goose, adding some dried potatoes and green beans. The vegetables soaked in rich fat and broth, one bite delivers both a chewy texture and delightful flavor. Unlike fresh potatoes and green beans that always seem watery no matter how they are cooked. Currently, the vast fields of Li Jiapa are harvested by machines, leaving only small patches, the corners where machines cannot reach, for manual harvesting. Consequently, fewer hands are needed, prompting many to gather wheat seeds and glean the ears of grain. Zhao Sufang refrains from working in the fields, a request strongly advocated by Li Xiangdong, who wishes to spare his mother from excessive toil, unlike in her previous life, when hard labor led to early illness. As Li Xiangdong lifts the door curtain to enter, he finds Zhao Sufang diligently wiping the cabinet with a cloth, while Li Yin entertains the spotted cat, which, having been pinched by Li Yin, meows and relocates to a safer distance. "Mother, let us have iron-cooked goose for lunch today, with a ring of cornmeal pancakes around the pot." "Sure. However, we don't have a goose at home. Your second aunt has two. I'll ask her if she is willing to sell one." Zhao Sufang urges Li Xiangdong to watch over his younger sister and swiftly retrieves a roll of change from beneath the Kong mat, heading energetically towards her sister's house at the eastern end of the village. "Mother, don't forget to buy some dried potatoes and green beans from second aunt's house." Li Xiangdong recalls this and shouts. However, Zhao Sufang has already ventured far, prompting Li Xiangdong to secure the front door before rushing after her while cradling Li Yin. Chapter 86. Iron-Cooked Goose. Zhao Sufang's second sister, Zhao Sufan, is married to another family with the surname Li from the same village. Though not the same lineage as Li Xiangdong's family, it is said that Li Xiangdong's family descends from the nephew of Zhu Yuanzhang, the founding emperor of the Ming dynasty, a branch left by the Duke of Chao, Li Wenzhong, who later migrated and settled in Li Jiapa. The family of the second aunt's husband, however, does not boast such a storied past, being quite ordinary. Nevertheless, they are currently faring well. As the second aunt's husband's parents are still alive, and with 4 sons, each of whom has children, they form a robust workforce, earning ample work points and receiving a larger share of grain. Since the family has not divided, they all reside in a large courtyard together. Although the village leader has mandated that each household can only keep 2 chickens, their numerous family members allow them to raise many more chickens, ducks, and geese. When Li Xiangdong arrives, both his second aunt and her husband are absent, having gone to the fields to gather wheat for work points. His mother has already negotiated with the second aunt's mother-in-law, agreeing on a price of 6 cents per pound, which is neither high nor low. The second aunt's mother-in-law, being quite eloquent, praises the 2 children as she sees Li Xiangdong carrying Li Yin, extolling Zhao Sufang's ability to bear children, contrasting with her own second sister, whose offspring are robust and clearly accustomed to a life of toil. Wishing to avoid hearing comparisons to her sister, Zhao Sufang swiftly changes the subject, and the second aunt's mother-in-law, perceptively, calls upon her 2 young grandsons playing in the yard to assist in catching the goose. The tale of the gander and the dog suggests that the gander's ability to guard is not in the least inferior to that of a dog. Upon spotting a stranger, the gander flaps its large wings and thrusts its neck forward, expertly pinching with its beak, leaving behind bruises on the flesh. When Li Xiangdong was merely 7 or 8 years old, he harbored a dislike for dogs and insisted on riding the gander, only to be met with a fierce peck, a memory that remains vivid to this day. The 2 grandchildren chased the gander around the yard, creating a commotion until they finally grasped its wings. The gander, still defiant, stretched its neck and squawked loudly. Li Yin, frightened, clutched her second brother's neck with her small arms, burying her head in his embrace, torn between curiosity and fear. When weighed, the gander tipped the scales at 12 pounds, a truly plump creature. Zhao Sufang handed her second aunt's mother-in-law 72 cents, who received it with a smile and remarked, "If you wish for anything else next time, we have it all at home, no need to purchase from outside." Her words suggested as if this gander was not procured with her own money. Zhao Sufang agreed, seizing the gander, and called her children to step outside. "Mother, don't you wish to pay any attention to the old lady from the Li family?" Li Xiangdong inquired with curiosity. Zhao Sufang sighed. "That woman from the Li family is cunning and eloquent. She digs pitfalls with her words, and one must be cautious not to fall into them." Li Xiangdong chuckled, realizing that his second aunt was just as shrewd, leading him to the conclusion that daughters-in-law often mirror their mothers-in-law. Indeed, families of a feather flock together. "Mother, haven't we purchased any dried potatoes or dried green beans?" Li Xiangdong asked. "Why would we buy those? We still have some at home." The 3 of them returned home, where Zhao Sufang boiled a large pot of hot water and soaked a handful of dried potatoes and dried green beans in cool water. The dried potatoes appeared a pale yellow with no black mold, while the dried green beans were a vibrant green. Outside, Li Xiangdong attempted to slay the gander, but its vitality proved too resilient. A mere toss did nothing to harm it. Once it freed itself from restraint, it flapped its wings and dashed around the yard, pinching anyone who dared to approach. With no other option, Li Xiangdong retreated indoors to retrieve his father's hunting gun. At that time, firearms were not yet prohibited among civilians, and nearly every household possessed an old-fashioned shotgun, commonly used during the off-season for hunting birds and rabbits. Hence the customary term bird gun. The shotgun was loaded with small lead pellets and steel balls, inadequate for larger game, though they had no wild boars or tigers in the vicinity. However, it was more than sufficient to deal with a gander. After years without handling a gun, Li Xiangdong felt a rush of excitement upon grasping the smooth barrel, recalling the familiar motions of loading and aiming. Bang, bang, bang. 3 shots rang out, and the gander fell to the ground. Inside, Zhao Sufang covered her youngest daughter's ears, and when she saw Li Xiangdong return with the gun safely stowed, she finally relaxed her grip. Is the safety on? It is. Firearms are perilous instruments, and a moment's negligence can lead to accidents. Zhao Sufang poured hot water over the gander, plucked its feathers, chopped the meat, and set it to stew. Adhering to Li Xiangdong's suggestion of adding 2 small spicy peppers, ensuring that the meat would be both appetizing and delicious when served. The oil used was extracted from the seeds of wheat, and with 3 large bottles still remaining at home, there was no hesitation in pouring a generous amount into the pot. Zhao Sufang, accustomed to a frugal lifestyle, felt a twinge of regret at the sight of the vast pool of oil. Mother, we won't have to worry about oil in the future. I noticed the brigade has several tens of thousands of pounds of wheat seeds. Think of how much oil can be extracted, Li Xiangdong exclaimed. In the west wing of his home, there were also several sacks of roasted wheat seeds. This era differs significantly from the future. In later times, as life improved, nearly 9 out of 10 individuals suffered from conditions like high cholesterol and fatty liver. However, in the present, people lack sufficient nourishment, and consuming more oil poses no threat to health. Zhao Sufang often reminded her son that life should be lived steadily, like a gentle stream. If one were to squander excessively, how could one thrive? Indeed, one cannot grow poor from eating or dressing well. Miscalculations lead to poverty. Li Xiangdong chimed in. Quickly, go away, or you will vex me. Zhao Sufang playfully scolded him. Li Xiangdong produced 2 pieces of walnut crisp, taking a bite for himself and feeding a piece to his younger sister, advising, Mother, make the pancakes thinner. Half submerged in the soup will give them a delightful crunch and a balanced flavor. You truly excel in culinary matters. Zhao Sufang feigned disdain, yet followed her son's advice. Today, Lu Changhai was overseeing the drying of wheat. The rapid pace of the harvester had rendered the brigade yard insufficiently spacious to accommodate the yield. An abundance of wheat was soon to be harvested, and it could not be left in bags, as the warmth and humidity would lead to sprouting. Lu Changhai went to the brigade office to discuss matters with Li Jin, and before long, it was midday. Li Jin invited Lu Changhai to stay for lunch, and as they entered his home, they were greeted by the enticing aroma of goose stew bubbling in an iron pot. The lid released wisps of steam, blending the rich scent of meat with the sweetness of grains. Initially intending to stay for a meal, Lu Changhai, upon seeing the sumptuous spread, felt compelled to leave. Li Jin, reluctant to let him go, found Lu Changhai surprisingly strong, who easily slipped from his grasp and dashed away. The family washed their hands and gathered around the Kong, ready to dine. Zhao Sufang ladled the tender goose meat, along with potatoes and green beans, into a small porcelain bowl, which was filled to the brim. She also scraped the pancakes from the pot, where they had developed a delightful, crisp brown crust. Li Jiabao's eyes widened in anticipation, and as soon as Li Jin picked up the first bite, everyone eagerly reached for the pancakes and began to indulge in the meat. The goose was so tender that it fell off the bone with ease, enhanced by the addition of 2 small spicy peppers, providing a slight kick that balanced the richness. The big yellow dog and the spotted cat circled in excitement, drawn by the enticing aroma. Li Xiangdong laughed heartily and tossed a bone to them. The cat swiftly snatched it away, much to the frustration of the dog, which barked in protest. In Chapter 87, as noon approached, Li Xiangdong's family feasted until their mouths glistened with grease and their bellies were round. Even Li Yan savored a hefty piece of goose. Sated and sleepy, Li Xiangdong succumbed to a blissful afternoon nap. After rising, I meandered to observe the 7 or 8 baskets of rhubarb on the ground. This was primarily due to the wheat harvest during the National Day celebrations. The adults had summoned the children to assist in the fields, resulting in a pause in the digging for the past few days. Otherwise, there would have been even more. Li Xiangdong recalled the necessity of delivering fish to the supply and marketing cooperative and inquired of his mother, "Has my father been delivering fish to the cooperative these days? We wouldn't want to delay their work, would we? Your father has certainly been working hard lately. Nowadays, who has the time to catch fish? In order to gather 300 pounds, it has been your father and your uncle who have been setting nets in the dead of night. Oh, my dear father and uncle have truly endured much toil. They ought not to labor in vain. Let the proceeds from the fish sales, after giving to the collective, be divided between my father and uncle." Li Xiangdong, now with money in hand, was unconcerned about the mere 10-odd yuan, generously offering what could take others several months to earn. Naturally, this was not for outsiders. A larger share could be given to his uncle, but his father needed none, for he had already gifted him 1,000 yuan. Zhao Sufang believed it was only right for a father to assist his son in earning money. However, Li Xiangdong's focus was not on this matter. He was taken aback. "You gave that 1,000 yuan to my father? Ah, what's wrong? Our family's finances are well known to your father," Zhao Sufang replied, oblivious to her son's agitation. "Oh, my dear mother, can't you save a little for yourself? As the saying goes, having a father and mother is not as good as having your own. Even with a husband, you still need to manage your own affairs." Li Xiangdong felt a deep frustration. Zhao Sufang, noticing his irritation, saw him push the 7 or 8 baskets of rhubarb and head towards factory director Yin. Before he reached the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory, he spotted 2 familiar figures engaged in conversation. As he approached, he recognized one as Xiao Wang. The other person, partially obscured by Xiao Wang, was initially hard to discern. "Xiao Wang," Li Xiangdong called out cheerfully. Xiao Wang paused, turning to respond with a somewhat indifferent, "Isn't that Xiangdong?" Unlike their previous warm exchanges, this encounter bore a hint of distance. Even without being overly perceptive, Li Xiangdong sensed the shift in their dynamic. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the individual conversing with Xiao Wang was Pan Jiwen. What was he doing here? Before Li Xiangdong could utter a word, Pan Jiwen bid farewell to Xiao Wang and hurried away. Xiao Wang, blocking Li Xiangdong's gaze, picked a piece of rhubarb from the basket, weighed it in his hand, remarked, "Quite sizable," and then tossed it back into the basket. "Xiao Wang, is Uncle Yin in the factory?" Li Xiangdong asked. With a barely perceptible scoff, Xiao Wang replied, "Yes, you may go in." Unlike before, when he would assist in pushing the cart, Xiao Wang led the way inside without offering help. Li Xiangdong's mind raced, speculating that perhaps his previous encounter, where he caught Xiao Wang eavesdropping, had angered him. Additionally, he had previously always shared a portion of his earnings, regardless of the amount. Last time, in his haste to purchase a harvester, he had completely forgotten this gesture. Humph, a single misstep can tarnish all past kindness. What a petty person, Li Xiangdong thought, yet he was unconcerned and continued towards the director's office. Director Yin was particularly pleased to see Li Xiangdong and inquired about the details of his journey to Dongfang City. After some casual conversation, Director Yin became somewhat serious. "Since you have returned on your own, why did you allow someone else to deliver the Romania?" "What?" Li Xiangdong was taken aback. "I didn't ask anyone to deliver anything. I just brought back a large supply of Romania that I had been saving for days. Someone just delivered 500 pounds. Claiming you sent him," Director Yin replied. Realizing the implications, Li Xiangdong quickly understood why Pan Jiwen had fled upon seeing him. He led Director Yin to his vehicle, showcasing the abundant Romania. "Is someone impersonating me? I was just thinking that when you arrived, I must educate you on how even the smallest Romania has been harvested." Director Yin examined each basket, scrutinizing their contents before concluding, "It seems your profitable ventures with Romania have become known, prompting someone to dig up a batch and sell it under your name. There might also be some involvement from your associates." Xiao Wang cast a cold glance at the firmly shut door of Director Yan's office, inwardly scoffing, "He's pocketing kickbacks without including me. And he thinks I want to find someone myself?" Earlier, Pan Jiwen had been furious after Li Xiangdong had taken 90 yuan from him at the county supply and marketing cooperative. In a fit of rage, he nearly confronted the clerk, only to be calmed down by Xiao Wang. Li Xiangdong had not given him the usual bonus of several dozen yuan, leaving Pan Jiwen frustrated and feeling slighted. In a moment of anger, he decided to follow Li Xiangdong to the cooperative, intending to warn him. However, witnessing the confrontation between Pan Jiwen and Li Xiangdong sparked a new idea in his mind. Though Pan Jiwen did not recognize him, he was well aware of Pan Jiwen. Hu Shusong had previously taken Pan Jiwen to the county committee, where he had encountered him while delivering lunch to his uncle, Deputy Director Zhang. Following the director and scavenging leftovers was unsatisfactory. He yearned for hearty meals and copious drinks. The two found a secluded spot to converse. And while Pan Jiwen was initially skeptical, the prospect of free wild Romania was too enticing to ignore. Naturally, Pan Jiwen did not intend to dig himself, so he had his father enlist a few cooperative members to help him gather 200 pounds. To their surprise, they managed to sell it for 100 yuan. Both he and Xiao Wang pocketed 50 yuan each. Oh my, it was as if Pan Jiwen had stumbled upon a new world. He had never realized how easily money could be made. Pan Dachuan was equally exhilarated, deploying a dozen men to harvest Romania. Initially, they focused on the larger specimens, but as those dwindled, they resorted to the smaller ones. Li Xiangdong attempted to placate the irate Director Yan. Uncle, that wild Romania doesn't belong to us. We have no means to prevent others from harvesting it. Alas, focusing solely on immediate gains leads to overexploitation. Director Yan sighed deeply. I do have a plan. Li Xiangdong whispered into Director Yan's ear. Upon hearing the suggestion, Director Yan remarked, You truly are a clever one. This approach may indeed help salvage some of our medicinal resources. After waiting a while, Li Xiangdong listened intently, and soon enough, he heard soft footsteps approaching. Halting at the entrance, he exchanged a glance with Director Yan. Uncle, I've been discarding the flower leaves from the top. Isn't that a waste? Indeed. Next time, remember to take the entire plant. The roots must never be severed, and it must be complete. It will indeed be quite a task. Isn't 50 cents per pound a bit low? Little rascal, let me discuss this with the technicians first. A thought struck Xiao Wang. It seemed the conversation in the listening room had reached a conclusion, so he quickly slipped away. Li Xiangdong opened the door, cast a glance at the not-so-far-off Xiao Wang, and exchanged a triumphant look with Factory Director Yan, as if to say, just wait and see. Chapter 88. Purchasing a bicycle and fishing for eels. Li Xiangdong had set the trap. Now all that remained was to wait and observe whether Xiao Wang and Pan Jiwen would take the bait. This time, selling wild eels had garnered him 350 yuan. He suspected it would be the last time he earned money from wild eels. A bittersweet feeling lingered in his heart. Li Xiangdong had recently stopped buying cigarettes for Uncle Yan, opting instead for ribs, meat, and canned fruit, delivering them directly to his home. After procuring these items, he wandered over to see Aunt Lon. Aunt Lon, I'm back. How have you been lately? Aunt Lon smiled, the faint crow's feet at the corners of her eyes becoming apparent. I'm well, just haven't seen you for many days. Where have you been? I went to Dongfang City to buy some things. What could possibly be worth the long journey that we don't have in Huichuan County? If it's not available here, just tell Uncle Yu to get it for you. This Uncle Yu was not the same as the one she referred to earlier. He was the head of the county supply and marketing cooperative. Had I known, I would have asked Uncle Yu for help. Li Xiangdong chuckled, then proceeded to check on the fish in the tank. How are the fish doing lately? Good. However, could you possibly bring over more eels and loaches? The workers over at the oil factory have requested them. Aunt Lon made her request. Sure. I'll go dig for eels and loaches tonight and deliver them to you first thing in the morning, Li Xiangdong assured her. By the way, Aunt Lon, how is my sister-in-law? Should I bring you some groupers? Let us skip the groupers. They can be quite rich if eaten in excess. If you have any black fish, send me 2 for a soup. Aunt Lon was straightforward. In her view, this was merely the normal exchange of kindness. Li Xiangdong made a round, committing to memory the various needs of the sales staff, promising to deliver everything the next day. Just as he was about to leave, a young sales clerk named Xiao Chun rushed in, exclaiming, The bicycles have arrived. Bicycles? Truly, timing is everything. Li Xiangdong immediately followed Xiao Chun to witness the unloading of the bicycles. 5 or 6 brand new models were being taken off the Dongfeng 140. Onlookers caught sight of the unloading and soon formed a long queue at the supply and marketing cooperative, all eager to purchase bicycles. In the 1960s and 70s, bicycles held a significant place in people's lives, alongside sewing machines and watches, regarded as the 3 essential items that symbolized a family's prosperity. There was even a humorous saying about borrowing a daughter-in-law, but never a bicycle, highlighting the esteem bicycles held at that time, evoking envy in onlookers. Nowadays, many couples require a bicycle as part of their wedding dowry, akin to how a complete apartment is expected in modern marriage arrangements. Upon witnessing the throng of people, Li Xiangdong hurriedly squeezed through the crowd to find Xiao Chun. Brother Xiao Chun, you must reserve a bicycle for me. Xiao Chun winked and gestured with his chin behind him. Go ahead and pick one for yourself. You're truly kind to me, brother Xiao Chun, Li Xiangdong exclaimed, embracing Xiao Chun exuberantly, nearly planting a kiss on his cheek, but he managed to rein in his impulsive affection. After all, he wouldn't want others to misconstrue his inclinations. Some individuals genuinely facilitate matters. As the saying goes online, two things are most detestable. 1, the exercise of privilege. And 2, the realization that the privileged are not oneself. Li Xiangdong spent 165 yuan along with a bicycle ticket, successfully acquiring his very first steed, a Fiji brand bicycle. Thus, he bid farewell to bus route 11. Time whisked by, and soon it was past 4 in the afternoon. He initially intended to visit the landlady in Quanshui village to discuss the purchase of a yuan blue and white porcelain pillow, but upon assessing the time, he realized he would not make it in time. He still had to return to catch loaches and eels. With his left foot firmly on the pedal and his right leg propelling him forward, he gracefully rode home. As he entered the village, he passed through the courtyard where a group was unloading freshly harvested wheat to dry. Xiangdong, where did you procure that bicycle? A familiar elder called out. Just bought it. Li Xiangdong shouted back. Did you unearth some hidden treasure? How could you afford such a luxury? Of course, I'll take everyone with me to dig for gold. He replied. Make sure to lead us to wealth. The crowd exchanged jovial banter, and Li Xiangdong made his way home. Before the meal was finished, the entire village buzzed with the news that Li Xiangdong had acquired a brand new bicycle. In truth, as the second bicycle in the village, it shouldn't have garnered such attention, but this was Li Xiangdong, who had just acquired 2 harvesting machines a few days prior. All eyes were now on him, eager to uncover the secret of his prosperity. The villagers no longer regarded him as merely a 14-year-old boy. They viewed him as a harbinger of fortune. This child was indeed remarkable. Had it been anyone else, one would have certainly coveted such a prized machine as a combine harvester. Yet, Li Xiangdong operated it for merely a day and a half before selflessly teaching others never to glance back. Isn't that extraordinary? However, Li Xiangdong himself saw nothing peculiar in his actions. He parked his bicycle in his yard and set off to gather a group of friends for eel fishing. He first prepared a stout iron wire, sharpening one end and bending it into a hook. Thus, his eel fishing apparatus was complete. Today, Li Xiangdong planned to fish with a bare hook. Li Xiangjia, Gui Yuxi, Li Guoqing, and Zhao Xiaojun all joined him, while Wang Eru. Since the incident involving his brother Lu Baobao being taken to the police station by Li Xiangdong had distanced himself from their company, Gui Yuxi had long expressed his displeasure. Eru is simply infatuated. For a girl, he has forgotten our brotherhood. From now on, let us all ignore him, Li Xiangdong thought, though Gui Yuxi's words were harsh. There was a kernel of truth in them. I took the perpetrator to the police station. Surely that is the right course of action? How could Wang Eru, at such a tender age, be so unable to discern right from wrong? It is truly a case of favoring kin over justice. Individuals like this are not worth cultivating deeper connections with. Henceforth, let us regard each other as mere ordinary villagers. Several individuals made their way to the fork of the Sanji River, illuminating the muddy and shallow waters with flashlights, searching for signs of activity from eels and loaches. Brother, do we really not need bait? Asked Li Xiangjia, who referred to Li Jin as uncle. Just an empty hook seems futile. We might as well go watch uncle cast his net. Li Xiangdong, however, paid them no mind, his gaze fixated intently on a small hole where, moments ago, it seemed a yellow eel had poked its head out. He began to move the hook rapidly at the entrance of the hole. Indeed, the yellow eel emerged. Yet, the creature was quite wary, and on the first attempt, he missed the catch. Undeterred, Li Xiangdong repeated his movements. On the second attempt, he still failed to hook it. But on the third try, as the eel revealed its head once more, he swiftly lifted the hook, and lo and behold, a long and robust yellow eel was drawn out. With one hand, Li Xiangdong gently slid down the eel from its head, while with the other, he deftly removed the hook and tossed it into the basket. Wow, this is truly impressive. This eel must weigh at least 1.5 gene, exclaimed his companions. Brother, teach me. I wish to learn. How is it possible to catch fish with just an empty hook? It's akin to Jiang Taigong fishing, where only those willing to bite the hook shall be caught. Ha! Li Xiangdong explained that yellow eels possess poor eyesight. Mistaking the moving hook for food, they bite. He then handed the hook to Gui Yuxi for him to try. The group laughed and caught eels until midnight, amassing a total of 90 gene of yellow eels. 60 gene of loaches, numerous thumb-sized river shrimp, and 2 small catfish. Chapter 89. Visitors from the commune. The Li Jiapa Brigade has gained notoriety. The fields of the Li Jiapa Brigade resound with the thunderous roar of machines daily. Villagers from afar have already witnessed the harvester. Moreover, in the nearby villages, every family has relatives who communicate news indirectly, and this tale has spread throughout the commune, even reaching the entire county. Many peasants cannot fathom that such a marvel exists, at least not in Huichuan County. Yet, relatives at home are puffed up with pride, declaring, "Our brigade is now in need of labor for wheat harvesting. Otherwise, would I have time to come here to collect wheat and hemp seeds?" Such statements carry weight. During wheat harvesting, who is not bustling about? There is scarcely a moment to visit relatives. As the news circulated, Hu Shusong from the commune and Deputy Director Zhang from the county became aware of the situation. Deputy Director Zhang urgently summoned Hu Shusong to his office and, without preamble, inquired, "Has your commune purchased a harvester?" Hu Shusong hurriedly responded, No. You think I have the capability to acquire such a thing?" The moment those words escaped his lips, he realized his mistake. If Deputy Director Zhang lacked the means to obtain a harvester, how could a small village within their commune manage to procure one? This implied that Deputy Director Zhang was not as capable as Li Jin, the brigade leader. Indeed, Deputy Director Zhang's expression darkened. "I lack your capabilities." Hu Shusong quickly slapped his own mouth, offering a forced smile. "What are you saying? It's merely my loose tongue. I deserve to be reprimanded. All right, let us discuss the matter at hand." Deputy Director Zhang let out a hum, signifying his forgiveness. Hu Shusong breathed a sigh of relief. Upon investigation, he discovered that the 2 harvesters had been brought back by the second son of the captain of the Li family slope team. Who could this be? Capable of acquiring 2 machines simultaneously? Zhang, curious, inquired further. Hu Shusong chuckled wryly, stating that the boy was merely an ordinary rural lad, only 14 years old. Oh, so young? This was indeed remarkable. At such a tender age, he had already shown great promise. Upon hearing that Li Xiangdong was just an unassuming child from the countryside without any connections, Deputy Director Zhang felt a sense of relief. "Shusong, since this falls under your jurisdiction, please have a word with them. The reporters from the provincial city will arrive the day after tomorrow. We need to pause operations for now. Let's have the harvesters sent to the commune first, and then we will head to Longshui village together for the harvest. The photographs will be splendid. This is a matter of great significance for the entire county and must be treated with utmost seriousness. They should not be overly concerned with individual gains or losses, but rather focus on the bigger picture." Longshui village was Zhang's hometown, and he had a vested interest in the wheat there, which was of the finest quality, cultivated with the most advanced fertilizers, and had flourished magnificently this year. When the reporters came to take photos, he wanted both harvesters to simultaneously reap the wheat from Longshui village. He aimed to establish a benchmark that would be unattainable for him before the peasant took office in the county, a standard for the county, the city, and even the province to witness. After hearing this, Hu Shusong immediately agreed. "I will attend to it right away. Rest assured, I will ensure the task is completed with excellence." Deputy Director Zhang nodded in satisfaction. Upon returning to his office, Hu Shusong sent a correspondent to summon Li Jin from the Li family slope team. However, today, Gui Daming, Lu Chonghai, and Li Xiangchao were all absent for various reasons, leaving Li Jin to operate the harvester alone. When the correspondent arrived, it took quite some time to locate Li Jin in the vast fields. Upon informing Li Jin that Hu Shusong was looking for him, Li Jin paused but did not decline. He simply stated that harvesting was of utmost importance, and he would come as soon as someone could replace him. Hu Shusong waited anxiously in his office for Li Jin's arrival, but after a lengthy wait, the correspondent returned with the news that Li Jin was unavailable. Hu Shusong inwardly cursed Li Jin for his lack of appreciation, but with the reporter's imminent arrival and Longshui village being over 80 miles from the county, arrangements for the harvesters had to be made in advance. This could not be delayed. Hu Shusong resolved to personally go to the Li family slope team to find Li Jin, who was infuriated at being interrupted yet again. At this point, only over 200 acres of land remained to be harvested, and yesterday, his second son, Li Xiangdong, had solemnly reminded him of the impending torrential rain the day after tomorrow. He needed to finish the harvesting before that. Regardless of how hot the machines might get, there would be no rest. Thus, Li Jin was quite impatient with Hu Shusong's arrival, questioning why the president of the commune had the time to visit him. Observing Li Jin's expression, Hu Hu Shusong suppressed his inner dissatisfaction and feigned a smile, saying, "Captain Li, you are quite the busy individual. Busier than I, the president of the commune. Since you have no time to see me, I must come see you instead." However, these sarcastic remarks were met with silence from Li Jin, who looked at him expressionlessly, implying, "If you have something to say it quickly. I am quite busy. I have heard that your brigade has purchased 2 Dongfeng brand combined harvesters. Take me to see them." Hu Shusong, straightforward as ever, replied, "I can take you to see them, but they aren't bought by the brigade. They were purchased by my son." Hu Shusong was momentarily taken aback, then sneered. "How old is your son? How could he possibly afford such a thing? Let us not beat around the bush. There is no need for pretense between us." Li Jin, impatient with such banter, retorted, "Feel free to investigate." This remark effectively ended the conversation. Those with thin skin might have departed at this point. But Hu Shusong was evidently not one of them. He laughed heartily, affectionately draping an arm over Li Jin's shoulder. "Come on, brother, take me to see it." Li Jin, maintaining a stoic expression, led Hu Shusong to the combined harvester. "Indeed, quite impressive," Hu Shusong exclaimed, patting the front of the machine. "Captain Li, let us drive it over to Longshui village today." "What? On what grounds? This is our brigade's machinery," Li Jin protested. "Yes, and we haven't finished harvesting yet." Before Li Jin could respond, the surrounding villagers grew agitated. "The captain has declared that rain is imminent, and we must work through the night to harvest the wheat. Who do you think you are, to just take it away? We know your background all too well. You were once a mere ruffian, a son-in-law living off your father-in-law's generosity, and when he passed, you cast aside your original partner. Do you still consider yourself to be of good character?" This is a reminder that even emperors fear their fellow townsfolk, regardless of your later status or wealth. The locals remember your humble beginnings and will harbor no reverence for you. Hu Shusong, most averse to being referred to as a son-in-law, pointed at the villagers in rage, calling them all unruly. "Are you Japanese devils? Our officials would never label us as such, but I recall a Japanese interpreter once pointing at us and calling us unruly." This remark elicited uproarious laughter from the crowd. Amidst the ridicule of his fellow townsfolk, Hu Shusong fled in disgrace. Yet Li Jin did not join in the laughter. He knew that Hu Shusong would not abandon his intention to seize the combine harvester. He quickly called for everyone to cease their laughter and return to work.